Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Deity. In the temple, I have protected you for 7 years. Why betray me? Chen Zhen was bound by thorn-covered iron chains, his body bleeding profusely as he was fixed to an iron plate. The searing flames of the fire crow scorched his flesh, as if countless scalding knives were slicing through him. He glared in fury at the man and woman kneeling respectfully before the fire crow. These were his most cherished woman and his brother, whom he had grown up with and regarded as family. While he led humanity in rebellion, they had plunged a dagger into his back. They brought him before the deity. It is you who have betrayed us. If we submit to the deity, we can become divine servants and enjoy a life of luxury. Why do you resist? The once tender Lin Shui stood up, her face now a mask of unfamiliar indifference. Zhou Kong rose beside her. He casually wrapped an arm around Lin Shui's shoulders, and she obediently leaned against him, appearing utterly intimate. Chen Zhen's anger surged once more. Zhou Kong, Lin Shui, you too. We were together while you were pursuing Shuai at school. We only kept quiet about your parents' tragic accident because they were compensated handsomely, Zhou Kong sneered. Then the deity awakened, and the apocalypse descended. You, a dog of fate, actually awakened divine powers, and we had to rely on you for protection. I merely advised Shuai to endure otherwise. Do you think she would have chosen you? Zhou Kang's face was filled with a twisted delight, tinged with deep jealousy. He took a deep breath, gazed skyward, and laughed heartily. But it's all worth it. Who would have thought you would become the leader of the human alliance? Capturing you to present to the deity means we will not only become divine servants, but in the future, the deity will grant us leadership over humanity. At that time, I shall be the emperor, and Shuai will be the empress. So, you can rest assured and die. Chen Zhen could hardly fathom that from beginning to end, everything was a scheme. What love, what brotherhood, all were mere facades. 7 years. He had been deceived for a full 7 years. 7 years prior, the legendary deities awakened, but what arose were merely false gods. They were nothing more than a group of clowns who had stolen the true powers of celestial beings. They herded humanity, treating them as livestock, forcibly extracting the power of human faith. Yet this also drained humanity's lifespan. Thus, order collapsed, the heavens changed color, and the human world descended into apocalypse. They left humanity a sliver of hope, scattering their essence so that those close to their aura might awaken divine powers. Chen Zhen was one of those who awakened the power of the deities to protect those around him and to revive human civilization. He joined the alliance, and with his exceptional intellect and ability, he gradually rose to become the leader of the alliance. He could barely contend with some of the lesser false gods. Little did he expect to fall victim to such a scheme. Now captured, with the alliance utterly destroyed. What a splendid plot indeed! However, the searing flames had brought him to the brink of death. A fierce unwillingness flickered like a light in his mind. Awaken! A deafening roar echoed in his mind. Chen Zhen jolted awake, realizing he was at his desk. He looked up. Was this a classroom? His university classroom? Hadn't he died? How could he be here? Was this a dream? Boom! A buzzing sound resonated in his mind. Then, a majestic palace shrouded in celestial mist appeared in his thoughts. The celestial palace. This was an unexpected gift he had obtained. The celestial beings scattered their essence, seeking humans with similar auras to awaken divine powers. Each human could only bear the power of one deity. Moreover, due to the varying degrees of similarity in aura, the compatibility with the deity differed, resulting in abilities that varied in strength. Possessing the celestial palace allowed him to accept the essence of all deities and bear all their powers. His compatibility could reach as high as 100. This was also why he stood out in the alliance. Once more, the voice, as imposing as the earlier roar, reverberated in Chen Zhen's ears. He stood in a daze for a while. This was no dream. He had truly been reborn. It was the celestial palace that facilitated his rebirth. Yet, when he attempted to call upon the celestial palace again, it remained utterly silent. Chen Zhen, I know you like me, but I want to see your true feelings. I'm going camping this time, and my parents didn't give me much money. A charming voice appeared in Chen Zhen's ear. Turning his head, he found Lin Shui standing nearby. When Lin Shui spoke those words, there was a hint of embarrassment on her face. At this stage in time, she still had a modicum of pride. Then, another voice echoed in his ear. Ah, Zhen, Hurry and agree. You've pursued Schwer for so long, isn't this opportunity finally here? Chen Zhen shot a cold glance in that direction. It was Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong wore a smile, feigning concern for him. But after living 2 lives, Chen Zhen could clearly see the jealousy lurking in Zhou Kang's eyes. Surely, Zhou Kong and Lin Shui were already together by this point. Lin Shui coming to him for money was likely Zhou Kang's instigation. He and Zhou Kong had grown up together. Zhou Kang's family was not well off. In contrast, Chen Zhen's family was barely middle class, often extending help to Zhou Kong. Even Zhou Kang's university tuition had been paid by him. After his parents died in the accident, he had compensated a significant sum. Who would have thought he would be eyed by this guy, using Lin Shui to swindle him? Turning to Lin Shui, he said, since your parents didn't provide enough, why not ask them again? Or simply don't go. Lin Shui was taken aback. Chen Zhen had always been compliant with her. Whatever she wanted to buy, whatever amount she desired, Chen Zhen had always acquiesced. But this time, not only did he refuse her, he even mocked her. Suddenly, she was both angry and ashamed, unable to utter a word. Ajin, what are you saying? Don't you like Shui? Besides, your parents' compensation was so much. What's wrong with spending a little? Zhou Kong interjected, visibly displeased. Chen Zhen scoffed. My parents' compensation has nothing to do with you. Why should I spend my money on you? Previously, he had regarded Zhou Kong as a brother. Although he felt uncomfortable with Zhou Kong using his parents' compensation as leverage, he hadn't given it much thought. Now that he recognized his true nature, Chen Zhen felt no need to pretend. Zhou Kong was equally stunned. He never expected Chen Zhen would speak to him in such a cold tone. He was infuriated. Suddenly, he grabbed Chen Zhen by the collar. I treated you like a brother, and you speak to me like this. What's wrong with spending your money? How dare you be so cold-hearted? It's no wonder your parents were killed in that accident. Apologize to Schwer immediately, or I will beat you up today. Chen Zhen laughed in anger. This Zhou Kong, demanding his money, had the audacity to act so righteous. Especially since he had also spent a considerable sum of his own money, all of which came from his parents. His parents had been quite generous to Zhou Kong too. How could he say that his parents deserved to die in a car accident? Seizing Zhou Kang's head, bang, he slammed it against the table. Ah! Zhou Kong let out a cry of agony. Then he felt the warm, red liquid flowing from his face. He turned pale with fright. Blood. It's blood. I'm bleeding. Chapter 2. Seeking the power of the deity. Although Chen Zhen currently lacked divine power, the fierce battles of the past 7 years had honed his skills beyond the ordinary. How could Zhou Kong possibly contend with him? Lin Shui was equally terrified. Screaming, she rushed to pull Chen Zhen away. Chen Zhen, what are you doing? Let go of Zhou Kong. Are you feeling sorry for him? Chen Zhen shot his gaze up sharply. Lin Shui froze in place, her eyes wide with fear. That look was terrifying. She felt as if Chen Zhen might want to kill her. Chen Zhen leaned closer to Zhou Kang's ear. In a voice only they could hear, he whispered, Today, I spare you to avoid unnecessary trouble. The day after tomorrow marks the apocalypse, and it will be your demise. If he killed Zhou Kong and Lin Shui today, it would create complications that would waste his time. He remembered that on the day after tomorrow, at 10 a.m., those false gods would awaken. That would mark the beginning of the apocalypse. Zhou Kong trembled, a chilling fear coursing through him. It felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. A wetness spread beneath him, and a foul odor emanated that he was so terrified by the words that he lost control of his bladder. Subsequently, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Chen Zhen paid him no further attention, carelessly discarding him to the ground like a dead dog. Only then did Lin Shui dare to rush forward, exclaiming, Zhou Kong, are you all right? Chen Zhen, Zhou Kong has treated you so well, caring for you and even introducing me as your girlfriend. You have gone too far. You will suffer the consequences. Seeing Zhou Kang's condition, Lin Shui felt a burning anxiety. The fear in her heart had vanished, replaced by a surge of anger. She shouted at Chen Zhen once more. Chen Zhen merely sneered, Girlfriend? Do you think you deserve that title? Well, just wait and see if I want meet a terrible fate. With that, he turned on his heel and departed swiftly. Compared to this trifling matter, he had far more pressing affairs to attend to. Collecting the power of the first deity. Deity codename 19, the Great Sage equal to heaven. Aside from the deities selecting their own essence, there exists another method. That is to locate the deity's essence and actively collect it. However, the probability of successfully retrieving a deity's essence is exceedingly low. At times, one may even face resistance from the deity's essence, leading to death. Nevertheless, with the celestial palace at his disposal, Chen Zhen harbored no such concerns. He could effortlessly collect any deity's essence. In his previous life, although he had acquired the celestial palace, the pseudo-deities had already descended for a year. Many of the deities' essences had been discovered, devoured, or destroyed by them. There were scarcely any essences left for Chen Zhen to claim. Thus, the only benefit the celestial palace had conferred upon him was to elevate his own divine power to its zenith. However, this lifetime was a different story. In his mind, he possessed numerous records of the locations of deity essences. According to his memories from the past life, the essence of the great sage equal to heaven resided in the underground garage of a mansion in Tianlan City. If his recollections served him correctly, that mansion belonged to her. Bai Xinrui. Bai Xinrui, the sole daughter of the Bai family, the foremost family in Tianlan, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the city. When the pseudo-deities revived and the apocalypse loomed, Bai Xinrui awakened formidable divine powers. She became a significant asset among their allied forces. When Lin Shui and Zhou Kong had abducted him, Bai Xinrui had exerted herself to the utmost to rescue him. Yet in the end, she was ruthlessly slain by Zhou Kong and Lin Shui. Regrettably, he had previously been blind to her worth, failing to appreciate such a remarkable woman. He hastened to the underground garage of the Bai family. Upon arrival, he quickly spotted a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a white top, short skirt, and flat shoes stepping out of a car. It was Bai Xinrui. A surge of excitement coursed through Chen Zhen. In his past life, she had desperately tried to save him. In this life, he would repay her. Just as he was about to approach Bai Xinrui, another vehicle entered the garage, and several men emerged. Among them, a young man in a tailored suit approached Bai Xinrui, engaging her in a heated argument. Bai Xinrui, seemingly uninterested, turned to walk away. Bai Xinrui, enough is enough. I pursued you for so long. Can't you even grant me one opportunity to dine with you? The young man, filled with rage and humiliation, shouted at her retreating figure. Bai Xinrui did not falter in her stride. The young man seethed. Fine. If you refuse my pursuit, don't blame me for being impolite. He gestured to the other men. They moved in to encircle Bai Xinrui. Her expression shifted. Zhao Zhe, what do you intend to do? Zhao Zhe approached with a sinister smile, declaring, forget the Wadade, I intend to do you. No sooner had he spoken than one of the men encircling Bai Xinrui was sent flying by a swift kick. Before the others could react, a figure dashed into the fray. With lethal speed and skill, cries of agony erupted throughout the scene. The men Zhao Zhe had brought were left sprawled on the ground, nursing broken limbs. Who are you? Zhao Zhe stammered, staring at the figure in disbelief. Then, fury consumed him. You little brat, do you know who I am? Chen Zhen nodded. Zhao Zhe, the son of the mayor of Tianlan City. Internally, he added, and a despicable scoundrel at that. After the revival of the pseudo-deities, Zhao Zhe had leveraged his status as the mayor's son to gather citizens. He amassed over 10,000 people, sacrificing them to the pseudo-deities, all in exchange for his identity as a divine servant. You know who I am. So, you are deliberately opposing me? Zhao Zhe's face darkened. Chen Zhen replied coolly, opposing you? And what of it? Under normal circumstances, he would have been wary of Zhao Zhe's status. Yet with the apocalypse approaching, beneath the deities, all beings were equal. They were merely livestock for the gods. Not even the son of a mayor, nor the son of a president, would escape that fate. Zhao Zhe glanced down at the men lying on the ground. Ultimately, he managed to suppress his rage with reason. It would be unwise to confront this young man heat-in at this moment. He shot a cold glare at Chen Zhen. You better watch yourself. You'll reap what you sow. He walked to his car, opened the door, and drove away without a thought for his fallen companions. Still here? Chen Zhen's voice rang out lightly. The men on the ground hastily helped each other up and scrambled away. Who are you? A timid voice called from behind. Chen Zhen smiled. Turning around, he saw Bai Xinrui's face still reflecting astonishment and a hint of fear. After all, Chen Zhen's prowess was evident before her eyes. To think a single person could incapacitate so many in the blink of an eye. It's been a long time, he said, though his heart brimmed with countless words. They were all remnants of a past life, unknown to her. Ultimately, it condensed into a simple greeting. It's been a long time. Bai Xinrui regarded Chen Zhen's kind demeanor, and her fear began to dissipate. Yet confusion lingered. A long time? Have we met before? Chen Zhen hesitated for a moment. Perhaps in a dream. To her, he must have seemed like yet another suitor emerging from nowhere. Chapter 3. The origin of the great sage equal to heaven. Chen Zhen opened his mouth, intending to provide an explanation, yet he soon realized he was utterly at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a spare key from his home. "This is for you." Bai Xinrui, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" "It's the key to my house," Chen Zhen replied. Bai Xinrui was taken aback, her expression darkening. "You saved me, and I am grateful, but are you really suggesting that I visit your home? Have you lost your mind?" Chen Zhen, momentarily stunned, hurriedly clarified, "You've misunderstood that I'm not asking you to come to my house right now. Rather, I mean at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow." Bai Xinrui's face grew even more troubled. "Did I ask there a difference?" With a wry smile, Chen Zhen realized he had not articulated his thoughts clearly in his flustered state. Gathering his thoughts, he continued, "At 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow, there will be some peculiar red mist, within which lies phenomena beyond human comprehension. Your Bai family is engaged in scientific research, is it not? I am aware of what resides within that red mist, and if you wish to know, bring your father to see me." What red mist? What phenomena beyond human comprehension? Bai Xinrui nearly dismissed him as insane. However, for reasons she could not fathom, she felt an inexplicable trust in Chen Zhen's words. What was happening to her? She had only met him once. How could she possibly feel such trust? "My home is in the Wangshan community, in a standalone house nearby," Chen Zhen informed Bai Xinrui of his address. That was all he could say. He certainly could not divulge matters pertaining to deities or the apocalypse. No sane person would believe it. Given that the Bai family was engaged in research, it was best to pique their interest under that pretext. After conveying this, Chen Zhen said no more. When the time for the red mist arrived and the pseudo-deity descended, Bai Xinrui's father would surely be intrigued that he understood her father's character well. He was a veritable scientific fanatic. Then, as he scanned his surroundings, he suddenly sensed a presence within his celestial palace. His gaze fixated on a butterfly fluttering past. It was it, the origin of the great sage equal to heaven. Who would have thought it would transform into a butterfly? Truly, it was a testament to the Monkey King's illustrious abilities, a master of transformation. Without the need to catch it, he raised his hand, and the butterfly naturally alighted upon it. Cradling the butterfly with utmost care in his palm, he called out to Bai Xinrui, "I must take my leave now." The great sage equal to heaven is a divine entity, codenamed 19. That such a being stands atop the pyramid of existence, that he could only wonder what heights of power his divine abilities would reach once fully integrated. Bai Xinrui regarded Chen Zhen with confusion. She had anticipated he would continue to pursue her, yet here he was preparing to leave. Moreover, the way he tenderly held the butterfly made her feel as though he had come solely for it, rather than for her, rendering her presence mere collateral. A classic case of playing hard to get. In the end, Bai Xinrui arrived at this conclusion. She glanced at the key in her hand, tempted to discard it. Yet a voice within urged her not to. Ultimately, she placed it in her pocket. "I shall wait and see what peculiar events will unfold at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow." She first checked her bank balance. Excluding the standalone house left by her parents, her cash savings totaled over 1 million, coupled with 3 million from her parents' accident compensation, bringing the total to 4 million. "That I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, but I must spend this money." Chen Zhen silently apologized to his parents that he found an online store, its name somewhat juvenile, Yikadami. Upon opening the shop, he discovered it sold items such as yellow paper and cinnabar. These goods were far from cheap. In fact, they were priced a staggering 10-fold higher than ordinary market rates. For instance, one sheet of yellow paper cost $3. Chen Zhen, unperturbed by the expense, placed an order for 20,000 sheets and also purchased a large jar of cinnabar. He knew the items from this store were genuine. In his past life, he had interacted with the store's owner, whose ancestors were practitioners of the mystical arts. However, the owner's lineage had declined in his generation. The exorbitant prices were not set out of greed, but were dictated by his father's dying wish. Next, Chen Zhen sought out the most expensive items. The priciest were 2 pieces of jade, each costing 50,000. He had a vivid memory of these stones. They were known as spirit stones. They could be used to enhance one's cultivation. During the apocalypse, such items were invaluable, often leading to bloody conflicts upon their emergence. Apart from contending with pseudo-deities, he also had to deal with others who had awakened divine powers and sought to dominate, reminiscent of the factions in his past life. However, those willing to resist were few. After awakening divine powers, one needed to continually cultivate and grow. The degree of integration with the divine source varied, influencing the upper limits of awakened abilities that a perfect integration could elevate one to the highest grade of 5. With 4 levels within each grade in his previous life. Although he possessed the celestial palace and achieved perfect integration, he only reached the 1st grade, 4th level, barely attaining the strength of a lesser deity. Subsequently, he perused the store for other items, purchasing a plethora of seemingly antiquated antiques. Money, when compared to life, was utterly trivial. Moreover, having died once, he felt no remorse in spending. The purchased talismans were intended to set up a formation within his home. His former self was far too weak. Facing deities, or even slightly stronger lesser demons, he could easily find himself outmatched. Lastly, he needed to address his food supply, which would require considerable time for procurement. Once those pseudo-deities revived, everything would be confiscated and managed uniformly. Yet, the most pressing matter was to merge with the origin of the great sage equal to heaven. While Chen Zhen lamented the absence of a helper, his phone rang 3 minutes prior. Zhang Xiaoming, the owner of Yikadaming, rubbed his eyes vigorously, scrutinizing the orders in his shop, but he wondered if he was seeing things. Could it be that someone genuinely purchased his shabby wares? Surely, there must have been a mistake. Those items had gathered layers of dust in the warehouse for ages. Truly, wealth could corrupt the heart. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xiaoming decided to call Chen Zhen. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I noticed you placed an order in my shop. A helper has arrived." Chen Zhen's lips curled into an involuntary smile. "Yes, that was me. I have but one request. Please deliver it to me as swiftly as possible." Zhang Xiaoming was convinced. This individual was neither drunk nor mistaken. He genuinely intended to make a purchase. This is a stroke of fortune, Zhang Xiaoming thought, excitement bubbling within him as he put aside any concerns regarding Chen Zhen's motivations. After hanging up, he prepared to deliver the items post-haste. Wait, something fell off. Why must he deliver them in person? Was there a trap? In the brief span of 30 seconds, Zhang Xiaoming's mind conjured gruesome images of violence and brutality, dismemberment, whipping, branding, even the torment of a yet-to-bloom daisy. Shuddering at the thought, he quickly searched the address on a map. That it appeared to be located in a creative town in a neighboring city, seemingly a large private residence. He must have stumbled upon the home of a wealthy family's fool. The common folk were truly fortunate today. Zhang Xiaoming dismissed his doubts, humming a tune as he packed the items. Meanwhile, Chen Zhen had once again cradled the butterfly in his palm. He could distinctly feel a resonance forming between the butterfly and his celestial palace. Soon, the butterfly emanated a golden glow, transforming into a stream of golden light that surged into his body. Chen Zhen's eyes blazed with brilliance as a formidable aura radiated from him. Before him, a majestic figure with 3 heads and 6 arms wielded a staff. As the staff danced, he could feel an overwhelming power surging within him. Integration completion. Chen Zhen's eyes sparkled with exhilaration that he felt an inexhaustible force coursing through him. Raising his hand, he struck a punch towards the wall 2 meters away. Crack! A fist-sized hole was left in the wall. Chen Zhen's face lit up with excitement. This was merely the awakening of the 1st grade. To possess such overwhelming physical strength based solely on his physique. Truly, he was the great sage equal to heaven. While he may not possess the indestructible body of the sage, with the attribute of copper skin and iron bones, he should be impervious to blades and fire. In this state, he was more than capable of dealing with ordinary lesser demons. Glancing at his phone, he was surprised to find it was already noon the following day. The awakening had taken a full day and night, and tomorrow marked the day of divine revival. Chen Zhen descended to grab a light meal. A knock resonated from the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a man grinning ear to ear. "Hello, are you Mr. Chen? I brought the items you purchased from my store." Chen Zhen was no stranger to Zhang Xiaoming. He had dealt with him in his past life and had considered recruiting him into the alliance, but the man had declined. Zhang Xiaoming's previous life was awakened as El Dongbin. One of the 8 immortals that Dongbin is no ordinary figure. He is one of the 5 ancestors of Chuanjin Taoism. Throughout the annals of Chinese history, he has been the subject of countless legends. His own strength is astonishingly formidable. Moreover, this individual is remarkably compatible, with a compatibility rating of 70. Chen Zhen scrutinized him with ill intentions. Zhang Xiaoming felt a chill run down his spine, his mind racing with vivid images. And he hastily shifted his focus, pointing towards a pickup truck at the entrance, saying, "Mr. Chen, the goods are in the vehicle, Ditto. Please help me put them in the basement." "Certainly, it would be my pleasure to assist you." "Wait," Chen Zhen called out to him. After a considerable pause to gather his thoughts, he finally found the right words. "Do you still want the 500,000?" Zhang Xiaoming initially appeared bewildered, then panicked, shaking his hands repeatedly. "Mr. Chen, I will not sell my virtue." Chen Zhen, exasperated, replied, "Who wants your virtue? I'm asking if you still desire the 500,000. Zhang Xiaoming chuckled awkwardly, realizing that this fool was not quite right in the head. He cautiously probed, "Mr. Chen, is there anything else I can do for you?" In truth, as long as the demands were not excessively unreasonable, he could tolerate a bit more. After all, 500,000 is no trivial sum. Some people never earn that much in a lifetime. With this understanding, Chen Zhen cut through the pretense, revealing his phone screen displaying a balanced message to Zhang Xiaoming. "Become my personal assistant, and I shall grant you 500,000, that the remaining 2 million or so also requires your management." Zhang Xiaoming stared dumbfounded at the figures, swallowing hard. "Mr. Chen, are you jesting with me?" Chen Zhen responded earnestly. "If you do not believe me, I can transfer the funds to you right now." Zhang Xiaoming hesitated, resting his chin on his hand, stroking his stubble, before finally asking, "Does that include sharing a bed?" Chen Zhen was speechless. After some back-and-forth negotiation, they settled on the duration of the services, and Zhang Xiaoming ultimately nodded in agreement, that a smile spread across Chen Zhen's face. With the addition of Zhu, the strength of their team had gained a measure of assurance. Indeed, in this life, he intended to rebuild the alliance. The previous alliance had ultimately failed, not merely due to its lack of uniform strength, but also because of internal spies among various alliances and even deities. "Extend your hand," to Chen Zhen's words. Zhang Xiaoming, puzzled, extended his hand. Chen Zhen grasped it and squeezed out a drop of blood from his fingertip. To that moment, Chen Zhen also drew a drop of blood from his own finger, and the 2 droplets merged together. This was a divine contract. Once the contract was established, the deities would become allies, refraining from conflict with one another, that if a teammate encountered trouble, the others would be able to sense it. Furthermore, the contracting party would possess a degree of constraint over the one being contracted. Should the contracted party attempt to forcibly terminate the contract, their awakening level would diminish. Although this method was somewhat underhanded and devious, Chen Zhen was well aware of Zhang Xiaoming's potential to ensure his retention. This course of action was necessary. One day, when they became true allies, he would voluntarily dissolve the contract and relinquish the constraints. Zhang Xiaoming was filled with confusion regarding this contract, questioning, "Mr. Chen, what is this?" Chen Zhen did not conceal the truth. "This is called a contract. Should you betray it, unpleasant consequences will ensue," rather than allowing Zhang Xiaoming to discover this later and harbor resentment. It was better to be forthright. Zhang Xiaoming inwardly scoffed. "This guy must be insane. I need to lock my door tightly at night. My name is Chen Zhen. From now on, you can call me by my name or simply Zhen." After a brief self-introduction, Chen Zhen assigned him a task. Transfer the items from the vehicle to the basement, then procure some suitable food and water, filling the basement to capacity. This was an emergency storage room that his parents had specially designed while building their home, offering ample space. Zhang Xiaoming, with a face full of skepticism, inquired, "Role-playing? Surviving an apocalypse? You will understand tomorrow." Tomorrow. In less than a day's time. Subsequently, Chen Zhen arranged a guest room for Zhang Xiaoming and urged him to commence his tasks. As the 2 spirit stones gradually diminished in his palm, his strength surged exponentially. After a night passed, the spirit stones were entirely consumed. The divine power of virtue attributes has elevated the awakening level to the 1st rank. 2nd tier. At 10 a.m., within the villa, Bai Xinrui was perusing the internet for information on the so-called red mist, but found no trace of it. That guy is indeed a fraud, she remarked dismissively. Yet, As she gazed out the window, she noticed a wisp of red drifting by. "What is that?" Bai Xinrui hurried to the window and was taken aback to see that the entire outside. No, it should be said that everywhere visible to the naked eye was enveloped in strange red mist. "It has truly appeared," Bai Xinrui murmured to herself. The mist was thick, obscuring visibility, but she could clearly discern a massive silhouette emerging eerily from within the fog. "What is that?" There is indeed something within this mist. Just as Bai Xinrui finished her thought, the immense figure stomped its foot, causing the ground to tremble. Bai Xinrui's face turned pale with fright. Chapter 5. The Awakening begins. What is this? A grave yet slightly excited voice emerged behind her. Turning around, she saw her father, Bai Meng. Bai Xinrui immediately snapped to attention, recalling Chen Zhen's words. However, how did he know about the red mist? And how could he be aware of the peculiar presence within it? Yet, given the urgency of the situation, she recounted her encounter with Chen Zhen that day. Upon hearing her story, Bai Meng promptly made a decision. "Let us go find him. He may know what is happening." As Bai Meng and Bai Xinrui made their way to find Chen Zhen, on the other side, Zhao Zhe was also gathering his men, ready to confront Chen Zhen at his residence. "Damn it, that brat. How dare he touch my people? Pursue my woman. Does he think having a bit of money makes him special?" Zhao Zhe, seethed with rage, one of the lackeys driving suddenly remarked. "Brother Zhe, what a thick fog, and it's red." Zhao Zhe shot him a glance. "What a fuss. It's just a little weather anomaly, nothing to gawk at. Drive faster." Zhao Zhe set off quicker than Bai Xinrui and her father. Upon arriving at Chen Zhen's residence, he found the door of the standalone house tightly shut. Zhao Zhe raised his hand to command. "Break down the door." Several lackeys stepped forward, preparing to force the door open. However, before they could act, a massive black crow swooped down from the shadows. This crow was so large that it rivaled an adult human in size. Once the pseudo-gods awakened, they would begin hunting humans. This one was likely just passing by. "What the hell?" Zhao Zhe yelped, hurriedly retreating to a safe distance. His lackeys followed suit, but one lackey who was slower in his escape fell victim to the crow. His limbs torn apart on the spot. The rest stood frozen in horror, their legs turning to jelly. What kind of monster is this? Where did it come from?" Just as the crow prepared to charge at Zhao Zhe and his group. Whoosh! Bai Xinrui and her father arrived on the scene. Observing the grim situation, they too gasped in shock. "Zhao Zhe, what are you doing here?" Bai Xinrui asked urgently upon seeing him. Zhao Zhe, already terrified to the point of tears, cried for help. "Xinrui, uncle, save me, please." In that moment of desperation, the crow lunged at Zhao Zhe and his companions. Zhao Zhe gritted his teeth, shoving one of his lackeys forward. Like the previous lackey, this one also suffered the same fate. Limbs torn apart, falling lifelessly to the ground. Bai Xinrui and her father were equally terrified, their fear mirroring Zhao Ze's. They had only seen the aftermath before, but witnessing the crow's attack firsthand made the danger all too real. "What kind of monster is this?" Bai Meng's gaze was filled with both fear and intense curiosity. Bai Xinrui's face paled. This seems to have emerged from the red mist. This truly transcends human comprehension." The crow then charged toward Bai Xinrui and her father. "We're doomed," Bai Xinrui exclaimed in horror, instinctively shutting her eyes in despair. Given the crow's speed, there was no way for her to escape. Bang! Just as the crow was but a step away from Bai Xinrui and her father, it suddenly exploded. Bai Xinrui opened her eyes in astonishment, noticing that the door of the house had swung open without her realizing it. "Chen Zhen, was that you just now?" Bai Xinrui stared at him in shock. Chen Zhen nodded, urging them. "Xinrui, Uncle Bai, quickly come inside. It's safe inside." Bai Xinrui and her father rushed in without hesitation. Zhao Zhe, seeing this, attempted to follow, but Chen Zhen blocked his path. "What do you mean, you little brat? I'm the son of the city's elite. You won't help me?" Chen Zhen replied coolly. "I consider it a blessing that I haven't killed you." Now leave that it was only because Zhao Zhe had not provoked him in the previous life that Chen Zhen refrained from slaughtering him on the spot. Zhao Zhe, recalling the earlier terrifying blow, shot Chen Zhen a venomous glare, snorted in disdain, and hurriedly retreated with the remaining men. With Chen Zhen refusing to shelter him, he had no choice but to seek a secure location to hide. Chen Zhen closed the door. Inside the house, Zhang Xiaoming, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, was sprawled on the ground, sketching some special talismans that he had endured an entire night without rest, Yet it was still insufficient for Chen Zhen to set up formations throughout the house. The formation is named the Four Suns Array, a technique imparted by a being who fused with the essence of Taoist deities during a previous life within the allied forces that it serves to repel certain mundane monsters. Safeguarding homes from destruction. Greetings, are you Chen Zhen? I have heard from Exine Rue that you possess knowledge regarding the Crimson Mist and those creatures. Bai Meng stepped forward. Chen Zhen smiled. Bai Meng, in the former allied forces, was indeed a top-tier scientist that he devised countless usable weapons and potions. Although Bai Meng ultimately did not awaken divine power, his scientific intellect ensured he held a significant position within the alliance. Moreover, with Bai Xue awakening as Meng Pe, the goddess of forgetfulness, their combined presence would undoubtedly strengthen their future alliance. The Dio not be deceived by the portrayal of Meng Pe in myths. Merely serving tea on the Naiha Bridge, in the hierarchy of deities, she ranks 48 kich, even surpassing El Dongbin in strength. With these two joining, the might of their alliance would undoubtedly flourish. That I do indeed possess some knowledge. The Crimson Mist is essentially a vessel for the deities. Deities? Bai Meng expressed astonishment, while Bai Xue appeared equally dazed. Chen Zhen continued, regrettably informing them that the apocalypse has arrived, heralding the resurgence of deities. More accurately, pseudo-deities. They will seek to dominate and confine humanity. The only silver lining is that the more formidable pseudo-deities and lower deities have yet to awaken. These are merely the vanguard minions. Upon hearing this, the two remained bewildered. Chen Zhen patiently elaborated on the nature of pseudo-deities, their ranks, and their intentions to confine humanity. After absorbing this information, both fell into silence. That moment, Chen Zhen's phone rang, to his surprise. It was Lin Shui calling. That he smirked coldly. Did she still have the audacity to call him? Answering the call, he heard Lin Shui on the other end, lamenting, Chen Zhen, please come save us. There are so many monsters here at the Tiana camping ground. It seems this woman is indeed with Zhou Kong now. Nonetheless, a visit to the Tiana camping ground is imperative, for there lies a source of divine power. You once claimed I would not meet a good end. Woo-woo, Chen Zhen, I was wrong before. I spoke thoughtlessly, and I realize you are the best. Lin Shui hurriedly apologized, her tone filled with feigned distress. With her current acquaintances, it seemed only Chen Zhen possessed any martial prowess. She had called the police, but the lines were down. Thus, she had no choice but to seek Chen Zhen's help. All right, wait for me. Chen Zhen hung up and briefed the two, instructing them to remain here. His residence is generally impervious to most monsters, and he must venture out for a while. Chapter 6. Tiana Camping Ground. By the time Chen Zhen arrived at the Tiana Camping Ground, it was already shrouded in crimson mist. Numerous official armed forces had cordoned off the area, standing guard with weapons drawn. Inside the cordon lay the heart of the Tiana Camping Ground. Swarms of lesser monsters circled above, accompanied by a colossal pseudo-deity towering at over 30 meters, emanating an oppressive aura that induced tremors. This was merely a lower deity. Having absorbed 2 spirit stones, Chen Zhen had barely reached the first rank. Second leveled, he knew he was far from a match for that lower deity. Thankfully, it had not yet fully awakened. General, may I inquire what these monsters truly are? Are there still people inside the camping ground? Will there be an official rescue? A reporter thrust a camera towards a striking woman clad in 3-star general attire. Chen Zhen recognized her. In a previous life, she had been a familiar figure, Qi Linglong, the 3-star female general of Tianlan City. Did I end her past life? Qi Linglong not only awakened extraordinary divine power, but also led a formidable faction within the alliance, demonstrating exceptional organizational and leadership skills. If she could be swayed to join his cause, it would be a tremendous asset to Qi Linglong. With her sharp brow and captivating eyes, possessed a face that was both delicate and commanding, leaving one hard-pressed to determine her gender. As the reporter pressed her with questions, Qi Linglong's brow furrowed in deep concern, yet she remained mindful of the live broadcast. The reporter persisted, General Qi, what are the official plans to protect the public? Chen Zhen stepped beyond the cordon. You withdraw immediately. This is not a place for you. A soldier in uniform shouted at Chen Zhen. Ignoring him, Chen Zhen strode toward Qi Linglong, drawing the attention of others present. Qi Linglong cast a cold glance at Chen Zhen, commanding, Halt! This area is dangerous. Retreat beyond the cordon at once. I am aware of the peril here. The danger exceeds what your firearms can withstand. Chen Zhen replied, somewhat bemused. Once, humanity had taken pride in its firearms, which might have proved effective against these lesser monsters in their early encounters. However, as days passed and the lower deities gradually awakened, the strength of these lesser monsters would increase correspondingly. Those firearms would soon be rendered obsolete. Sir, do you happen to know something? The reporter's interest was piqued by Chen Zhen's words that do you comprehend the magnitude of the current crisis? How many lives have been lost or injured? If you possess any information, please share it so the authorities can formulate a response. At such a critical juncture, resorting to moral coercion, Chen Zhen scoffed derisively. What relevance does it have to me? The reporter's face flushed with anger. Yes, a citizen of Longwa. If you are privy to the details, you ought to share them. Get lost, Chen Zhen retorted. The reporter staggered back several meters. As if struck, his expression darkening with a mix of fear and resentment, unwilling to approach further. Who exactly are you? Qi Linglong regarded the man with a newfound appreciation, her gaze penetrating. Chen Zhen replied with a faint smile. Someone who can save you. Did he refrain from extending an immediate invitation to Qi Linglong? She had yet to reach the point of genuine desperation. Even if he invited her, she would likely decline. Attempting to deceive her or sign a contract would be futile. She was too resolute and obstinate. Eventually, when the pseudo-deities descended and chaos ensued, she would gradually lose her patience. Without further ado, Chen Zhen leaped, propelling himself dozens of meters forward and charging into the depths of the camping ground. Witnessing this, Qi Linglong's expression shifted. Such jumping ability was beyond human capability. The nearby reporter, astonished, barked commands to the cameraman. Quick, capture this! No, we must follow him. The emergence of these monsters alongside such an extraordinary individual constituted a major news story that if he could seize this opportunity, he would become a rising star in journalism. The cameraman hesitated, but there are so many monsters inside. It's too dangerous. Should we really go in? The reporter's frustration flared. Do you intend to live off that meager salary for a month? Do you wish to earn money or not? Ultimately, the cameraman followed suit. Meanwhile, amidst Qi Linglong's and the others' momentary distraction, they failed to notice that the reporter and cameraman had also ventured inside. Following Chen Zhen's path, they found themselves amidst a landscape strewn with the corpses of lesser monsters, serving as their guideposts. Had he slain all of these? The reporter trembled, not from fear but from exhilaration, while the authorities could only suppress these creatures with firepower. It took considerable effort to eliminate even one, yet here lay a veritable graveyard of monsters. At least a dozen. The cameraman too was shaken, genuinely terrified. Keep the camera steady. Don't shake it or we won't see anything. Did that person really kill these monsters? Unbelievable. Firearms can't even kill them. This is the apocalypse. That man must be a mutated human in this new world. Nonsense, while he does exhibit signs of mutation. Those monsters could not possibly have been slain by him. They likely fought amongst themselves. That makes sense. After all, humans can't possibly defeat such creatures. There are simply too many. They must have turned on each other. Viewers in the live stream erupted into fervor, yet they found it difficult to believe that Chen Zhen was the one responsible for the carnage. The reporter, glancing at the comments flooding the screen, exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, who is truly behind all of this? Stay tuned as we continue our advance." Fortune favored the bold. As Chen Zhen wreaked havoc, many lesser monsters instinctively chose to flee by the time they reached their destination. There were no more monsters in sight. Chen Zhen pressed onward, his gaze fixated on an expansive lake within the camping ground, where a divine essence lay dormant, that IT was designated as divine code. 023. Yinglong. Yinglong, one of the ancestral dragons, was not merely a dragon king favored by the Jade Emperor, but a being of true significance. Finally, Chen Zhen arrived at the camping ground, where several corpses lay scattered about. But no living souls remained, and a swift scan revealed to Chen Zhen that the absence of life was not due to a lack of survivors, but rather that they were all hiding. Chen Zhen. A voice filled with surprise rang in his ears. He turned to see a disheveled woman emerging from a nearby hollow, her face covered in dirt. It was Lin Shui. Lin Shui rushed to Chen Zhen. "You truly came to save me. How many people did you bring? Is there an army?" As she spoke, a man also crawled out from the hollow. Zhou Kong, appearing somewhat disheveled as well, that he spotted Chen Zhen. His expression slightly awkward. "There were simply too many monsters, so I hid with Shui. Is that truly the case?" Chen Zhen sneered. Yet he dismissed it. I came alone without an army. They are all outside. And they won't come in. Chapter 7. The Origin of Yinglong. Came here alone. The army is outside. Chen Zhen distinctly observed that as he uttered these words, the faces of Lin Shui and Zhou Kong changed. Zhou Kong, somewhat irritated, retorted, with so many monsters around, what good does it do for you to come in alone? If there's an army outside, why didn't you call them in with you? I see you have no intention of saving either me or Shui. Indeed, having one more person only increases the burden. Do you understand? Lin Shui echoed, her face equally exasperated. Even though it was not the first time Chen Zhen faced Zhou Kong and Lin Shui's shamelessness, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. These two individuals, that it was true, he had not come to rescue Zhou Kong and Lin Shui. Yet from their perspective, he was there to save them. For someone who was supposedly there to help, they expressed not a shred of gratitude, but instead laid blame upon him that on ordinary days they might have shown some restraint. But now, with the apocalypse looming, their true natures were fully revealed. Help! Please save us! A cry echoed from the woods outside the camp. With hurried footsteps, the previous reporters and photographers rushed in. Not far behind them, a swarm of small monsters followed closely. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Kong and Lin Shui turned pale with fear. The reporters glanced at Chen Zhen, but had no time to engage with him. Spotting the tree hollow where Zhou Kong and Lin Shui had been hiding, their eyes lit up, and they hurriedly dove inside. What are you doing? Zhou Kong shouted angrily. Lin Shui tugged at him. Stop talking, quickly, get in. Just as they were about to enter the tree hollow, Lin Shui suddenly recalled something. Turning back to Chen Zhen, she said, Chen Zhen, that tree hollow won't fit. There's another cave ahead. You should hide there. Chen Zhen scoffed. A cave? Where's there a cave ahead? This woman's thoughts were indeed quite wicked. The tree hollow could barely accommodate for people. She was likely worried that if she entered, she might be forced out by him. Sending him forward would conveniently draw fire away from them. Looking up at the sky, his expression grew serious. This time, it was not merely a dozen or 20. Judging by the numbers, there were at least several hundred. Among them were even several that could rival a Tier 3 awakened being. Even in this perilous situation, he felt the weight of impending doom. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned toward the nearby lake and leaped directly into the water. Meanwhile, within the tree hollow, the photographer, under the reporter's command, was stealthily capturing images from outside. What is happening? Did he make a move? The reporter asked, his anticipation palpable. The photographer shook his head in disappointment. He ran away, jumped into the lake. The reporter frowned. It seemed he truly hadn't made a move. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. I told you, how could a mere human possibly contend with such monsters? How amusing. He turned and jumped into the lake. Who would believe he was the one killing those monsters? Disperse, disperse. There's nothing left to see. Let's just pray the reporters and photographers survive. The audience in the live chat expressed their disappointment, unaware that Chen Zhen was swimming at the bottom of the lake. After searching for a while, he spotted a fish radiating a faint golden glow. Found it. This was the one. He could sense the aura of the fish resonating with the celestial palace within him. Akin to the essence of the great sage, equal to heaven, the fish swam automatically to his hand. Chen Zhen grasped it, and the fish transformed into a beam of light, merging into his body. A vast surge of power flowed into him once more. Fusion 10. Fusion 30. Fusion 50. Fusion 80. Fusion 100. Origin: Yinglong. Codename: 23. Attribute: Apocalypse. Level: Tier 1, Level 1, Divine Skill. Water Manipulation. He had initially thought that merging with the origin of Yinglong would take an entire day and night. However, to his astonishment, it took merely a little over 2 hours to complete the fusion. That it seemed that the previous fusion with the essence of the Great Sage had taken longer due to it being his first fusion and the higher divine codename associated with it. He waved his hand, and the water responded to his thoughts. This was the water manipulation technique most adeptly wielded by the Dragon Clan, that a swirling column of water lifted his body to the surface, allowing him to hover in midair. The clear, resonant sound of water caught the attention of the small monsters in the sky. Had they not dispersed, not only had they not dispersed, but it appeared there were even more than before. Chen Zhen realized that these small monsters were not solely drawn by the reporters and photographers. His prior commotion from slaying them had likely attracted them as well. What sound is that? The reporter asked, alarmed, glancing at the photographer. The photographer stared in shock at the scene unfolding before the lens. It's him. He has emerged from the water. The reporter was astonished. He was in the water for over 2 hours. But recalling Chen Zhen's previous inhuman jumping ability, he felt somewhat reassured. Moreover, he was now flying in the air. The photographer stammered, "He is flying in the air?" The reporter gasped in shock, quickly looking through the camera lens. Indeed, Chen Zhen was suspended in midair. Zhou Kong and Lin Shui also gazed at the screen. How is this possible? Chen Zhen can actually fly, Zhou Kong muttered, a strong sense of regret welling up within him. Had he known this fellow was so formidable, he should have treated him with a bit more respect. That he turned to Lin Shui, gravely stating, "Shuier, it's up to you now." Lin Shui understood that Zhou Kong was implying Chen Zhen had feelings for her. As for Chen Zhen, the wealthy heir, she felt nothing at all. However, with their lives at stake, she had no time to contemplate such matters. Nodding earnestly, she confidently declared, "Don't worry, Chen Zhen will definitely not abandon us." In her view, since Chen Zhen had appeared here, he must have had her in mind. Regardless of any grievances, he would surely not forsake her. Chapter 8. I have become the villain. Is this still a human? Not only can he jump that far, but he can also fly. His ability to fly is indeed astonishing. It seems he truly has mutated under the apocalypse, but that doesn't mean he can fight these monsters. In the live broadcast room, discussions erupted among the audience. The reporter, seeing the barrage of comments and the rapidly rising viewer count, exclaimed with bright eyes, "Don't shake the camera. Focus on him. Aim at that man." Without needing to be told, the photographer did not dare to slack off, keeping the camera trained on Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen was somewhat taken aback. He had merely intended to use the buoyancy of the water to lift himself to the surface. But unexpectedly, it propelled him into the sky. The column of water beneath him swayed like a swimming dragon. However, he could distinctly feel that the water manipulation would consume a substantial amount of the divine power from the origin of Yinglong. In contrast, the divine power from the origin of the great sage had not been depleted, likely due to the significant differences in their attributes. Chen Zhen understood that he could not sustain this for long. As he observed the small monsters pursuing him, his desire to fight diminished. While feigning an attack with the water column, he soared above the crowd, contemplating his escape into the distance. He saw Chen Zhen walking on waves. Lin Shui and Zhou Kong became anxious. Lin Shui hurriedly emerged from the tree hollow, shouting, Chen Zhen, I'm here, please take us away." He had almost forgotten about these two nuisances. However, he had no intention of personally dealing with them. As he noticed Chen Zhen's gradually receding figure, Lin Shui and Zhou Kang's eyes were filled with malice and resentment. Zhou Kong bellowed, "Chen Zhen, do you have any conscience? We are your best friends. And you just abandon us?" Yet his shout attracted the attention of several small monsters. The reporter, having heard Zhou Kong and Lin Shui's earlier words, felt a spark of inspiration, remembering Chen Zhen's attitude toward him. A flicker of resentment crossed his face. He turned to Zhou Kong and Lin Shui, asking, "Hello, we are reporters from Tianlan City Television. Are you friends of the man who can fly?" Zhou Kong replied indignantly, "Isn't it obvious? I grew up alongside him. His name is Chen Zhen. Who would have thought he could be so ruthless? Actually, I am Chen Zhen's girlfriend, but I never imagined he would be so heartless in the face of danger." Lin Shui added, her eyes reddening. The reporter gestured, and the camera appropriately focused on Zhou Kong and Lin Shui, capturing a close-up of Lin Shui's tears. The reporter was elated. This is a major scoop. A childhood friend and a girlfriend. The so-called Chen Zhen, possessing some abilities, had actually abandoned two important people. As expected, he glanced at the live chat. Damn, I'm starting to get angry. What kind of mutated human is this? Just a piece of trash. He actually abandoned his girlfriend and best friend. What a piece of garbage. This scum should die sooner rather than later. Die. The viewers in the live stream were equally outraged. The reporters secretly rejoiced. This not only vented his anger, but also resulted in a major news story. Suddenly, the photographer exclaimed, "Oh no, that Chen Zhen seems to be in danger." The reporter followed his gaze. Suddenly, the majestic and imposing lower deity moved, striking a powerful blow towards Chen Zhen's back. Chen Zhen felt a tempestuous wind rushing towards him. Leaving him no time to ponder, he swiftly utilized the blood water in the air to coalesce into a shield. Bang! The blow from the false god struck Chen Zhen squarely on his back, propelling him several dozen meters away. To his astonishment, he emerged unscathed, maintaining a steady escape. The recent attack had indeed been perilous. Had it not been for the blood shield absorbing a significant portion of the force, combined with his own toughened skin and iron bones, he might have faced death or a lifelong disability. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Zhen's forehead. Shouldn't the lower deity remain dormant for a few more days? How had it awakened so soon? Its eyes were devoid of any light, showing no signs of revival. Could it be that this lower deity sensed the divine essence within him, prompting such mechanical aggression? With a sudden thud, the lower deity knelt before Chen Zhen. In that instant, the earth trembled, and a resounding roar echoed across the camp. He hesitated. Should he seize this opportunity to eliminate the lower deity? The bodies of these false gods contained exceptionally pure divine power, much stronger than spirit stones. Absorbing such power would undoubtedly elevate his awakening level. However, this thought lingered only briefly in his mind before he cast it aside. To slay a god, one needed to attain a first-grade 4th level of cultivation to stand a chance, but he was still far from that. After a brief analysis, he chose not to linger and turned to flee the camp. This scene erupted in chaos before the live broadcast. Heavens, why is that monster not attacking him, but instead kneeling before him? Could it be that he is in league with those monsters? What kind of mutated being is this? That person is clearly a monster too. Observing the fervent reactions in the live chat, the reporter hurriedly inquired of Zhou Kong and Lin Shui. How do you interpret this scene? Zhou Kong and Lin Shui had also seen the comments in the chat. Without hesitation, Zhou Kong declared, I always knew this kid was suspicious. Just days ago, he threatened me, claiming he wanted my life after the apocalypse. Clearly, he has been in cahoots with these monsters all along. He is a traitor. Lin Shui emphatically concurred. Indeed, he even attempted to harm Zhou Kong. His intent was unmistakably to kill him. He is a traitor to humanity. With their statements, the atmosphere in the live broadcast surged to new heights. The reporter couldn't help but smirk. How dare he tell him to leave? Let us see who will ultimately be forced to leave. At that moment, his phone rang. The reporter answered, and a deep voice resonated from the other end. This is Zhao Zhe. The reporter paused momentarily. Which Zhao Zhe? I am the son of the city lord of Tianlan City. Zhao Zhe. The voice on the phone was nearly frantic. The son of the city lord. The reporter jolted, quickly adopting a respectful tone. Ah, Zhao Xiao. What may I do for you? The ability to reach him and the fact that he remembered the son of the city lord was named Zhao Zhe indicated it was undoubtedly the real person. The reporter was elated. Yes, Zhao Xiao. Zhang Xiaoming, seething with anger, approached with his phone in hand. Zhengge, look at what these people online are saying. I am a reporter from this station, Qian Duo. These images were all captured by me. Based on Chen Zhen's actions and corroborated by those around him, this individual is undoubtedly a traitor to humanity. The person beside me is the son of the city lord, Zhao Zhe, who has promised generous rewards for anyone who captures Chen Zhen. After speaking, Qian Duo turned the camera toward Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe first greeted the camera before continuing. In these times of rampant monsters, we still have traitors like Chen Zhen aiding them from within our ranks. Humanity is becoming increasingly perilous. I am preparing to establish a sanctuary capable of accommodating at least 300,000 people. Anyone in need may come to my sanctuary. Chapter 9. The Essence of the Golden Cicada. What right does he have to capture you? Just because of a few words in a video. He claims you are a traitor to humanity? Zhang Xiaoming had only been acquainted with Chen Zhen for 2 days. Yet he could already somewhat comprehend Chen Zhen's intentions that I suspect this Zhao Zhe's sanctuary is not for our benefit. Zhang Xiaoming exclaimed with disgust. Chen Zhen fixed his gaze and nodded slightly. You are correct. Zhao Zhe's call for people to the sanctuary is a guise for sacrifice. Sacrifice. The voice of Bai Xinrui. Not Zhang Xiaoming's, echoed with surprise. Bai Meng, Bai Xinrui's father, also looked over, and it was indeed around this time that Zhao Zhe, under the pretense of a sanctuary, would lead over 100,000 citizens of Tianlan City to their doom, offering their souls as sacrifices to the false gods, thus aiding in their revival and enhancing their powers. The only way to rapidly gain belief power was to forcibly extract it. Belief power could come from sincere prayers, the purest form of belief, or be drawn from the souls of individuals, which was a unique belief each person harbored: wealth, freedom, women, or even evil. since this form of belief did not belong to any false god. They could only resort to extraction, that he spoke slowly. In 2 days, some false gods will awaken. Zhao Ze must have received guidance from one of them. He intends to sacrifice the souls of the citizens of Tianlan City to help the false gods revive and gain greater strength. Becoming their servants, upon hearing this, the audience fell silent. Zhang Xiaoming, who considered himself merely an ordinary citizen, felt discomfort at the thought of so many lives being sacrificed. Bai Xinrui and Bai Meng exchanged glances. Speechless, Bai Meng, a researcher, had dedicated his work to benefit the people, yet now the citizens were dying before him. You are so powerful now. Will you? Bai Xinrui hesitated, wanting to ask if Chen Zhen would intervene to help. However, he currently lacked the strength to confront the false gods that if he had that ability, he would willingly assist, but risking his life was out of the question. Surviving was essential to do more good for humanity. Xiaoming, Xinrui, tonight the divine essence will choose suitable humans for fusion. You must be vigilant for the awakening moment and not miss it. Chen Zhen diverted the topic that I end 2 days, as the false gods revived. The true divine essences would be eagerly seeking hosts, especially tonight. Numerous divine essences would be searching for hosts. Zhang Xiaoming and Bai Xinrui nodded in silence. Chen Zhen then looked at Bai Meng. Uncle, I recall you once researched a method to enhance the human potential to its fullest that I regret I lack the equipment here. But after tomorrow, let Zhang Xiaoming find a way to procure it. I've already given him the funds, but I am uncertain if it can be accomplished. Bai Meng nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. That night, Zhang Xiaoming, Bai Xinrui, and Chen Zhen each remained in their respective rooms. Chen Zhen pondered whether he could continue to awaken with 2 divine essences within him. Even if he could not, he would protect the 2 of them, that he already sensed the fluctuations of divine power emanating from Zhang Xiaoming and Bai Xinrui's rooms. Those 2 familiar divine powers belonged to one, El Zhu, El Dongbin, and another, Meng Po. He chuckled wryly, realizing that he likely would not awaken any further divine essences in this life, that he could only rely on absorption. Suddenly, a tremor jolted through his mind that a familiar, yet foreign divine essence entered his body, that a golden swastika symbol coalesced in his chest. Fusion 10 to Fusion 30 to Fusion 60 to Fusion 80 to Fusion 100. Essence, Golden Cicada, Code, 21, Attribute, Meritorious Deed. Level, 1st grade. 2nd level, Divine Technique. Golden Cicada Shedding Shell, another divine essence with a prominent code, and an awakening level directly reaching the 1st grade, 2nd level. As Chen Zhen had anticipated, the essence attributes were compatible, allowing for shared awakening of divine power. Toughened Skin and Iron Bones, Water Manipulation Technique, Golden Cicada Shedding Shell. These 3 divine techniques could potentially combine to enable him to contend with the lower deity. The next day, Chen Zhen practiced the divine techniques repeatedly until he could execute them with ease. The 1st grade, 1st level Annihilation Divine Power, Water Manipulation Technique, could transform a single drop into a fountain, if elevated to a higher tier. He could potentially flood an army. Meanwhile, Golden Cicada Shedding Shell was an exceptional escape technique. That moment, a hurried knock echoed from outside the door. Chen Zhen approached and opened it to find Qi Linglong, who bore injuries. The wound on her abdomen was not inflicted by a monster, but was a gunshot wound. Chen Zhen quickly supported her, attempting to lead her inside. Qi Linglong, however, halted him, saying, "You can save those citizens." "Can't you?" "I cannot," Chen Zhen replied decisively, leaving her no room for hope. But Qi Linglong, looking frail, implored, "I overheard Zhao Ze's plan to sacrifice the citizens. I was injured while escaping. I know you are powerful. If you can save those citizens, I will do anything you ask, but it must be quick. I'm running out of time." As she spoke, she even tugged at her blouse. Chen Zhen was momentarily taken aback. He vowed that while he found Qi Linglong appealing, his interest lay solely in her awakened abilities. Isn't it beautiful? Outside, Bai Xinrui stood waiting to guide Qi Linglong, casting a lingering glance at Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen cleared his throat, diverting his gaze. "Xinrui, please help her inside." Bai Xinrui mocked, yet still assisted Qi Linglong into the room. "You have awakened as Meng Po and should possess the ability to save lives. I entrust her to you." Chen Zhen turned his head away. Bai Xinrui taunted, "If you want to look, then just look. You are even more reserved than Zhang Xiaoming. See how openly he gazes." Chen Zhen turned to see Zhang Xiaoming, his eyes nearly bulging. "Zhengu, you already have Sister Bai. We agreed not to have a harem. Zhang Xiaoming turned with a face full of grievance. Chen Zhen shot him a fierce glare. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Xinrui was uninterested in their banter and had already taken Qi Linglong inside for treatment. Chapter 10. The power of laws. Though Bai Xinrui had just awakened, she could still handle minor injuries of mortals, especially if they were not yet at death's door. As expected, after approximately 2 hours, Bai Xinrui returned Qi Linglong to Chen Zhen. You said you could save me. I should hold some value for you. Right? Qi Linglong, now free from the threat of death, had regained her composure. Chen Zhen smiled slightly. I will not intervene. And do not forget, the internet is flooded with insults directed at me. Even if I were to save them, would they believe me? Following the dissemination of his video, citizens of Tianlan City had been clamoring for him to face justice. Qi Linglong felt a tinge of disappointment, though it was not unexpected. Chen Zhen's behavior yesterday had proven he was no fool. Why would he risk his life for her? She rose and walked towards the door. You just recovered. Where are you going? Bai Xinrui called after her. Qi Linglong, pale and resolute, replied, to save lives. Let her go. Do not stop her. Chen Zhen observed Bai Xinrui's anxious expression as she attempted to intervene, scoffing coldly. Bai Xinrui shot him a reproachful glance that in chaotic times. One must first eliminate the saint. He mused that this woman posed no threat to his interests. Otherwise, he would have already ended her life in both past and present. He harbored a deep disdain for the saintly. He had once been burdened by such ideals. Though he had survived, his comrades had perished in his previous life. He had admired Qi Linglong's devotion to her country and people, but now she appeared merely as a saint. Her lofty ideals had been predicated on her strength. Now, as a mere mortal, what right did she have? Such a saintly figure was of no use but to become a burden, unless her perspective shifted. He would never accept her. Qi Linglong remained unfazed by Chen Zhen's influence, unwavering in her conviction. There is no point in conversing with someone devoid of faith. Chen Zhen stared at her in astonishment, not moved by her words, but rather captivated by the faint vertical eye on her forehead, exuding a wispy, white fluid. Was that the power of faith? No, it resembled a form of law. He had heard rumors in his past life, but had never witnessed it firsthand. This white, law-like substance enveloped him like a cocoon. Others remained oblivious to Qi Linglong's transformation, staring blankly at Chen Zhen. Jinyu, Bai Xinrui gasped, her face pale. Chen Zhen appeared as though he had been drained of moisture, his body visibly withering. Absorb. A deep voice echoed from the celestial palace. The power of law was drawn into Chen Zhen's body, restoring him instantly. In just 1 second, he comprehended the terrifying nature of the law. Observing the horrified expressions of the three, he hastily explained, I unintentionally activated my awakened skill. Do not panic. Bai Xinrui exhaled in relief, casting a glance at Chen Zhen. You nearly scared me to death. Jingu, you're incredible. This is a life-saving technique. If danger arises, just turn into a desiccated corpse and lie down, Zhang Xiaoming said, recovering from his shock. Why am I not so fortunate? Chen Zhen smiled faintly, ignoring him. Looking at Qi Linglong, he noticed the vertical eye had vanished. From her bewildered expression, it seemed she was unaware of her hidden power. Why was her divine origin from her past life different from his? Why did the power of law resemble the power of faith so closely? Or perhaps they were the same force. Law contained the essence of faith, and faith gathered the essence of law, each nurturing the other. It was no wonder that those powerful false gods required the power of faith to consolidate their laws. In his previous life, he had possessed the celestial palace, allowing him to perceive the power of faith. Yet he had never utilized it. Now, the energy absorbed into his body was vibrant and resonated with the celestial palace, enhancing his strength to the 4th tier that he could finally slay gods. Xinrui, knock her out and bind her. Chen Zhen commanded without hesitation. Recognizing Qi Linglong's value, he intended to keep her to supply him with pure power of faith. Such a monumental undertaking as saving humanity was best left to him. She could serve as a power source in the background. What did you say? Qi Linglong exclaimed in fury. Bai Xinrui hesitated momentarily, then apologized to her before rendering Qi Linglong unconscious. Did you not say to eliminate the saint in chaotic times? Why save her? Bai Xinrui shot Chen Zhen an incredulous look. Chen Zhen chuckled. I plan to visit Zhao Zei's so-called sanctuary. Bai Xinrui was taken aback. You intend to help Qi Linglong save lives? Save lives. Since I've gained benefits from Qi Linglong, I can choose to save those I can, as long as it's within my capacity. More importantly, it is for the divine origin beneath the sanctuary. Zhao Ze has built the sanctuary in a location likely to be rife with false gods awakening. They choose to revive there for a reason. There is more divine origin available. Look after this woman. Zhang Shuming. You go buy research equipment for Uncle Bai. I will take my leave. After arranging matters for everyone, Chen Zhen departed with a bottle of Nongfu spring water. He certainly would not recklessly seek trouble with Zhao Ze. Presumably, his sanctuary had already gathered many people, perhaps even false gods awakening. His destination was the Tianhe camping site, where a yet-to-awaken false god awaited him. With the means to eliminate it, he could absorb its divine power. Chen Zhen hastened to the Tianhe camping site, now a landscape of ruins. With the bodies of small demons and human soldiers strewn about, it was clear that fierce battles had taken place here. In the depths of the forest, the towering figure knelt on the ground, just as Chen Zhen had anticipated. This false god had yet to awaken. After dispatching the remaining small demons, he leaped atop the false god's head. Channeling divine power into his hands, in an instant, he was enveloped in golden light. He clenched his fist and struck down upon the false god's head. Bang! A fissure opened in the false god's skull, consuming a third of the power of faith from the celestial palace. Damn, this power is indeed a one-time use. Fortunately, he had not directly sought out that Zhao Ze, that a chill ran down his spine. Doggo, that kid is slaughtering gods? Not far away, two figures crouched in the grass, stunned by the scene. Individuals who had just awakened divine power. They grasped the changes in the world. The one called Doggo, a 20-something with a pockmarked face and tattoos, mused, "This must be the guy Zhao Xiao is after. Let us wait for his divine power to run out. Then we can capture him and deliver him to Zhao Xiao." Doggo grinned menacingly. Bang bang. With two more punches charged with power, the cracks on the false god's head spread like gnarled tree roots. The sound of cracking echoed. Chen Zhen had exhausted all his power of faith. His body no longer felt as robust and light. Hearing the sound of shattering pottery, he extracted a drop of water from his flask, using the water manipulation technique to conjure a python that coiled around him, distancing himself from the imminent collapse of the false god. Chapter 11. The ambush. The more critical the moment, the more one must prevent unforeseen occurrences. The false god was now covered in cracks, its fragmented remains beginning to fall away. It was hollow inside. Chen Zhen picked up a shard, pondering thoughtfully. The false god crumbled. Black mist gradually seeped from its body. It was the power of annihilation. Previously, it had attacked Chen Zhen upon sensing the origin of the Yinglong, a primal greed for power. Its subsequent submission was born from a fundamental fear of that same power. Chen Zhen waved his hand, continuously absorbing the power of annihilation into his body. Then, he sat cross-legged, refining this divine power while using his consciousness to command the water-formed python to remain vigilant. Divine power could not be cultivated in a secure location like spirit stones. Once it entered the body, the risk of backlash loomed, potentially turning him into a vessel for the false god. Doggo, what is he doing? One of the figures whispered he should be absorbing divine power. I heard Zhao Xiao mention that gods have yet to awaken due to insufficient divine power extracted from the red mist. Then what are we waiting for? Let's take him down. If we seize that divine power, we can elevate our own cultivation. The black-faced man beside Xiao Go rubbed his hands eagerly. Hold on. Wait until he is fully in meditation before we ambush him. If we bring him before Zhao Xiao, surely there will be a reward of spirit stones. Xiao Go restrained the black-faced man, watching Chen Zhen's demeanor closely. Unlike Xiao Go, the black-faced man was restless, voicing his worries that if what Zhao Xiao said is true, will he even share spirit stones with us? Rest assured, I am quite familiar with our city's young master. Xiao Go remarked with a sense of assurance. He cannot tolerate being disregarded by others. Once we capture this brat, the prodigal young master will not hesitate to part with his wealth. Moreover, Xiao Go paused for a few seconds, revealing a cunning smile. Furthermore, I have already given Zhao Xiao some advice, suggesting he arrange for people to procure spirit stones. Currently, the vast majority are still unaware of the true purpose of spirit stones, as long as we exploit the information gap to purchase them at inflated prices. We can acquire as many as we desire, can't we? Truly, he is the esteemed strategist of Zhao Xiao. The man with the dark face laughed heartily. Hush! Xiao Gou signaled for him to lower his voice and scoffed. The title of strategist is hardly a compliment. Indeed, the moniker of dog-headed strategist was coined by the uncultured Zhao Xiao himself. As time passed, the pseudo-deity's body had become severely damaged, and its divine power completely exhausted. This pseudo-deity was merely a lower-tier god, possessing limited divine energy. Soon, it was subdued by Chen Zhen, transforming its power into his own according to his desires. At this critical juncture, he could no longer afford to be distracted. Even maintaining the water python had become an arduous task. The sound of wind entered Chen Zhen's ears, and the water python looked up to see a massive stone hurtling from a distance. The water python gathered a surge of water and spewed it forth, striking the boulder like an arrow. Boom! The boulder exploded, with shards raining down like hail. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 3 massive stones were hurled in quick succession from the hands of the dark-faced man. The water python shielded Chen Zhen behind it, opening its mouth wide as 3 water arrows shot forth, neutralizing the threat of the boulders. The water python, of course, was devoid of life. It was entirely controlled by Chen Zhen's will. The opponent had likely acquired the divine power of the mountain god, estimated to be around 200 in strength, but a highly fused and cultivated individual could move mountains and fill seas, making their power formidable. The dark-faced man and the water python were locked in a battle of offense and defense, evenly matched that if they could prolong the fight, it would ultimately favor Chen Zhen. This was a truth understood by the dark-faced man, as well as by Chen Zhen and Xiao Gou. Dog brother, hurry up and take action. We can't afford to delay any longer, the dark-faced man urgently called out. This is bad. Chen Zhen felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Suddenly, a massive dog leaped out from the nearby woods. Its size comparable to that of a steed, with spots on its face and stripes on its body, that a spotted tiger-striped dog. Chen Zhen had no inclination to mock its bizarre appearance. The moment Xiao Gou lunged at the water python, he had already split off a small water snake from it, but he maneuvered the water python to divert the giant dog while instructing the small water snake to intercept the flying boulder. The water python moved swiftly, quickly entering the woods, with Xiao Gou hot on its heels. That it was only when Chen Zhen controlled the water python to its limit that he halted, but he could not allow the giant dog to approach himself or the small water snake. This was Chen Zhen's swiftest decision, that if they could stall, they could turn peril into safety. Xiao Gou, with his meticulous thoughts, was not a mere dog-headed strategist for nothing. He had deciphered Chen Zhen's intentions. However, the threat posed by the water python was too great, and it needed to be dealt with first. The water python coiled around a tree, positioning itself advantageously before launching a water arrow. By the time it landed, Xiao Gou was already a yard away. What remarkable agility! Chen Zhen sighed in admiration. This was not divine power, but rather a functional response after transforming its form. The early-stage deities, capable of transformation, possessed a natural advantage. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 3 arrows were launched, and this time, Chen Zhen anticipated the trajectory, directing the arrows toward Xiao Gou's future path. In a flash, the water arrows struck the ground. Chen Zhen had still underestimated Xiao Gou's speed. As the water arrows melted, a thunderous crash echoed as the great tree toppled. The water python took advantage of this and executed a dragon's tail sweep, raising dust to assault Xiao Gou's face. Then feigned retreat, as expected. Xiao Gou did not evade, biting down on the neck of the water python like a ravenous dog. Chen Zhen's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Under his control, the water python coiled tightly around Xiao Gou's body. The barks of the dog were deafening. Meanwhile, the dark-faced man, who was still hurling boulders nearby, saw this scene and freed a hand to manipulate the sand and stones, enveloping Xiao Gou's body with a layer of hard armor. Coupled with Xiao Gou's own robust physique, he resisted the constriction of the water python. Xiao Gou grinned triumphantly, thinking, "Did you expect this? I knew there would be such a turn of events, and had already devised a counterplan. You have lost." Xiao Gou gathered strength to bite at the water python that he was celebrating too soon. Chen Zhen silently mocked, and with a thought, the water python exploded like a balloon, showering water around and enveloping Xiao Gou within. Oh no! Xiao Gou cried out, frightened and barking like a dog, no matter how he ran. The water splashes followed closely behind, swiftly forming a large water bubble. Trapped by water, Xiao Go attempted to break free with branches and stones, but they merely passed through the water, failing to impede the bubble's movement. Even the dark-faced man, despite his stupidity, could see the unfavorable situation. If this continued, Xiao Go would be drowned within half an hour. Unfortunately, he was hindered by the small water snake and could not extricate himself. And having already expended too much divine power, even gathering stones from the earth had become a strenuous task. Dog brother, forgive me. I need to relieve myself urgently. Let us regroup another day, the dark-faced man said before bolting. The scales of victory seemed to tilt in favor of Chen Zhen. But is it truly so? Chapter 12. Reduced to a captive just as the dark-faced man turned to flee, the small water snake transformed directly into water and seeped into the earth. If Chen Zhen had waited even one more second, he would have been left with no choice but to surrender. The effort of controlling the water python had already drained him significantly. Not to mention the strain of fighting on two fronts. Had he not refined the power of the pseudo-deity, elevating the awakening level of his destructive attributes to the first tier, he would have long been unable to utilize water control. Xiao Go watched his companion flee in panic, barking angrily. What a useless teammate! He gasped for air, struggling with his limbs. Minutes passed. Water continuously filled Xiao Go's mouth and nose, compressing the air in his lungs. Gurgle, gurgle, the water bubble continued to expand. His movements gradually slowed until he became still. After nearly a minute, Xiao Go remained unresponsive. Finally, the bubble burst, splattering water onto the leaves and soil. Chen Zhen, of course, wished to maintain the bubble longer. But he too had reached his limit. The last 10 minutes were a forced exertion on his part that as Xiao Go fell to the ground. Regaining his human form, Chen Zhen also succumbed to unconsciousness. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Go coughed violently. Lying on the ground and retching, he nearly lost his life as a dog, but thank heavens for my cunning. Xiao Go greedily inhaled the fresh air. It dawned on him that the greatest wealth in life is the ability to breathe freely. In that moment, he appeared to grasp the essence of life, muttering to himself. But now was not the time for reflection, that he rose to his feet and turned to look at the fallen Chen Zhen. Matters of importance were at hand. He hastily gathered some vines and bound Chen Zhen tightly, that he knew full well that these materials could not restrain a conscious Chen Zhen. It was merely for his own peace of mind. Night fell. An oddly patterned bowl was abruptly overturned in the city center. It was enormous. Towering 100 meters high, It had emerged after the onset of the red mist, and now it served as Zhao Zai's stronghold. Everything seemed premeditated. Zhao Zai too had been guided to this place by the voice in his mind. Xiao Go carried Chen Zhen through an underground passage into the interior of the bowl. Inside, it was brightly lit. Chen Zhen squinted his eyes, surveying the internal structure. The divine power within him had yet to be fully refined, and now was the critical moment for breaking through the awakening level. Regardless of the outcome, he must feign death to the end. Zhao Zai lounged on a sofa atop a high platform, with reporters and photographers flanking him on the left, while Zhou Kong and Lin Shui stood on the right. Zhao Zai paid them no mind, but as long as he spoke ill of Chen Zhen enough to diminish his worth, he could secure a place for them. Directly below the high platform lay a vast square, where thousands of people were gathered around a cauldron, sitting cross-legged in prayer for divine protection. Xiao Go threw Chen Zhen before Zhao Zai, bearing a fervent smile. Xiao, you may find this hard to believe. But when Blackstone and I went to investigate the situation at the Tiana campsite, we happened upon Chen Zhen slaughtering deities, causing the heavens to darken and the earth to quake. Upon hearing the name Chen Zhen, the crowd became agitated. Zhao Zai leapt from the sofa, kicking Chen Zhen's shoulder and flipping him over. Indeed, it is you, you scoundrel. Zhao Zai gritted his teeth. First he had stolen his woman, and now this humiliation. He had never endured such indignity. Zhao Zai unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Chen Zhen. Although Chen Zhen had not yet regained his divine power, this level of assault was akin to mere tickling to his durable physique. However, seeing Zhou Kong and Lin Shui wearing expressions of schadenfreude, Chen Zhen couldn't help but clench his fists. Those two scoundrels were still alive. Zhao Zai, as if kicking a steel pillar, felt his body go numb. He collapsed onto the sofa, clutching his foot and wailing in agony. Sensing the moment, Zhou Kong discreetly exchanged glances with Lin Shui. Lin Shui immediately understood and knelt before Zhao Zai, removing his shoes and massaging his feet. Zhao Xiao, please forgive me. It was Snow's folly. She was blinded by hatred. Please pardon her. Zhao Zhe shot her a furious glare. Who do you think you are to make demands of me? Get lost. Lin Shui had not anticipated that her flattery would be met with such contempt, her face displaying shock in terms of looks. While she could not compare to Bai Xinrui, she was still the class beauty. Seeing this, Zhou Kong hurriedly helped Lin Shui up, laughing nervously. Zhao Xiao, I apologize. It was Snow's ignorance. She was overwhelmed by emotion. Please forgive her. Zhao Zhe shot Zhou Kong a glare. You two get lost. Your face is making me furious. Zhou Kong was in a panic. Leaving now would be tantamount to seeking death. For those without awakened divine power, finding a powerful patron was their only way out. Zhou Kong and Lin Shui both knelt down in unison, praying, Dao beseeched, Master Zhe, I implore you to overlook the transgressions of the petty and allow us to remain by your side. We are willing to brave fire and water for you. Heh heh. Zhao Zhe scoffed contemptuously, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, their jeers piercing Lin Shui's heart like sharp daggers. Tears of grievance traced her exquisite features, yet she dared not weep openly. Gritting her teeth, she grasped Chen Zhen's arm tightly, in her eyes. The humiliation she endured today was entirely Chen Zhen's fault. Had he not made an appearance, she and Zhou Kong could have clung to the son of the city's leader, living a life of unparalleled privilege. What could a pair of shameless lovers do for me? I'll count to 3. If you don't get lost, you'll find yourselves in the square too. Zhao Zhe stifled his laughter, amusement dancing on his features. Zhou Kong was not a fool. He sensed the trap and hurriedly pulled Lin Shui away. If we do not remain here, there will be another place for us. Chen Zhen, Zhao Zhe, just you wait. Yet where could they possibly go? As the farce concluded, Zhao Zhe lost interest. Dog, how did you manage to capture Chen Zhen? At last, it was showtime. Xiao Go, brimming with delight, leaned forward and began to speak animatedly. The tale of the scuffle would undoubtedly be embellished. Unlike ordinary folk, he did not boast of his own martial prowess, but rather focused on how he outsmarted Chen Zhen. Never brag about being able to fight. Otherwise, when faced with a formidable opponent, one must stand firm. This not only risks revealing one's strength, but also invites grave danger. Strategy, on the other hand, is different. One can sit like Zhuge Liang in the Three Kingdoms, orchestrating plans from a position of comfort. Excellent, splendid. Zhao Zhe clapped in praise, truly deserving of the title my canine strategist. From now on, whenever I have a morsel of meat, there shall be a bone for you. Xiao Go exaggeratedly shook his body. Thank you for your appreciation, young Master Zhao. Previously, he felt as though he could be replaced at any moment, but now it was different. Zhao Zhe waved towards a tall man in a suit nearby. Hey Ji Ba. Hey Ji Ba stepped forward, bowing his head in response. What are your orders, young master? Take the dog brother, to receive 5 spirit stones. Zhao Zhe spat into his palm, rubbing it together as he tidied a few unruly strands of hair. And send someone to invite the lord and lady here. Ever since he had the pretense of a deity as his backing, Zhao Zhe styled his hair into a slick-back look in his mind. Those with influence and power should resemble the gambling god portrayed by the actor Fa Ge. Impeccably dressed in a suit with hair meticulously styled. Yes, young master. He Ji Ba bowed deeply. Thank you, young master. Xiao Go rubbed his fists together, a scheming smile gracing his face that he anticipated merely 3 spirit stones. Truly, the prodigal son was the type he favored. While they conversed, Chen Zhen remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. Surrounding the square were elevated platforms, manned by armed guards that it seemed the military of this city had made their choice. The crowd at the square center had begun to grow impatient, whispering among themselves. Zhao Zhe glanced at the time. It's about time. Let us commence. Performing this play will benefit you. Chapter 13. Zhao Zhe's Conspiracy. Fear not, young Master Zhao. Inciting emotions is our specialty. Chen Duo had been waiting eagerly, her smile radiant upon hearing this. Zhao Zhe lounged back, coolly calculating what blessings the divine would bestow upon him. Chen Duo cleared her throat, instructing the cameraman, watch for my signals. Film as directed, understood? The cameraman nodded silently, holding up a mobile device. This live stream had been pre-arranged in Chen Duo's personal streaming room. Naturally, she aimed to seize this opportunity for fame and fortune. After adjusting her appearance, she signaled 3, 2, 1 at the stream begins. Welcome, viewers, to Duo Witnesses Miracles. We are currently at the refuge base constructed by Mr. Zhao for humanity, which is impressively vast and can temporarily shelter 20 to 30,000 people that as the camera panned. Viewers could clearly see the structure of the bowl-shaped base. The streaming room was already filled with millions of viewers, and the comment section exploded. Wow, I visited Tianlong City numerous times and have never seen this base. Did they really construct such a massive project in just a day or two? A true infrastructural genius. Young Master Zhao. Indeed, does young Master Zhao truly have divine assistance? Humanity has hope. Mr. Zhao is righteous. The stream was a whirlwind of planes, rockets, and celebrations. Observing the flood of gifts on the screen, Chen Duo performed with even greater fervor. Pointing to the center of the square, she announced, "What you see now are the first batch of chosen lucky individuals. According to young Master Zhao, they will officially receive the blessings of the divine at 7 p.m. Is this for real? It sounds increasingly absurd. It feels unreliable. Are they just trying to attract attention? How could obtaining divine power be so simple? Ridiculous. Are they just feasting on the apocalypse, gnawing on blood buns?" The skepticism in the streaming room grew louder, with even curses being hurled. However, Chen Duo had anticipated this. With just 10 minutes left to witness the miracle, she encouraged everyone to wait for this moment together. "I truly don't understand why you all are barking like dogs that won't you know the truth soon enough. Those who doubt should stay home and wait for death." Exactly. How will you explain the emergence of those with extraordinary abilities? Mr. Zhao is offering us a second chance. He is righteous. As the commentators emerged, the tide of comments swiftly shifted. While we wait, let us collectively judge a human scoundrel. Chen Duo gesture for the cameraman to focus on Chen Zhen. This individual should be familiar to all. He conspired with monsters to attempt to obliterate humanity. After his plan was exposed, he callously abandoned his girlfriend and plotted against his good friend, truly heinous. Fortunately, Mr. Zhao intervened and captured this scoundrel. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Kill him. Why let such a menace live? Bastard, a traitor must be skinned alive. Let him endure the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. One by one, for our satisfaction. Chen Zhen did not need to glance at the comments to surmise that everyone wished to feast upon his flesh and wear his skin. Chen Duo understood the sentiments of the crowd. But before dealing with Chen Zhen, let us hear from Mr. Zhao about how he uncovered Chen Zhen's schemes and secured a path for humanity. Before we turn the camera to Mr. Zhao, I ask everyone to type "justice will prevail" in the chat. Shall we? Mr. Zhao is righteous. Justice will prevail. A unanimous chorus of comments flooded the screen that as the camera focused on Zhao Ze. He instantly donned a new facade, smiling humbly. "Good evening, dear friends. I regret to inform you. The apocalypse has arrived. Chen Zhen is merely a guide for the demons. The true calamity has yet to unfold. However, there is no need for panic. The divine is aware of the impending catastrophe and will soon descend to purify these monsters. Before that, the divine shall grant us power to ensure humanity's survival. That I trust that some have already received the divine's bestowed strength, but that is far from sufficient. Thus, the divine guided me to construct this base, where we can assist everyone in receiving their blessings. There are 30,000 spots available, and time is of the essence. First come, first served." Regarding Chen Zhen, Zhao Ze glanced at the time. 7 p.m. was approaching. After the first batch receives their blessings, we shall judge him together. The script above was meticulously tailored for Zhao Ze by Chen Duo. Observing the comments, the impact was evident. Young Master Zhao is truly my reborn benefactor. Justice will prevail. Humanity shall triumph. I'm in tears. Ever since the red mist appeared, my family has been hiding in the bathroom, afraid to make a sound while eating and drinking. Now, we finally see hope. Eliminate Chen Zhen. Destroy the monsters. She wiped away her tears, composed herself, and stated, "Next, let us witness the miracle. These individuals are also heroes of humanity." The cameraman directed the lens toward the central square, where a dense crowd sat upright. Their hearts filled with trepidation that in an instant, green mist enveloped the square, as if indescribable spirits danced about. The sounds of wailing filled the air. Though obscured from view, it was evident that they were enduring unimaginable torment. Shortly after, various forms of faith energy began to disperse. Chen Zhen had long since refined the apocalyptic power of the false deity within him, awakening it to an unprecedented level that he secretly channeled divine energy, drawing in streams of faith energy into his celestial palace. Although the purity of this faith energy paled in comparison to Qi Linglong's, its sheer quantity was significant. With their support, Chen Zhen's strength could reach the pinnacle of the first-grade fourth level. At this moment, the surrounding false deities were also absorbing faith energy. Meanwhile, a heated discussion ignited within the streaming room. It sounds ominous. Could something go wrong? To gain divine power, one must shed their mortal coil. Of course, it will be painful. They have endured so much for humanity. I hope they can hold on. Those afraid of pain should not go. Let the opportunity be given to others. That a few minutes later, the clamorous cries within the arena finally subsided, and the green mist dissipated. That a beam of light suddenly illuminated the central area. Astonishingly, the humans who had once been present remained unscathed, slowly ascending with the radiance. Wow, they truly ascended. Long live the warriors. Beautiful host, may I register in advance? I fear no pain, and I am filled with a sense of justice. The thought of a family being selected together is simply delightful. The scene of ascension not only unsettled the viewers in the live stream, but also ignited excitement among the bodyguards and soldiers present. That it was strikingly realistic, flawless in every aspect. Only Chen Zhen frowned deeply. Perhaps due to the celestial palace, he could discern that these individuals were manifestations of divine power in a green, fluffy form. Was there an unparalleled pseudo-god present? Creating illusions is not particularly difficult, but conjuring tangible entities requires immense strength. Moreover, Chen Zhen always sensed that the power of the pseudo-god had yet to awaken. Otherwise, even with his celestial palace, his current cultivation level would not suffice to see through such advanced divine techniques. Just as Chen Zhen was engulfed in unease, a massive axe descended from above, accompanied by violent tremors. The axe cleaved Chen's head in two. Chapter 14. Slaying two gods, he roared furiously. It is you who have stolen my divine power. You are truly damned. The onlookers in the live stream were taken aback by this spectacle. What manner of creature was this, resembling the clay statues found in temples? Could it be a deity descended to earth? Its appearance is far too lifelike. Regardless, as long as it can eliminate that scoundrel Chen Zhen, it is on the side of justice. The cameraman, terrified, found his legs turning to jelly, the camera shaking uncontrollably as his phone nearly slipped from his grasp. Qian Duo cast a disparaging glance at him, snatching the phone away to capture the pseudo-god from every conceivable angle. Zhao Zhe had already crouched behind the sofa, disregarding his disheveled hair. Though filled with trepidation, he remembered the mission assigned to him by the pseudo-god, daring not to err in the slightest. Thus, he commanded Qian Duo to immediately terminate the live stream. Should this creature reveal any unspeakable secrets, all their efforts would be in vain. Although reluctant, Qian Duo dared not defy the wishes of this young master, retreating to the side and begrudgingly shutting down the live stream. Everyone held their breath, watching the pseudo-god wielding the massive axe, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping them. Unbeknownst to them, the pseudo-god unexpectedly fell silent, its lantern-like eyes filled with confusion as it gazed at Chen Zhen's lifeless body. Great deity, why is there no blood on the corpse? Zhao Zhe also sensed something amiss, his pupils constricting sharply. That it is universally acknowledged that extraordinary occurrences often signal the presence of something sinister. The giant axe-wielding pseudo-god resembled a bizarrely large infant, peering around curiously. Chen Zhen lay against the neck of a pseudo-god that had yet to regain consciousness, observing secretly. The incident transpired so suddenly that Chen Zhen had no time to evade the pseudo-god's lethal strike and resorted to the golden cicada shedding its shell technique. He left behind a puppet in his place while his true self shrank to the size of a fly, narrowly escaping the calamity. That he discerned that the revived pseudo-god must have been forcibly awakened, resulting in its sluggish responses, perhaps due to absorbing an excess of divine power. Thus, at the very least, it had delayed Zhao Zhe's plans. Just as he prepared to depart, 3 wisps of azure smoke emerged from the cauldron in the center of the plaza. Heading toward the 3 pseudo-gods' point, one of the wisps was being absorbed by the pseudo-god beneath Chen Zhen's feet. This is bad. That powerful pseudo-god has made its move. Chen Zhen dared not hesitate. Pouring out all the water from his kettle, which instantly transformed into a cerulean dragon, he stood atop the dragon's head, swiftly retreating to the center of the plaza. Chen Zhen, you have indeed not perished. Zhao Zhe stomped his feet in frustration. According to the original plan, all the pseudo-gods within the arena should have been revived. It's that Chen Zhen again. Why are you doing this? Zhao Zhe exclaimed, tears of rage welling in his eyes. Great deity, strike him down. As the word strike left his lips, the giant axe-wielding pseudo-god charged violently toward Chen Zhen from a distance of 100 meters. It leaped into the air, gripping the axe's handle, preparing to cleave Chen Zhen in two. Thief. You are a thief. Return my divine power. Chen Zhen waved his hand, causing the dragon to dissolve, and the ground became 50 centimeters deep in water. He walked upon the waves, evading the axe's strike. The giant axe-wielding pseudo-god relentlessly swung left and right, while Chen Zhen used the waves to dodge. This creature, though massive, displayed surprisingly agile movements, with each axe attack spaced 3 seconds apart. Understanding its pattern, Chen Zhen seized the moment when it raised the giant axe, summoning a dragon that coiled around its body, binding it tightly. Standing atop the dragon's head, Chen Zhen delivered a decisive punch, striking the pseudo-god's head. With the power of divine belief, Chen Zhen possessed peak 4th-level strength. With one blow, he shattered half of the pseudo-god's head. Following that, another punch caused the foolish giant to crack, ultimately crumbling into ruin. Impudent. You dare to slay a god. Feel my wrath. A colossal pillar crashed through the air. The newly revived pseudo-god, resembling a diamond warrior with powerful limbs, grasped one end of the massive pillar. Chen Zhen dared not confront it head-on. As the dragon transformed into water, he landed on the waves. Dare to wield a stick before your grandfather. You seek a beating. Chen Zhen danced upon the waves, skillfully dodging the pillar's strikes while closing in on the diamond pseudo-god. Whoosh! A wave of murderous intent bore down upon him, prompting Chen Zhen to move his fingers slightly, diverting the waves. The colossal arrow grazed past him, embedding itself in the ground. What a thick arrow! As soon as he regained his footing, Chen Zhen looked up to see the spider-like pseudo-god crouching atop the cauldron, preparing to summon another arrow. In that brief moment of pause, the diamond pseudo-god leapt into the air, descending with a forceful impact. What an opportunity! Chen Zhen did not retreat, but instead moved closer, positioning himself beneath the diamond pseudo-god. I'll die, little brat. Just as the words left its mouth, a whoosh sounded, and the colossal arrow pierced the diamond pseudo-god's body. Mine. The spider pseudo-god appeared somewhat embarrassed. You blind dead spider, if you can't coordinate, then get out of the way. Enraged, the diamond pseudo-god plummeted to the ground, pinned down by the colossal arrow. Chen Zhen dared not pause. The chance was fleeting, but he clasped his hands together, summoning towering waves that obscured the spider pseudo-god's vision. Having made a mistake before, it could not afford to attack recklessly again. Chen Zhen gathered his strength and sprinted up the massive pillar. The diamond pseudo-god was struggling to free itself from the arrow's grasp. When it spotted Chen Zhen, fear flickered in its eyes. Chen Zhen's fists radiated golden light, exuding a fierce aura. Bang, bang. With 2 resounding impacts, the diamond pseudo-god's arms broke, and it reverted to a mere clay statue. All of its divine power had been concentrated in the pillar. Once freed, it was simply a clay Buddha. The moment Chen Zhen touched the pillar, he felt it being absorbed by the celestial palace. This surprising transformation left Chen Zhen somewhat bewildered. Can this celestial palace also store physical objects? Indeed, it contains a considerable amount of merit-based divine power that a solemn and resonant voice emanated from the celestial palace. I shall forge a weapon for you with this. Though it may not rival the sea-settling needle, it will suffice for your needs. As the towering waves receded, Chen Zhen found himself holding an ancient bronze rod adorned with auspicious cloud patterns. Due to the fusion with the essence of the great sage, he felt entirely at ease wielding the iron rod. Diamond brother? The spider pseudo-god gazed at the heap of rubble, unable to believe its eyes. This individual seemed to possess far greater strength than initially apparent. It gathered 3 arrows, aiming them in 3 directions. Chen Zhen stood precisely at the center of the 3 arrows, their tips resonating and forming a crimson thread of connection. I shall avenge my diamond brother. The spider pseudo-god drew back its bow, the arrow glowing with intense red heat. Chen Zhen felt an overwhelming force pinning him down, rendering him immobile. The 3 arrows surrounding him exuded the same oppressive pressure. Chapter 15. A treasure discovered. It was evident that the spider's pseudo-god was significantly stronger than the diamond one, likely related to the order of their revival. The 3 wisps of azure smoke contained such divine power. How terrifying must the pseudo-god behind them be? Chen Zhen planted the iron rod into the ground, channeling all his divine power. Extend. Sure enough, the iron rod shot upwards with tremendous force. Sizzle. The rod clashed with the colossal arrow. Sparks flying. Thud, thud, thud. The giant arrows shattered one by one, crumbling like dry noodles before the might of the iron. By the time the colossal arrows had completely vanished, the spider pseudo-god had been impaled atop the cauldron. The speed of extension was so swift that it had no time to evade. What is your name? The spider pseudo-god asked with a tone of reluctance that a pillar supporting the heavens. Chen Zhen replied after a brief contemplation. His tone casual. "A fine name," the spider pseudo-god remarked, just as the pillar expanded, utterly crushing it. Chen Zhen's divine power was now depleted and required time to recover. Even the water beneath his feet had vanished. He dared not linger and began to stride toward the entrance. The soldiers and bodyguards present dared not obstruct him. Zhao Zhe had long since hidden in a dark chamber, when deities engage in combat. Mere mortals suffer, but he did not wish to perish before reaping the rewards from the divine beings. Only Qian Duo remained, crouched in a corner, live streaming the battle scene. This spectacle was far beyond the capabilities of those poorly made fantasy films. The livestream had drawn in over 100 million viewers, truly exhilarating. Chen Zhen, this scoundrel, may be wicked, but he is undeniably handsome. I suddenly feel like switching from hating to admiring him. He's so charming. The stronger he becomes, the more perilous it is for humanity. What is wrong with you, infatuated fools? Even the deities are no match for him. Is he attempting to challenge the heavens? It's terrifying. I offer a bounty of 10 million for anyone who brings me his head. Halt! A young man's voice suddenly echoed from behind Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen froze in place. The last of the pseudo-deities had made its appearance. Its power was undoubtedly superior to that of any preceding entity. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhen swung his staff in retaliation. The staff elongated and thickened at the forefront, launching a fierce attack towards the man standing at a distance. The man's complexion turned pale, his features sharp and refined, his face devoid of expression as he braced himself to receive the blow. His body was as pliable as rubber, exhibiting remarkable elasticity that as the staff traced a semicircle through the air. His head and feet remained utterly still. When the tension reached its peak, the staff was abruptly flung away. Chen Zhen stumbled, his balance compromised. In the instant he fell, a hand seized his throat. It was dire. With a sickening crack, the man detached Chen Zhen's head. Gazing at the bloodless, severed head in his grasp, the man maintained his inscrutable demeanor. After several minutes of stillness, he finally departed in the darkened space. Countless fireflies congregated in a corner. The air was thick with a musty odor, but a solitary figure struggled to maintain composure, waving a hand to draw the fireflies into his body. Where was this place? The individual retrieved his phone, activating the flashlight function, illuminating a grand underground palace. Towering statues of pseudo-deities flanked either side. Could this be the fabled temple? Chen Zhen had heard whispers of it in his past life. It was said that every temple housed a deity, capable of summoning clouds and rain at will, effortlessly annihilating the world. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled into the temple from the alchemical furnace. Was this serendipity or misfortune? A bitter smile crossed Chen Zhen's face. Today was indeed rife with surprises. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, the screen lighting up. It was a call from Zhang Xiaoming. "Hello, Xiaoming. What is the matter?" He was still alive. Clearly, Zhang Xiaoming's words were not directed at Chen Zhen. "Are you all right? You've been gone for so long, and someone is worried about your safety." "Ouch, sis, stop twisting. It hurts." Zhang Xiaoming cried out over the phone that he refrained from divulging the truth. Given their current strength, knowing the reality would be of little consequence that's a relief. Zhang Xiaoming sighed. By the way, that rather attractive young lady has been sulking, refusing to eat or drink, and her temper is quite fierce. I mean, Boss Chen, if you're going to have a harem, you ought to choose someone with a gentler disposition, right? Both of these two are quite the handful. Chen Zhen was left speechless, while Zhang Xiaoming was hard-working and reliable. His incessant chatter was exasperating. It's fine. Let her be hungry. Chen Zhen instructed, keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape. Rest assured, someone is watching over her. Just as Zhang Xiaoming finished speaking, he was met with a scolding. It seemed they were getting along quite well, devoid of any sense of apocalyptic tension. Chen Zhen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he continued onward. After an indeterminate amount of time, he arrived at the end of the temple point. Two pseudo-deities sat upon thrones at the front of the hall, one male and one female. The female statue, however, bore a damaged head, emitting a white luminescence from the wound. Could this be divine power? Chen Zhen produced his staff and positioned it atop his head. He leaned closer to inspect the broken area. A small, glowing creature suddenly sprang forth, darting about in a panic. Chen Zhen lacked the energy to chase after it, but the staff in his hand seemed eager to pursue. Truly a divine artifact. It resonated with its master. Chen Zhen sat upon the statue of the pseudo-deity, relinquishing control. The staff surged forth like a jubilant serpent, chasing after the small creature. Moments later, the sound of playful scuffling echoed through the temple. The little creature initially screeched in terror, but soon became lively. Were those two frolicking within the temple? Chen Zhen relaxed his guard, sitting cross-legged to take advantage of the opportunity to regain a modicum of divine power. Hoping to escape sooner. Half an hour later, a chilling sensation roused Chen Zhen from his meditative state. The staff affectionately rubbed against his neck, then bent its head toward the foot of the pseudo-deity. Following its gaze, Chen Zhen spotted a 3-inch-long silver fox with pristine white fur, timidly peeking at him. The staff, resembling an older brother, glided over and tugged at one of the fox's paws, drawing it closer. With Chen Zhen's gentle smile, the silver fox gradually relinquished its resistance, brought before him by the staff. What is your name? Chen Zhen inquired softly. The 3-inch silver fox tilted its head, its emerald eyes sparkling with intelligence. No name. Chen Zhen appeared to understand its unspoken thoughts. Then from now on, you shall be called Little Fox. Upon hearing this, the silver fox began to bite its own tail, spinning joyfully in place. It leapt and bounded, amusing Chen Zhen until it finally nestled in his arms, licking its paws. Suddenly, the little fox curled up and began to retch. What's wrong, little fox? Chen Zhen gently stroked its back. Hoping to soothe it, a lotus flower emerged from its mouth, radiating a pure glow. It seemed the little fox had accidentally swallowed the lotus, frightened into doing so. This is a 12th rank pure world lotus? Chen Zhen gasped in astonishment. Legend spoke of the chaos green lotus, which had once accompanied Pangu, ultimately disintegrating with the evolution of heaven and earth. One lotus seed fell into the Western 8 virtues pool, absorbing the power of merit to become the 12th rank merit lotus. Another fell into the abyss of darkness, absorbing the power of annihilation to become the 12th rank annihilation black lotus. Yet another fell into the 3,000 waters, absorbing the power of purification to become the 12th rank pure world lotus. Lastly, one lotus seed fell to the earth, absorbing the power of creation to become the 12th rank creation blue lotus. In summary, the 12th rank lotuses are the source of awakened powers. Chen Zhen had heard his allies speak of this before. If this were indeed true, this white lotus would be a coveted primordial treasure. Alas, I have not awakened the power of purification. Otherwise, I could test its utility. Chen Zhen grasped the lotus, and in an instant, it was drawn into the immortal palace. The staff also burrowed into Chen Zhen's body, poking its head out to beckon Little Fox to follow. Chapter 16. The sacrifice of parents. Before Chen Zhen could react, Little Fox too slipped into his body, entering the immortal palace. Could it be that items imbued with divine power can all be absorbed into the immortal palace? But Little Fox is a living creature. A metal rod and a fox frolicked amid the swirling mists of the immortal palace. An elderly figure merged with the clouds, watching them with a kindly gaze. Cradling the lotus flower in his hands, after regaining a measure of divine power, Chen Zhen rose to examine the pseudo-deity beneath him. That it seemed to have lost its divine power entirely. Reduced to a mound of earth, the adjacent pseudo-deity exuded an ominous aura. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhen wasted no time, drawing forth his staff and launching a full-force strike. The impact left Chen Zhen's entire body tingling, blood trickling from his palm. Yet the pseudo-deity sustained no damage whatsoever. So resilient. He decided to try another spot. After 3 consecutive strikes, no harm was inflicted. Instead, a buzzing filled Chen Zhen's head. This pseudo-deity was undoubtedly a high deity. To be on equal footing with it, one must also be a high deity, but whose head had been shattered. Boldly, Chen Zhen hypothesized that at the moment the red mist had emerged, before the divine power had coalesced, it had been inadvertently damaged by Little Fox. Why was only this statue affected? Chen Zhen was beset with questions. Regardless, he would attempt to damage the other statues. The sound of clanging reverberated in the darkness. Exhausted, Chen Zhen was drenched in sweat. Not a single one of these pseudo-deities could be destroyed. They were all of mid-deity caliber, if they were to fully awaken. It would not only spell doom for Tianlan City, but likely obliterate the entire dragon country, that he had to establish a powerful alliance army before they could revive. Golden Cicada, shedding its shell, could only be used 3 times within a day. With one opportunity remaining, he hoped that the rubbery pseudo-deity was not among them. As the parents ascended to the heavens, their powers were boundless. Zhao Ze laughed maniacally. I am destined to be the protagonist of the apocalypse. Rascal, what do you intend to do? Release us at once. I shall pretend today never happened, questioned the middle-aged man, his face ashen, bound tightly. Sir, do not act foolishly. Release your father and me, pleaded the woman, equally bound, her nose red from crying. Did you think you were the mayor and the mayor's wife? Zhao Ze scoffed. As the apocalypse descends, only the strong are worthy of survival, and I shall be the strongest man on this earth, destined to rule this world. You 2 old fools, always pointing fingers at me, and now you dare to command me. Zhao Ze stood upon a high platform like a grand orator, impassioned and fervent. I ask you, this city belongs to our family. What is it to me if I drive over someone? What is it to me if I violate 2 women? What is it to me if I kill a few troublemakers? And you still wish to send me to prison? Is there any justice left? I only lament not having executed you sooner, you vile scoundrel. The middle-aged man, seething with rage, laughed bitterly. All my sins are upon me. This is retribution. Lord, do not speak in anger. Quickly appease her, the middle-aged woman implored. The loving mother was now tasting the bitter fruits of her leniency. This scoundrel was no longer human. Pleading with him was futile. The middle-aged man spoke with resignation, preparing for death. Very well, you are adamant. Zhao Ze clapped his hands. Black Princess. Young master commands. Use the ropes to strangle them. Zhao Ze plopped down onto a soft sofa. Crossing his legs, that I intend to savor this moment. Did I end the corner? Chen Duoduo felt a chill run down his spine. The terrifying consequences of a villain wielding boundless power are manifest. Even their own biological parents can be regarded as mere beasts. Dispatched at will, she discreetly activated her phone to record the gruesome scene. Damn, it resembled the antics of a vengeful spirit. Zhao Ze dismissively waved his hand. Quickly drag it away to feed the dogs. He Heba commanded 2 bodyguards to remove the corpse. Chen Zhen, having shrunk his form while observing the Dan furnace, swiftly darted out once he confirmed there were no pseudo-gods present. Chen Zhen, you're still alive. Zhao Ze exclaimed in astonishment. Hurry, capture him, regardless of whether he lives or dies. The soldiers present immediately opened fire on Chen Zhen. The copper-skinned and iron-boned Chen Zhen emanated a faint golden glow, rendering the bullets utterly ineffective against him. He produced a towering pillar and swept the area clean. He Heba intervened. Zhao Ze, terrified, scurried into the dark chamber behind him. Chen Zhen was capable of slaying gods. A fact not lost on He Heba. He understood all too well that, with his current strength, he could not hope to defeat Chen Zhen, that it was only the first day since his awakening, and he had yet to refine the spiritual stones bestowed upon him by Zhao Ze. Thus, he signaled for the other bodyguards to hold their positions. Fearing the appearance of a pseudo-god, Chen Zhen chose not to linger. He bound Chen Duoduo with the towering pillar and turned to leave. Surprisingly, Chen Duoduo felt secure, making no attempt to struggle, in the unpredictable presence of Zhao Ze. One could lose their life at any moment. By the time he returned home, it was well past midnight. Zhang Xiaoming lay prone on the living room floor, sketching talismans that he had awakened the essence of El Dongbin, codenamed 61, and the talismans he drew now bore greater efficacy. Upon seeing Chen Zhen, he nearly shed tears of grievance. Big brother, you can't be serious. After being gone so long, you want to abduct women? Chen Zhen, exasperated, replied, Stop being glib, that I Qi Linglong asleep. Sister Bai is watching over her. Zhang Xiuming shrugged and lowered his voice. Be careful. Both are in a foul mood tonight, and you might bear the brunt of it. Ignoring his words, Chen Zhen picked up a talisman, feigning disappointment. This is hastily drawn. It affects the efficacy. Redo it. Zhang Xiaoming. Watching Qian Duo ascend the stairs, Zhang Xiaoming clicked his tongue. A shapely figure indeed. She would bear fine sons that in a room on the second floor. Chen Zhen recounted the entire sequence of events. The expressions of Bai Xinrui and Qi Linglong softened somewhat. So, you have a way to thwart Zhao Zei's schemes? Qi Linglong inquired. Chen Zhen glanced at Qian Duo. She retreated a step. Don't look at me. I lack such capabilities. Did you not secretly film Zhao Zei murdering his parents? Chen Zhen had the opportunity to save those two, but would forfeit the chance to save many more. I did, but what will you offer in exchange? The video was Qian Duo's lifeline, not to be surrendered lightly. Your life that I don't believe you would kill me. Qian Duo massaged her shoulder, emboldened that do not negotiate with villains. Negotiate with good people. Chen Zhen aimed to save lives, thus he was a good person. Who said I would kill you? Chen Zhen scoffed. If Zhao Zei discovers you filmed the video... Qian Duo's eyes widened. Words caught in her throat. Moments later, she relented. Then you must guarantee my safety, that I in truth. She had initially planned to post the video on her social media account that on camera, she would portray herself as the hero rescuing humanity from peril. While off camera, she would be the monster who murdered her parents. Such a plot twist would generate significant buzz. She aimed to craft an image of a fearless journalist exposing the truth, eclipsing even the most popular celebrities of yore. I, Qian Duo, shall become the top influencer in this apocalypse. This entire charade was part of her design. Alright, post the video tonight and go live tomorrow morning to reveal the truth. She also recognized her own utility. The subsequent recruitment of talent would require public relations that I end this apocalypse. Mutual exploitation was the most common rule. Deal. Qian Duo stretched languidly. I'm tired. Which room shall I sleep in? With Xinrui. Chen Zhen awkwardly stated. There aren't enough rooms. You'll have to squeeze together. Bai Xinrui nodded silently. No problem, that I have a question. Qian Duo expressed her dissatisfaction. I'm not used to sharing a bed. I can't sleep with two people. Then I'll sleep with Sister Qi. Bai Xinrui grinned. To prevent someone from sneaking in at midnight. Just as Chen Zhen took a sip of water, he nearly choked. Coughing, he fled from the metaphorical battlefield. Back in his room, he took out the fragment of the pseudo-god that a bold idea sparked in his mind. To create a god, that if he could replicate the material of the pseudo-god shell and fuse it with the collected divine essences, he might be able to forge an equally powerful deity. After all, individual strength was far from sufficient. He required an army capable of slaying gods that in the temple. He had amassed over 100 divine essences, all with codes exceeding 200 that their efficacy in enhancing his own power was minimal. After a night's rest, Chen Zhen stood before the window. The crimson fog had dissipated in numerous locales, signifying the resurgence of pseudo-gods. The monsters guarding the pseudo-gods would soon shed their restraints and begin slaughtering humanity instinctively. Strengthening his abilities was the paramount task. After freshening up, he made his way to the living room. On the dining table lay breakfast prepared by Xinrui. Bai Meng, Zhang Xiaoming, and Qi Linglong were all present, yet Qian Duo was conspicuously absent. Chen Zhen felt no concern about her fleeing. If she truly intended to do so, he would not pursue her, that a foolish woman would only add risk to the team. Upon seeing Chen Zhen, Bai Xinrui served him a bowl of hot porridge that I checked. She is still asleep. Chen Zhen looked at Bai Xinrui with gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. In his previous life, this woman had sacrificed so much for him, yet he had never truly acknowledged it. Not even a single word of appreciation had been uttered. Drink your porridge. Why are you in a daze? Bai Xinrui felt embarrassed under his intense gaze, her cheeks flushing. Realizing his lapse, Chen Zhen awkwardly lowered his head to sip the porridge. Zhang Xiaoming, looking weary, cast a disdainful glance at Chen Zhen before returning to sketching talismans on the floor. So, what are your plans moving forward? Qi Linglong, having rested overnight, appeared considerably rejuvenated. Chen Zhen set down his bowl and chopsticks, recruiting talent, establishing an army. Let me handle this matter, that Qi Linglong volunteered. She had once been a 3-star general and possessed ample management experience, making her the most suitable candidate. Have Chen Duo assist you. She gained quite a few followers yesterday and can help with publicity. Chen Zhen smiled wryly. Zhao Zai's elaborate schemes had inadvertently made an inconspicuous reporter the biggest winner. Indirectly aiding him, that Qi Linglong suddenly fixed Chen Zhen with a cold gaze. Is she also part of your calculations? Just a coincidence. Chen Zhen did not wish to delve deeper into that subject and produced the fragment of the pseudo-god. Uncle Bai, please study this material and see if it can be replicated. Bai Meng, typically taciturn and a quintessential STEM talent, was always buried in research. Rest assured, leave it to me. He took the fragment, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and prepared to leave. Father, eat your breakfast before you go research. Bai Xinrui interjected that I'm full. In the past, time was money. Now, time equated to life. From the moment Chen Zhen informed him of the impending apocalypse, he had understood that he needed to do more for humanity. Chen Zhen smiled with satisfaction. With such a team as a foundation, what was there to fear in accomplishing their goals? He then glanced at Zhang Xiaoming, who had dozed off on the floor mid-sketch. While they all appeared calm on the surface, each was diligently striving in their own way to end an apocalypse. What mattered were the reasons and confidence to persevere. I am full as well. Qi Linglong rose. Her demeanor softened considerably. Her earlier doubts about Chen Zhen now filled her with shame. After all, he was the one saving lives, while she had done nothing and had no right to scrutinize his actions. Does that reporter count as one of my soldiers? Chen Zhen nodded in tacit agreement. Before long, a scream echoed from upstairs. Chen Duo. Qi Linglong, the 3-star general, even without awakening her own abilities, could easily overpower 100 Chen Duos in hand-to-hand combat. This was the law of nature. Regardless of her cunning, she was inconsequential in the face of absolute strength. Are you feeling sorry for her? If you are, go check on her. Bai Xinrui observed Chen Zhen with amusement. Teasing him, cough, cough, cough. Chen Zhen nearly choked on his porridge. He hastily changed the subject. I need to head out shortly. Remember, do not let anyone into the house. Not even refugees. No, not at all. Some pseudo-gods are adept at disguise, and their current awakening levels are too low to counteract them. There is a formation on the floor that Zhang Xiaoming reinforced, which can hold for a while. Understood. Bai Xinrui comprehended Chen Zhen's concerns. Where are you going? To meet a friend. He may provide us with spiritual stones to enhance our cultivation. Chapter 18. The Spirit Jade Plan. Inside the bustling heart of the city, Zhao Zai seethed with rage. Search high and low. You must find that wretched woman. He had meticulously orchestrated his plans, only to be betrayed by a mere reporter, and now he was in a furious uproar. His public image was inconsequential. Delaying the resurrection of the divine would cost him his life. Yes, young master. Heba, flanked by hundreds of bodyguards, strode towards the exit. Zhao Zai suppressed his fury, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, and leaned closer to a pallid-faced young man beside him. With a hesitant tone, he implored, "Great deity, could you possibly intercede with Lord Lingnu on my behalf and request an extension of time? I assure you, within a month, I shall deliver 300,000 souls for his venerable sacrifice." This, however, seemed. Zhao Zai wished to negotiate further terms. The piercing gaze of the youth startled him, sending a shiver down his spine. Should he fail, someone would undoubtedly take his place. Zhao Zai, drenched in cold sweat, turned to his bodyguard beside him, asking, "Where is Guzi?" "Brother Go hasn't been seen since he took the spirit stones yesterday. He must be in seclusion. Then I shall fetch him at once, young master." "Yes, do so." At the Tiana campsite, Chen Zhen spotted a figure lazily lounging beneath a grand tree. With a pockmarked face and a body adorned with tattoos, it was none other than Xiao Go. After the battle yesterday, Chen Zhen's divine energy had been nearly depleted. He could no longer confine Xiao Go, so he feigned unconsciousness, seizing the opportunity to capture his vital points and compel him to sign a contract, promising ample spirit stones. The two had agreed to meet at the Tiana campsite that morning. "Take this." Xiao Go tossed a piece of spirit stone to Chen Zhen, who caught it and inspected it, confirming its authenticity. "You nearly botched it yesterday," Xiao Go remarked with a mischievous grin. Initially, he had no intention of fulfilling his promise, but after witnessing several fierce battles, his mind had changed. He admired Chen Zhen's blend of courage and cunning from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he believed that someone like Zhao Zai was destined for mediocrity, Following him would only yield a bit of gain during his rise. Indeed, I almost stumbled, Chen Zhen replied with a wry smile. Over the past 7 years, he had battled numerous deities, and purely in terms of capability, Xiao Guo was the strongest. Consider it an initial investment. There are risks involved, and losses are commonplace. Chen Zhen sat cross-legged and took out a glass vial to collect the dissipating red mist. Very well. Xiao Guo stood, shaking off the dirt from his clothes. Please bring some items to the Wangshan residential area. Chen Zhen tossed the gathered red mist and spirit stone to Xiao Guo, instructing him to inform a person named Zhang Xiaoming that Uncle Bai should set aside other research and attempt to replicate the spirit stones first. Xiao Guo's eyes widened in astonishment. If this can be replicated, it would equate to controlling the world's food supply. Impressive, brother. The failures of the previous life were not solely due to betrayal from those around him, but also tied to humanity's hard power. Those who could elevate their cultivation to the first-grade 4th level were few and far between. The scarcity of spirit stones, many of which had been plundered by the lackeys of faux deities, was a significant issue. Let us hope for a smooth outcome, Chen Zhen thought, feeling uncertain. The spirit stones contained divine energy that science struggled to explain. Replication would be no simple feat if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. Xiao Guo transformed and vanished. Chen Zhen, admiring his graceful figure, chuckled broadly to be careful and inform me of any news. Xiao Guo dismissively nodded. With his intelligence, how could he not toy with Zhao Zhe? Yet, Chen Zhen's gaze irked him. You jested about using me as a mount yesterday. You weren't serious, were you? How can one take a jest seriously? We are friends, after all, friend. Let's not make this awkward. Chen Zhen felt a twinge of guilt, masking it with an awkward smile. Maximizing resource utilization is a fundamental quality of a leader. You better be. I've already considered you a brother. Xiao Guo, observing Chen Zhen's sly demeanor, felt a pang of jealousy, but found himself at a loss. In terms of combat power, he could defeat him thrice. In cunning, he admitted inferiority. With a long sigh, Xiao Guo lamented his fusion with the essence of the canine of heaven, codenamed 154, that he hoped that, out of some sense of brotherhood, Chen Zhen would grant him clemency. Yet in Chen Zhen's eyes, a brother could sometimes serve as a steed. After Xiao Guo departed, Chen Zhen glanced at the time. He had been out for over 2 hours. Given his current influence and the substantial following of Qian Duo, recruiting members should proceed smoothly, that he called Zhang Xiaoming. Upon connection, a cacophony erupted from the other end. Zhang Xiaoming's voice was filled with urgency. Chen Zhen's heart raced. Could it be that Zhao Zhe had come to confront them? Ah, Zhang Xiaoming gasped for breath. Speak quickly. You're driving me insane. Are you all safe? Chen Zhen's anger flared. Attacking their stronghold was minor compared to potential casualties. They were core members of his team, entangled with complex personal emotions. Whoever dared to endanger their lives would face his wrath, even if it meant tearing the heavens asunder. Your fans are too fervent. They blocking the entrance, clamoring to see you. I can barely endure their noise. Zhang Xiaoming, with dark circles under his eyes, stood at the entrance, helplessly gazing at the crowd of hundreds, as the weight in his throat finally lifted. Chen Zhen felt a wave of relief wash over him. I thought it was something serious. That can't you articulate your thoughts in one go? Zhang Xiaoming, like a distressed spouse, exclaimed with agitation, Brother Zhen, do you have no conscience? I've pulled several all-nighters crafting talismans, and they're making such a ruckus. How am I supposed to sleep? If I don't sleep, I might just drop dead. Is this not a big deal? Listening to Zhang Xiaoming's complaints, Chen Zhen felt a pang of guilt. Initially, he had purchased 20,000 talisman papers from Zhang Xiaoming's shop. Later, he had requested that he donate all the talisman papers in his warehouse, totaling around 100,000, but the crucial point was that others couldn't assist him. Having fused with the essence of Elzu, the talismans he crafted were impervious to fire and water, boasting superior defensive capabilities. The most important thing right now is for you to get a good night's sleep. Chen Zhen endeavored to soothe his emotions. Inform Linglong to house the newly recruited individuals in the residential units at Wangshan. Wangshan residential area was a creative town, comprised primarily of self-built homes devoid of high-rises. The residents were mostly affluent businessmen, with few actually residing in the community. Furthermore, due to Chen Zhen's public humiliation of the faux deity, he was branded a traitor to humanity, prompting the remaining residents to flee in panic. Chen Zhen felt gratified. As expected of a general, he needed no further instructions to know what to do. The newly recruited individuals lacked cohesion, which was Chen Zhen's greatest concern. They were drawn by his prowess in slaying deities. Should a formidable enemy arise, they could easily turn on him. Therefore, having a leader with strong dominion was crucial. After relaying the matter of Xiaoguo's delivery, he ended the call. Chapter 19. Base Construction Plan 1. Tianlan City, situated in a corner of Longhua, belongs to the fringes, once one of the top 10 military districts. The city's leadership had colluded with the military, becoming a puppet of the faux deities. The city quickly fell, leaving behind ruins and bloody scenes. Just days prior, the city government was operational, dispatching numerous police officers to maintain order in a futile attempt to resist the monster's onslaught. However, a few hundred ineffectual firearms were no match for those beasts. The city government was helplessly dissolved, with everyone fleeing for their lives that if they waited for national intervention, it would be at least a year away. Tianlan City had no choice but to rely on self-rescue. When Chen Zhen arrived at Hengshan Group, it was already evening. This back and forth had consumed considerable time, and he had also dealt with dozens of monsters along the way. Acquiring a mount that could traverse any terrain had become an urgent necessity. The buildings near Hengshan Group were in good condition, housing a large number of refugees. It was evident that a nascent awakened army had formed here. Boasting impressive efficiency. Truly commendable, they were once allies. Approaching the entrance, Chen Zhen was intercepted by a security guard. "Hey, refugees aren't allowed in. Go register at the office across the street. I am Chen Zhen. Here to discuss business with your boss." "Chen Zhen, you are indeed Chen Zhen?" The guard's demeanor shifted, tension evident as he placed his whistle in his mouth, emitting a piercing signal. Soon, a chorus of whistles echoed through the vicinity. This was the unique alarm system of the Earth Core, designed to alert nearby awakened individuals in times of crisis. Hidden among the refugees, awakened beings slowly surrounded Chen Zhen, dressed in various garbs, some in minor helmets. Others appearing as scruffy beggars, including the guard before him. In just a couple of days, such a formidable assembly had formed. Chen Zhen was astonished at a man in a white miner's hat parted the crowd. Approaching Chen Zhen with a sharp gaze. "You dare to venture alone into our territory? You have quite the nerve." Chen Zhen was somewhat perplexed. Logically, he had already cleared his name. These individuals shouldn't harbor such hostility. Attempting to sound nonchalant, he replied, "I'm here to discuss a deal with Boss Li. There's no need for an entourage." The man scoffed, "We won't conduct business with a lackey, before my brothers lose their tempers." Scram. Chen Zhen surveyed the crowd. Noting the hostile expressions on all faces, it seemed a misunderstanding had arisen that he needed to see Fat Li to clarify matters and prevent manipulation. What a pity. Ha ha ha. Such a pity. With his hands behind his back, Chen Zhen feigned regret, turning to leave. "Stop, what is so pitiable?" The man's curiosity was piqued by the nonsensical remark. Ignoring him, Chen Zhen leaped away, striding purposefully. If straightforward thinking proved ineffective, perhaps he should adopt a contrarian approach. As long as he achieved his objective, that sufficed. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist struck towards Chen Zhen's back, lowering his center of gravity. Chen Zhen absorbed the blow. Bang. The air rippled for 3 meters. Yet Chen Zhen suffered no harm, his footing unshaken. Everyone was stunned, especially the man, who was encased in rubble from head to toe, resembling a colossal stone giant. He had exerted 70% of his strength, delivering a blow that could crush 1,000 pounds. That seemingly unassuming youth had actually withstood it with sheer physicality, an unfathomable sight. They had only recently awakened their divine powers. Having fought merely against monsters, they were utterly inexperienced and had no comprehension of the extent of divine strength. Although Chen Zhen appeared at ease, he was secretly channeling divine energy, employing copper skin and iron bones to withstand the onslaught. What a clever lad, indeed. He has become a lackey of the false gods, wielding such power. Let him receive another of my punches. Information regarding the false gods have been disseminated by Qian Duo through live broadcasts. In the previous life, during the apocalypse that lasted over 6 months, humanity only came to recognize the true nature of the false gods, resulting in a missed opportunity for resistance. Chen Zhen was unwilling to allow humanity to tread the same path. Before departing, he informed Qian Duo of everything he knew. The man gathered his strength and threw another punch. However, this time he struck only at the air, for Chen Zhen had already collapsed to the ground the moment he swung. The crowd was bewildered. Just moments ago, he had seemed perfectly fine, even sporting a faint smile. How could he have fallen so suddenly? In an instant, the crowd erupted in chaos. Brother Yong is formidable. I told you this lad would not withstand it. This boy has suffered internal injuries. He may have shattered organs and won't survive long, but he still breathes, Brother Yong. What shall we do next? A 7- or 8-year-old girl piped up from the crowd with a childish voice. The boss has given orders not to kill indiscriminately. Huaner, Brother Yong is not killing a person, but a lackey of the false gods. Everyone, quiet down. I will take him to see the boss. The man regained his original appearance and picked up the miner's helmet that had fallen to the ground. He then declared, "Everyone disperse and attend to your own matters." The crowd scattered, and the man carried Chen Zhen into the building that in a lavish office, a rotund man, his face adorned with rolls of flesh and a gold chain thick as a finger around his neck, lounged on a sofa with his head resting on the lap of a female secretary. The man burst in, interrupting the sight of the secretary teasing the fat man with a grape, playfully coaxing him to open wide. The fat man, suddenly mortified, reddened. "How many times have I told you? Knock before entering. You are, after all, a leader who stands above others. Could you not show a modicum of decorum?" The man scratched his miner's helmet, chuckling. "In a moment of urgency, I forgot that I shall step out and come back with proper manners." The fat man, exasperated, retorted, "What the hell is so urgent?" The man chuckled foolishly. "When you get used to being a worker, muscle memory takes over." The fat man shook his head vehemently. "A mountain pig cannot eat fine bran. Remember, I am not a contractor now, and you are not a worker, that I am the chairman of Hengshan Group, the commander of the Civil Engineering Corps, and you are the general manager of Hengshan Group, the deputy commander of the Civil Engineering Corps. Speak and act with flair." The man nodded repeatedly. "Got it." The fat man waved his hand, dismissing the female secretary. She clung to his arm, pouting. "Be good. Listen to the baby. I still want grapes later." The fat man whispered lewdly to her, and she playfully protested. "You are so naughty." The fat man chuckled with delight. Go on, go on." This time, the man acted wisely, turning to face the wall until the secretary had left the office. Chapter 20. The Base Construction Plan 2. Let us discuss serious matters. The fat man's expression turned grave, serious, and solemn. The man placed Chen Zhen onto a chair and said, "This man claims to be Chen Zhen and has come to discuss a business deal. But I nearly beat him to death." The fat man spat out his drink. "He merely came to discuss a business deal, and you left him barely breathing. Where is the justice in that? Where is the law?" The man looked innocent. "You instructed me not to do business with bad people. Chen Zhen colluded with Zhao Ze to sacrifice humanity. Doesn't that qualify as bad? Then you needn't have struck him. Merely chase him off." The fat man began his lecture. "Violence is detrimental. Harmony brings wealth. Maintain neutrality," that he rambled on, essentially advocating for a path that offends no one and seeks survival in the cracks. Chen Zhen was nearly driven to distraction. Unable to endure further, he interrupted their conversation. "Boss Lee, I have a project worth hundreds of billions I wish to discuss with you in detail." "You are quite all right." The man was astonished. The fat man, however, maintained a calm demeanor. "Since you did not faint earlier, you must have heard our conversation." Chen Zhen smiled wryly. "When did I collude with Zhao Ze? Where did you obtain such information?" The fat man scoffed, pointing to his own head. "All wisdom resides within here. The performance you and Zhao Ze put on was quite splendid, with exceptional acting. Yet it could not deceive me." Chen Zhen gaped, momentarily speechless. "What do you mean I was acting with Zhao Ze? Pretending. You are merely pretending," the fat man sneered. "Let me ruthlessly expose you. First, you played the antagonist, drawing everyone's attention to yourself. Then Zhao Ze appeared, solidifying your identity as a lackey and compelling you to showcase your strength to the world. After that, the main event unfolded." The fat man swirled his wine glass, his gaze profound. "The plot twist. Overnight, Zhao Ze became a villain who killed his parents, while you became the hero. Now the entire world knows the name Chen Zhen." Chen Zhen chuckled. "What would be my purpose in doing this?" The fat man's eyes sparkled. "Wang Yong, I shall pose a few questions to you. When you rose to see the red mist, what was your first feeling? Curiosity or fear? When you saw the monsters within the red mist? The apocalypse has arrived, fear. What would you do? Watch the news, gather your things, and prepare to flee. What kind of news would especially catch your attention? The truth and measures that could save lives. The fat man nodded in approval at Wang Yong. At last. Some progress. Chen Zhen smiled politely, albeit awkwardly. Zhao the fat man loved to be indirect and ostentatious. You merely wish to imply that we scripted this ourselves, standing out amidst numerous reports to capture public attention. The fat man countered. Is that not the case? You could rally all the awakened individuals of the world and reign supreme in the chaos. Chen Zhen did not deny. I do indeed wish to dominate. For I aim to eradicate the false gods from our world. The fat man laughed heartily. I have said it before, my mind is filled with wisdom. You cannot deceive me. Eradicating the false gods? What a clumsy lie. Even if we gain extraordinary abilities before the divine, we remain as ants. This morning, I saw a report about a third-tier awakened individual who confidently provoked a deity, only to be reduced to mush. It is said that is the true strength of a lower deity, that if third-tier beings are so powerless, how many of them are there now? Chen Zhen was not surprised by his words. People had once acted similarly, becoming the servants of false gods, enduring their tyranny. What if I could help you enhance your strength? The fat man's face stiffened, staring blankly at Chen Zhen. Spirit stones? There are countless posts online about them, yet they are priced beyond reach. Statistically, there are fewer than 3,000 known to exist globally, though it cannot be ruled out that some individuals are hoarding them. But it is certain that they are beyond what the human world can afford. Chen Zhen chuckled lightly. I possess a sufficient quantity of spirit stones as long as you agree to help me construct a base. I will ensure your satisfaction. With that, he rose and made for the door. Remember, the divine are not invincible. They possess flesh and blood and have weaknesses. When you have made your decision, come find me at Wangshan Community. The fat man's eyes still brimmed with skepticism. Boss, there are still videos online of Chen Zhen slaying 3 deities in succession. Wang Yong scratched his miner's helmet. Perhaps he truly possesses spirit stones. The fat man pondered, rubbing his round belly, and after a moment said, Stay calm. Let the bullets fly for a while. For now, in Tianlan City's grand project, he is the only one who can take it on. Wangshan Community. The main road was patrolled by teams of 3, that upon entering the community, Chen Zhen was surrounded by the patrol team, who requested his autograph. The once quiet community soon erupted into a frenzy. Several girls, still clad in bathrobes with damp hair, clamored to take photos with Chen Zhen. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Bai Xinrui and Qi Linglong, he would have been unable to escape. Qian Duo, feeling indignant, stood defiantly in the center of the crowd, and sure enough, people flocked to her, bombarding her with questions about Chen Zhen. How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Where did that stick of yours come from? Are you a god descended to earth? And so forth. That detestable Chen Zhen. He was clearly my fan, and now he has turned into yours. Just you wait. Qian Duo's face transformed from pink to a deep shade of anger as she puffed her cheeks and stormed out of the crowd. Finally returning home, she was relieved to find some peace, although the air felt chilly. Zhang Xiaoming, usually the most talkative, was sprawled on the sofa fast asleep. To avoid disturbing him, the 3 gathered around the dining table. Chen Zhen broke the silence first, clearing his throat. Xinrui, please call Uncle Bai. We're going to host a gala. All right. Bai Xinrui set down the fruit platter and turned to head upstairs. 3 minutes later. The father and daughter took their seats, starting with Qian Duo from left to right. Let's discuss the situation today. Chen Zhen said that he opened the notebook before him and reported the circumstances. Today, we have taken in 256 individuals, among whom there are 53 awakened ones. Only 2 have codenames below 200. That is all. Qi Linglong added. The Wangshan community consists of 203 residential houses, with an average of 6 individuals assigned to each dwelling. To prevent incidents of fighting, I have divided the community into 5 zones: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and center, each managed by a control center. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhen's expression turned grave. That he was not indifferent, but the current situation was not suitable for accommodating refugees. It would not only consume manpower and resources, but also lead to various disturbances. The food stored previously did not account for the refugees, with a population of 10 million in Tianlan City. How could we manage it? Qi Linglong noticed Chen Zhen's displeasure and felt a twinge of guilt. I am truly sorry. I simply cannot bear to drive them away. Chapter 21. The First Recharge. Once the floodgates are opened, it will be uncontrollable, and more refugees will pour in. Chen Zhen had to be resolute and stated, From now on, We will no longer accept refugees seeking shelter. Inform them that we are not their saviors. Their only option is to hide and refrain from going outside as much as possible." But he did not elaborate. He was waiting for more awakened troops to appear, to join forces and eliminate the monsters in the city. That Qi Linglong nodded in agreement. She was well aware of these truths. The food stored in the basement could only last for 3 weeks at most. And from what I observed, the refugees brought only a few days' worth of provisions. Furthermore, I have heard that the military and the merchant guild are scavenging food within the city. Bai Xinrui spoke with concern. "Our food is reserved solely for the awakened ones, distributed daily in measured portions." Chen Zhen particularly emphasized, "Find a few individuals among the refugees who can cook, responsible for preparing meals for the awakened ones. These cooks will enjoy the same privileges as the awakened." Bai Xinrui felt warmth fill her heart. "I will arrange that." Chen Zhen turned to Qi Linglong. "Instruct the managers of the 5 zones to send out 20 adult males each day to forage for ingredients, ensuring they can be self-sufficient while contributing one of their gathered food as a management fee. Assign 3 awakened individuals to accompany them for their protection. Starting tomorrow, I will train those refugees to form several teams responsible for maintaining order and searching for supplies." Qi Linglong harbored a bold idea. The military base possesses a substantial cache of ammunition and firearms, and she intended to arm a force that the Tiana campsite. She had previously fought alongside soldiers against monsters. With sufficient firepower, they could eliminate them. Chen Zhen tacitly approved. However, this would lead to lax management of the awakened ones, and over time, they might not adhere to orders that as they gain power, arrogance could also grow. Inform those awakened individuals that those who obey commands will receive 2 spirit stones monthly, 3 for exceptional performance, and 5 for management. Chen Zhen pondered, realizing that only spirit stones could entice them. He would issue a promise for now, and the details could be addressed later. "Very well. Unless I have other matters to attend to, I will conduct a thorough inspection of the community." Qi Linglong rose and glanced at Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo looked at Chen Zhen with a pleading expression. Chen Zhen ignored her and inquired of Bai Meng. "Uncle Bai, is the experiment progressing smoothly?" "Damn Chen Zhen." Qian Duoduo stomped her foot and followed Qi Linglong out. Chen Zhen chuckled. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Bai. Let Xinrui arrange a few assistants for you." Truly a research fanatic, Bai Meng seemed to revel in his work. This state of Bai Meng gave Chen Zhen considerable confidence. He thought if given enough time, not only could Bai Meng replicate spirit stones, but even create gods would not pose a problem. That if any materials are needed, inform Zhang Xiaoming and let him seek them out. Chen Zhen instructed. Bai Meng adjusted his glasses and smiled sheepishly. "I appreciate his help." Chen Zhen smirked. "Matchmaking? Where? With someone curvaceous?" Zhang Xiaoming sprang up from the sofa, groggy and barely able to open his eyes. "There is no talk of matchmaking. You must be dreaming." Bai Xinrui giggled. Zhang Xiaoming deflated like a punctured balloon. Late at night, when the sound of water in the bathroom ceased, Chen Zhen emerged from his bedroom. "Why is the light still on? It must be Qian Duoduo again. She is far too self-centered and willful. Qi Linglong truly needs to discipline her." Chen Zhen shook his head with a smile and pushed open the bathroom door, revealing a scene that resembled an artistic tableau. She was wrapped in a towel, showcasing her long, toned legs. Frankly, such legs could only be seen in anime. They were undoubtedly a weapon of charm. Usually, she donned military attire that concealed her perfect figure. Just by looking at her face, one could hardly imagine her figure being so voluptuous. Qi Linglong, standing before the vanity, let out a startled exclamation. Holding by Xinrui's cosmetics, her cheeks flushed crimson. Chen Zhen was taken aback and hurriedly lowered his head, turning away while lowering his voice. "Don't scream. I can explain." Having come from a military background, Qi Linglong had never engaged in romance, nor had any man seen her body. She instinctively darted behind the curtain like a startled deer. The bathroom floor was slick, and in her moment of panic, she slipped and fell. Before the towel could drop, Chen Zhen swiftly approached and caught the falling Qi Linglong. Their eyes met, breaths mingling in that instant. Chen Zhen felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, akin to a euphoric ascent. "Sister Qi, are you all right?" From the adjoining room, Bai Xinrui's voice inquired. Chen Zhen cursed inwardly. "This is bad." He dashed out of the bathroom, closing the door behind him. That a sudden inspiration struck him. He grabbed the little fox sleeping in the celestial palace and placed it at the door. "I apologize, little fox. It's time to pay rent." "Oh, such a beautiful little fox. Qi Linglong, come and take a look. Soon, Bai Xinrui picked up the little fox. Gently stroking its pristine fur, Qi Linglong opened the door, forcing herself to appear calm. Oh, it's not a mouse. You nearly scared me to death just now. Qian Duo finally found her weakness and laughed heartily. Haha, a grand general frightened by a mouse. That has something to make one guffaw. The little fox, awakened from its slumber, curiously surveyed the two women. It was unafraid, having seen everything Chen Zhen encountered in the celestial palace. The little fox knew they were not malicious beings and particularly enjoyed Qi Linglong's scent, reminiscent of the divine realm. Seizing the moment, Chen Zhen opened the door and casually remarked, "It is my newly acquired spirit beast, named Little Fox." With that, he closed the door again. Qi Linglong stared blankly at Chen Zhen's door, her heart racing that he considered himself not to be a lewd man. Otherwise, he would not have been so thoroughly deceived by Lin Shui in his previous life, with divine power surging within him. His strength far exceeded that of a first-grade fourth level. Once in a meditative state, he could indeed sense a pure power of belief. This would resolve the issue of recharging. Yet a new dilemma arose. How could he absorb Qi Linglong's breath? Sneaking into her room while they slept? Clearly, that was unfeasible. What kind of person would that make Chen Zhen? To state it plainly, that would likely lead to misunderstandings, even if he managed to explain. It would still be awkward. After much deliberation, Chen Zhen concluded. The only way was to secretly extract the power of belief from within Qi Linglong. Chapter 22. The Five-Person Monster Hunting Team. Once a bustling Tianlan city, it now lay shrouded in silence. Only the oversized monsters roamed the streets in search of prey. That a 10-meter-long giant rat scaled the side of a building, sniffing the air for human scent. A silent gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing the giant rat's skull. Flesh and blood splattered as the giant rat plummeted from the air. About two more shots followed. The rat fell swiftly, but those two shots struck its head with precision. The delivery has been packaged and is ready for shipment. The window of the opposite building, a girl with a doll-like face dressed in camouflage lay prone, through the scope of her sniper rifle. She observed the falling giant rat. The delivery person is in position and ready to receive. The voice of a middle-aged man with a gravelly tone crackled through her earpiece. Did I say, can you two refrain from playing such childish games? A mature woman, also clad in camouflage, emerged from an alley. Following her was a middle-aged man with 2 cigarettes pinched between his fingers. You still lack romance, he chided. After his remark, the middle-aged man took 2 deep drags from his cigarette. Stop being so tedious. Take it down. There are over 10 monsters within a kilometer. If they notice us, it will cause unnecessary trouble. The mature woman's eyes scanned the surroundings like a radar. Watch me perform. The middle-aged man, with a greasy smirk, transformed into a glowing turtle. He withdrew his limbs and head into a shell, racing toward the landing spot of the giant rat. The moment the rat hit the ground, a turtle claw emerged from the shell and embedded itself into the giant rat. The next instant, sharp claws flew, shredding the rat into countless pieces. Tonight, we feast on rat meat. The middle-aged man laughed broadly. It's been days since I've eaten meat. I am starving. Be careful above. The mature woman's pupils dilated as she warned anxiously. Roar. A chilling cry pierced the air as a 30-foot-long, 2-headed white tiger concealed itself on the 3rd floor of the building. It lunged from the window, aiming to pounce on the middle-aged man. The strike was as swift as lightning, and in an instant, its sharp claws grasped the turtle shell. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The ambush appeared to be remarkably successful, leaving the short and stout middle-aged man in a state of utter helplessness. Fortunately, the turtle shell was sufficiently robust to withstand the relentless tearing of the 2-headed white tiger. I end this stalemate. One head of the white tiger opened its jaws wide, gathering a sphere of white energy. Are you joking? I'm quite easy to tear apart. Go ahead and give it another shot without resorting to your trump card. The middle-aged man found himself in a state of bemusement. The crack of a sniper rifle rang out once more, the bullet striking the other head of the 2-headed white tiger. Roar. This blow interrupted the energy accumulation. Just as the girl was about to fire a second shot, a sharp cry of a predatory bird echoed through the air. An eagle with an 8-meter wingspan swooped down towards her, its feathers as sharp as steel, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Unfazed, the girl crouched down and fired 2 shots at the eagle in rapid succession. Her marksmanship was impeccable, both shots finding their mark on the swiftly moving eagle. The bullets ricocheted off with two ringing sparks, leaving her frowning in frustration. Fortunately, she chose to ignore it and continued firing at the white tiger to provide cover for the middle-aged man. The eagle screeched furiously, its cries piercing the eardrums. With a streamlined body, it moved with lightning speed, charging at her. As it approached, it extended its golden claws, capable of eviscerating a man. Thunder rumbled. The eagle suddenly froze, colliding violently with the building, shards of glass exploding into the air. That a young man with wings on his back fluttered his wings, hovering outside the shattered window. The ferocious bird, cloaked in darkness, was severely injured but not fatally so. Its rage palpable. Stay still, and it'll spare us both the trouble. The young man stared blankly at the fallen eagle, attempting to communicate with it through words. How could the supreme ruler of the skies submit? Its profound eyes were filled with defiance. The young man adjusted his glasses and raised a hand. Thunder roared again, causing the eagle to shudder, a spray of blood erupting over 2 meters high. As it completely lost its vitality, the alley's entrance, a mature woman seemed to sense impending danger, her eyes fixed intently on the dark depths of the alley. Hiss! A pair of golden vertical pupils glimmered in her sight. Frigid and surrounded by a surging darkness, each movement resembled the crashing waves of the S. As the mature woman retreated, a massive serpent's head emerged from the alley. Its black scales gleamed like a steel helmet, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. The still struggling middle-aged man spotted it from afar, clapping his hands in approval. Tonight, we can feast on rat meat and sip snake soup. What a nourishing bounty. Dear comrades. The mature woman, however, was not in such a jovial mood. The creature she feared most was indeed a serpent, and this one was as robust as a great tree, sending shivers down her spine. A low, hushed whisper reached her ears. Sister Lon, shall we act? The mature woman could only slap her forehead, lamenting the unfortunate choice of teammates. A disheveled middle-aged man, a socially anxious masked figure, a one-track-minded academic, and a reckless wealthy girl. Sigh. At merely 33, she found herself in the role of caretaker for several oversized infants. Truly a headache. Sister Lon, shall we act? The timid whisper returned that if we don't act, shall we leave it to the Animal Control Bureau? The moment her sarcastic thoughts escaped her lips, the encircling darkness around the serpent suddenly constricted, swirling like a tempest. The serpent's golden vertical pupils narrowed instantaneously, its scales clattering to the ground as its 30-meter-long body fragmented into pieces. Everything resolved. Hurry and assist me. The middle-aged man, in his leisure, lit a cigarette, causing the two-headed white tiger to sneeze uncontrollably. The winged young man descended slowly, casually reading a book titled Man and Nature, and remarked languidly, My task tonight is to handle aerial threats. The ground is not my concern. The mature woman shrugged. I'm afraid I cannot assist. My clairvoyance is of a supportive nature. A swirling mass of black mist visibly coalesced into a humanoid form, ultimately taking the shape of a masked man in night attire. I shall heed Sister Land's command. The girl fired 2 shots, striking the head of the white tiger. That I'm only responsible for providing cover. Slaying monsters is not my duty. The middle-aged man, looking weary, replied, very well, so you choose to stand by. Mark my words, you shan't partake of my snake stew tonight. That he flicked a cigarette, but towards the two-headed white tiger's nose. Come on, swallow me whole then. That it was truly a first for the creature to encounter such eagerness from a potential meal. Though it seemed unappetizing, that greenish glow certainly hinted at divine power. The bloodied, bullet-riddled head of the tiger opened its gaping maw, cautiously inching towards the turtle. Buddy, you have terrible breath. Neglecting hygiene will not win you the affections of the tigress. The middle-aged man grimaced in distaste, retreating into his shell. The girl chewed her gum, watching the spectacle unfold without any intervention. Roar! The two-headed white tiger's thunderous growl shook the ground, swallowing the turtle whole. After several ferocious chews, a few teeth shattered. Hey, you clumsy tiger, chewing like you're snacking on sunflower seeds, the girl exclaimed from her perch above, growing increasingly agitated. I can't take it anymore. Your breath is unbearable. Just swallow me whole already. The middle-aged man's muffled voice echoed from within the tiger's mouth. Minutes passed, and having found no solution, the two-headed white tiger begrudgingly gulped him down whole. Roar. The two-headed white tiger suddenly went berserk, crashing through various obstacles, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Its movements gradually slowed until it staggered, the light in its eyes dimming, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What a foolish tiger, daring to devour a millennium-old turtle without fear of indigestion. The girl quipped in her earpiece, "Oh dear, my poor back." The middle-aged man tore open the white tiger's belly, crawling out. "Let us clean up the battlefield. We're done for tonight." Chapter 23. With great power comes greater responsibility at the top of the building. Wisps of blue smoke wafted from the window, the aroma of cooked meat wafting into everyone's nostrils. The girl swallowed hard, her gaze unwavering from the stew pot. The middle-aged man pulled out an array of spices to season the dish. And as a qualified foodie, he certainly included a bottle of aged chili sauce. The young man with wings, illuminated by the firelight, red man and nature in the night. Only the mature woman furrowed her brow. Lost in heavy thoughts, she observed the soldiers densely populating the street, searching for hidden refugees that a strikingly beautiful woman and a refined young man attempted to resist, but were swiftly silenced by a soldier's harsh reprimand. "We know Zhao Zhe, young Master Zhao. We are his friends." The man continued to explain, hoping to escape the predicament. "What nonsense about young Master Zhao?" The soldier barked. "Behave, or I'll break your legs." The two dared not speak further. The man whispered to the woman beside him, "Hurry and call Chen Zhen. Haven't come to rescue us." A night passed. Qian Duoduo teased. "Sister Qi, you put on makeup today. Your face looks so rosy." Qi Linglong, who always went barefaced, had whimsically borrowed by Xin Rui's cosmetics to see how she looked made up. Hearing Qian Duoduo's words, Qi Linglong's face flushed even more as she hugged her little fox and coldly retorted, "Be quiet." Qian Duoduo could no longer contain herself, shouting at Chen Zhen. "Chen Zhen, aren't you going to say anything? I'm a crucial member of the team. It's one thing not to be rewarded. But I have to endure her bullying every day that you'll regret this. Just wait." Qian Duoduo huffed, lowering her head to continue eating. Bai Xinrui shot Chen Zhen a disapproving glance, soothing Qian Duoduo. "Don't take it to heart. He's just a straightforward guy who doesn't know how to say nice things. Sister Bai is much gentler, unlike some people who are simply a tomboy." Qian Duoduo seized every opportunity to jab at Qi Linglong. Qi Linglong brushed it off, playfully teasing the little fox in her arms. "Zhen, this is a spirit stone I've synthesized. The effects are currently unknown, and the side effects are also unclear." Bai Bang had spent an entire night concocting, descending the stairs with evident fatigue. Bai Xinrui rushed to support her father. "Uncle Bai, you've worked hard. Rest well today. I'll come find you after I test it." Chen Zhen took the spirit stone, noting that its quality was far inferior to the genuine article. Yet he could still faintly sense the divine power within. Achieving such results in a single day was truly impressive. "Dad, first a breakfast, and then rest well," Bai Xinrui urged with concern. "And I'm in good health. No need to worry," Bai Bang reassured, patting his daughter's hand. Only then did Chen Zhen realize that Zhang Xiaoming was absent. He glanced at the sofa, finding no sign of him, that he went out early, saying he was going to set up some defense formations. Bai Xinrui, for some reason, always seemed to see through Chen Zhen's thoughts as if they had known each other for years. A warm feeling surged within her, enveloping her in tranquility. "Oh, I'll go find him." As soon as Chen Zhen stood up, Zhang Xiaoming appeared at the door. "Xiaoming, come with me." Zhang Xiaoming followed Chen Zhen into the living room. Confusion etched on his face. "What is going on? So mysteriously. Have you finally had a change of heart and want to take me for a massage? Just so you know, I'm not going to any shady places." Chen Zhen retorted impatiently. "What are you thinking? Take this spirit stone. Refine it today to enhance your cultivation." Zhang Xiaoming's disappointment was palpable. He examined the spirit stone from various angles. "Wait a minute. Zhengu, the color of this spirit stone is different from the one I sold you." Chen Zhen patted Zhang Xiaoming on the shoulder, speaking as if it were a matter of great significance. "The divine power has its attributes. Do you understand? Indeed, the power I have awakened is the purifying divine power. Spirit stones also possess attributes. This particular spirit stone is yellowish, belonging to the attribute of merit that it doesn't seem to match with me." "Does it? Spirit stones can be universally used, so rest assured I would never harm you," Chen Zhen replied with sincerity in his eyes. Zhang Xiaoming remained skeptical. I hope not. Chen Zhen took Zhang Xiaoming's hand. Good brother. When the time is right, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes brightened. Really, brother? The well-fed finally understands the hunger of the starving. Chen Zhen, come out here and give us an explanation. A throng of refugees gathered outside, with a few leading figures seething with rage. Chen Zhen approached the door and noticed that many people were rushing in from all directions. Was this an uprising? However, it seemed that only a handful were instigators, while the majority remained onlookers. Such unrest should be dealt with swiftly. The refugees had yet to unite, remaining as scattered as sand as long as a leader is established. Rules are set. The future will be much more peaceful. Explanation. What do you expect me to explain to you? Chen Zhen's gaze was piercing, laced with sarcasm, that we came to you because we trusted you. Since you have taken us in, you must take on the responsibility for our safety. Among the leaders, a burly man with a hooked nose stepped forward first. Wang Meng's words may be blunt, but they are true. Chen Zhen, we regard you as a hero. Heroes have responsibilities. Please do not let us down. You're just like us, ordinary people. Why do you get to wield such great power? A slender, scholarly middle-aged man asked himself and answered, when the apocalypse descended, the gods bestowed power upon a select few mortals, enabling them to vanquish monsters and restore peace to the world. That am I wrong? Everyone. His words were sharp and somewhat incendiary. Many in the crowd nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with jealousy and resentment, while others simmered with indignation. The middle-aged man revealed a smug smile, challenging Chen Zhen. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility, that if we were to receive the gods' blessings like you, we would also bear our share of the responsibility. This was an attempt at moral coercion. Yet they seemed oblivious to the reality. It was not that greater ability meant greater responsibility, but rather that greater ability meant greater power. Chen Zhen smiled faintly and retorted, Did you not suffer an attack from monsters last night? Wang Meng disdainfully replied, No. And so what? We hid in our own basements and were never attacked by a group of ungrateful individuals. Zhang Xiaoming was so furious he felt as if his lungs would explode. He had risen early to set up formations, only to be deemed worthless. Brother Zhen, let me take a group and drive these ingrates out. Chapter 24. There is no democracy or human rights here at this proclamation. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Having lived in peace for so long, they believed that enjoying tranquility was their inherent right. That it was not until Zhang Xiaoming's words that they realized they had lost not only their homes and wealth. Impossible. The scholarly middle-aged man stepped forward, his earlier bravado dissipating. Wang Meng's words are just his personal opinion. They do not represent the rest of us. Second that, they do not represent, came a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. An elderly man in the crowd, leaning on a cane, stepped forward to mediate. We are grateful for the patrols arranged by Leader Chen. We haven't slept well for days, and it was a relief to have a peaceful night like last night. The crowd began murmuring, voicing their grievances against Wang Meng. Zhang Xiaoming grew even more enraged. I spit on this. Why should we care about your survival? The elderly man chuckled awkwardly. We can't speak like that. These people are also part of the labor force in society. After the disaster, they will participate in production and help rebuild the nation. Chen Zhen raised his hand to silence Zhang Xiaoming, coldly stating, Just state your demands directly. I have many matters to attend to and no time for your roundabout ways. Wang Meng, feeling defiant, interjected. I heard we are to go out and search for food ourselves. Isn't that tantamount to sending us to our deaths? So this was the reason for their visit. Chen Zhen had to be resolute and make them see the truth. They were not here on vacation, nor were they guests invited by him. They were merely refugees seeking shelter from disaster. Refugees must live as refugees. Was there anyone who disagreed? Chen Zhen surveyed the crowd, each person downcast, daring neither to express anger nor dissent. Listen closely. I will only say this once. Since you have come to my territory, you must abide by my rules. There is no democracy or human rights here, only governance and survival. To live. You must each do what you can. We will ensure your safety and order. Anything beyond that is not our concern. Chen Zhen's words were firm and cutting, starkly contrasting the crowd's expectations of a safe haven. They had thought they would thrive under the shelter of a great tree. But in the end, they would have to rely on themselves. Now, does anyone have any objections? Chen Zhen fixed his gaze on Wang Meng. Di Wang Ming's face flushed crimson, and after a long pause, he could not utter a word. Chen Zhen nodded. So there are none. I will now establish 5 rules. First, no stealing or looting. Second, no stirring up trouble. Third, no violence or arson. Fourth, adhere to management. Fifth, you may voice suggestions and report issues, but do not cause unreasonable disturbances. Anyone who violates these rules, I will not be lenient. Anyone who is not left by noon today will be deemed to have voluntarily stayed. Chen Zhen patted Zhang Xiaoming on the shoulder and continued. From now on, Zhang Xiaoming will be your manager, responsible for your daily affairs. Manager? Zhang Xiaoming adjusted his pants, laughing wryly. Brother Zhen, this doesn't seem quite right. Chen Zhen replied playfully. You're the affairs manager, not the grand secretary. What are you worried about? Zhang Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his brow. You might not believe it, but despite my handsome appearance, I am still a virgin. This remark elicited laughter from the crowd, dissipating the somber atmosphere. Bai Xinrui's face turned red, and she scolded. Zhang Xiaoming, be quiet. Zhang Xiaoming made a face at Bai Xinrui and gestured a zipper across his mouth, daring not to speak further. After the laughter subsided, Chen Zhen pointed to the stern-faced Qi Linglong and introduced her. This is General Qi, whom you all should be familiar with. She will select adult males among you to form a security team and a supply team. So please cooperate. Additionally, she will also be in charge of the awakened ones. Chen Zhen then pointed to Bai Xinrui. This is Bai Xinrui. She will manage all supplies, and everyone must obey her distribution. Bai Xinrui smiled warmly. I will do my utmost to ensure fairness and justice. So please rest assured. The crowd fell silent, unwilling to take the lead. Moreover, the girl had an angelic visage and a gentle demeanor, which garnered genuine acceptance from everyone. Wang Ming. Chen Zhen called him out by name, his tone stern. I forgive you for today, borrowing a phrase from an old friend. Do not let me down. Wang Ming's body trembled. His pride was no match for his life that he hurriedly conceded. I won't dare. I was merely incited to act foolishly. The scholarly middle-aged man froze, a forced smile on his face. The leader has arranged everything so thoroughly. Everyone will keep their concerns to themselves that in my opinion, we should disperse now and not disturb the leader's breakfast. Chen Zhen smiled in satisfaction. Those who knew how to read the situation were far better than those who were stubborn. What is your name? Which district do you live in? I live in the East District, number 108, came the reply. Chen Zhen turned to Qi Linglong with a smile, arrange a management position for him in the East District. Li Yurong was filled with a mix of surprise and excitement, exclaiming, Thank you for your trust, leader. I will do my best to manage our East District and set an example among the 5 districts. Excellent. Chen Zhen gave him an approving nod. With 7 years of management experience, Chen Zhen understood human nature well. Individuals like Li Yurong were not particularly capable, but also could not be neglected. Everyone, you may disperse. Chen Zhen waved his hand and turned to enter the building. What about me? Qian Duoduo protested, tugging at Chen Zhen's sleeve. Even those who cause trouble have been given management roles. Why not arrange something for me? I am also a major internet celebrity with over 100 million followers. Others would beg for such a chance, yet you disregard my existence. Chen Zhen suddenly realized. Responding nonchalantly. Oh, you will be the head of the public relations department, and also Qi Linglong's secretary. Ha! Zhang Xiaoming laughed heartily. You get to hold 2 positions. That's quite an honor. Shut your mouth. Qian Duoduo shouted. These are merely nominal positions. One person cannot manage them all, and I refuse to be a maid for a tomboy. Qi Linglong's icy demeanor suddenly felt the sting of the term tomboy, which she had previously brushed off without a second thought that a fierce aura emanated between her brows. If I hear the words manly woman again, I shall cut out your tongue. Qian Duoduo trembled with fear. Retreating behind Chen Zhen, murmuring softly, Are you still going to take care of her? Chen Zhen chuckled, Behave well, and I will make arrangements later. Damn Chen Zhen, Qian Duoduo exclaimed, nearly in tears. Even damn Chen Zhen is not to be uttered. It's unlucky that Qi Linglong cradled the little fox, her gaze deep and contemplative. After a moment, Qian Duoduo finally managed to utter 2 words. Domineering. Bai Xinrui lowered her head, offering a faint smile tinged with bitterness. The morning's commotion concluded, and they set about their tasks as instructed. Chen Zhen was in the living room, devising the next step, when his phone vibrated that a distress message from Lin Shui appeared. Chen Zhen. Zhou Kong and I have been captured by the military. They intend to sacrifice us. please come and save us." Chen Zhen scoffed coldly, vexed that he had been unable to locate this pair of scoundrels. Despite his anger, he did not lose his composure, that he understood the consequences of a sacrifice. Not to mention the revival of the gods. Even the middle gods would be beyond their means to confront at this moment. A risk was necessary. He had to venture there once more. Chapter 25, An End to the Fateful Entanglement. Wow. Leader Li is quite popular. Having entangled himself with yet another girl. 1 Can hear her voice, but not see her. Chen Zhen was taken aback. Enough with the pretense. A sudden gust of hot wind rushed into Chen Zhen's ear. "Zhang Xiuming, are you done playing around?" Chen Zhen swiftly turned and seized the collar of an individual. Who else but Zhang Xiuming could it be? He was adept at various talismans, including the invisibility talisman, which he had demonstrated in a previous life. Zhang Xiuming revealed himself, awkwardly yet politely smiling. "Hand it over." Chen Zhen extended his hand to request the talismans. "Use them sparingly. They are my hard work." Zhang Xiuming produced a stack of talisman paper from his chest bag, explaining, "To become invisible, hold the invisibility talisman in your mouth and silently recite 8 paths hidden. Concealed in the earth, escape with 16, reveal in the jade wheel. For the listening talisman, place it in an inconspicuous spot and leave the rest to me. The explosion talisman, smoke talisman, clone talisman, and substitute talisman are unusable by others." "Got it. Stop being so nagging," Chen Zhen replied impatiently. Zhang Xiuming widened his eyes, feeling wronged. "Brother Zhen, you've hurt me deeply. You acquire it and then don't cherish it, right? How nauseating." Chen Zhen turned serious. "Distribute the invisibility talismans to Uncle Bai and Xin Rui. And also bring out the old items I previously purchased from your shop. Select some that are usable." "Okay. Are you heading out? Stay safe." Zhang Xiuming, unusually composed, wore a worried expression and asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" Chen Zhen replied nonchalantly, "No need. Someone must remain to stabilize the situation." Zhang Xiuming straightened his chest, his gaze resolute. "With me here, you need not worry about home. That's good." Chen Zhen patted Zhang Xiuming's shoulder. "Thank you." In the city center, within a bowl-shaped enclosure, a square was filled with captured refugees, numbering over 100,000, a dark mass resembling ants. Surrounding them were armed soldiers and hundreds of monsters. The refugees huddled together, too fearful to even whisper, let alone resist. At the center of a high platform sat a 5-star general clad in a military coat, but he was over 50, tall and imposing. With deep-set eyes and a thick mustache, Zhao Zhe stood to the side, bowing and scraping. "General Huang, the sacrifices are all here. Shall we begin?" The general kept his eyes closed, ignoring him. Zhao Zhe, feeling slighted, inwardly cursed. What is there to be smug about? "Old man, once I receive the favor of Lord Lingmu, I will not rest until I've plucked every hair from your lips." "What are we waiting for?" the gray-faced youth inquired, for Chen Zhen. The general's expression darkened. As long as Chen Zhen remained, he would face endless troubles that he felt uneasy. "Are you sure he will come?" The gray-faced youth's brows slightly furrowed at a chilling aura spread, causing a shiver to run down one's spine. As if a blade was poised at their throat, but he cannot. The general spoke coldly. The gray-faced youth ceased his inquiries, knowing that the opportunity to eliminate Chen Zhen was worth the wait, concealed in the shadow of the false god statue. Chen Zhen utilized the invisibility talisman, observing from the shadows that he was acutely aware that rescuing them was impossible. Acting rashly would lead to his demise, but he was there to absorb the power of belief. To prolong the revival of the middle and upper gods, the more powerful the false gods, the more they required the power of belief to activate the divine energy within them. Furthermore, the power of belief would enhance their cultivation. This information was derived from Chen Zhen's recollections across 2 lifetimes, that in a nearby corner. A wisp of green smoke rose abruptly that it was not divine energy, but the scent of incense. Were there others? Chen Zhen felt a chill. No wonder it felt as though someone was observing his every move. Whether friend or foe remained uncertain. He could only remain unflinching amidst the chaos. Half an hour passed. The general lost his patience, signaling the gray-faced youth to prepare for the sacrifice. The youth held his breath, as if establishing a connection with the upper god. Zhao Zhe, reading the room, seized the opportunity to perform. Looking up, he shouted, "Chen Zhen, I know you are here. Reveal yourself, and we will release these 100,000 sacrifices. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of desperate pleas. Zhou Kong and Lin Shui stood at the forefront. Their eyes ignited with hope upon hearing his words. Zhao Xiao, I have a way to draw him out. Zhou Kong waved his arms to attract attention. Who is he? The general inquired. Zhao Zhe cheerfully explained. Chen Zhen's good brother, his girlfriend, is also among them. Let them try, the general commanded with an air of authority. All heed the general. Zhao Zhe turned, pointing at Zhou Kong and Lin Shui. You two step forward. As long as you can draw Chen Zhen out, your lives will be spared. All right. Zhou Kong, wetting his pants, took Lin Shui's hand and approached the platform. Chen Zhen, come out. If you don't save me, you must save Shui. She is your girlfriend. After all, did I your heart made of stone? In the square, few believed that Chen Zhen's appearance would grant them escape, but this was their only chance, whether one more person died or one less. What did it matter to them? Consequently, some began to jeer. Chen Zhen, you don't care for your girlfriend's life. What kind of man are you? Please come out. Can you bear to see 100,000 perish because of you? There are children among them. You are all-powerful. Save them. The crowd wailed incessantly, a chorus of despair. Chen Zhen clenched his teeth until blood seeped from his gums, as if his life could truly exchange for the lives of 100,000. Would he do it? No, for living meant he could save more. Yet, in the face of such a situation, it was difficult not to be swayed. Humanity is inherently compassionate, especially when infants still suckle among them. Do not go out. Even if you reveal yourself, you cannot save them. That a woman's voice suddenly came from behind, soft yet resonant. Chen Zhen forced a smile. He was not so foolish. Chen Zhen, have you forgotten Aunt's dying words? She wanted us to take care of each other. Even in arguments or disputes, we must never part. Lin Shui's face was streaked with tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor. That I realized my mistake. I should not have slandered you on camera. We were misled by that reporter. You won't be angry with me, will you? Chen Zhen's smile turned. I see why at this point, to play the emotional card was utterly ridiculous. The general's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on a corner, before finally shifting away, that he was gradually losing patience and commanded, no more waiting, begin the sacrifice. Zhou Kang's legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any light in his eyes. Lin Shui's lips turned pale as she looked up and laughed maniacally, as if driven mad. Chen Zhen, you never expected this, did you? I never liked you. You were merely a purse for Zhou Kong and me. We have been together for a long time, and I have even aborted for him twice. Haha. Her laughter was ghostly and chilling. An iron rod appeared out of thin air, bending and straightening, stretching and contracting. Like a serpent or a plume of black smoke, floating in the air and then swirling around. Even the gray-faced youth, with hands as flexible as rubber, could not intervene as it struck with lightning speed. Under the watchful eyes of the general and the gray-faced youth, it approached the platform. Wretched woman, die. At the Tiana campsite, Chen Zhen had missed one opportunity. This time he would ensure he dealt with both of them. The iron rod, wreathed in black smoke, stirred up a mist, dispersing to reveal blossoming blood flowers. Zhou Kong and Lin Shui's skulls were shattered, leaving no sign of life. Chapter 26. The cruel ritual of sacrifice resumes. This sudden upheaval incited chaos among those on the stage and in the square. Zhao Zhe, under the cover of Heiji Ba, slipped into a secret chamber. The refugees attempted to escape amidst the turmoil, but were blocked by soldiers. Hundreds of monsters roamed the area, brandishing claws and gnashing their massive jaws. Only the general remained steadfast, not out of calmness, but rather ensnared by the bizarre black mist. Two beams of cold light, precise and ruthless, aimed directly at the general's neck. In an instant, green light surged, and two poison-curved blades shot forth from the black mist, revealing masked men within. Their eyes were fierce, akin to wolves or tigers. Everything transpired too swiftly. The gray-faced youth reacted quickly enough, grasping the black mist as the twin emerald blades crossed, severing the general's head from his body. That a towering figure moved with remarkable swiftness, repeatedly striking the gray-faced youth's vital points. Duong. The ball-like body exhibited exceptional elasticity. His expression remained indifferent, unfazed by the unfolding chaos. One hand seized the black mist while the other, akin to pliable clay, sought to ensnare the towering figure, and no longer directly confronting him. The towering figure deftly evaded. In a mere second, the gray-faced youth found his own arms entangled. The black mist surged upward, revealing a shadowy figure perched upon the gray-faced youth's neck. Two sharp blades descended in a scissor-like motion, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Yet, the gray-faced youth, undeterred by the impending doom, felt his neck compressed to a thin veneer, resisting the blade's advance. Duong. His neck suddenly expanded, nearly dislodging the two blades that in an instant. His arms hardened to an unyielding state, capable of exerting immense force with just a flick. The black mist was cast off and pinned to the ground, while the other hand completed its task, raising a fist reminiscent of a small mountain. The towering figure sensed the impending danger and struck towards the now hardened arm. Finally, the gray-faced youth's composure shattered. He hastily withdrew his hand, allowing the mountainous fist to descend. Boom! The platform trembled, spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Yet, the black mist and the towering figure had vanished without a trace. In a distant corner, Chen Zhen felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He had not anticipated that the concealed figure would leverage the towering figure to approach the general and execute him. Engaging in such reckless behavior without understanding the capabilities of others was indeed perilous. Thank you for saving his life, that we shall repay this kindness when the opportunity arises. A woman's voice resonated in his ears. You are formidable, yet I must advise you to depart with us, lest you be discovered sooner or later. This time, it was the clear voice of a young girl. Chen Zhen smiled wryly and shook his head. Leaving now would only lead to greater troubles. Another stubborn fool. With a gust of fresh air, the corner was devoid of any presence. The gray-faced youth rarely displayed anger, his body swelling like a balloon. Hovering above, this the sensation of human anger. The gray-faced youth pondered aloud, no matter, let the sacrifices commence. The voice was strong and resonant, emanating from the general. Chen Zhen felt sweat pooling in his palm. At some point, the severed head of the general had regrown. He picked up the severed head and scoffed, You bunch of monkeys shall not escape my grasp. Then, he crushed the head, brain matter splattering forth. In the square, everyone understood the impending calamity and made their final struggles, rushing towards the exit like a tidal wave. Gunfire erupted, and those in the front fell one by one, while those behind trampled over them in waves. The cacophony of screams and gunfire reverberated through the air, that a hell on earth, indeed. Chen Zhen shut his eyes, unwilling to witness more. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased in the square, green mist swirled, and countless spirits danced freely. Even the soldiers present were not spared. General, you deceived us. They realized their leader's true nature only in their dying moments. Various forces of faith surged forth, flooding into Chen Zhen's celestial palace like a torrential river. The gray-faced youth's expression twisted in fury as he watched a riverbed inexplicably vanish in a certain area. The feeling of rage, how exhilarating it is! The gray-faced youth bellowed, Damn pests! I've found you. A colossal fist, reminiscent of a mountain, extended for miles, carrying a rolling energy that struck with ferocity. Before the fist arrived, its presence was felt, a statue towering dozens of meters high shattered with a thunderous crash. Chen Zhen's face contorted from the force of the wind. The invisible divine power dissipated, losing its efficacy. With the source of faith power at hand, even invisibility held no significance. He summoned the towering figure to withstand the oncoming fist. Both parties strained, muscles bulging, neither willing to yield. Where their fists and iron rods met, the energy clashed like blades, impacting the unsuspecting monsters caught in the crossfire. Yes, they remained locked in combat. Hundreds of monsters encircled them from various directions. These creatures were far more formidable than those Chen Zhen encountered at the Tiana campsite. Ordinarily, he would have fled without hesitation. However, the sacrifices had only just begun. Retreating now would mean failure, that a massive wolf perched atop the head of the false god statue behind Chen Zhen. Wielding absolute territorial advantage. Seizing the moment, the wolf lunged forward, its gaping maw revealing menacing fangs. Exhaling a chilling vapor, that a sudden shiver ran down Chen Zhen's spine as he sensed danger. Being caught in a pincer attack was far from ideal. The center of the square remained a vibrant green. Recklessly entering would be akin to plunging into a boiling cauldron. In a life-or-death moment, Chen Zhen unscrewed his water flask with one hand. A coiling dragon uttered a resounding roar. In contrast, the massive wolf resembled a newborn pup. The dragon's head descended, seizing the lunging wolf. Accompanied by the wolf's agonized whimpers, bursts of blood erupted in the air. Chen Zhen was pleasantly surprised. With the enhancement of Qi Linglong's faith power, the effectiveness of the water manipulation technique underwent a qualitative leap. However, the crisis had not yet abated. Numerous monsters simultaneously launched assaults on Chen Zhen. With the dragon barely managing to shield him from harm, To escaped the constraints of the terrain. The dragon would need to act as the foundation, glancing far over 1,000 meters away. The gray-faced youth seemed to be in deep contemplation. His expression was vacant, muttering to himself, showing no intention of launching a new offensive. Was he lost in confusion? Chen Zhen was astounded by this discovery. Since the sacrifices began, he too had been absorbing faith power to bolster his strength. Although it paled in comparison to Chen Zhen's absorption, the longer it continued, the greater the threat he posed. There was no time to waste. Chapter 27. You are not handsome at all. Chen Zhen withdrew the towering figure, and the dragon propelled him into the air, narrowly evading a powerful punch. Without allowing Chen Zhen a moment's respite, monsters surged from all sides. Unconstrained by the terrain, Chen Zhen began to wreak havoc, and he summoned his rod, sweeping across the battlefield. The rod expanded and elongated, adapting freely to the terrain. Within the square, it conjured a massive wave of surging green mist. These monsters, having been enhanced, were remarkably agile. Those capable of flight ascended high into the air, while those unable to fly adeptly dodged with swift advances. A fierce bird, glowing with an ethereal light, dove like lightning, attempting to eviscerate Chen Zhen, its wings scraping a 5-centimeter gash across his abdomen. Chen Zhen, with skin as tough as iron, found the assault non-lethal. Harnessing the dragon, he unleashed water projectiles, striking the fierce bird 10 times in succession, ultimately reducing it to mere bones amidst the green mist. With the seamless cooperation of the towering figure and the dragon, the monsters quickly fell outmatched. Within mere minutes, dozens met their demise. Possessing high intelligence, the remaining monsters retreated, surrounding but not attacking. Chen Zhen was not there to eradicate them, so he refrained from aggression, wishing to conserve his strength. The standoff continued until the sacrifices approached their conclusion. With 80% of the faith power flowing into Chen Zhen's celestial palace, it was time to withdraw. Once the gray-faced youth emerged from his stupor, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. He cautiously inched towards the exit when, unexpectedly, a palm-sized monkey sprang onto his shoulder, displaying its ferocity. Had it merely been a physical attack, it would have been manageable. Yet, as he beheld a hand extending from the monkey's mouth, attempting to clutch his throat, a gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through the monkey's temple, the immense force sending its diminutive body flying askew. Chen Zhen, I owe you a life. Consider it repaid. The girl's voice echoed from behind him. Turning to look, he saw a young girl in camouflage, with a doll-like face, crouched beside a youth sporting wings, holding a book. I at you. Chen Zhen swiftly retreated. Thank you for your assistance. Enough chatter. Let's move. The girl fired several rounds to cover Chen Zhen's escape. Huang Shi is still alive. The winged youth adjusted his glasses, speaking in a somber tone. By heavens. That old man is still kicking. The girl smacked the youth on the head. Tianji, fly over and give that old hag a bullet to the head. Let's kill him again. Tianji shook his head, unhurriedly replying, my mission is to ensure your safety and assist Chen Zhen's withdrawal. I am not to involve myself further. The girl furrowed her brow, repeatedly firing at the approaching monsters. You stubborn fool. Killing Huang Shi is also one of our primary objectives. Tianji pondered briefly. That makes sense. With that, he soared into the sky, brushing past Chen Zhen. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry and retreat. Chen Zhen shouted urgently. You leave first. We need to eliminate that old stinker Huang Shi. The girl chewed gum, casting a fierce expression towards Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen felt a headache coming on. Setting aside the gray-faced youth's formidable strength, he had yet to fully grasp Huang Shi's regenerative abilities. How much could killing him 1,000 times truly accomplish? Just run away? After hesitating for a moment, Chen Zhen ultimately paused at the exit. Based on the earlier skirmishes, it was evident they were a competent team, that if he could recruit them, the strength of his legion would significantly increase. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as a silver serpent-like bolt of lightning struck the fierce bird, attacking the two, but the fierce bird went rigid, crashing heavily to the ground. That old bastard is still putting on airs at this point. The girl aimed her scope at the meditating Huang Shi, Bio, as the gunshot rang out, the gray-faced youth sprang into action. His speed was so swift that the two had no time to react. The girl's face paled, mouth agape. In her moment of closing her eyes, an iron rod interposed itself before them. Clash! The sound of collision drowned out the girl's short scream. Wow! So handsome! The girl, unable to hide her joy at having narrowly escaped death, exclaimed. Chen Zhen managed a strained smile. Thank you. The girl, sporting an odd expression, giggled. I was referring to the rod, not you. She then added seriously, You are not handsome at all, he chuckled. Tio claimed that there is no embarrassment would be a falsehood. Chen Zhen feigned composure as he declared, Leave that rubber man to me. You all handle Huangshi and these monsters. Remember, if you can kill, do so. If not, refrain from engaging in a protracted battle. Excellent. Tianji tucked the books into his bosom, adopting a serious demeanor. Hey, if we all make it out alive, lend me your stick to play with for a couple of days. That a somewhat unsuitable maturity surfaced on the girl's doll-like face. And in that fleeting moment, she seemed to transform into an adult. Chen Zhen was filled with mixed emotions. It was evident that their indifference to life and death indicated they were a suicide squad. According to the timeline, such a squad was not supposed to emerge until a year later. Could it be that the premature dissemination of false god information was altering the course of events? Chen Zhen nodded. I promise you. The girl flashed a charming smile and patted Tianji's head. Let's go. Hold on tight. Tianji warned as he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Strangely, the scattered monsters neither launched an attack nor pursued the two. The gray-faced youth was becoming increasingly hysterical. It's all my fault. I messed it up. No, it's not my fault. It's Chen Zhen's fault, yes. It's all Chen Zhen's fault. Kill him, kill him, kill him. His urgency intensified, and his emotions grew, increasingly unstable. Chen Zhen became more convinced of his suspicions. The power of faith contained various human emotions. If not completely refined, one would be susceptible to negative emotions. Chen Zhen could no longer wait. The old man Huangshi was peculiar. The two halted in midair. The girl's expression turned grave. The manner in which Huangshi acquired power bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. Could there be a divine being assisting him as well? It was only after the girl's reminder that Chen Zhen noticed the green sprites swirling around Huangshi. Was this the blessing of that high god? Chen Zhen, upon hearing those words, the gray-faced youth's eyes gradually ignited with a fierce light. Kill him. It's all his fault. Whoosh, 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 fists rained down like a torrential downpour, the air vibrating with a sharp sound. Despite being over 200 meters away, the flexing of his arms did not hinder his attack speed in the slightest. Chen Zhen glanced around, only seeing the shadows of fists, varying in size. To evade the assault, the dragon beneath his feet melted into water, and as he fell, he swung an iron rod to ensnare the gray-faced youth's body. The waves of water rippled, propelling him forward at high speed while dragging the gray-faced youth behind him. Just as he hit the water's surface, both ends suddenly expanded, floating in midair. Chen Zhen resembled a kite flyer. The faster he ran, the higher the kite soared. Kill Chen Zhen. Kill, 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 kill. The gray-faced youth, devoid of rationality, screamed mechanically. With each utterance of kill, a fist plummeted, quickly forming a cascade of fists. Judging the location of the attacks by the winds generated, Chen Zhen prepared to evade. He danced upon the water's surface. Light and agile. Just prolong the struggle. It will suffice. His objective was to buy time, waiting for the two members of the suicide squad to complete their kill. Chapter 28. Water, 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 water. By the gunshot finally rang out. A bullet piercing through Huangshi's forehead. Was it truly that simple? The girl's expression turned grave as she clearly observed through her scope that the bullet had indeed struck its target. Yet, it was merely a hit. Huangshi remained with his eyes tightly shut, the bullet hole in his forehead healing rapidly. What the hell is this monster? The girl inhaled deeply and fired 10 shots in quick succession. This time, the weapon discharged not bullets, but white energy orbs. Each orb struck different parts of Huangshi's body, and in the blink of an eye, a brilliant white light flared and then abruptly vanished, leaving only a pool of blood and flesh where Huangshi had once stood. Done. Time to wrap it up. The girl triumphantly rested the gun on her shoulder and clapped her hands. No, wait. Tianji listened intently, a look of terror spreading across his face. He's not dead yet. Be careful behind you. The monsters that had been watching suddenly launched their attacks in unison. Tenji gritted his teeth and shouted. Boom! Boom boom! Thunder roared continuously as dozens of silver arcs of lightning exploded upon the monsters, each one emitting black smoke and falling rigidly to the ground. The monsters that had not been struck by lightning continued their assault. The grounded monsters climbing up the walls, poised to pounce. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of water arrows shot forth from the mouths of 4 small water serpents, knocking down monster after monster, that a corpse of a ferocious bird fell beside the two. Its eyes suddenly snapping open, its gaze chillingly profound. Tenji's ears twitched, and he yelled, "Watch out!" Just as the word watch escaped his lips, the girl saw the ferocious bird open its mouth, from which an arm emerged. The instant the arm brushed against her clothing, she swung her gun stock, striking the bird's head. Simultaneously, Tianji distanced himself, watching the ferocious bird warily. The girl was astonished to discover that the fabric the arm had touched was eroding rapidly. She decisively discarded her top and warned, "Don't let that monster get close. It seems to have corrosive abilities." Tianji slowly shook his head. "No, Huangshi is inside that monster. I can hear his heartbeat." "What? How is that possible?" The girl was taken aback, for she clearly saw that Huangshi had been reduced to nothing. However, Tianji's hearing was never mistaken. According to his own words, everyone's heartbeat frequency was distinct in his ears. "Then let your great aunt kill you a few more times." The girl crouched down, aiming her gun at the ferocious bird, and coldly stated that in truth, firing 10 energy blasts in a day was her limit. Any subsequent shots would be ordinary bullets. The ferocious bird nimbly dodged, and even though it was hit a few times, it sustained no severe injuries, thus not affecting its movements. Tianji was drenched in sweat, his stamina and divine energy severely depleted, barely keeping up with the ferocious bird. "That I can cast Thunderstrike one more time. You watch for the right moment and aim for its heart." "All right, leave it to me." The girl ceased her erratic shooting. Realizing she had only 3 bullets left, she crouched down, holding her breath and focusing intently. Renowned as a genius sniper, she had undergone a day of specialized training with Tianji. Though the time was brief, it was sufficient for her to acclimate to the turbulence of flight. After several rounds of back and forth, the ferocious bird and Tianji entered a head-on flight pattern. Within a distance of less than 20 meters, Tianji formed hand seals and thundered, unleashing a final bolt of lightning. The lightning struck the ferocious bird while simultaneously, the gunshot rang out, the bullet hitting its heart. Tianji watched as the ferocious bird plummeted, finally exhaling a breath as it lost consciousness. The girl's call caught Chen Zhen's attention. He raised 2 fingers, and 2 spiraling waves of water caught the 2 of them with precision. It seemed the situation was under control, and Chen Zhen let out a sigh of relief. He ran while gesturing with his fingers, conjuring a shark to carry Tianji. "Hurry, retreat," Chen Zhen shouted to the girl. She nodded and climbed onto the shark's back without hesitation. The shark swam swiftly, cutting through the waves toward the exit. Scattered beneath the water were the corpses of hundreds of monsters. Among them, a blood marten had lost half its body, but suddenly opened its eyes as the shark swam past. It used its forelimbs to propel itself like an arrow, lunging into the shark's belly. An arm emerged from the blood marten's mouth, reaching for the girl. She gasped in shock, realizing there was no time to evade. Suddenly, an iron rod flew through the air, sending the blood marten hurtling away, crashing into the wall and squashing it into a pulp. In the midst of the chaos, Chen Zhen withstood a barrage of over 10 punches from the gray-faced youth, his body gliding across the water's surface. Chen Zhen felt a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thankfully, copper skin iron bones had absorbed some of the damage, and the internal injuries did not impair his combat capability. Kill, 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 kill. Chen Zhen, are you all right? The girl fired 2 shots at the gray-faced youth, attempting to draw his attention. Yet at that moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, fixated solely on the thought of killing Chen Zhen. The tide surged like a vast oceanic tsunami, half-submerging Chen Zhen's body, that in an instant, the gray-faced youth came to an abrupt halt in mid-air. Water, 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 water. The gray-faced youth suddenly grew anxious, retreating a couple of yards. Kill, 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 kill. It's my fault. No, it's Chen Zhen's fault. It's Chen Zhen, not me. There's water, there's water, there's water, there's water. That he descended into a frenzy, an iron rod shot out of the waves, aimed directly at his face. The gray-faced youth's eyes turned crimson. He did not flinch or evade, gripping one end of the towering rod with one hand, then swinging it upward, hurling Chen Zhen away. Bang! He collided with the top of the basin, producing a resonant sound. He had become foolish yet stronger. In terms of sheer strength, he was nearing the level of a demigod. Chen Zhen knew that if he could not prevail, he could use Golden Cicada Shell to escape, but what about the two who had lost their combat ability? All he could do was fight with all his might for now. Kill. As he watched the phantasmal figure approach at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, Chen Zhen shouted. With a flick of his fingers, the water dragon shot up from the ground, supporting Chen Zhen's body. Chapter 29. Do you want it, stinky brother? Ow! With a dragon's roar, a shockwave swept through the mist, weaving into a gigantic net. The gray-faced youth's cries for blood ceased, murmuring repeatedly water, 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 and hurriedly retreated from the mist. Indeed, he fears water. Thus, I, Chen Zhen, am your nemesis. Previously, his fists were frantic and fierce, yet they had never touched the splashing water, leading Chen Zhen to harbor doubts. After this test, it was evident that water was the gray-faced youth's Achilles heel. Chen Zhen? You are Chen Zhen, yes, you are Chen Zhen. I will kill you. The unwavering murderous intent of the gray-faced youth gradually allowed his anger to take precedence. Suppressing his emotions of fear and guilt, he stood on the brink of a violent outburst, surrounded by a menacing aura, with mist swirling around him, making it difficult for anyone to approach. However, during his struggle, his movements became sluggish, as if conflicting personalities within him were making contradictory choices. Chen Zhen would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. He conjured 10 water pythons that opened their mouths to unleash torrents of crystal-clear water. The gray-faced youth, utilizing his elevated position, found it not too challenging to evade. Yet in his current fractured state, the dragon's water cannon technique consistently caught him off guard. After several encirclements, water splattered onto his arms, thighs, and feet at those sites. His gray skin darkened to a deep black and hardened that a towering pillar shot forth, striking the blackened areas of his body. With each blow, the gray-faced youth lost an arm and a foot. The moment his arm and foot detached from his body, they disintegrated into granules and were swept away by the winds. The gray-faced youth suddenly let out a pained scream, his expression growing ever more grotesque. His remaining arm coiled tightly around his body, forming a cocoon that floated in the air. Chen Zhen furrowed his brows, an ominous premonition creeping over him, making him hesitant to approach, but he manipulated the dragon to expel a large bubble of water. Enveloping the cocoon, as the cocoon soaked in the water, it quickly transformed into a hard black shell. Taking advantage of the situation, the towering pillar burrowed in, delivering successive strikes that caused the shell to shed, only for a new outer cocoon to emerge. Under the relentless barrage, the cocoon shrank to less than half its original size. Suddenly, the cocoon emitted a steady and powerful heartbeat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately after, the bowl emitted a resonant tremor. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the dragon and the water pythons dissolved, plunging Chen Zhen's mind into chaos as his body fell. He could only feel the sounds come alive, penetrating his every pore in search of something. The girl and the frog on the water surface had completely lost consciousness, with fine blood seeping from their 7 orifices that if this continues, I will perish. Save me. Please save me, that a frantic plea for help echoed in his chaotic mind. Within the celestial palace, the elder cloaked in white clouds slowly opened his eyes. Boundless black lines surged towards him like a tidal wave, that a flicker of murderous intent crossed the elder's kind visage. And he gently commanded, withdraw. The celestial energy surged, radiating outward from the elder, causing the black lines to dissipate entirely. The celestial palace returned to tranquility as the elder closed his eyes once more. The celestial energy flowing like fireflies, extending in an orderly fashion to every corner of the palace. The single word withdraw from the chaos allowed Chen Zhen to regain clarity. With a flick of his finger, a coiled dragon emerged from the swirling water. Catching him, that moment, a luminous point at the center of the cocoon glimmered like a star's spark. Is it to break the cocoon and be reborn? The flames began to swell rapidly, and Chen Zhen realized this was a mutual destruction, but he pressed his palms together, and the calm water surface suddenly roiled, enveloping himself and the other two. The Chen Zhen could not estimate the explosive force. The power of the divine would surpass human comprehension. To be safe, the towering pillar encircled the three once more. Boom. The explosion echoed, shaking the earth. The interior of the bowl blazed with red light, consuming every breath of air, as roaring flames spread and the water on the ground instantly transformed into steam. Those hiding in the secret chamber, including Zhao Zhe, howled in despair, their skin peeling away layer by layer under the steam's onslaught. The bodyguards shielding Zhao Zhe were incinerated to cinders by the flames that crept in through the dark door. Green mist rose, barely preserving Zhao Zhe's life. Thud, thud, thud. Someone knocked on the towering pillar. "Come out." Chen Zhen heard a woman's voice, laced with a hint of anger. The towering pillar entered Chen Zhen's body, and soon a tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed mature woman appeared before him. Her wavy hair cascaded down. Her nose was high, and her eyes were deep-set. The first impression was that she was of mixed heritage, that on either side stood a shadowy masked man and a green turtle smoking a cigarette. "Is it you?" Chen Zhen inquired cautiously. "It is us that let's leave. This is not a place for conversation." The green turtle, cigarette in mouth, kept a wary eye on the bowl 100 meters away, at the top of a downtown skyscraper. The mature woman examined the injuries of the two men before finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Let's introduce ourselves. That I am Ma Lan, the captain of the advance team sent from the capital to Tianlan City." The masked man, hiding in the corner, spoke timidly. Team member, Zhang Wei, that a disheveled middle-aged man sat with his back to them, enveloped in a sense of desolation, as wisps of smoke narrated his emptiness. "Hey, it's your turn," Ma Lan said impatiently. Team member, Long Ao Tian. The middle-aged man replied in a deep voice that M. A. Lan, infuriated, turned to Chen Zhen with a forced smile. He is called Li Mingming, a fan of light novels and anime. "So he is a bit childish, what?" Chen Zhen thought he misheard and hesitantly confirmed. Li Mingming. Did his mother name him while watching Red Cliff on TV? If all the girls named Mingming knew, would they rush to the police station to change their names overnight? Ma Lan looked at Chen Zhen with a bittersweet expression, a playful smile emerging. "You really believe me?" "Ha, I was joking. His name is Li Pingyu, just call him Old Li." Hee. Chen Zhen forced a smile, inwardly lamenting. They all seemed somewhat abnormal. Now you can understand my suffering, right? Ma Lan retrieved a makeup mirror and powder from her bag, touching up her makeup while venting. "Old Li is like this every day, spouting nonsensical things that are driving me to menopause." Chen Zhen cleared his throat, unsure how to respond. After all, Old Li was still sitting there, smoking one lonely cigarette after another. "Hey, can you check if I have crow's feet at the corners of my eyes?" Ma Lan suddenly leaned closer to Chen Zhen. Unbeknownst to him, her collar had opened wide, revealing half of a smooth, white eggshell. Chen Zhen and Lin Shui had been in a relationship for 3 years, and the closest they had ever gotten was a mere 3 centimeters apart. Once in the classroom, once in the park, and once in her dormitory. Besides those 3 kisses, they had not developed further. Even during his previous life of 7 years, he had focused solely on combating the false gods, thus remaining a virgin to D.O.U. on it. The sultry voice of Ma Lan lingered as her deep-set eyes fixated on Chen Zhen's lips. Deliberately lowering her tone. Chapter 30, "Don't give it to me, you scoundrel." "Well, what? Is this something to discuss openly?" Chen Zhen was taken aback, realizing how bold and passionate foreigners could be to know. "I'm not in the mood today." He turned his head with an air of righteousness, thinking that had it not been for their abilities, he would have long since departed. "Then why are you still pushing me?" Ma Lan giggled. "Oh, that's my towering pillar." After explaining, a stick protruded from his abdomen, pushing Ma Lan away from him. Old Li's teeth clattered together as he cast envious glances filled with jealousy. Upon closer inspection, one could even see the tears glistening in his eyes. "Don't you want it? Give it to me, you scoundrel." The masked man sat with his back to the wall, enveloped in shadows. This subtle atmosphere was indeed delicate, until the sound of flipping pages finally broke the stalemate. His name is Tianji, and the unconscious lady is Wang Tingting. They are all members of the advance team. Elan fastened the buttons of her collar and said lightly. Tianji, having regained consciousness, sat up and casually flipped through a book titled Man and Nature, showing no reaction to Ma Lan's introduction, truly embodying the phrase ears deaf to the outside world, that I am Chen Zhen. "I know you're Chen Zhen. There are very few people in the world who don't recognize you." A. Lan's demeanor shifted to a serious one as she gazed out the window. "We are the advance team dispatched by the military headquarters in the capital. tasked with eliminating the monsters and false gods in Tianlan City. Perhaps you could offer us some assistance. Chen Zhen smiled indifferently. Sure, but you must follow my lead. Not only can I help you eliminate the monsters in the city, but I can also enhance your strength. Dame Lan scoffed. Do you know what you're saying? We are sent by the capital, representing the nation. Chen Zhen remained unfazed, his stick standing before him. Which faction you belong to is none of my concern. Decide wisely, and come find me at Wangshan Community. After staring at Chen Zhen for half a minute, Ma Lan smiled. If you want to be our leader, you could ally with the capital, with your current influence. Taking over Tianlan City would be a piece of cake. Aligning with the authorities would only grant him a hollow title, yielding no tangible assistance, while the price paid would be to obey orders. Becoming a puppet on strings. Even in the apocalypse, humanity still engaged in mutual persecution, vying for fame and profit, leaving him deeply disheartened. Chen Zhen would not be deceived again that he stood up solemnly. If you want to survive, remember to find me. Wangshan Community. Under Bai Xinrui's treatment, Chen Zhen's injuries fully healed. Bai Xinrui, feeling heartbroken, advised, next time you go out, take Zhang Xiaoming with you. His talismans might be helpful. Although he only sustained minor injuries this time, they were dangerously close to vital areas where you could take me along. I can treat you promptly. Listening to Bai Xinrui's endless chatter, warmth surged in Chen Zhen's heart as he reassured her. I will be fine. Then, changing the subject, he asked, where's Zhang Xiaoming? Zhenggu, looking for me? As soon as the name of Cao Cao is mentioned, he appears. Zhang Xiaoming had just descended the stairs, carrying a peachwood sword into the living room. Chen Zhen recognized this sword. It was the famed Qixing sword purchased from Zhang Xiaoming's shop. Has the spirit stone been refined? Chen Zhen inquired. What are its effects? Have you experienced any discomfort? Zhang Xiaoming appeared completely at ease. Shrugging his shoulders. Not at all. No discomfort whatsoever. Do you have any more spirit stones? I feel that with 5 more, I could level up. Success. Chen Zhen could hardly contain his joy, embracing Zhang Xiaoming and showering him with exuberant kisses. Truly, you are my dear brother. I adore you. The two in the living room were left speechless, having never witnessed Chen Zhen in such a state of abandon. Amid their astonished gazes, Chen Zhen laughed heartily and dashed upstairs. I feel tainted, Zhang Xiaoming muttered, wiping the drool from his face with his sleeve. Zhenggu certainly has a penchant for Dragon Yang, that I must find somewhere else to stay. Sleeping on the sofa feels far too insecure. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xinrui, equally flustered, shouted at Zhang Xiaoming. It cannot be that. He must have resolved some significant trouble. Zhang Xiaoming fell silent, stiffly inching towards the exit, his heart racing. Could she possibly see me as a rival? I must escape. That in a bedroom on the 2nd floor, various instruments were arranged. Though crowded, everything was meticulously organized. Chen Zhen recounted Zhang Xiaoming's situation to Bai Meng. Bai Meng, visibly relieved, smiled. That's simply because the raw materials used were too few. Increasing the materials will yield a perfect duplication. Chen Zhen eagerly pressed on. If I were to replicate 1 to 1 ratio, how much raw material would be required? Bai Meng retrieved the spirit stone Chen Zhen had given him. Pondering, 1/10. This spirit stone can replicate 10 pieces. Chen Zhen conceived a method to exploit a loophole, exclaiming excitedly, could the replicated spirit stones serve as raw materials? Bai Meng paused, taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. At present, I cannot achieve that. Where in the world could such a splendid situation exist? It sounds as if you're reading some web fiction. Chen Zhen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then please, Bai Shu, replicate 10 pieces. I shall find a way to procure the materials. Very well, Bai Meng replied, adjusting his glasses and picking up a test tube filled with red mist. The fragments contain substances identical to the red mist. Apart from that, they resemble ordinary clay. Tio reached this conclusion. Replicating a pseudo-divine statue was merely a matter of time for Bai Meng. That I mixed the two in certain proportions and discovered that to achieve a concentration akin to the fragments, more red mist is required, Bai Meng continued. Chen Zhen, arms crossed with fists resting on his chin, contemplated for a moment before asking, if I were to create a 2-meter-tall mud Buddha, how much red mist would be necessary? Please hold on. After some mental calculations, Bai Meng provided a figure. 100,000 liters. Did I ask it truly that much? Chen Zhen braced himself for the worst, but was still shocked by the result. Bai Meng nodded solemnly. To be precise, it's 100,238 liters. Upon hearing this staggering figure, Chen Zhen surprisingly calmed down. The existing red mist had all been absorbed by the pseudo-divine beings, and its concentration had undoubtedly diminished. However, where could he possibly gather such a vast quantity of red mist? It had been nearly a week since the pseudo-divine's revival began, and most of the red mist had dissipated. Some remained scattered throughout Tianlan City, but that area likely harbored formidable pseudo-divine entities, capable of reviving at any moment, fraught with periled pseudo-divine revival. Chen Zhen muttered to himself, pacing the room. Suddenly inspired, he summoned divine power, channeling the power of belief existing within the celestial palace. Bai Meng paid no heed to his strange behavior. Engrossed in his research, that a quarter of an hour passed, and Chen Zhen, drenched in sweat, finally opened his palm, revealing strands of colorful belief power, intertwining vibrantly with life. Chen Zhen rejoiced. After repeated exertions, he successfully extracted it externally. He took a test tube and poured all the belief power inside. By Shu, this test tube, Chen Zhen thought, if I refer to it as belief power, Bai Meng will surely be bewildered. Please examine the substance within this test tube to see if it resembles the red mist. Bai Meng gazed at the empty test tube with a strange expression, quickly regaining his composure. All right. Chapter 31. Misunderstandings. All misunderstandings during the evening meeting. Each shared their work updates. Qian Duoduo was the first to speak. Today, the capital issued a notice requiring all awakened factions to register on the designated official website. This includes the number of awakened individuals and their abilities, the population under their jurisdiction, and the regions they occupy. Among other details, you can handle this matter, Chen Zhen remarked nonchalantly, not at all surprised. The capital sought to gather information on various factions, aiming to unify their front and impose restrictions. Arbitrary actions? Hoarding power? Such behavior was not what the capital wished to witness. Those who failed to register would be regarded as the servants of pseudo-divines, becoming public enemies. With a grin, he asked, "Then what shall we name our legion?" "Let us call ourselves the Dawn Guardians," Chen Zhen replied. Not for any other reason, but simply because in his past life, his legion bore that name that he wished to remind himself to tread carefully. That name sounds lovely and carries a good connotation. Bai Xinrui praised that no one else objected. So Qian Duoduo began the registration process to ask for the abilities of the awakened. They had already been recorded on the first day of recruitment. Chen Zhen only reported the code, name 19, for the Monkey King. All right, all set, Qian Duoduo declared proudly. Currently, there are 389 legions participating in the registration, and we rank 205th. Except for Chen Zhen, everyone leaned towards Qian Duoduo, peering at the computer screen. Zhang Xiaoming expressed surprise. So low? That can't be right. We already have 75 awakened individuals. Chen Zhen remained unfazed. That ranking is quite accurate. Most of the awakened individuals we've recruited have code names well outside the 200 range. And half have a fusion rate below 40. This was largely influenced by personal connections. Individuals from various circles preferred to band together. For instance, those from the business sector formed a commercial alliance legion, while construction workers established a civil engineering legion. Why can't I find our legion's name? Qi Linglong said coldly that I can't see it either. Neither can I, Bai Xinrui and Zhang Xiaoming echoed, both looking bewildered. Qian Duoduo, irate, pointed at the computer screen. It's right here, 205th. Take a closer look. The three exchanged peculiar glances, eyes widening as they turned to Chen Zhen, and ominous premonition gripped him as he approached Qian Duoduo. Catching sight of the four characters, anonymous closure. Does this imply a criminal organization? Can it still be altered? Alter what? Qian Duoduo asked, confused. Chen Zhen felt a headache coming on. Change the name. Qian Duoduo's eyes sparkled, illuminated by the screen's glow, appearing even more astute. Isn't the name your choice? Why change it? Bai Xinrui tugged gently at Chen Zhen's sleeve and softly explained, the legion's name is Dawn Guardians, not anonymous closure. Qian Duoduo couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, once registered, it can't be altered. That is not my fault you mispronounced it. After days of pent-up frustration, Qian Duoduo felt elated, volunteering. Every legion has its own official website, and I'll take charge of that as well. Photoshop, poster design, all my forte. Chen Zhen understood her ulterior motives, exchanging a knowing glance with Bai Xinrui. All right, let Xinrui assist you with it. Bai Xinrui nodded in agreement, rest assured. Following this, Qi Linglong shared updates on the team's formation and training, all proceeding smoothly. However, when Zhang Xiaoming reported, his gaze wandered, occasionally flushing. This series of unusual reactions did not escape Chen Zhen's notice. Has this guy fallen in love? Judging by his evasive gaze, it seemed he had committed some indiscretion. Chen Zhen felt a pang of concern. Zhang Xiaoming was a key member of the team, destined for greater responsibilities. Nothing could go awry if he succumbed to romantic folly and was swayed by a woman to join another faction. How could that be resolved? Chen Zhen knew he must extinguish this possibility before it even bloomed. After the meeting, Chen Zhen brought 2 cans of cold beer to the living room, intending to have a heart-to-heart with him. However, he found only Bai Xinrui, who was busy with accounts. This struck him as even more peculiar. At this late hour, where could Zhang Xiaoming have gone? He went out, claiming he needed to find lodging at Building 25 in the Western District. Bai Xinrui replied, her tone tinged with jealousy. Why seek lodging when one can comfortably sleep here? Chen Zhen felt increasingly uneasy and turned to ascend the stairs. Zhenggu, will you sit for a moment? Bai Xinrui's cheeks were slightly flushed. They had known each other for a short time, and their moments alone were even rarer. Such an intimate address left her feeling somewhat bashful. Chen Zhen was taken aback, but composed himself and sat down beside her. It was then he noticed that Bai Xinrui was wearing a soft, white camisole nightgown, the delicate fabric clinging to her perfect silhouette. She resembled a princess from a fairy tale, pure and ethereal, exuding an otherworldly grace. Truly, she was the most beautiful woman in Tianlan City, evoking admiration without desire, stirring emotion yet tempered by reason. The two sat side by side, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Zhen had much to say, yet the words lingered unspoken on his lips, for he had experienced much, while she had yet to navigate the complexities of this life. Bai Xinrui, feeling even more reserved, found it particularly challenging to broach the subject of Chen Zhen's sexual orientation. Staring blankly at the 2 cans of beer on the table, she reached for one and said, Zhang Xiaoming is not here. So let me keep you company. Her flushed cheeks, eager gaze, and radiant smile rendered Chen Zhen momentarily speechless. It is said that every man encounters such a woman in his lifetime. Bold yet gracious, always adorned with a brilliant smile and imbued with an expectant look directed at men. Alas, their timing is often flawed, appearing either too early or too late, leading to a bittersweet regret that men bury deep within, in a place that remains their softest spot. What? Is this can of beer exclusively for Zhang Xiaoming? Bai Xinrui said, half joking yet half pouting. Chen Zhen, coming to his senses, replied gently, Of course not, but wasn't it you who said you couldn't drink? He recalled vividly how she would easily succumb to drunkenness. Bai Xinrui, taken aback, asked, How did you know? I don't remember telling you. Uncle Bai mentioned it casually. Chen Zhen fabricated an explanation to deflect her curiosity. Bai Xinrui gazed at Chen Zhen with a playful smile, warmth flooding her heart. Her father was not one to engage in idle chatter, particularly on such topics, unless he had a keen interest in inquiring. A single can of beer should pose no issue. Since Bai Xinrui had expressed it so, Chen Zhen refrained from further persuasion. Days of tranquility were fleeting, and allowing her to indulge just once seemed harmless. Initially, there was a palpable awkwardness between them, but as Bai Xinrui began to feel the effects of the alcohol, the barrier between them finally shattered. Under the influence of the drink, Bai Xinrui's demeanor transformed. She shed her previously demure persona with utter abandon. In her slurred speech, a weight lifted from Chen Zhen's heart. Misunderstandings, after all, were merely misunderstandings. Chapter 32. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to eat someone? Zhang Xiaoming, you lunatic. Chen Zhen could not help but scoff as he looked down at Bai Xinrui, who was soundly asleep in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness. Fortune had smiled upon him, granting him a second chance to mend past regrets. Carrying Bai Xinrui upstairs, he fortuitously encountered Qi Linglong emerging from the bedroom. She hesitated, her expression growing colder. That in the Western District, Building 25, a 3-story residence housed 9 individuals, including a family of 4, a young couple, a pair of cousins, and an elder. 6 bedrooms were just sufficient. Zhang Xiaoming sauntered into the house, hands clasped behind his back. Those busy tidying up the dishes immediately approached. Greeting him, Good evening, Manager Zhang. All is well. Zhang Xiaoming nodded, signaling, Carry on with your tasks. Let Xiao Tian keep me company for a while. A short young man accompanied Zhang Xiaoming to the living room, while a young matron prepared him a cup of hot tea. Brother Xiaoming, should I call my cousin down now? Xiao Tian inquired with a sycophantic grin. Zhang Xiaoming struggled to conceal his delight, but, maintaining an air of composure, replied later he had visited several places, yet nothing had caught his eye. Either they were unattractive or had children from previous marriages, or even worse, there was a middle-aged woman older than his own mother. Zhang Xiaoming rolled his eyes in frustration. As for Li Huaiqian's cousin, she remained his last flicker of hope. Zhang Xiaoming held high expectations for her, as Li Huaiqian had described her as having lost her parents at a young age and raised by her cousin's family, only to later lose her own parents as well, leaving them to rely on one another. Wasn't this a classic protagonist's tale? Even if his cousin wasn't a voluptuous temptress, surely she would embody the charm of a sweet neighbor. He. Zhang Xiaoming's imagination ran wild, eliciting a lewd grin at Li Huaiqian shivered, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. Brother Xiaoming, do you have other matters to discuss? Please don't frighten me any further, I'm afraid. Oh. Zhang Xiaoming suddenly snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting the main issue at hand. He cleared his throat and asked seriously, have you noticed anything unusual tonight? Li Huaiqian, perplexed, replied, is there a monster in the neighborhood? Zhang Xiaoming shook his head, calmly sipping his tea. No, I just wanted to ask if there have been any ghostly occurrences in your home, Li Huaiqian gasped, forcing a weak smile onto his waxy face. Brother Xiaoming, please don't scare me. I'm quite timid. Had anyone else said such a thing, it might have been dismissed, but with Zhang Xiaoming's extraordinary abilities, his words held a credibility of nearly 90%. Where there are gods, there are surely ghosts, a truth firmly ingrained in the minds of the people. Have you not heard any unusual sounds? There were noises, but nothing out of the ordinary. Zhang Xiaoming furrowed his brow, questioning the implication. Li Huaiqian grinned mischievously, licking his lips. The young couple makes noise every night, especially the young newlyweds. Their passion creates quite the stir. That's so. Zhang Xiaoming crossed his arms, leaning against the sofa, contemplating whether he had been overly concerned. His observations over the past few days revealed that the inhabitants of this household appeared worn and weary, while excessive indulgence might explain the adult's demeanor. What about the children? What about Li Huaiqian, who was single? There was an indescribable strangeness afoot that his ancestors would say. This house is steeped in malevolence. It's getting late. Should I call my cousin down to keep you company? Li Huaiqian's eyes lit up that if this match were to succeed, he could walk through the neighborhood with pride. Upon hearing the mention of his cousin, Zhang Xiaoming suddenly perked up, rubbing his hands together. What are her hobbies? Understanding her preferences and habits would undoubtedly increase his chances of success. She loves to eat. That a girl who loves to eat is a good sign. They're often cheerful. Zhang Xiaoming chuckled inwardly, then continued, aside from eating, does she have any other interests? She loves to sleep. That a girl who loves to sleep is also a good sign. They tend to develop well. Excellent. Zhang Xiaoming could hardly contain his excitement, his palms nearly igniting from the friction. Then let us bring our cousin down at once. All right, Brother Xiaoming, please wait a moment. Li Huaiqian dashed upstairs. Zhang Xiaoming adjusted his hairstyle in the window's reflection and checked his zipper. All was in order. He, the perfect gentleman, was finally on the verge of finding love. Toot, toot, toot. An earthquake? No, the sound was drawing nearer. Zhang Xiaoming suddenly turned, and in that moment, both his mind and body felt as though they had received 1,000 blows. In the span of a second, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This his cousin? Indeed, Ayasatishi lovely, Li Huaiqian boasted. Zhang Xiaoming stared incredulously at Li Huaiqian, unable to believe that he was not joking. Internally, he scoffed. Am I blind, or are you blind? The so-called cousin towers over him, her physique resembling that of a gorilla. Most alarmingly, her round face and dark skin, with flabby arms that appeared to bulge in layers. If she stood in a corner, one would mistake her for a pile of coal. Despite his inner rejection, Zhang Xiaoming maintained a forced smile. Appearance is a gift from nature. He had no justification to hurt someone's feelings. Moreover, she seemed rather dim-witted, staring at Zhang Xiaoming with a goofy smile, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. What the hell? Her eyes seemed to devour him. Chapter 33 Madness. Pure madness. Li Huaiqian displayed remarkable cleverness. Noticing the tension between the two, and hurried to Zhang Xiaoming's side, whispering, Brother Xiaoming, how is it? My cousin is just a bit naive. Her intelligence is perfectly fine. Zhang Xiaoming's expression remained rigid as he inquired. Is this what you call naive? Yes, Li Huaiqian replied, equally baffled. Although my cousin may seem a bit simple, she is exceedingly beautiful. Should I take my leave and let you two have some privacy? The underlying message was clear. He was not interested. Li Huaiqian felt disheartened, but understood that matters of the heart could not be forced, so he refrained from further discussion. After chatting with his cousin for a while, she reluctantly ascended the stairs. Zhang Xiaoming felt as though he had been reborn. Collapsing wearily onto the sofa as the moonlight bathed the room in silvery glow, casting shadows of the tree branches across the polished floor. A gentle breeze stirred the silhouettes into a graceful dance. Zhang Xiaoming sat in a daze. Utterly sleepless, he resolved to remain alert, intently listening for any sounds within the room, that if no anomalies surfaced tonight, he would never return to Building 25 in the Western District. After a lengthy wait, he gradually relaxed, preparing to sleep. Suddenly, a soft grunt broke the stillness, sending tension coursing through Zhang Xiaoming. Where did that pig come from? There were no livestock in the neighborhood. The sound of feeding was quite telling. Upon closer inspection, he realized the noise emanated from upstairs. Zhang Xiaoming produced an invisibility talisman, placing it in his mouth while reciting. 8 pathways of concealment, hiding in the earth, evading the 6 shadows, manifesting the jade wheel. His figure vanished from the living room. Gripping the 7-star sword firmly, he ascended the stairs with steady footsteps. To claim he felt no fear would be a lie. Though his family hailed from a prestigious lineage of Taoism, the knowledge of ghost-catching had long been lost, leaving him without any means to confront such entities. As he reached the corner of the staircase, someone suddenly caressed his neck. Once, twice, thrice he dared not act recklessly. As long as his adversary wished, his head could be relocated at any moment. That am I not invisible? Zhang Xiaoming pondered anxiously. It must be a mere coincidence. He attempted to reassure himself, striving to regain his composure. Simultaneously, he produced a substitution talisman and chanted an incantation. Dissolve form, elude transformation, ascend like the myriad. Enter desires with ease. In a moment's change, the 8 directions are encircled. The talisman glimmered with spiritual light, and with a delicate touch of his toes to the ground, Zhang Xiaoming swiftly and gracefully ascended to the 2nd floor. In his original position, he left behind a visible, frozen Zhang Xiaoming. Straining his eyes to observe, under the moonlight, no one else was in sight. Only a gentle breeze slipped through the slightly ajar window, brushing against the neck of the substitute. Zhang Xiaoming shook his head, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. Orin, Orin. The sound drew ever closer, and his heartbeat grew increasingly rapid, arriving at the threshold of a bedroom. He leaned in to listen. Not only could he hear muffled sounds, but also the heavy rhythm of breathing. Indeed, there was a ghost. Taking 2 deep breaths, Zhang Xiaoming kicked the door open with a sudden force. Chen Zhen, concealing an invisibility talisman in his mouth, hid beneath the bed. The heart of a thief was not an easy one to bear, especially for someone who had always upheld integrity. Yet presently, he found no better means to absorb the belief power from Qi Linglong's body, or rather, the power of the laws. The little fox, sensing a familiar scent, leaped from Qi Linglong's embrace to the floor, joyfully darting under the bed, its emerald eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen broke into a cold sweat. Had he been discovered, the little fox possessed great intelligence, and after long companionship, could communicate normally with humans. If it were to inform Qi Linglong, how could Chen Zhen face them afterward? Little fox, where have you been? Qi Linglong, dressed in her nightwear, searched the room anxiously. The little fox squatted before Chen Zhen, tilting its head as if inquiring whether he wished to play a game. Chen Zhen, feeling both shy and timid, raised a finger to his lips. Shoo! The little fox blinked its large eyes, nudging Chen Zhen's cheek with its head before scampering off. Little fox, why do you run around, making your mother search for you for so long? Qi Linglong chided. Mother? The outwardly aloof woman revealed such a side in private. Chen Zhen, embarrassed, covered his ears, swearing that it was all for humanity, for the future. That Qi Linglong, barefoot, sat at the edge of the bed, applying essence to her legs, straight and slender, a sight to behold. She had never cared for her appearance until she met Bai Xinrui, who imparted many secrets to her. Bai Xinrui had said, men do not only look at faces, they also notice legs, that if your legs are beautiful, your figure will not disappoint. Whether men looked or not was of no concern to her. Qi Linglong had once thought, even disdainful of those women who meticulously adorned themselves to please men. Born into the military, she possessed a fierce competitive spirit, and through her own efforts and talents, had risen to the rank of general at a young age, unmatched in the world. Until Chen Zhen entered the bathroom, her mindset began to shift. Now, recalling the way he looked at her, Qi Linglong felt her heart race. The little fox sat on her lap, observing the suddenly flushed Qi Linglong, tilting its head in confusion. Chen Zhen closed his eyes to meditate. See no evil, hear no evil, think no evil. Silently, Chen Zhen crawled from beneath the bed. But before he could rise, a pair of eyes met his gaze. The gem-like green eyes glimmered softly. That it was the little fox. Chen Zhen patted his chest, nearly frightened to death. Shoo. The little fox sat quietly at the bedside, its eyes following Chen Zhen's movements. That in truth, even though the little fox was not human, under its watchful gaze, Chen Zhen felt a sense of trepidation. With no other choice, he covered its eyes with his hand and leaned down closer to Qi Linglong. In an instant, the absorption of belief power felt even more intense than in the bathroom. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps only a fleeting moment. Qi Linglong opened her eyes, gazing quietly at the ceiling. Her breathing was noticeably more rapid than when she had been asleep. Her body felt hot, and she clutched the blanket tightly. Did she see me? This was Chen Zhen's first thought. Impossible. I have the invisibility talisman, and her abilities have yet to awaken. She could not have seen me. Chen Zhen calmed himself, slowly moving away, retreating to the corner of the wall. The little fox tilted its head, its gaze following him. Chen Zhen raised a finger to his lips, silently signaling. Shoo. Fortunately, the little fox was quite perceptive, its temperament gentle and composed. Sister Qi, you feel so hot. Are you running a fever? Bai Xin Rui, waking from her stupor, noticed Qi Linglong's unusual state and asked with concern that no, it's just a bit warm. That Qi Linglong, in a daze, felt that sensation mirrored the one she experienced in the bathroom. She even believed Chen Zhen stood in that corner. Crazy, truly crazy. The lights flickered on, and Chen Zhen instinctively shut his eyes. What if they ended up talking until dawn with the lights on? Are you really all right? I'll fetch you a glass of water. Bai Xin Rui said as she got out of bed. That no, I'm not thirsty. The Qi Linglong blushed like a persimmon, hastily retreating under the covers. That it's fine. I want some too. After Bai Xin Rui left the room, Qi Linglong cautiously peeked out, her eyes scanning the corner. Could it be that the invisibility time had expired? Chen Zhen felt increasingly anxious, his palms damp with sweat. Help! Help! At that moment, urgent shouts from downstairs broke the silence. Chief Chun. Something has happened to Manager Zhang. You must come and see. Chapter 34. Come play with me. Zhang Xiaoming was in trouble. Chen Zhen, frantic with worry, debated whether to rush out disregarding his dignity or wait a little longer. Fortunately, upon hearing the man's voice, Qi Linglong quickly dressed and hurriedly left the room. Chen Zhen pushed the window open and leaped outside to be by the time he reached the front door, a crowd had gathered, including Bai Xin Rui and Qi Linglong. Bai Xin Rui, anxious, inquired, what happened? Speak quickly. Li Huaiqian, drenched in sweat, stammered. Zhang, Manager Zhang was fighting a monster, and then he was bitten to death by it. What? Chen Zhen pushed through the crowd, seizing Li Huaiqian by the collar, demanding angrily, you say Zhang Xiaoming was bitten to death by a monster? Li Huaiqian, terrified, replied, yes, but it has nothing to do with us. We don't know where the monster came from. Quick, take me to see. Chen Zhen released Li Huaiqian, gradually regaining his composure. He must not lose his cool at such a critical time. That it's in Building 25 of the West District. Follow me to Li Huaiqian. Short of stature, hurried ahead. Chen Zhen instructed Qi Linglong. You take some people to search the neighborhood for any other monsters that may have infiltrated, and also reassure the residents to prevent further chaos. Qi Linglong, no longer cold, gazed at him warmly. Zhang Xiaoming will be fine. He must have used an illusion. Chen Zhen smiled faintly, nodding in appreciation. Yes, be careful. You two. To Qi Linglong's unspoken words were lost as Chen Zhen and Bai Xin Rui moved on. Upon arriving at Building 25 in the West District, Chen Zhen instructed the awakened individuals present to disperse the onlookers and secure the area. Following Li Huaiqian to the second floor, they found the bodies of a young couple at the staircase, their necks bitten through by fangs. Chief, in this room, Li Huaiqian exclaimed, entering and suddenly gasping. He has disappeared. I clearly saw Manager Zhang's body lying here. Chen Zhen glanced at the spot Li Huaiqian pointed to, where not a trace of blood remained. Zhang Xiaoming was unharmed. The one lying there must have been his substitute. Bai Xinrui's complexion regained its color. Meow. The little fox emerged from the rubble, holding a talisman in its mouth. Squatting before Chen Zhen. Little fox, you came too. Bai Xinrui picked up the little fox, took the talisman from its mouth, and handed it to Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen grew increasingly composed, though his expression darkened. Zhang Xiaoming was the most slippery of the awakened. It would not be so easy for him to perish. But where had he gone? The house was severely damaged, the back wall appearing as if it had been irregularly sliced away, entirely missing. The traces of battle indicated a fierce conflict had taken place. Chen Zhen approached the remnants, observing multiple damaged structures. Connecting them, one could discern a chaotic escape route leading straight to the back mountain. Bai Xinrui, her gaze resolute, grasped Chen Zhen's hand. I'll go with you, all right. Chen Zhen hesitated briefly, then cautioned, you are only responsible for healing. Do not stray too far from me. Bai Xinrui nodded, placing the little fox on the ground. Little fox. Go find your mother, Chi Miao. The little creature obediently darted off. Chen Zhen poured water from his flask, morphing it into a dragon, then wrapped his arms around Bai Xinrui's waist as they leaped onto the dragon's head. The dragon swiftly flew to the entrance of the back mountain, where the trees were dense and the forest dark, shrouded in a thin veil of mist that in the air, visibility was compromised, prompting Chen Zhen to direct the dragon downward. This was the first time Chen Zhen demonstrated magic before Bai Xinrui, and her expression was complex. Let us go. Chen Zhen held Bai Xinrui's hand as they ventured into the forest. Following the signs of damaged foliage, they ventured deeper into the woods. The humidity increased, and soon, droplets of water adorned their hair. The scent of blood is overwhelming. Bai Xinrui held her nose, her expression somewhat timid, instinctively tightening her grip on Chen Zhen's hand. Having grown up in a privileged family, she had never engaged in perilous activities. Since the resurgence of the divine, she had remained within the confines of her residential complex. Thus, when faced with true danger, it required immense courage. Fear not, for I am here. Chen Zhen reassured her with a comforting glance. His primary concern lay with Zhang Xiaoming. The heavy stench of blood could not possibly emanate from a mere monster. The two hastened their pace, the uneven ground causing them to stumble, with Bai Xinrui nearly falling several times. Upon reaching an open area, Chen Zhen halted, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. What is it? Bai Xinrui whispered. Chen Zhen gestured for silence, and then the foliage stirred, rustling ominously in the pitch-black environment. The low growls of beasts and the shrill cries of predatory birds echoed, pairs of faintly glowing beastly eyes encircling the two. Thud, thud, thud. Was that the sound of a rattle? The creatures emitted reluctant growls and began to retreat, their eyes slowly fading into the misty woods. Bai Xinrui's body finally relaxed, her earlier tension easing as she cautiously resumed her breathing. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The sound of childlike laughter, as melodious as silver bells, intermittently reached their ears, its direction erratic. From the fluctuating volume, Chen Zhen deduced. The entity is moving, and swiftly. This pseudo-deity must possess some form of instantaneous teleportation ability. Thud, 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 come play with me. Ha ha, ha ha. Hurry, come play. Chapter 35, a severed arm. Thud, thud, thud. Stop pretending to be a ghost and show yourself. Chen Zhen barked, pointing skyward. Instantly, the dew on the flowers and trees swelled, transforming into large droplets that slowly ascended. Encircling the two, the surface of the droplets shimmered, and with their divine powers enhancing their vision, they could still discern their surroundings in the enveloping darkness. Fun, fun, I love bubbles. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The child's voice was cheerful until it abruptly ceased upon colliding with a droplet. Got you. Chen Zhen shouted in a direction, commanding burst, 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 following the trajectory of a shadow's movement. The droplets exploded in rapid succession, sending sprays of water like steel balls, perforating the surrounding vegetation. Da-da! You hurt me. This isn't fun at all. Humph. The child's voice was laced with anger and grievance. Chen Zhen refrained from attacking again as the fleeting shadow vanished once more. He did not expect the water droplets to inflict significant harm, but they were sufficient to instill a sense of deterrence. Zhenggu, Bai Xinrui's pupils dilated, her trembling arm pointing ahead. Look, isn't that a girl in white? The word ghost almost slipped from her lips. Humanity often harbors a profound fear of the unknown. Chen Zhen focused intently on the indicated spot, his heart sinking into terror. What is this girl in white? It was clearly a pile of coal, holding a severed limb and tearing at a chicken leg as if devouring it. Judging by the level of destruction in the complex, it was evident that a battle had transpired between it and Zhang Xiaoming. It is here, but where is Zhang Xiaoming? Chen Zhen's heart raced with urgency and anger. With a sharp clap of his hands, the droplets surged like waves, rushing towards the coal-like entity, as if his hands were firmly grasping it. A piercing squeal erupted, and a massive wild boar, adorned with long tusks, burst forth from the water, shaking its body violently, its black bristles standing on end like steel needles. Thud, thud, thud. The rattle sounded again. The wild boar snorted 2 plumes of white smoke from its nostrils, its crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Zhen before it turned to flee. Don't run. Chen Zhen bellowed, beckoning with a finger, conjuring a dragon to lift Bai Xinrui into the air while he pursued the wild boar. The boar, large and agile, barreled through obstacles without hesitation, making it a challenge to catch up. Chen Zhen was desperate to ascertain Zhang Xiaoming's whereabouts, disregarding everything else. Hey, what's your name? Can you help me catch up to Xinge? Bai Xinrui crouched down, patiently attempting to communicate with the dragon. With a resonant roar, the dragon indeed responded, closely following Chen Zhen on the ground. Thank you, Bai Xinrui said, patting the dragon's head appreciatively. That you're so obedient. A smile crept across Chen Zhen's lips. The water-formed dragon possessed no life of its own, and it fled. He pursued. How amusing. Thud, thud, thud. The child's rattle grew frantic, while the wild boar raced ever faster. Chen Zhen summoned his divine power. Barely managing to keep pace, at a quarter of an hour later, passing a sight of collapsed trees, Chen Zhen suddenly halted. He stared blankly at the blood-soaked underbrush before him, where a severed arm lay quietly. Judging by the sleeve, it was unmistakably Zhang Xiaoming's. With a heavy heart, Chen Zhen picked it up just as the dragon gently lowered Bai Xinrui to the ground. They exchanged a silent glance, each suspecting the grim reality of the situation. Take the arm, Bai Xinrui insisted, feigning calmness with a bitter smile. Perhaps it's just a substitute for Zhang Xiaoming. Otherwise, where is he? Don't you think? Indeed, Chen Zhen replied earnestly, the statement reminding him that Zhang Xiaoming was at least still alive, that a severed arm to survive. You truly know how to play it cool. Chen Zhen laughed heartily. Let's search the area for any traces of blood or signals. Bai Xinrui also steeled herself, scanning for any signs. The muddy ground, complex terrain, and enveloping darkness made it difficult to find subtle clues. They decided to split up while maintaining a safe distance, so that Chen Zhen could provide timely support in case of emergencies. Chen Zhen concentrated on manipulating hundreds of small snakes, weaving through the jungle, his expression twisted in pain that he was operating at his limits and naturally felt far from well. Bai Xinrui felt a pang of sympathy. Berating herself for her own weakness in being unable to assist him, she thought to herself that these footprints might belong to Xinge, and thus, she should refrain from distracting him further. Huff, huff, huff. Heavy breathing echoed from just ahead of Chen Zhen, and he looked warily, realizing it was Bai Xinrui, seated on the ground, wiping sweat while gasping for breath. Chen Zhen felt guilt wash over him, regretting involving her in this perilous situation. A clean freak heiress sitting on the damp ground was undoubtedly exhausted. Just as he was about to approach, a woman's short scream pierced the air. It was Bai Xinrui's voice. Chen Zhen glanced back at the panting Bai Xinrui in shock. Something was clearly amiss behind him. He plunged into the thicket, and 2 yards away he caught sight of Bai Xinrui, her face pale with terror. Someone touched my hair, Bai Xinrui cried, stumbling into Chen Zhen's embrace. It's all right. I'm here, Chen Zhen reassured her, though his heart was filled with doubt. Nearby, he controlled his small water snakes, having detected no signs of any living creatures. Chen Zhen scrutinized Bai Xinrui in his arms, and upon noticing the mud on her skirt, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the rattle seemed to resonate in his ears, and in an instant, Chen Zhen felt someone caressing his neck. Utilizing the same tactic, he surrounded them with water droplets. There are 2 pseudo-deities here, one adept at transformation, the other at spatial displacement, along with various monsters. This is no easy fight. Bai Xinrui tugged at Chen Zhen's hand, her gaze indicating a point of interest that on a branch, they spotted a torn piece of Zhang Xiaoming's jacket. Without uttering a word, The two shared an understanding and slowly approached the fragment point 2 meters further. They discovered a second piece, followed by a third and fourth, until they reached the entrance of the golden bamboo grove, where the leaves were stained with congealed blood. Chen Zhen maintained control over the water droplets. Ever vigilant for the potential appearance of the pseudo-deities, as they stepped into the grove, the leaves crunched underfoot, the bamboo standing tall and vibrant in contrast to the overgrown woods. This area was much cleaner. The terrain relatively flat, allowing a clear view of the end. There, in a hollowed pit, a figure lay sprawled. Bai Xinrui let go of Chen Zhen's hand and rushed forward with excitement. Be careful, don't run. Chen Zhen urged, unable to relax for even a moment as he followed closely behind. Bai Xinrui, eager to check on Zhang Xiaoming's injuries, had no more reservations. Even the tangled roots beneath her feet did not slow her pace. At that moment, she seemed to grasp the essence of divine power, her steps becoming light, her skirt dancing in the wind like a butterfly in flight. Chapter 36. Isn't there still a right hand? Soon, they reached the pit. Bai Xinrui jumped down, kneeling to inspect Zhang Xiaoming's wounds, only to exclaim in astonishment, his arms are both still intact. Oh no! Chen Zhen's blood ran cold, and he shouted, be careful, quickly get away. He lunged toward Bai Xinrui, just as a figure concealed among the bamboo at the top executed a spell, sending a peachwood sword glowing with brilliant red light hurtling toward them. Clang, 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 a pillar of energy erupted from Chen Zhen's body, clashing with the flying sword. Chen Zhen shielded Bai Xinrui beneath him, while with a flick of his fingers, the dragon soared into the air, targeting the figure hidden among the bamboo. Wow, what a big little dragon. The figure sighed softly, hastily stepping on 2 talismans to evade. The dragon pursued relentlessly, roaring fiercely, while the figure used the bamboo for cover, barely managing to evade capture, until, with a crash, the bamboo grove collapsed in swathes, and the figure finally cried out, stop chasing. I'm still your fan. It was indeed Zhang Xiaoming. Initially, Chen Zhen had thought it was yet another trick played by a pseudo-deity. But he now confirmed the truth. Zhang Xiaoming, it is I and Xinrui. Chen Zhen addressed the shadow of a person lying against the bamboo pole. Zhengge, is that really you? Zhang Xiaoming leapt to the ground, his visage somewhat dazed from excessive blood loss, nearly stumbling as he did so. Upon seeing Chen Zhen rushing towards him, his eyes welled with tears, and in a tone laced with grievance, he lamented. Zhengge, my left hand is gone. My left hand that often comforted me. It has vanished. Chen Zhen steadied Zhang Xiaoming. As long as you are alive, that's what matters. You still possess your right hand. Right? I can retrieve your left hand. It should still be reattachable. Bai Xinrui swiftly approached them, holding the severed arm and a piece of talisman paper. Did I ask that true? Zhang Xiaoming's eyes ignited with hope. Then let us commence at once. Chen Zhen laid him flat on the ground and summoned countless droplets of water within the bamboo forest, holding a pillar of heaven, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Bai Xinrui aligned the severed arm with the wound, a ghostly green luminescence emanating from her palm as the severed limb began to reconnect with the flesh. It itches. Zhang Xiaoming felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling over the injury. Endure it. It shall soon be over, Bai Xinrui urged, concentrating intensely. This was her first experience treating such a severe injury, and uncertainty lingered in her heart. Yet, she did not wish to disappoint Chen Zhen. Nor did she want Zhang Xiaoming to be left with a disability. The compassion and benevolence within her made her healing light shine even brighter, and the wound began to mend at an astonishing pace. Bai Xinrui was bewildered by this change, yet she felt a thrill of joy. In less than 10 minutes, the treatment was complete. Zhang Xiaoming stood up, testing the movement of his arm.its healed. And I feel no pain at all. Bai Jie, you are truly like Huatuo reborn, or perhaps I should say, a miraculous healer. Bai Xinrui chuckled at Zhang Xiaoming's flattery. Stop joking around, that we must leave this place. Chen Zhen interrupted their conversation, commanding the pillar of heaven to lead the way ahead, instructing them to stay close behind. The three of them continued through the bamboo grove, soon spotting Bai Xinrui standing in the distance. She was gesturing, as if trying to convey something. Is that the wild boar again? Zhang Xiaoming exclaimed indignantly. Not only can it transform into a human, but it can also morph into mountains, trees, and beasts. It was that creature that tore off my arm. Zhang Xiaoming, can you still fight? Chen Zhen inquired. Of course. Hand it over to me. I shall avenge my severed arm. Zhang Xiaoming stripped off his blood-stained clothing, revealing a body covered in tattoos, each line shimmering with a faint golden hue. These were the family heirloom runes, which each generation received after turning 10. No Chen Zhen, although shocked that Zhang Xiaoming had such hidden talents, quickly regained his composure. There is still a false god lurking in the shadows. You must be cautious and protect Xinrui. Rest assured, Jingu, with me around, I won't let it harm by Jie even a hair. Zhang Xiaoming declared fiercely that in truth, he had no idea of the rune's purpose. He merely sought to intimidate his foes. Inside, he was lamenting. I've lost the talisman as well. This is the end, false god. Please do not reveal yourself. Chen Zhen remained uneasy, conjuring some water droplets to encircle them. Then he directed the pillar of heaven toward the gesturing by Xinrui. Realizing the impending danger, she turned to flee. Though swift, she could not outrun the pillar of heaven. With a mighty swing, it struck but only struck the ground, leaving a deep crater. Chen Zhen furrowed his brow and soared into the skies atop a dragon. Seizing a vantage point before unleashing a barrage of water projectiles, 10 consecutive shots struck the plump sparrow, which let out a pitiful cry as it collided with a tree, followed closely by the pillar of heaven, which split the tree in two, yet the sparrow had vanished without a trace. This time, even Chen Zhen could not discern how it had escaped, and he turned to the bare-skinned Zhang Xiaoming, who shook his head, indicating he had made no observations that it has escaped. If so, then so be it. Our objective has been achieved. Clinging to the pillar of heaven was a pitch-black caterpillar. Chen Zhen discreetly loosened his grip, and the pillar of heaven curled upon itself, swiftly compressing into an iron ball. The sound of cracking bones echoed as thick, viscous blood seeped from the crevices, tracing a parabolic arc in the breeze, staining the leaves and flowers crimson. After waiting for the blood to begin coagulating, the pillar of heaven gradually returned to its original form. In that instant, a sudden, piercing wail reverberated through the mountains, causing the three to feel dizzy as boulders tumbled down. The lurking monsters bowed in submission, trembling in fear. A dazzling light shower erupted from the partially opened iron rod, illuminating the expanse. As the sound of a rattle began to rise, the deafening noise abruptly ceased, and the radiant light dissipated like fireworks. Upon the pillar of heaven, aside from the remnants of blood, nothing else remained. Jingu, be cautious below. A small mountain has appeared. By Xinrui urged anxiously. A small mountain, to Chen Zhen and Zhang Xiaoming. It resembled a mass of black flesh. Chen Zhen understood. The false god's transformations were exceedingly unstable, indicating it had yet to fully master its powers. It could not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, it would pose endless trouble. Chen Zhen raised his arm, thickening one end of the pillar of heaven, and brought it crashing down upon the creature's head. Half of its body caved in, tearing a horrifying wound that bled profusely. Just as they believed the battle was concluded, suddenly, the half-destroyed head turned to face Chen Zhen above. Its single, cold eye glimmered ominously, and its malice transformed into a swirling gale, snapping nearby trees in half, as broken branches and leaves danced in the wind. Chen Zhen never anticipated the creature's resilience. Striking again and again, he aimed blow after blow at the remaining head. Yet even after several strikes, it remained unharmed, its ferocity only intensifying, its body swelling dramatically. Had it been holding back all along? Chapter 37. The capricious scene of the little ghost Chen Zhen was left speechless. Realizing he should have ceased while ahead, in the blink of an eye, the false god had expanded to dozens of times its original size, resembling a monstrous black mound visible even from the Wangshan neighborhood. That half of a pig's head was grotesque and terrifying, its gaping maw filled with jagged fangs, thick drool dripping from its corners. Oh my, it must have absorbed the essence of Zhu Beiji. Zhang Xiaoming gasped in horror, realizing that had he known the creature's true form was so immense, he would never have dared to pursue it. You all go on ahead, Chen Zhen bellowed. What about you? Bai Xinrui asked, her voice tinged with fear. That we should flee together. If we flee together, then none shall escape. It is Chen Zhen whom it is enraged with, and will surely pursue him relentlessly. Chen Zhen did not disclose the gravity of the situation to her, feigning nonchalance. I have my means of escape. Once you two are safe, I will naturally catch up. Really? By Xinrui questioned skeptically, do not deceive me. I detest being lied to. By Jie, do not hesitate. Just trust Jinggu, Zhang Xiuming urged, grasping her wrist in urgency. Staying here will only hinder him, and aid us not at all. Indeed, Bai Xinrui gazed forlornly at Chen Zhen's indistinct silhouette. As the two began to step away, the false god stirred. With a furious roar, it unleashed a tempest, swirling dust and debris, uprooting mountains and trees in its path. The sky-darkening whirlwind resembled a frenzied earth dragon from above, consuming everything in sight. Even from 20 or 30 meters away, Chen Zhen felt the slicing winds against the skin, bringing excruciating pain that he possessed copper skin and iron bones, and perhaps he could endure. But the other two would be ground to bits if caught in the wind. As it closed in, the pillar of heaven plunged into the smoke-filled tempest, obliterating boulders and trees alike. Was there nothing more he could do? Would survival hinge on fate? Why could I not be that fate? I must ensure their survival. Chen Zhen bellowed at the heavens that in that critical moment, the sound of rattling drums resonated behind him. You are not being at all obedient, so noisy. A childlike voice erupted like a cannonball, dispersing the fierce wind, plunging everything into silence. The residents of Wangshan neighborhood caught a fleeting glimpse of the dark clouds before they vanished, leaving only the transformed hillside as evidence that the events were not mere illusion. That my name is Yingtao Xin. What is yours? Chen Zhen. Your bubbles are quite amusing. Could you teach me how to make them? Were it possible, Chen Zhen would not hesitate to share. The entity before him was undeniably powerful, stronger than any false god he had encountered. That resembled a roly-poly toy, or perhaps a large-headed ceramic doll. Its proportions were severely distorted, with its head and limbs dominating, the head comprising 2/3 of its entire form. It wore bizarre and exaggerated makeup, with crimson eyeshadow, blush, and lips, all presenting an indescribable oddity. Even more peculiar were its facial features, which were painted on as a smiling visage. The only somewhat acceptable aspect was its neatly styled bob haircut. It gazed at Chen Zhen, who was hesitating, and raised an arm, summoning runes that intertwined, forming a hexagram halo. Chen Zhen was uncertain of its intentions. Instinctively, he stepped back, adopting a defensive posture, and reached out to touch the halo. Her hand vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, she held a black marker, turning away to quickly draw an angry face on herself. Do you not wish to teach me? Yingtao Xion's tone shifted to one of anger. No, I wish to play alongside you. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Chen Zhen had no desire to engage in combat at that moment, so he conjured countless bubbles to float in the air, diverting her attention. Wow, so many bubbles. Yingtao beamed, drawing a smiling face for herself. I like it, haha. She chased after the bubbles, running joyfully through the woods, her laughter echoing in every corner. This allowed Chen Zhen to discern her abilities. The hexagram halo was a spatial teleportation array, executed with mere thought and devoid of any incantation's prior movements. So smooth. It is akin to an extraordinary skill of flying through the heavens and burrowing into the earth. How could one possibly contend with him? The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. Seizing the opportunity while his attention is diverted, Chen Zhen rides the dragon and dashes forth. Thud, thud, thud. The wind howls past my ears, yet the sound of the rattle drum resonates clearly. This a dogskin plaster that cannot be shaken off. Chen Zhen harnesses the power of faith absorbed from Qi Ling Long, urging the dragon with all his might. That it is uncertain how long has elapsed, yet the sounds of the rattle drum and the tinkling laughter still echo. However, he is nearly out of Tianlan City. Ha ha ha, I am riding a dragon. Ying Taoxin shakes the rattle drum, perched on the dragon's tail, cheering. How delightful! How delightful! Go faster! When did you get on? Chen Zhen abruptly halts the dragon, incredulously inquiring. When you took off. Ying Taoxin paints a puzzled expression, asking why he has stopped. Hurry, fly again. I want to play. What more is there to fly? Do you truly regard me as a perpetual motion machine? Chen Zhen opts to sit down, crossing his arms, his heart heavy with frustration. Although he does not appear malevolent, his moods are erratic, dictated solely by his whims. Are we done playing? I have yet to fly enough. Hurry, fly, fly. Ying Taoxin draws a crying expression, rolling around beside Chen Zhen in a fit. Chen Zhen appears to close his eyes, sitting steadfast as a mountain. Yet internally he is in turmoil, feigning blindness to observe his every move. Should he display any fierce expression, he would instantly rise and take to the skies on the dragon. Unexpectedly, after a bout of crying, the mischievous child quiets down, imitating Chen Zhen by sitting cross-legged, attempting to hug himself, ultimately failing. Thud, thud, thud. Bored, she shakes the rattle drum, portraying a gloomy expression, lamenting. Sitting in meditation is utterly dull. To remain motionless amidst the chaos of child-rearing is akin to enduring a test of endurance. Chen Zhen cannot help but chuckle ruefully. Ignoring her reactions would suffice. Yet upon seeing Chen Zhen's response, Ying Taoxin becomes irate, hastily drawing a crying expression and rolling about once more. Chen Zhen feels a pang of despair. It seems endless, with no end in sight. Suddenly, she ceases her crying, remaining still for 3 or 4 seconds. Ying Taoxin hastily smudges her features and makeup, her voice frantic. Chen Zhen, I will come back to play with you another day. Chen Zhen is left bewildered. He had never heard of a pseudo-deity having parents. And from her panicked tone, could it be that the father she mentioned is a high deity, an unawakened high deity? Chapter 38. Brothers, not just friends. Upon returning to Wangshan community, Chen Zhen visits the back mountain to assess the condition of another pseudo-deity that lies on the brink of death, completely devoid of combat capability. This fellow's vitality is remarkably resilient. Chen Zhen raises an iron rod, delivering a final, fatal blow. Dawn. Order has been restored in the community, the vigilance heightened. This incident has made them acutely aware of the urgency to strengthen their abilities. Just as morale was dwindling, Bai Meng brings good news. His research has made new progress. The faith power provided by Chen Zhen can be utilized to replicate pseudo-deities. According to his conjecture, the more faith power is integrated, the stronger the resultant pseudo-deity should be. Of course, this is closely related to the source of the deity being fused. Chen Zhen possesses an ample supply of faith power, and additionally, Qi Linglong can provide pure faith power. The divine sources collected from the temple number over 100 and are stored within the celestial palace. Although the code names exceed 200, the methods through which pseudo-deities acquire power are far more brutal. If there were a legion at the outset, they would surely be invincible. Zhang Xiaoming, after dawn, arranged for a few skilled individuals to craft a life-size clay statue of an adult. Chen Zhen wishes to conduct preliminary experiments before proceeding to mass production. Good. Bai Meng produces 10 spirit stones and hands them to Chen Zhen, sheepishly admitting. After using up the materials, the replication technique has made new advances, wasting quite a bit of raw materials. Which I regret. Chen Zhen's heart leaps with joy. Uncle Bai, do you mean to say that we can replicate spirit stones with even less raw materials at a 1:1 ratio? Bai Meng's glasses shimmer with white light as he slightly nods. Theoretically, one piece of raw material can yield approximately 13.4 spirit stones. This is a significant breakthrough. Chen Zhen marvels from the depths of his heart. With Uncle Bai alone, one can rival 1,000 troops. Bai Meng shakes his head, smiling faintly. If that were truly the case, it would merely be utilizing one's hobby to contribute a bit to humanity, but he shuns fame and fortune. What others pursue for an entire lifetime seems trivial to him, as it is easily within reach. Everything he creates is for the welfare of humanity, to perpetuate human civilization, which has become his grand dream. Chen Zhen, a mere mortal, cannot help but admire his noble character. An idealist and a realist, they share a common goal in the revival of the deities. Qian Duo merely scoffs, diverting the topic. Is there still room for improvement in the replication technology? Bai Meng adjusts his glasses. I will do my utmost. Chen Zhen smiles knowingly. His words indicate a positive response. Zhang Xiaoming, Exine Rue, each of you take 5 spirit stones and refine them as soon as possible to enhance your cultivation. Chen Zhen allocates the spirit stones in his possession. His world-destroying divine power has reached the first-grade 3rd level, and with the support of faith power, his strength can reach the pinnacle of first-grade 4th level. The power of a single individual is far from sufficient. He requires formidable team support. Zhang Xiaoming and Bai Xinrue exchange glances, raising no objections. They firmly believe that Chen Zhen's decisions are well considered. Yesterday, a few awakened ones asked me when they would receive their wages. Qi Linglong, cradling a small fox, has once again adopted a cold demeanor. Without sufficient spirit stones, Replication is impossible. This principle is universally understood. She is not intentionally adding to the frustration, but is reminding him. Promises made must eventually be fulfilled. Unresolved issues will always linger. Chen Zhen, however, remains unperturbed, appearing quite relaxed, and replies, "Wages will be disbursed at the end of the month. Work comes first, then payment. That, of course, what I mean is," Qi Linglong mid-sentence suddenly realizes, "Do you have a way to resolve the issue of spirit stone materials?" "Wait, the timing is not right yet," Chen Zhen teases. "The package is already prepared and ready for shipment." Mysterious and vague. Qian Duoduo suppresses the urge to scoff, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he writes a lengthy blog post. Have those residing at number 25 in the West District been properly settled? Chen Zhen suddenly inquires. All arrangements have been made. Zhang Xiaoming halts his writing and clears his throat, stating, "There is a problem with Li Huaiyin, who lives at number 25. He claims that the pseudo-deity, resembling a coal ball, is his cousin. And moreover, his cousin is absorbing people's essence." Chen Zhen's greatest concern has indeed come to pass as pseudo-deities blend into the crowd, making them the hardest to discern. Forcibly extracting human faith power can deplete one's lifespan. This is in stark contrast to the power of laws within Qi Linglong. Bring him here, but do not alert anyone else. Chen Zhen instructs Zhang Xiaoming with particular emphasis, to avoid inciting rumors and alarming the snake by stirring the grass. Good. Zhang Xiaoming steps out for a brief moment, returning with the bewildered Li Huai. As soon as he enters the living room, he hastily kneels, bowing and pleading. "Leader, no, it wasn't me. I truly had no idea she was a monster." "You had no idea?" Zhang Xiaoming scoffs. "Then why did you run? If it weren't for the monitoring talisman I placed on you, you would have truly escaped." Chen Zhen straightens up, casting an uneasy glance at Zhang Xiaoming. Last night, he had also carried the monitoring talisman. He hoped this kid wouldn't overhear or see anything. Zhang Xiaoming misinterprets Chen Zhen's intentions, his face flushing crimson. "Brother Zhen, we are brothers, not partners," Li Huaiyin, in sheer panic, desperately explains. Based on his current demeanor and fleeing behavior, Chen Zhen tentatively concludes that he indeed does not know the truth encounters. "She is your cousin?" No. Li Huaiyin repeatedly shakes his head, his expression awkward. "I met her while fleeing. She was beautiful and a bit foolish, so I thought to trick her into being my wife. Who would have thought she was so strong? I couldn't handle her, so I thought of introducing her to Zhang." "Shut your mouth." Zhang Xiaoming interjects, feeling nauseated, hastily preventing him from continuing. Chen Zhen understands the situation, does not impose additional blame, but simply orders him not to engage in deceitful practices within the community. No one knows if there would be repercussions later. Even if he were to be pardoned this time, could he still enjoy his life after having harmed a leader? The middle-aged man, who was placed in the same room, unaware of the truth, advises him. "Where outside is safer than here. You'd just be seeking death if you went out." Li Huaiyin steps out of the bedroom, peering cautiously, confirming that no one is around. He crumples the talisman given by Zhang Xiaoming and tosses it out the window, sneering coldly. "Safe. Did you not see the dark mountain and demonic winds in the back mountain last night?" Chapter 39. Another test for the old cadre? Of course, I saw, and the residents of Wangshan community were terrified, with several versions of the truth emerging within a morning. The middle-aged man's expression grows grave as he cautiously probes. "Do you know the inside story?" "Heh," Li Huaiyin grins slyly. "Do you think I've been idling around with Zhang Xiaoming these past few days?" Li Huaiyin suddenly appears anxious. "I can only tell you. You must not disclose this to anyone else." Urging someone to keep a secret often makes it impossible not to share. The middle-aged man swears. "If I tell anyone else, may my entire family perish. You must tell me." His entire family had been devoured by monsters during their escape. In the secluded mountains, an ancient demon that had slumbered for a millennium has awakened. Last night, Chen Zhen led a group to vanquish it, but they nearly met their demise at a middle-aged man, his complexion ashen and voice trembling, inquired, "Are those two connected to the old demon?" He harbored doubts regarding the demon's existence. Yet with Zhang Xiaoming's endorsement, and given the life-threatening nature of the matter, it was wiser to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it. Li Huaiyin declared with unwavering conviction, "My cousin was possessed by the old demon, which led to the deaths of those two individuals. You were not present. The demon was as dark as coal, with a grotesque layer of fat at least 10 feet thick that it was utterly revolting." The middle-aged man was taken aback. What does 10 feet of fat mean? Haven't you ever seen a pig slaughtered? Li Huaiqian regarded him as if he were foolish, replying disdainfully. It means when you make an incision in a pig's back, there is a 10-foot thick layer of fat between the skin and the lean meat. Oh, the middle-aged man sighed deeply, as if all vitality had been drained from him. But where can we go now? To the Merchant Association, Li Huaiqian chuckled. I have a brother there, and I've heard the benefits are substantial, with even more individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Take me with you, the middle-aged man resolved, looking eagerly at Li Huaiqian. Huaiqian feigned hesitation before reluctantly agreeing. Then hurry and pack your belongings. We shall depart tonight. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Chen Zhen opened the bedroom door to find Qi Linglong dressed in plain garments, cradling a small fox in her arms. May I come in to discuss something? Qi Linglong's complexion was fair with a rosy hue, yet her expression remained indifferent. Of course, please enter. Chen Zhen was somewhat surprised, as they rarely conversed privately, unless, of course, she had sensed the unusual events of the previous night. They sat side by side on the edge of the bed, a half-meter space between them. Suddenly, the small fox wriggled free from Qi Linglong's embrace and burrowed beneath the bed, emitting a whimper. Ungrateful child, a complete ungrateful child. Chen Zhen felt uneasy. He had not spent as much time with the small fox as Qi Linglong had. Perhaps she could comprehend its intentions better. Little fox, why do you keep burrowing under the bed? Qi Linglong crouched down, gazing at it with reproach. Come out, I've told you several times not to invite anyone to play under the bed. Whimper. Such mischief must be done discreetly. Its mimicking ability is too strong. Chen Zhen pondered. There might be other false gods mingling among the residents. Qi Linglong's expression was grave. Yes, I share your concerns, Chen Zhen replied, rubbing the bridge of his nose, looking fatigued. You should arrange for the security team to investigate, checking who lacks family or friends, and promptly report any individuals who appear physically weak. That I've already arranged that. Good. Qi Linglong was known for her decisive actions, which did not surprise Chen Zhen, indicating she had not come for this matter alone. Did I ask there anything else? Have I disturbed your rest? Not at all. After awakening, sleep has become scarce, and a few days without it will have no adverse effects. Chen Zhen replied dismissively. Zhang Xiaoming and Ekenrei have gone off to cultivate, and Uncle Bai is buried in research. Yes, I am aware. Are you bored? Chen Zhen was bewildered, unsure of her intentions. Suddenly, Qi Linglong stood up, locked the door, and drew the curtains. Then, she approached Chen Zhen slowly, her demeanor unchanged, devoid of any hint of malice. Chen Zhen's mind raced with questions. What are you planning? Did she intend to test him? Was she seeking to challenge his vulnerabilities? The small fox tilted its head, nearly pressing against their cheeks, its eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Zhen considered pushing Qi Linglong away, but realized something was amiss. She maintained a deliberate distance, revealing no further intentions. She was probing him, and it was clear she had developed suspicions. Chen Zhen's mind raced, and he held his breath. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to dispel her doubts. Qi Linglong's brows knitted tighter, her emotions a complex mix of disappointment and relief. That was close. Chen Zhen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Beep, 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 his phone vibrated. Chen Zhen unlocked it to find a message from Xiao Go. Zhao Zhe is bringing 90 awakened ones and 4 false gods your way. You have finally arrived. Chen Zhen roused himself and made his way to the living room, waking the meditating Zhang Xiaoming that he instructed, inform Exenrui and the others to remain hidden within the rooms. They must not reveal themselves at the slightest noise. All right, Zhang Xiaoming asked, confused. What is happening? There is no time for explanations. Chen Zhen hurriedly added, keep an eye on the formation of the room. If it becomes too overwhelming, evacuate with everyone. Also, alert all residents to hide in the basement and maintain absolute silence. Understood? I will take care of it right away. Observing Chen Zhen's urgency, Zhang Xiaoming recognized the gravity of the situation. Chen Zhen searched the room frantically, ultimately dismantling a wooden table and inscribing on its surface, Zhao Zhe, see you at Blue Bay Villa. He shoved the tabletop into the soil by the door and departed with haste. Young master, should we set the entire neighborhood ablaze? He Jiba, holding an umbrella, awaited the exit of Zhao Zhe, whose skin was severely burned over 80%. Have the 4 gods arrived? Zhao Zhe's face was grotesque, a stark contrast to his previous dandyish persona. His hair was entangled in his wrinkled, waxy flesh, resembling the roots of an old tree deeply buried in the earth. Not yet. The gods mentioned they needed to gather some people first to satiate their hunger. Chapter 40. You are truly my beloved Heiji Ba. Heiji Ba surveyed the eerily quiet neighborhood, contrary to his expectations. According to official data, there should be thousands of residents here. Wait a moment. This time, we cannot afford any mistakes. Zhao Zei's eyes, void of eyelids, brimmed with malice as he hissed. Chen Zhen, you have repeatedly thwarted my plans and turned me into this wretched creature. I will repay you tenfold. With 4 divine beings on our side, there will be no mishaps. Heiji Ba reassured him. Rest assured, young master. Chen Zhen will not escape. We will settle old scores alongside new grievances. Heiji Ba. Zhao Zei's eyes glistened with tears as he grasped Heiji Ba's hand, choking on his words. Young master, you need only command. Heiji Ba, stirred by emotion, declared, I would risk my life to see this through. Excellent. You are the most loyal of all. Zhao Zei sobbed, capture Chen Zhen alive, and all the spiritual stones in my home will be yours. Heiji Ba pinched Zhao Zei's nose to help him blow his nose, then produced a tissue to wipe his tears. Good. You are truly my beloved Heiji Ba. Zhao Zei exited the luxury car and embraced Heiji Ba, weeping loudly. I have never endured such humiliation. Chen Zhen, I will make you wish for death, forcing you to witness how I torment by X and Rue. Hush. Heiji Ba patted Zhao Zei's back gently. Young master, lower your voice. We must not alert the snake by rustling the grass. The bodyguard standing nearby could not help but scoff. With such a large group invading the neighborhood, even a blind person would notice. They are utterly incompetent. Zhao Zei suppressed his fury and grievances. Climbing into the car, after a moment of contemplation, he ordered, Heiji Ba, arrange for 2 invisible awakened ones to scout Chen Zhen's doorstep. We cannot fall for that kid's tricks again. Understood, young master. Yes, they nodded in unison. Engaging in such childish antics with these oafs was not a new experience for them. They had grown accustomed to it as the dark mist enveloped them. They vanished from sight within 10 minutes. A wooden board was racing along the neighborhood's road. Residents hiding in the basement peered through peepholes at this spectacle, astonished. Indeed, there were monsters lurking. In the broad daylight, even a wooden board spirit was so audacious. Who would believe that there was not a powerful demon backing it? Li Huitian's words were astonishingly true. Therefore, the monthly offering of 500 hearts to the millennial-old demon was equally genuine. They must escape. Being devoured by a monster was far preferable to being sacrificed to the corpulent old demon. Heiji Ba, Zhao Zei exclaimed, pointing at the speeding wooden board. Quick, stop it. It's a wooden board come to life. The brilliance of Buddhist light exploded amidst the bodyguard's sunglasses, blooming like splendid fireworks. Heiji Ba, with skin of a pale gold, shone brilliantly, like a figure sculpted from gold. With each movement, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Wooden board spirit, meet your demise. Heiji Ba leaped forth, delivering 2 powerful punches that shattered the wooden board that a pair of rough hands seemed to vanish into thin air, seizing something with great effort, causing blood to splatter onto his resolute face. The dismembered body revealed itself to be one of the dispatched bodyguards. The other bodyguard, frozen in fear, revealed himself and trembled. Hey Gu, it's one of ours. Heiji Ba's expression darkened as he shot the bodyguard a fierce glare. Zhao Zei was unconcerned about losing a few bodyguards. Rather, he found comfort in the elimination of the wooden board spirit. Young master, it's bad. Chen Zhen has raided the house. The bodyguard picked up the 2 wooden pieces and pieced them together in front of him. Zhao Zei, see you at Blue Bay Villa. The large characters inscribed in vermilion were particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. Sure, Chen Zhen, do you still dare to challenge me? You've driven me to the brink of fury. Why do you not fear me? Zhao Zei, in a fit of rage, began to kick the car door violently, venting his pent-up emotions. After a bout of outburst, Zhao Zei calmed down and inquired, Heiji Ba, where is the Blue Bay Villa? Young master, that is your villa, Heiji Ba replied, his demeanor flustered. Oh no, my spirit stones. Very well, young master. After making arrangements, Heiji Ba dashed into the luxurious vehicle waiting behind, closely following Zhao Zei's car as they departed for the Blue Bay Villa. The villa was indeed a residence befitting the truly affluent, featuring a private swimming pool, an entrance garden the size of a central park, and an artificial lake stocked with swans. The design of the villa was also quite distinctive, composed entirely of shaped floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing for a panoramic view of the stunning scenery from the living room. Within the villa complex, there were numerous bodyguards, each swiftly dealt with by Chen Zhen, who had no intention of taking their lives. The bodyguards, understanding the situation, fell as if in a film, collapsing unconscious at the slightest touch. Among them was a tiger-striped dog stationed at the entrance. Whimpering in anguish, as Chen Zhen passed by, he mischievously kicked the dog's rear. Woof! The dog protested with a strained voice, complaining, "You kick my hemorrhoids, you're finished. Without 5 spirit stones, don't even think about settling this. Rest assured I'll leave some for you." Chen Zhen took another kick before the dog could bark again, extending his hands. 10 stones. All right, all right. The dog lay on the ground, lamenting, "You are so wealthy, you're impressive." Chen Zhen chuckled and confidently approached a room on the second floor. With a loud crash, he smashed through the wall, revealing a safe. This is it. Embracing the safe, Chen Zhen leaped through the broken window and landed atop the waiting dragon head outside. Chapter 41. Heiji Ba. Forever your beloved Heiji Ba. It was only when someone doused him with cold water that he feigned awakening in a daze. Some even smeared his face with ketchup as a substitute for blood. Where is Chen Zhen? Where is he? Zhao Zhe roared in fury, glaring at the incompetent bodyguards. The bodyguards fell silent, heads bowed, acknowledging their mistakes with a proper demeanor. Heiji Ba. Zhao Zhe pointed urgently at the villa behind him. Hurry, check if the spirit stones are still there. Yes, young master. Heiji Ba sprang into action, diving through the shattered window into the room, but they're gone. Heiji Ba seethed with rage. The safe is missing too. You useless bunch. How could so many of you fail to guard a mere safe? Zhao Zhe stamped his feet in anger, tears streaming down his face. Chen Zhen, why do you always bully me? What do you want from me? At that moment, he resembled a self-centered child, his mental state fraying under repeated blows that he had always been the one to bully others. It was unheard of for someone to bully him. Heiji Ba, however, regained his composure, his eyes sharp as blades, scrutinizing everyone present, particularly the dog, who had repeatedly shirked Zhao Zhe's orders. Even with his silver tongue, it was hard not to arouse suspicion. This could not be allowed to stand. Zhao Zhe, already teetering on the edge of madness, was fragile due to his lack of experience with setbacks. Heiji Ba, gather everyone. Today we will massacre the town. No need. A deep, authoritative voice interjected that a general clad in a military coat stood at the entrance like a ravenous tiger, his pronounced frown enhancing his menacing appearance. You say no need. But who do you think you are? Enraged, Zhao Zhe discarded his former courtesy, sneering disdainfully. You think you're something special just because I gave you a little respect. If it weren't for Lord Lingmu's favoritism, you'd be nothing. Huang Shi, cold and unyielding, enunciated each word. Lord Lingmu has given his orders that no, that's impossible. I haven't failed yet. Zhao Zhe suddenly lost his bravado, emitting an eerie laugh. You're lying to me. Lord Lingmu promised that if I accomplished this task, I would receive his favor. You must be scared, jealous. Ha. He is frightened, and so is old Bai Deng. Heiji Ba felt a pang of pity and stepped forward, patting Zhao Zhe's shoulder, choked with emotion. Young master, please don't be like this. Even without Lord Lingmu's favor, I can still help you eliminate him, and Chen Zhen, no. I want to gain divine power. Zhao Zhe shouted, shaking off Heiji Ba's hand, that I want to trample everyone underfoot. What do I care for Huang Shi or Chen Zhen? With a snap of my fingers, they will be reduced to ashes. Fool! Huang Shi scoffed, his gaze full of disdain. Lord Lingmu has lost all hope in you. He ordered you to take down Chen Zhen's stronghold, yet you returned empty-handed over a few spirit stones. He sent me to take your place. The mention of take your place caused a mouse, which had appeared beside Zhao Zhe, to open its mouth in agony, that a hand emerged from the mouse's mouth, seizing Zhao Zhe's ankle. Young master, be careful. Heiji Ba reacted swiftly, pushing Zhao Zhe aside. Upon falling, he discovered that there was no longer Zhao Zhe, only a gruesomely mangled corpse. Young master. Heiji Ba pounded his chest in despair, his eyes filling with bloodshot fury that he had always considered himself a person of principle. When someone treated him well, he felt compelled to repay them tenfold. Despite Zhao Zhe being a scoundrel, he had always treated Heiji Ba with kindness. perhaps due to his lack of genuine brotherly bonds, viewing Heiji Ba as an older brother figure. Old by Ding, prepare to meet your end. Heiji Ba transformed into a battle-ready state, resembling an enraged lion, exuding an unstoppable aura. Black brother, calm down, don't act impulsively. Xiao Go exclaimed, clutching Heiji Ba, raising his eyebrows and signaling urgently. Get off me, or I'll kill you too. Heiji Ba's arms trembled with immense strength, tearing his clothes to shreds. Xiao Go was flung away, but quickly latched onto Heiji Ba's leg. Heiji Ba, pushed to the brink of fury, swung a punch towards Xiao Go's forehead. Then I'm done for. Chen Zhen, in a moment of desperation, Xiao Go shouted Chen Zhen's name, halting the fist just 5 centimeters from his forehead. His heart raced as he stole a glance at Huang Shi, adding, You haven't killed Chen Zhen yet. You cannot die. Heiji Ba hesitated, frozen in place, before slowly regaining his composure. With a pained expression, he approached Zhao Zei's corpse, kneeling and bowing his head repeatedly. Young master, Heiji Ba will avenge you. Heiji Ba will forever be your beloved Heiji Ba. Xiao Go, arms crossed, leaned against a lamppost, squinting at Huang Shi. Rather than a dog, he resembled a cunning fox or a venomous snake. The Shaoshan community began to buzz with life again. Chen Zhen, carrying the safe, passed by the community entrance, where many cast him malicious glances. Upon hearing the commotion, people stealthily gathered at the staircase, revealing themselves upon seeing Chen Zhen. Zhengu, what happened? Bai Xinrui inquired with concern. Chen Zhen explained, extracting a pile of spirit stones from the safe. His eyes gleamed with excitement. What a collection Zhao Zei has amassed! Wow! We've struck it rich. Zhang Xiaoming's avarice flared as he gazed at the neatly stacked gold bars and banknotes, wistfully saying, Zhengu, let us share. The finances will be managed by Xinrui. Chen Zhen retorted with a hint of annoyance, Come help me count how many spirit stones there are. Zhang Xiaoming, feeling deflated, began counting the stones while grumbling. I've always managed the finances, Dado. Is that so? Chen Zhen chuckled. Then from now on, Xinrui will handle everything, including all finances that we will establish trading houses in various cities, and Xinrui will be the head manager. Chen Zhen's arrangement was not solely motivated by self-interest that in recent days. Bai Xinrui had managed their household efficiently, and no one in the community had complained about resource distribution. Her work ethic was evident to all. The position of head manager was hers by right. Establish a trading house. Bai Xinrui suddenly understood. You mean to trade the spirit stones? Not entirely. Chen Zhen smiled lightly. In the beginning, it will be a barter system, exchanging 1 spirit stone for 2 imitation spirit stones. Once the market runs out of spirit stones, we will begin sales. The goal was not merely profit, but to generate income while enabling other awakeners to improve their cultivation. Although this might inadvertently aid potential enemies, the overall benefits outweighed the risks, making it a worthy investment that in this post-apocalyptic world, money still held value. It served as leverage to ensure ordinary people worked diligently for him. Do not question why not to trade goods directly for labor, for that would only appreciate the value of labor, depriving ordinary people of hope. Money in their hands grants them confidence, as they aspire to live a superior life once the calamities cease. The Chamber of Commerce Alliance excelled at manipulating human emotions, and this tactic had proven successful time and again. Even if money were to become worthless, they would find ways to restore its value. Thus, people would forever remain in a state of acquisition and loss that we need to mark our imitation spirit stones accordingly. Chapter 42. Stay still. It saves us all the trouble. By Mang pondered for a moment before nodding. No problem. It can be done without leaving any traces. 503 pieces. Zhang Xiaoming concluded the count, providing an exact figure. So many? Qinbu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A single spirit stone has now skyrocketed to 3 million. A price without a market. Chen Zhen reflected. Zhao Zei, who would have thought you possessed such foresight? Qian Duoduo gazed at him with eager anticipation. I too wish to be a shopkeeper. A modest salary of 1 million a month would suffice. Not necessary, Chen Zhen replied succinctly. After all, setting up a trading exchange requires manpower. Qian Duoduo protested. I am also a veteran of the startup team. Why not employ me? Indeed, we require numerous assistants, but not just anyone. Chen Zhen explained calmly that I will arrange for artificial beings to assist Xinrui. That on one hand, it's challenging for ordinary people to authenticate the spirit stones. On the other, human reliability is often lacking. As for the loyalty of these artificial beings, Chen Zhen contemplated a plan that required experimentation to validate its feasibility. Very well. If you won't employ me, please settle my salary, Qian Duoduo insisted, her gaze fixed on the cash within the safe. I am performing 2 roles. A salary of 1 million a month is not excessive. Agree to her request, lest she continue to protest, Bai Xian Rui whispered softly to Chen Zhen. The Bai family is the wealthiest in Tianlan City. With ventures spanning real estate, automobiles, drones, and digital products, Bai Meng's scientific achievements have propelled the Bai family's business to unprecedented heights, even as he himself harbors a strong aversion to commercializing his technology. Since the resurgence of the divine, the Bai family has become one of the most pivotal members of the Mercantile Alliance. They had previously sought to recruit the father and daughter, but they preferred to remain by Chen Zhen's side. Once individuals gain supernatural powers, many lose their appreciation for technology. The Bai family is no exception, hence their minimal interference with Bai Meng and Bai Xian Rui. These matters were never disclosed to Chen Zhen. Perhaps it is all predestined. Who fate favors remains uncertain. Chen Zhen shook his head, then nodded. The shake was a refusal for Bai Xian Rui's financial contribution, while the nod was an agreement to Qian Duoduo's request. They would discuss it again after the spirit stones are listed. All right, I shall await your decision, that if I am let down, I assure you, I will not linger here, Qian Duoduo declared vehemently. You wait, Chen Zhen. I will ensure your downfall, and make you aware of the consequences of offending someone with over 100 million followers. Suddenly, Chen Zhen shifted the topic. Select those among the awakened with healing abilities to form a medical team. Managed by Ray. Understood. Chen Zhen felt this was still insufficient, that he had anticipated Zhao Zhe's ambush, but recognized that his arrangements were lacking, that he realized that a more meticulous division of labor was essential to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Form an assassination team composed of those skilled in stealth. Assemble a reconnaissance team of those capable of flight and possessing sensory abilities. Create a development bureau for those with enhancement and material transformation capabilities. Establish a combat team for those adept in fierce battles and possessing destructive force. The remaining awakened shall form a security team. The medical team will be overseen by Xian Rui, the reconnaissance team by Zhang Xiaoming. The development bureau will assist Uncle Bai with research, while the combat, assassination, and security teams will be temporarily managed by Ling Long. Chen Zhen spoke in a single breath, and the reactions among the group varied. The one with the most discontented expression was undoubtedly Qi Ling Long. She had never felt such a profound sense of defeat. To her, this distribution felt like a veiled demotion. It was a tremendous humiliation. She had never loathed her non-awakened status as she did now. Even Xiao, who sensed her unrest, wriggling free from her embrace to seek refuge in Bai Xian Rui's arms, peeking out with a pitiful gaze. Ahem. Zhang Xiaoming was the first to respond, awkwardly smiling. This distribution makes perfect sense, but he paced before them with hands clasped behind his back, clearly unable to contain himself, saying, However, we lack management experience. In my opinion, it would be best to let Sister Qi manage uniformly, while we serve as her aides, learning and assisting in management. Yes, I concur, Bai Xian Rui affirmed with a nod, adding, Brother Zhen. These awakened still lack a sense of belonging. They need Sister Qi's guidance. Chen Zhen slapped his forehead in frustration. I neglected this aspect. He had not considered Qi Linglong's feelings. A general's thirst for power. A strong woman's relentless pursuit of excellence. Similarly, Bai Xian Rui's words reminded him that he had assumed too much. The ability of a team to execute tasks flawlessly requires strict discipline and a belief in obedience to orders, qualities that only Qi Linglong could instill. Chen Zhen turned to Qi Linglong with a sense of guilt, seeking her opinion. Linglong, would you be willing to shoulder this burden? Bai Xian Rui shot Chen Zhen a disapproving glance and followed suit with Xiao Hu. Chen Zhen inhaled sharply, realizing that even as a general, she remained a woman, possessing unique perspectives and emotional expressions that was daunting, truly daunting. Zhang Xiaoming, having finally witnessed Chen Zhen's predicament, was elated. Brother Zhen, if it weren't for Sister Bai's kindness, your harem might very well be in ruins. Chen Zhen, I'm coming to play with your stick. Bang. Ouch, is there a transparent glass wall here? A girl with a doll-like face, shouldering a sniper rifle taller than herself, collided with the formation's barrier. The newcomer was Wang Tingting, dressed in a pristine white polo dress with twin ponytails, resembling the quintessential well-behaved neighbor girl. Naturally, one must disregard the gun. Wow, what a beauty! Zhang Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her front was as flat as her back, causing his interest to wane. What a pity, truly a pity. The girl, though not tall, had a perfect figure, delicate and exquisite features and fair. Straight legs. Yet she was flat-chested, which spoiled everything. Zhang Xiaoming lamented. Chen Zhen was somewhat surprised by her daytime visit, tossing a triangular talisman casually, declaring, "Catch." Wang Tingting pinched the talisman between her fingers, perplexed. "What is this?" "With this, you may enter and exit this house freely." Zhang Xiaoming nonchalantly performed a two-finger salute, slightly lifting his chin to showcase his jawline. "Slimeball," Wang Tingting scoffed, unable to suppress her disdain. "You." Zhang Xiaoming fell silent. Watching her enter the house, growing increasingly irate, retorting, "Flat-chested." "What did you say?" Wang Tingting exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe someone would comment on her physique in such a manner. She swiftly stepped back, raising her sniper rifle to aim at Zhang Xiaoming's head, defiantly declaring, "This figure is naturally exquisite. Dare to speak again, and I shall blow your head off." "Try it." Zhang Xiaoming's voice emerged from behind her, laced with a threatening tone. "If you dare to blow up my decoy's head, I will puncture you with 1,000 transparent holes. Let us not move. It will spare us both trouble." Chapter 43. Am I disturbing the two of you? The frog flapped its wings, landing outside the house. Engrossed in the book it held. "Enough of your antics," Chen Zhen interjected, seeing the tension escalate. "Humph." Zhang Xiaoming coldly snorted, crouching down to tidy the safe. Wang Tingting turned away dismissively, extending a hand. "Hand it over." "Your stick. Here you go." Chen Zhen replied, as a towering pillar emerged from within him, circling above them before soaring outdoors. "Wait for me." Wang Tingting hurriedly followed, her cheerful laughter resembling a kingfisher's melodious song. "Quite pleasant to the ears, as so many spirit stones." The frog remarked, still fixated on the book in hand. "Did I it a lot?" Zhang Xiaoming chuckled. "To you perhaps, but to us it's merely a drop in the bucket." Chen Zhen kicked him lightly, forcing a smile. "Stop being ridiculous." Zhang Xiaoming proudly lifted the safe, exclaiming, "The feeling of being wealthy is simply exhilarating." The frog put away the book, regarding Chen Zhen with a serious expression. "Is there really that much?" "More than you could imagine," Chen Zhen replied with a grin. Revealing a specific number would diminish the mystery that he would not reveal his cards, countering. "Have you made your decisions?" The frog fell into a brief silence before reopening the book, stating calmly, "My task today is to ensure her safety. As for the rest, the captain will personally discuss it with you." Chen Zhen nodded slightly, acknowledging their working style, that he tossed out a talisman, suggesting, "Care to come in for a chat? She'll be safe here." The frog hesitated for a long moment before nodding and entering the house. Chen Zhen noticed he was an exceedingly cautious individual, always pausing to reflect before taking action. The frog spoke sparingly, answering only when asked, maintaining a posture of book in hand and eyes glued to the pages. Chen Zhen felt at ease, as it spared him the usual social niceties, allowing him to remain vigilant for messages. Given Zhao Zai's character, after suffering a significant loss, he would likely retaliate with full force. Why hadn't Xiao Go sent a message yet? Something must be amiss. It couldn't be. Chen Zhen had unwavering confidence in Xiao Go's acumen. As twilight descended, the sun lingered in the western sky, reluctant to depart, while the moon, eager and impatient, ascended to its lofty perch with a swish. A figure resembling a bird returning to its nest swooped in an instant from outside, darting into the body of Chen Zhen. Following closely was the breathless and perspiring Wang Tingting, her hair cascading over her cheeks. Exclaiming, "Chen Zhen, when I mentioned days last time, I meant several, not just one." Understood, Chen Zhen replied with a smile. "Thank you." Tianji placed the book titled Man and Nature upon the table, adjusting his glasses as he said, "This book is a gift for you." In truth, he had come to express his gratitude for Chen Zhen saving his life, yet his overly succinct words failed to convey that sentiment. No need for thanks. As night fell, a few despondent clouds obscured the moonlight, and the stars, despite their utmost efforts, could not illuminate the earth shrouded in darkness. In the living room, Zhang Xiaoming sat cross-legged, refining the spirit stone in his hands. Chen Zhen approached from behind and gently tapped his shoulder. Zhang Xiaoming remained unresponsive, seemingly in a meditative state, lost in a realm devoid of self. When he finally turned, he inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Xiaoming, who had his eyes half closed, secretly observing his every movement. What is this guy up to? Chen Zhen thought, sitting beside him, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Zhang Xiaoming, stop pretending that I need to talk to you. Who knows if it's good news? Zhang Xiaoming tightened nervously, shifting positions and stammering, Zhengguo, it's quite late. Aren't you going to sleep? Seeing his odd behavior, Chen Zhen grew, increasingly irate. What is wrong with you? Why are you sitting so far away? Come here. The domineering aura of a zeal made Zhang Xiaoming feel helpless, as he attempted to refuse, saying, but Zhengguo, Sister Bai, and the others might still be awake. Yet he shifted closer, leaning his head against Chen Zhen's shoulder. Chen Zhen was taken aback. What are you doing? Are you exhausted or frightened by that false god? At only 19, Zhang Xiaoming had lost his parents early on, dropping out of school after junior high to survive on meager family savings. His cheerful disposition endeared him to Chen Zhen, who had already come to regard him as a younger brother. Are you playing hard to get with me? Zhang Xiaoming, with a pained expression, firmly stated, let us be clear, I want to yield. Chen Zhen suddenly understood, cursing, get out, get out. At your young age, why are you filling your head with such filthy thoughts? It's disgusting. Chen Zhen then took 3 minutes to explain the reason behind that day's kiss. Zhang Xiaoming, as if granted amnesty, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Oh, it was all a misunderstanding. You scared me. Zhigud, I thought you were going to impose some hidden rules on me. Enough of the nonsense. Here, take this, Chen Zhen said, presenting the pure white lotus to Zhang Xiaoming. It is the essence of pure divine power and will aid your cultivation. Remember, never let anyone know of its existence. This was a supreme treasure, yet also a hot potato. Zhang Xiaoming stared blankly at the lotus emanating pure light, after a while saying, Zhengguo, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Who said it was a gift? Chen Zhen replied with frustration, It's a loan to assist you in refining the spirit stone. Zhang Xiaoming sighed in relief, then suddenly asked, what if I were to consume it? Would I become extraordinarily powerful? This was a question Chen Zhen had never considered, given that he possessed the celestial palace within him that you'd best not. Its power is beyond what you can handle. The consequences of excess could be dire, and Chen Zhen shuddered at the thought. What if I could handle it? Would you be willing to give it to me then? You cannot handle it, I said. What if I could? The 12th grade lotus was no ordinary innate treasure. Its implications could affect humanity's fate, making Chen Zhen hesitant to make any promises. Cough, I hope I'm not interrupting. A man with a face full of freckles stood at the doorway, arms crossed. Observing the peculiar posture of the two and their odd conversation left him feeling rather awkward. Even more embarrassed was Zhang Xiaoming, who hurriedly distanced himself from Chen Zhen, concealing the pure white lotus in his embrace, and then questioned, how did you get in here? It was I who gave him the talisman, at the entrance of Zhao Zai's villa. When Chen Zhen had kicked the second leg of Xiao Go, he had also brought along a talisman that allowed entry into the array. Quick, come in. Chapter 44. Who the hell is your sister-in-law? Chen Zhen looked at Xiao Go with a darkened expression. Ordinarily, the two communicated solely via text, unless significant matters arose, prompting him to inquire, what bad news have you brought? Zhao Zai is dead. Xiao Go's face was grave as he took a seat in the living room. What? Chen Zhen was taken aback, asking, how did he die? Huangshi killed him. Or rather, it could be said that the false god they served did, Xiao Go explained. Huangshi, astonishingly, was still alive. The power concealed behind that false god was formidable indeed, allowing his life force to endure so tenaciously. Chen Zhen recalled the swirling green spirits during the sacrificial ceremony and felt a chill of apprehension. Noticing Chen Zhen's worried expression, Xiao Go chuckled. You don't seem to be upset about Zhao Zai's demise. Zhao Zai was merely a proxy for the false god. His death means someone else will take his place. Chen Zhen scoffed. His existence might have been more beneficial to us. A debauched scion, surrounded by misfits, was not difficult to deal with. But someone like Huangshi stepping into his role would undoubtedly elevate the challenge from simple to epic proportions. What are your plans moving forward? Xiao Go's thoughts aligned with Chen Zhen's, which was why he had rushed over to discuss strategies. Delay, Chen Zhen replied. Delay what? Xiao Go asked, astonished that you're not waiting for Huangshi to bring people to raid your lair. Are you? Such a day would inevitably come, but it shouldn't be today. Chen Zhen, having had brief encounters with Huang Shi, could discern that he exuded a cunning aura. "Why are you so certain it 1TB today?" Xiao Go was startled, unable to fathom Chen Zhen's mindset. "It's not certainty. It's hope. Hope that Huang Shi will be clever enough." Chen Zhen's expression turned bitter as the situation abruptly shifted to a passive stance. "With the power to choose entirely in others' hands." "What do you mean?" Xiao Go was increasingly puzzled. "The awakening of the false god behind the scenes signifies that it will no longer require a proxy." Chen Zhen elucidated. "If Huang Shi is wise enough, he will seek to amass sufficient benefits before the false god awakens, at which point he can choose his allegiance based on the circumstances. Should he be abandoned by the false god, he could rise as the banner of resistance, becoming a leader of humanity. Should he be favored, he could still use that power to guard against the false god while simultaneously acting as its proxy, ruling over humanity." Xiao Go's understanding deepened, nodding in admiration as he asked, "So, will he sacrifice humans next?" "No." Chen Zhen hesitated before answering. "He will find excuses to delay, on one hand fostering more of his own power, and on the other, seeking to gain even greater strength." "That I completely agree." Xiao Go felt reassured. "Since you can predict his next move, you must have a plan to counter it." Chen Zhen offered a bitter smile. "Not really. In the face of absolute power, all maneuvers are mere flashy performances." "What? Even you have no means?" Xiao Go became agitated, as the thought of joining this team had just ignited in his mind, only to be extinguished in an instant. "That as long as he could survive, the distinction between good and evil mattered little to him. Given a choice, he would prefer to stand on the side of righteousness. But he had no choice. As for the pact made with Chen Zhen, he could dissolve it at any moment. It's not entirely out of the question." Chen Zhen observed him with a knowing look, as if he had seen through his thoughts. With a mischievous grin, he said, "We'll delay, enhance our own strength, and secretly align with more forces. The issue of spirit stones has been resolved." The previously silent Zhang Xiaoming finally interjected, adopting a pose reminiscent of a wealthy tycoon. Xiao Go slowly sat down, his smile becoming deliberate as he said, "I'll gamble with you. If even you are not their match, then humanity is devoid of hope." "Rest assured," Chen Zhen reassured him, "this is merely the beginning. The false gods capable of effortlessly annihilating humanity will take at least a few more years to awaken." "How do you know?" Xiao Go inquired. His soul stirred. Chen Zhen merely smiled without responding, and he certainly knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured for 7 years in his previous life. "Zhen Ge says it is so," Zhang Xiaoming declared arrogantly. "You talk too much nonsense." "Oh, my sister-in-law teaches well," Xiao Go replied respectfully. Who the hell is your sister-in-law?" Zhang Xiaoming leapt from the sofa, his flushed face betraying either anger or embarrassment. "That he gestured and chanted. The 7 stars sword emitted a dazzling red light, aimed directly at Xiao Go's brow. Xiao Go, in a state of panic, explained, "Chen Zhen is indeed younger than me, but he is the team leader, so I should rightfully call him Zhen Ge. Calling you sister-in-law seems inappropriate." You dare say that again?" Zhang Xiaoming was so enraged he could barely articulate, and the 7 stars sword inched closer. Chen Zhen swiftly intervened, grabbing the 7 stars sword and admonishing, "Enough of the ruckus, don't let it escalate. Zhen Ge, this insufferable brat, is frivolously toying with ethical matters." Zhang Xiaoming indignantly remarked that a straight man. Chen Zhen simply could not tolerate such jesting. "Xiao Go, cease your nonsensical prattle." Xiao Go, wide-eyed, inquired in a hushed tone, "Has there been no official announcement yet?" "What do you mean by official?" Zhang Xiaoming retorted, his frustration bubbling over. "This fellow is doing it on purpose. Zhen Ge, allow me to poke 1,000 transparent holes into him. Have you all finished your ruckus?" A woman's displeased voice echoed from the staircase. Zhang Xiaoming fell silent, casting a knowing glance at Xiao Go, whispering, "That's the sister-in-law." Xiao Go, taken aback, hurriedly stood and bowed in apology. "My apologies, brother. The topic you were discussing was simply too explosive, and I misunderstood. Forgiveness is possible, but from now on, you must defer to me." Zhang Xiaoming declared, not one to hold grudges, as the misunderstanding dissipated and his anger evaporated. Xiao Go chuckled, recognizing that this was merely an unasked request, and nodded in agreement. "Did I ask this person your friend?" Bai Xinrui approached the living room to inquire of Chen Zhen. After Chen Zhen facilitated their introductions, he added, "Currently, we lack sufficient rooms. Xiao Go will have to sleep in the living room for now. The living room boasted 3 long sofas, ample for both Zhang Xiaoming and Xiao Go. Will you snore, grind your teeth, or pass gas in your sleep? Zhang Xiaoming asked, arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. Very well. Zhang Xiaoming motioned to the adjacent sofa, instructing, come sit here. Let your elder brother enlighten you on the team's rules. All right, Xiao Go replied with a cheerful demeanor as he scurried over. The rules are that the second and third must obey the first. And the third must heed the second. Do you comprehend? I understand, but must we also comply with unreasonable demands? Would the first demands ever be unreasonable? Zhang Xiaoming scoffed, his disdain evident. Follow me and learn well. I shall devote myself earnestly, Xiao Go affirmed. Chapter 45. Another trial. Chen Zhen was left with a throbbing headache from the two's incessant banter. For over half an hour, they played off one another like 2 comedic performers. Just as he rose to leave, Xiao Go suddenly queried, Zhenggu, have the city's monsters diminished? Have you dispatched someone to eliminate them? Not by my hand, Chen Zhen replied, glancing at the overcast sky. There are specialists attending to this matter. He had contemplated sending others to assist in the cleansing, yet the risks were too great. Some were unwilling to see the monsters eradicated, having endured painful experiences in a previous life. One must first manage people to control the monsters, and subsequently handle the false gods within this city. Xiao Go pondered, could this power be utilized? We shall wait and see, Chen Zhen remarked as he ascended the staircase. Bai Xinrui had been waiting on the second floor for some time, and, upon seeing Chen Zhen, complained, have you provoked Sister Qi to anger, and now you choose to disregard her? It's nothing, Chen Zhen replied nonchalantly. A good night's sleep will quell her ire. Observing his demeanor, Bai Xinrui, visibly vexed, retorted, you seem so astute. Yet when faced with such matters, you become muddled. That a woman's anger does not simply dissipate. She will only brood further, building higher walls in her heart. If he understood a woman's heart, he wouldn't have been so badly deceived by Lin Shui, Chen Zhen thought, feeling powerless as he asked, what should I do? You must apologize to her, demonstrating genuine sincerity, Bai Xinrui commanded. Once she calms down, you should also say some sweet words to placate her. Chen Zhen hesitated, his inner turmoil evident as he gazed at her. Go on, I will remain in your room for now. Bai Xinrui's expression was resolute, though the slight curve of her lips revealed her bitterness. This was not a peaceful era, and she had no opportunity to compete for attention. Chen Zhen needed Qi Linglong, and her role was to mediate, assisting him in stabilizing the team. Very well, Chen Zhen reluctantly agreed. Bai Xinrui smiled faintly. Do your best. Knock, knock, knock. That Qi Linglong's voice came from behind the door. I'm awake, come in. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chen Zhen pushed the door open and entered the room. A person and a fox were staring vacantly at a corner of the room. Chen Zhen mused, has this matter not yet passed? Take a seat. There is a chair over there, Qi Linglong said coolly. That chair. Chen Zhen surveyed the room, noting 2 chairs, one occupied by the small fox and the other positioned in the corner. May I ask why? Chen Zhen inquired, feeling a twinge of guilt. You may not. Qi Linglong promptly declined, leaving Chen Zhen with no room for negotiation. After sitting in the corner, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, especially as the small fox raised a paw to its mouth, making soft snoring sounds. You ungrateful child. A thoroughly ungrateful child, Qi Linglong declared. Speak, what brings you here at such an hour? She lifted the small fox from the chair, stroking its soft, pure fur. Regarding this morning's incident, it was my oversight that may have led to your misunderstanding, Chen Zhen said while taking the chair previously occupied by the fox. That Qi Linglong's gaze was icy, her demeanor formidable. She felt a deep sense of guilt. There is no misunderstanding. I was the one who hindered progress. It was I who called for help, yet you undertook the risk. Chen Zhen's expression suddenly turned grave, a cold smile escaping his lips. Is that so? Is that truly how you perceive it? Qi Linglong furrowed her brows, countering, is it not? Their eyes locked in a tense standoff for a full 30 seconds, before Chen Zhen finally relented, averting his gaze. Sincerely, he stated, I will not endanger my life based on someone else's words. That I compelled you to stay because you possess a power I required. Qi Linglong's face flushed unexpectedly, her tone brimming with anticipation. What power? You have experience in leading troops. I need your assistance in training the awakened squad. Xinrui mentioned. No one else can accomplish this. Previously, I took it for granted. Chen Zhen articulated the carefully prepared speech he had in mind. Although Qi Linglong did not hear the words she most wished to hear, this was sufficient. With a hint of skepticism, she inquired, "Did Xinrui instruct you to say this?" Chen Zhen shook his head. "From the moment I decided to keep you. I had this plan in mind. I've always arranged it this way, have I not?" Qi Linglong did not respond but had already accepted it in her heart. "Then you should rest early. I will not intrude further." Chen Zhen concluded, feeling it was time to leave. After all, she was a soldier. As long as she recognized her worth, that was enough. That it was not as Bai Xinrui had suggested. She was not so fragile. Qi Linglong gently grasped the small fox's head, her gaze penetrating as she looked at Chen Zhen, stating flatly, "The small fox mentioned you visited this room last night." Had he not understood the small fox's astonished and aggrieved expression? Chen Zhen might have almost confessed. Another trial, he thought. A woman's intuition is indeed formidable. Qi Linglong theatrically questioned the small fox. "Is that right, little fox?" "Ooh." The small fox raised a paw to its mouth again, emitting soft sounds. Chen Zhen felt his lips twitch. The small fox was obedient, but too naive. Persistently mimicking this way was not sustainable. Problems would inevitably arise. Oh, then it's nothing. You should rest early as well. Since Qi Linglong had said so, Chen Zhen felt reassured enough to leave. Stepping out of the bedroom, he spotted a fleeting shadow by Xinrui. Chen Zhen offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Bai Xinrui stretched, feigning drowsiness. "I'm off to sleep. Tomorrow brings many tasks." Chen Zhen lay in bed, listening to the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses from downstairs. These two certainly shared a mutual affinity. Sleep eluded him as he sat cross-legged, focusing on the celestial palace within him. The majestic palace, shrouded in celestial mist, obscured all else. He believed that the celestial palace concealed more secrets waiting for him to uncover. However, whether past or present, he could not delve deeply into his consciousness to access the celestial palace. Chapter 46. The disarray of heaven's path. Life and death nullified inside the celestial palace. There were several divine essences he had never collected before. One of them was the essence of the false god he had dealt with on the back mountain. The purity envoy. The voice of the elder echoed in his mind once more, just as before. It was solemn and deep, yet this time, it sounded even more fatigued. Chen Zhen eagerly inquired, "So, does this mean the celestial palace contains the primordial yin-yang energy?" "Indeed, what you refer to as celestial energy." The elder sighed deeply. "However, it is now nearing depletion." Chen Zhen pressed further. What consequences arise from the depletion of celestial energy? He pondered over these words. The worst outcome of life and death nullified was something many might dream of. The elder, perceiving Chen Zhen's thoughts, elucidated. In chaos and disorder, all beings are driven by malice. The living engage in endless conflict, while the dead become dust, yet their consciousness remains tormented. Life and death nullified means the absence of the concept of life and death. Not eternal life. Is that akin to hell. A body dead yet consciousness unextinguished, mountains of corpses wailing in agony. Just this image alone is enough to instill terror in Chen Zhen that he could not help but retort. "What can we do? Is there no way to avert this?" "There is." The elderly man's eyes fluttered open slightly, fixating upon Chen Zhen. His beard, formed of clouds, danced in the ethereal breeze. Although Chen Zhen could not see the old man, he could feel his presence, bewildered as he uttered, "Are you implying that it all rests upon me?" After a prolonged silence, Chen Zhen inquired, "Where are the other 4 12-petal lotuses?" "Ha," the old man suddenly chuckled. "Maintaining the balance of the heavenly path has consumed all my divine power. The search for the 4 12-petal lotuses must be undertaken by you alone." "And who are you? Why does the celestial palace reside within me?" Chen Zhen posed the 2 most pressing questions. "That I do not know. I do not know who I am," the old man replied laboriously after a moment. Chen Zhen's heart grew even more perplexed. A being capable of sustaining the heavenly order must undoubtedly be an ancient deity. If even he had begun to feel lost, what could Chen Zhen possibly do? And how could he cast the responsibility of saving the 3 realms upon him? After a lengthy period, Chen Zhen's tumultuous emotions finally settled. Given the circumstances, he could not stand idly by, nor could he blame fate. For they all gazed at him, all held expectations for him. Anyone could falter, but he could not. Jinggu, something has happened, came Zhang Xiaoming's voice from outside the door. Chen Zhen opened the door and asked, "What is it that requires such urgency?" Zhang Xiaoming shook his head. "Li Yurong is downstairs. He insists on seeing you before he will speak, that he seems quite anxious." The two made their way to the entrance that Li Yurong was fidgeting, his hands nervously rubbing together. Upon seeing Chen Zhen, he donned an eager smile. "Leader, good evening." Chen Zhen frowned and asked, "What pressing matter do you have?" "Speak quickly." Li Yurong immediately switched to an anxious demeanor. "Leader, I just finished counting the residents, and I found that dozens are missing. It is said that they were taken by that rascal Li Huaiqian to the trading association." Zhang Xiaoming scoffed. "Taken? I think they left willingly. Losing one person means one less mouth to feed. It is not a significant loss." Chen Zhen turned to Xiao Guo, smiling as he asked, "What is your perspective?" Xiao Guo chuckled. "I concur with Xiaoming." Chen Zhen smiled without responding, casting a glance at Zhang Xiaoming. This man was adept at navigating social situations, and to discern his true thoughts, it seemed he would have to rely on Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming understood immediately and wrapped an arm around Xiao Guo's neck. "What I said was merely in anger. You agreed to what? Zhen Gu wants to hear your sincere opinion, not flattery. When it comes to serious matters, the team rules are suspended." Xiao Guo, visibly embarrassed, explained, "Xiaoming has his reasons, but it can be interpreted from another perspective." Chen Zhen gestured for Zhang Xiaoming to release Xiao Guo, then speak. Zhang Xiaoming complied. Xiao Guo's lips curled into a confident smile as he squinted his eyes, stating, "Those who have fled may lack martial prowess, but they are still a source of productivity. Our future sustenance depends on their labor, that if they fall under the control of other forces, it would be quite detrimental for us. Isn't there an old saying? He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world." Chen Zhen nodded in deep agreement. "Do you have any countermeasures?" Xiao Guo crossed his arms nonchalantly. "Build high walls." Chen Zhen acknowledged, having already contemplated such a plan. However, the project was immense, which is why he had reached out to the Civil Engineering Corps. Moreover, there was a more significant worry. Awakened individuals defecting to other factions was something they could not prevent. He then cheerfully declared, "Xiaoming, award manager Li 100,000. Li Yurong was taken aback. "Leader, I feel unworthy of such a reward, that I have not fulfilled my responsibilities well enough to accept your generous offering." Zhang Xiaoming, finding his attitude distasteful, retorted, "Just take it. Stop with the excessive modesty." That Li Yurong forced a nervous laugh. "You are right, Zhang." Once Li Yurong had taken his leave with the money, the three settled in the living room. Chen Zhen instructed the two, "Tomorrow morning, find out exactly how many have left and the reasons behind it." "Understood. Remember, do not assign anyone to the vacant houses." "Why not? With extra rooms, we could improve the residents' living conditions. Perhaps it could stabilize their trust." Chen Zhen spoke meaningfully. "I have other plans." With that, he stood and walked towards the door. Zhang Xiaoming queried, "Where are you headed at this late hour?" Feeling uneasy, Zhang Xiaoming suggested, "Let Guzi accompany you. It's safer that way." And oh need to be why the time his voice reached them. Chen Zhen was already 100 meters away. Xiao Guo stared blankly at the vanishing figure of Chen Zhen, silently lamenting, no need to worry about becoming his steed. Chapter 47. Tonight, one of us shall perish. The city's night fell into a hush, devoid of the usual clamor and the relentless glow of lights. Yet the night was far from tranquil, as rumbling and roars reverberated through the skies. These monsters, why could they not be eradicated completely? Old Li, clad in a shell-like armor with green hair, sat cross-legged atop the corpse of a winged elephant, smoking a post-battle cigarette. "Tianji, how many monsters have we eliminated in total?" Malong, having lowered her guard, found a clean spot to sit. "Including the 53 we cleared tonight, the total is 378. Tianji hovered behind Old Li, using the green glow from his head to read a book. Upon hearing the figure, the group fell into silence. The task was proving much more arduous than they had anticipated. That a sudden gust of wind swept in, and Zhang Wei, hidden in the shadows, transformed into a cloud of darkness, blocking Malong's path. The others immediately tensed, and Malong and Tianji shouted in unison, "Ting Ting, be careful." The fierce wind rattled the glass of the skyscrapers. Just as the earpiece relayed the warning from their teammates, the glass shattered with a loud crash. When Ting Ting reacted swiftly, diving behind a wall, though her face and hands bore the marks of sharp cuts, she was unharmed. Tianji exhaled a breath of frustration. Taking a stance in front of the window, the Malong's pupils contracted into tiny green dots as she scanned her surroundings, coldly chuckling. Here they come. 4 individuals. Individuals? Old Li flicked the cigarette but from his fingers, speaking with gravity. Are they men or women? Malong gazed towards a building a kilometer away. 1 woman, 3 men. Old Li instantly perked up. I'll take the woman. You handle the men. Malong swayed her hips as she approached Old Li, teasing, this time, you might not be able to handle it. Old Li stood up to stretch, grinning mischievously. There's no woman I. Old Li cannot handle. Except for you that they're coming. Zhang Wei spoke in a low tone that a hollow round moon descended from the sky, its white light evaporating the moisture in the air. The black mist followed closely, exuding a murderous intent. Malong was astonished. Zhang Wei never took the initiative to strike. What had gotten into him tonight? A cloud of darkness floated to the top floor, chillingly stating, I feel the same. With a firm grip, the man crushed the light circle, scattering the glimmering points into oblivion. Codename 178, Day Wanderer. Yu Mingho as the black mist dissipated, a gaunt figure in black emerged. Codename 179, Night Wanderer. Zhang Wei. With those words spoken, Zhang Wei's figure vanished into the night. The Yu Mingho erupted into wild laughter. Before me, such tricks are futile. With a snap of his fingers, the scattered lights brightened once more, floating in the air atop the building like stars in a magnificent universe, driving away the darkness and leaving nowhere to hide. That a sharp, double-edged weapon was positioned against Yu Mingho's throat. Victory was assured, and life and death had been determined. Zhang Wei, in a strangling posture, sought to sever the head that emitted a loathsome laughter. Yet his body abruptly froze, countless glimmers coalescing around him. The Yu Mingho's face twisted in disappointment. Why are you so useless? I had such high hopes for you, boom. An elbow struck Zhang Wei's abdomen, a sharp pain radiating through his ribs, consuming his entire mind, bam. Another kick landed squarely on his chest, as if his breathing had been blocked by concrete. With Zhang Wei firmly ensnared by the light glimmers, he was rendered a living target, left to endure Yu Mingho's relentless assaults. Trash. Trash, with each strike. Yu Mingho bellowed, you are far too weak. How can you share a name with me? You are my disgrace, 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 disgrace. Zhang Wei coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, finally regaining his breath. The Yu Mingho wiped the blood from his face, a sinister smile spreading. You're still alive? Good, we still have more fun to be had. His eyes bloodshot with excitement. He danced around Zhang Wei, reveling in the torment of this individual who possessed the essence of the Night Wanderer. It was an emotion he could hardly contain, akin to a hunter facing its prey, driven by pure and mysterious power. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, and he launched a series of kicks toward Zhang Wei's head. In that moment, Zhang Wei's gaze held no fear, no acceptance of death, only a joy filled with bloodlust. Even as his nose collapsed and teeth fell out, the black cloth covering his face was soaked in deep crimson. Ha! He laughed ecstatically, a wailing scream echoing through the night, his hollow eyes fixated intently on Yu Mingho. Yu Mingho found Zhang Wei's gaze profoundly irritating, seizing his 10 fingers as he snarled, Beg me. Beg me to spare you. Just say it, and I shall cease. Zhang Wei, however, paid no heed to the words, lost in his own rapturous laughter. All the gloom within surged forth with each pang of pain. Yu Mingho's anger intensified as he snapped one of Zhang Wei's fingers, gritting his teeth and demanding, Speak! Quickly, crack! The second finger was broken. Crack! The third, all 10 fingers were twisted into a grotesque form by Yu Mingho's relentless grip. Zhang Wei's laughter abruptly ceased, plunging him into despair. Several dark orbs erupted from his body, drifting through the light, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Laughter, weeping, voices of pity, and furious roars. Yu Mingho's expression shifted dramatically as he conjured a corresponding number of light rings to pursue these dark orbs. As light clashed with darkness, the orbs morphed into a shroud of black, spreading outward and forming an impenetrable black barrier. And no matter how bright the light, it could only illuminate a small patch of ground. Impossible! Yu Mingho gasped in horror at this transformation, murmuring to himself, The sun is the nemesis of the night. You are unworthy of being beneath my feet. His face twisted in resentment as he glared at Zhang Wei. But where was Zhang Wei? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhang Wei vanished once more. Terror filled Yu Mingho's eyes as he gathered all the light around him, finally catching a glimpse of Zhang Wei's silhouette in the darkness. Blazing white light, akin to silver needles, aggressively pierced the gloom. "That I will make you vanish completely." Why Yu Mingho laughed maniacally, mocking, "A mere shadow of darkness is insignificant before my solar radiance." Yet soon, his derisive laughter froze on his lips. As light merged with darkness, the night enveloped him, spreading swiftly until it reached Yu Mingho. No, it cannot be. Yu Mingho staggered back in fear, unwilling to accept the scene before him. The divine light will not abandon me. It cannot. With a fierce roar, his body erupted with numerous cracks, a surge of white light bursting forth, creating a mist of radiance that held back the encroaching darkness. Within the light mist, a shadowy figure emerged, shouting frenziedly, "Die! This world should not harbor darkness." A clash between black mist and white mist ensued, intertwining, half shadow and half light. The searing heat consumed the chill of the shadows, while the cold darkness assimilated the warmth. Both forces coexisting, undistinguishable from one another. Only when the black shroud contracted, surging with overwhelming dark energy, did the white mist visibly diminish. No, within the mist of light, Yu Mingho's terrified pleas echoed. "I beg you. Spare me. I am merely following orders." Zhang Wei's voice turned hoarse, icy as he replied, "Tonight, one of us must die." Why Yu Mingho wept and pleaded, "We hold no grudges. There is no need for this. I beseech you. I have a wife and children waiting at home." Unmoved, Zhang Wei stated, "Once you step onto the battlefield, you must be prepared for the worst." Amidst Yu Mingho's cries, the black mist grew colder, engulfing the white mist entirely. Several dark orbs broke free, scattering in all directions as if desperately fleeing. Zhang Wei, exhausted, collapsed onto the concrete floor of the building, feebly raising his hands. The fleeing dark orbs struggled, seemingly ensnared by an invisible force, until the last wisps entered Zhang Wei's body. Chapter 48. Old Li is very angry, and the consequences are severe in stark contrast to the fierce clashes atop the skyscraper. The few individuals on the street appeared remarkably subdued. A dozen meters in front of Ma Lan stood two men and a woman, all gazing upward at the interplay of light and dark until the luminous portion vanished completely. "Heh. You have won." The woman, clad in traditional Han attire, covered her mouth with her ample sleeves, giggling. "The night has triumphed over the light. This is a reversal of the heavenly order." Beside her, a short man in fitted attire shook his head in resignation. "Old you, may your journey be smooth. Blame the woman who gambles with a 10-to-1 chance of losing to him." A Lan's taut nerves relaxed as she corrected, "This is not a victory of night over light. It is my comrade who has triumphed over your teammate." The woman's expression remained indifferent. "Speak. What are your 3 questions?" Ma Lan inquired. "Who sent you?" "The Merchant Guild," she replied without hesitation, exuding confidence. A Lan, initially believing they were from Huangshi, was taken aback by the answer. "Why would the Merchant Guild want us dead?" "Is this your second question?" she asked, raising 2 fingers. "It is." The others looked curiously at the tortoise lying on the ground, who was busy snapping photos of the woman in Han attire in rapid succession. Old Li, unperturbed, grinned widely. "You all continue your conversation. Don't mind me." The woman, observing the tortoise doing push-ups, laughed even more. "It's not that we must kill you. As long as you cease to purge the monsters in Tianlan City, everything is negotiable." A Lan's expression hardened. "Why shouldn't we eliminate these monsters?" "What are your intentions?" The woman chuckled. "That counts as 2 questions. Given that little tortoise is making an effort to please me, I'll grant you one." Old Li chuckled foolishly, doing push-ups while throwing flirtatious glances at the woman. "With these muscles and the scent of hormones in the air, how could I not charm you?" The woman suddenly radiated killing intent, her voice icy. "If you speak, you will surely die. Are you certain you wish to hear?" Ma Lan remained unfazed, shrugging. "Do you think we are here for a vacation? Speak quickly. Our little friend is losing patience." The woman nodded in admiration, glancing at the skyscraper, and said playfully, "Since there is a little friend, I shall be more straightforward. The Merchant Guild thrives on chaos, as it facilitates control, and the monsters are the source of that chaos." Her wording was already quite euphemistic, framing domination as management, rendering it more humane and democratic. A Lan gritted her teeth, forcefully stating, You would plunge people into the abyss for your own gain. Do you not fear retribution from the capital? Wang Tingting, observing the woman's smug expression through her scope, felt a surge of anger. Exclaiming, Sister Lan, why waste words with her? Let me take her out with a single shot. Tianji echoed in agreement. I concur. Old Li stood up, cracking his knuckles. Agreed that Lan smiled faintly, whispering, then let us proceed. Bayou, the gunfire rang out, the bullet racing towards the woman's temple with a blazing tail. ATA speed of 1,000 meters per second. She would have no chance of dodging if unprepared as the bullet neared. Just under a meter away from the woman, it suddenly veered off course, seamlessly gliding past her without any visible external influence. What the hell? Wang Tingting gasped in shock, firing 2 more rounds, only for the bullets to similarly deviate. So, that's how it is, Old Li observed, his eyes on the woman's flowing sleeve that danced in front of her mouth, mocking. I was worried you might be a buck-toothed girl, but it turns out your mouth is your weapon. With that blowing skill, I, Old Li, have utterly fallen for you, the tank of the group. Old Li had received the most attention, allowing his cultivation to reach the first-grade 3rd level. He could clearly perceive the airflow surrounding the woman, which emanated from her mouth. Lan, catching on Old Li's words, realized the truth and joked. Looks like tonight, she is all yours. Old Li casually lit a cigarette, mimicking Chen Zhen's tone. Unfortunately, I'm not in the mood today. Ma Lan shot him an unfriendly glare. Your little friend is quite impatient. At least tell us your name, so we can report to the capital about your demise at the hands of monsters. The woman, unperturbed by the ambush, cast a languid glance at a window in the skyscraper. Wang Tingting, choosing not to hide any longer, swaggered to the window, cupping her hands to shout, Your great-grandmother's name is Wang Tingting. Remember it, lest you arrive in the underworld without knowing who your enemy is. The woman turned to Ma Lan, giggling. She is a straightforward child, my favorite type. Lan shook her head, sighing. But it seems she doesn't quite like you. I like her, Old Li interjected eagerly, raising his hand. I am Li's friend, miss. What is your name? The woman, losing her interest, replied in a bland tone. Mu Qing. She gestured toward the dwarf beside her. This little man is Chao Dan. Yes, the Chao Dan you are imagining. From a distance, Chao Dan resembled a 2- or 3-year-old child. I am not short. I simply lack height in a noticeable way. Chao Dan arrogantly lifted his head and spat in Old Li's direction. When I lie down, my height is far greater than that of that green turtle. Mu Qing. Ma Lan. Wang Tingting, refusing to back down, retorted angrily. A short person is still short. Lying down won't change your height. Is your brain muddled? Tianji cleared his throat, reminding Wang Tingting. That's not quite the same thing. Wang Tingting, hands on her hips, defiantly argued. How is it not the same? Are there other ways to calculate height? Tianji. What began as a taunt inadvertently struck a nerve with Old Li, delivering a 1,000,000-point hit to his ego. Anyone could mock his height, but a dwarf standing less than a meter tall had no right to do so. Old Li was engulfed in a fit of rage, the consequences dire. Chapter 49. Thunder and lightning. His eyes were bloodshot as he flung himself onto the ground, feigning the intention to remove his trousers. Exclaiming, You short bastard, come over and measure up. Let us see who stands taller. Mu Qing. Ma Lan. Wang Tingting instantly grasped the situation, her face flushing like a lantern. Chao Dan, meanwhile, unfastened his belt with a series of cold snorts, declaring, Today, I shall strip you of every ounce of your manhood. Enough, Mu Qing exclaimed, lifting Chao Dan and disregarding his flailing legs. Don't be fooled by him. If you go over there, you may lose your life. Chao Dan, struck by a moment of clarity, glared at Old Li's stubbornly clinging trousers and cursed, You son of a turtle, dare you deceive me? With his intentions laid bare, Old Li resignedly sat up. Spitting dismissively, a man should not concern himself with momentary height differences. Humph. If you wish to compare, do you even have the means? Chao Dan tightened his belt, his chubby face creased with disdain and derision. Fueled by a competitive spirit, Mu Qing chimed in with a light-hearted laugh. Since you're so keen to compare, why not have a duel of life and death? Whoever is shorter dies. I'm betting on Chao Dan to win. Old Li's expression changed drastically. Life and death were trivial, but a man's dignity was paramount. Chao Dan, too, lost his earlier bravado. He was confident in a straightforward contest, but when it came to a wager involving Mu Qing, he hesitated. Another man in their company hurriedly intervened. Miss, Let us not jest. The president is still waiting for the heads of several of us. Then Mu Qing, devoid of interest, pointed at the man and introduced him. My grandfather's lackey. Li Yufeng de Yufeng's face turned awkward, nodding repeatedly. If the miss says so, then it is so. Mu Qing shot him a disdainful glance, her murderous intent palpable. Leave that little girl upstairs to me. Eliminate everyone else. And no sooner had the words left her lips than all present sprang into action. Li Yufeng charged forward with lightning speed. Ma Lan recognized his movements but had no time to react. Watching helplessly as his fist struck her abdomen. Thud. The punch landed heavily on Old Li's shell. Crouching, Old Li grinned. In crucial moments, it's still up to me, Old Li. From now on, let me take over. Before he could finish, he cried out in agony that a white arc of electricity spread from Li Yufeng's fist, enveloping Old Li's entire body, which soon emitted wisps of black smoke as it was charred from the electric assault. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Li Yufeng hastily dodged, a silver lightning bolt striking the ground where he had just stood, leaving a half-meter diameter crater. Tianji flapped his wings, electric sparks glinting in his glasses. Don't move. It'll save us all trouble. Li Yufeng's expression remained impassive, arcs of electricity crackling from his fists, probing the surroundings. The gusts of wind howled, stirring up dust on the street, leaving gashes on abandoned vehicles and billboards. Are they trying to take me down too? Li Yufeng thought, not daring to let his guard down. With a flash of electric arcs, he leaped and crashed through the shutter of a derelict shop. Hiding behind the wall, the imperceptible wind blades surged forward with unstoppable force. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clinks filled the air, until the wind ceased and the dust settled. A green turtle shell emerged, towering at a height of 10 meters. Old Li propped himself up with one hand on the turtle shell, while the other pulled out a lighter to ignite the cigarette hanging from his lips. With a satisfying exhale, a cloud of blue smoke escaped his cracked lips. Old Li proclaimed, Tianji, that man is yours. The women are mine. Tianji nodded in agreement with the arrangement that 100 meters away. Mu Qing gazed at the upright turtle shell, visibly taken aback. Recently, the chamber had dispatched individuals to covertly gather information on several of them, believing they had acquired knowledge of their abilities, prompting a proactive strike. However, they had not anticipated the existence of hidden powers, and Mu Qing's expression turned resolute as she lowered her arm from her mouth, revealing her exquisite features. Her features were meticulously sculpted, a testament to artistry. Pouting, she took a deep breath, filling her lungs with air before releasing it in a long sigh. The wind howled ominously, yet this time it lacked the earlier ferocity, covering less than a meter, leaving a clean and straight scratch on the ground. Observing the wind blades spinning like giant shurikens, Old Li's demeanor shifted. He dug his claws into the ground, gripping the now half-height turtle shell tightly. The shell felt heavy, yet in Old Li's grasp, it resembled a mere green leaf. Bang! He tossed it aside, deflecting the wind blades, which veered toward the nearby building that Li Yufeng, who had just peeked out, was startled, sidestepping as the wind blades whisked past him. Had he not been so agile, he would have likely been cleaved in half. The perfect arc of the turtle shell absorbed much of the force. Yet it still propelled Old Li several meters away. Nevertheless, Mu Qing's onslaught continued unabated. The intensity of the wind blades grew stronger, ringing in Old Li's ears. Within mere seconds, the buildings lining the street became riddled with holes. By it, a gunshot rang out. The bullet aimed at Mu Qing, who was still exhaling fierce winds. Naturally, she remained vigilant. The air currents surrounding her appeared stagnant, yet they flowed at high speed. Just like before, the bullet was deflected off course, sailing past her. Damn woman, I refuse to believe I can't kill you. Wang Tingting exclaimed in frustration, her gun accumulating a sphere of white light, when suddenly Ma Lan's voice crackled through her earpiece. Shoot at my feet. Without hesitation, Wang Tingting redirected her weapon, and with a bang, the surrounding rubble was sent flying. As the debris settled, the white light erupted at Ma Lan's feet. Tianji seized Ma Lan's hands, pulling her away from the light, soaring towards the high-rise where Wang Tingting was positioned. As the blinding light flashed, a black rock jutted up from the enormous pit, and a diminutive figure burst forth. Shouting at Li Yufeng, eliminate that big wave first. Her eyes have a trick. Once locked on, she cannot unleash her awakened abilities that Liu Feng, maintaining a horse stance with his fists tight against his waist. Suddenly unleashed a punch at Tianji, a torrent of lightning cascading forth. Tianji, his hair standing on end, found himself with no way to evade and could only gamble on a chance. He grasped Ma Lan with one hand while raising the other high, letting out a deep grunt. Thunder roared as a silver arc exploded behind him. The silver torrent split into two, creating chaos in the air, crackling like fireworks slowly fading away. Tianji silently lamented while swiftly delivering Ma Lan to her elevated position. Yes, coming got a figure radiating with lightning traversed the building walls with ease. Just as Ma Lan's warning escaped her lips, he had already reached Tianji's side. That's so fast. Tianji could not react in time, receiving a powerful kick to his abdomen, the force propelling him over 20 meters, crashing into the adjacent skyscraper. Meanwhile, Liu Feng did not linger for a moment, propelling himself off the building, his body arcing downwards. Upon landing, he swiftly darted to the opposite wall of the building, moving at a speed too quick for even Ma Lan's eyes to follow. This is bad. Tianji is in danger. Chapter 50. The fury of old Li Wang Tingting panicked, firing multiple shots at Liu Feng in an attempt to disrupt him. The energy cannon was aimed at the woman. Ma Lan's pupils narrowed, locking onto Mu Qing. That Mu Qing smirked disdainfully. Within a kilometer, the wind served as her eyes and ears. Even the slightest movement was within her grasp. Amused, she tilted her head to observe the two. At the moment their gazes met, her body abruptly froze, and the wind slipped from her control. Wang Tingting charged up a cannon blast. Die, you shameless harlot! As the white light engulfed Mu Qing, a lightning figure sprinted forth, and in the instant the energy blast detonated, Liu Feng emerged, cradling Mu Qing from the radiant sphere. Had it not been for the blinding light obscuring Ma Lan's vision, allowing her to regain her abilities, even that brief moment would have been enough to obliterate her. Before they could touch down, Old Li rolled towards their impending landing spot like a tire. Poised to deliver a heavy strike, that Liu Feng was airborne, lacking any leverage to execute agile maneuvers. That Mu Qing, in a state of disarray, was more concerned about her damaged Hanfu than the impending danger below. This Hanfu, meticulously embroidered by a professional before the awakening of the divine, had cost a fortune. Over $1 million. That it was not the money she mourned, but rather the professional who had been devoured by a monster just days prior. Thus, the Hanfu felt exceptionally precious. Hold Miss Mu Qing steady. I have no desire to harm her. Old Li glimmered with a greenish hue, his form only vaguely discernible, particularly the turtle shell resembling a jade ornament. Glistening and translucent, Liu Feng's gaze was resolute, devoid of any hint of fear. Appearing even more steadfast at that moment, he curled his body, attempting to shield the woman in his arms. For an ordinary person, this would inspire a sense of security. Yet, Mu Qing couldn't muster the energy to glance at him, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of future attire coordination. To go. With a thunderous roar, the shield swung towards the two with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the floor beneath Old Li suddenly collapsed, his entire body sinking into the ground, leaving only his turtle head protruding above the street. The full-force strike of the shield veered off course, failing to strike the pair. The residual shockwave sending nearby abandoned vehicles flying. Crash, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Liu Feng landed atop Old Li's head, using the leverage to spring off and land safely. Old Li had 3 sensitive spots that must not be touched. First and foremost, one must not harm his comrades. Secondly, one must refrain from mocking the height of his younger brother. Thirdly, one must ignore his turtle-like demeanor. This evening, they have crossed all 3 lines, and Old Li's anger surged. His green aura instantly transforming into a deep crimson. Like a sprouting bamboo shoot, he shot forth like a rocket with a blazing tail, erupting from the pit. The pesky individual grasping his ankle was forcibly dragged along. The pesky one, taken aback, loosened his grip and vanished upon hitting the ground. How exhilarating! A punch! Old Li growled, unleashing a blow that heated the very air around him. That on Liu Feng's dark visage, a cold smirk emerged. His fist crackling with electric energy, that he assumed a stance, bracing himself to withstand that fervent strike. The moment their fists collided, a surge of divine power erupted, sending Liu Feng hurtling backward like a cannonball. As his fist withdrew, Arcs of silver lightning coursed along old Li's entire arm. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Yufeng's mouth, his face contorted in a fierce and menacing grimace. His body flickered with erratic electric light. Flowing toward old L.I.D.I.A.S. the word escaped. Li Yufeng crashed into a building 100 meters away. Meanwhile, the lightning on old Li's arm shattered under the expansion of divine energy, akin to silver chains splintering. Old Li, in a fit of rage, shook off the lingering currents and sprinted toward the building Li Yufeng had struck, moving with a speed and ferocity that left deep scratches on the ground. Is he really old Li? Wang Tingting's complexion paled. She had never witnessed old Li's fury, nor had she seen him lose his temper. He usually appeared as a disheveled uncle, his words and actions seemingly nonsensical. Giving off an unreliable aura, Madame Elan wore a similarly concerned expression, her gaze fixed on the distant structure. The wind sliced through the air like transparent blades, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Frustrated, Mu Qing shut her eyes tightly. Using the wind to sense the positions of the two figures atop the high dash rise, Madame Elan reacted swiftly, pushing Wang Tingting aside and taking cover behind a wall. The wind blades grazed their bodies, embedding themselves into the wall behind them with a series of sharp impacts. Damn woman. Wang Tingting fumed, raising her sniper rifle in a wide stance. Take another shot at me, Annie. The white energy orb shot forth but veered off course. Its deviation more pronounced this time, that to mitigate the risk of collateral damage. Mu Qing expanded her aura's reach twofold, that as long as the firepower was densely concentrated and the blast radius sufficiently vast. Even if the projectile's trajectory were altered, it would be impossible to emerge unscathed. This was Wang Tingting's rationale, hence she fired shot after shot until she reached her limit. The street erupted in a dazzling display of white light, while the pesky one, hidden underground, cursed profusely. Damn it. Several times, his position became the epicenter of explosions. Had it not been for his diminutive stature and agility underground, he would have surely faced dismemberment. As the white light faded, Mu Qing remained unscathed, her expression focused. The traditional attire she wore was tattered, leaving her nearly bare, her artificially sculpted physique causing the pesky one to exclaim in awe. Drool dampening his chest, Mu Qing inhaled deeply. Filling her lungs with as she exhaled, the wind flowed like a tranquil stream, winding and surging toward the floor where the two were located, moving against the current. Even though their cultivation was inferior to old Li's, at this moment, they could clearly see the shuriken spinning rapidly within the wind. What appeared to be a calm breeze concealed tumultuous energy. The speed of rotation creating an illusion of stillness that a chill ran down their spines, a wave of dread washing over them. They hastily took cover, attempting to evade the impending onslaught. The wind, flowing like water, reached the window, reducing glass and railings to dust in an instant, becoming part of the tempest. The wind surged unimpeded by any terrain, and the two relied on their divine power to dodge, barely managing to hold their ground. However, as the wind consumed more objects, its range expanded. Soon, the entirety of the building's furnishings and decor were engulfed, descending into chaos. Wang Tingting cried out in terror, sensing the breath of death closing in. Ma Lan rushed to shield her from behind, the only action she could take, her emerald gaze embodying a glimmer of hope, albeit a fragile one, but the blades swirling in the wind carried with them a sense of despair. Enveloping the two to Chapter 51. Am I handsome? With a sudden whoosh, an iron rod appeared, spinning rapidly at both ends, forming a barrier in front of them. The wind was fierce, yet it was as inconsequential as an ant attempting to shake a tree in the face of this pillar. In less than a second, calm returned at it was Chen Zhen's rod. Wang Tingting, overwhelmed with joy, instinctively glanced out the window. She swore she had never seen such a handsome man in her life. Chen Zhen stood with arms crossed, his demeanor composed, his deep-set eyes fixed on Mu Qing. The dragon beneath him let out a mighty roar, the wind tousling his garments, making him appear as if he were a lord of the realm. Effortlessly graceful, yet unyieldingly steady, Mu Qing straightened her posture, exuding confidence without a hint of bashfulness. Isn't this the Prince Charming of countless girls' dreams? What? Does my figure not meet your standards? Mu Qing's smile froze on her face. In this age of advanced communication, who wouldn't recognize the illustrious name of Chen Zhen? Should a battle ensue, she had no confidence in her ability to prevail. Chen Zhen felt similarly. It wasn't that he underestimated their strength, but rather he wished to avoid offending the Merchant Association at this moment, that he had dealt with Mu Qing in a past life. She was a distant cousin of by Xin Rui, the granddaughter of the president of the Tianlan City Merchant Association. Meanwhile, within the 100-meter distant building, old Li had Li Yufeng pinned down, his fist raised high. Explosive. Is it a punch? A violet orb of energy coalesced upon his fist, the surrounding air seemingly drained of its essence. Forming tangible currents, fear flickered in Li Yufeng's eyes for the first time. As the fist descended, he summoned all his divine power, wrapping his body in thick chains of lightning, encasing himself like a chrysalis. Boom! The sound was deafening. The ground trembled, and violet steam erupted skyward as the entire building crumbled. Amidst the rubble, a figure crackling with residual electricity emerged from the dust, moving with astonishing speed, startling even Chen Zhen. Should a confrontation arise, he could only rely on the pillar for support. Li Yufeng appeared frantic. After emerging, he sprinted toward the skyscraper without pause. Just as he steadied himself, a violet shell shot toward him. Striking his waist, he let out a muffled groan, blood spewing forth as he plummeted from the high-rise. Old Li cleared the dust and emerged. His divine power spent, he had reverted to his original green state. He gazed around, bewildered, oblivious to the shifting ground beneath him. Suddenly, a hand seized his ankle, and the floor beneath him gave way. Oh no! Ma Lan watched as a diminutive figure moved with ease through the soil, plunging a knife into old Li's side, followed by another thrust to his chest. The pesky one grinned maliciously, his bloody dagger aimed at old Li's throat. Mere centimeters from its target, the dagger halted as a water python coiled around the pesky one. Damn it! The pesky one seethed with rage. Evading the python's jaws, he shrank away and fled deeper. The water, finding its way in, relentlessly pursued, prompting the pesky one to curse in frustration. Chen Zhen commanded the water python, launching a barrage of water arrows. Moments later, the pesky one emerged, clutching his bleeding backside, hopping out of the ground, exclaiming, "Damn you, Chen Zhen, are you not human, targeting such low blows? You've torn my skin." Though old Li was gravely injured, he chuckled. "Shorty, consider this your hemorrhoid surgery. Next time will be a sterilization procedure." The pesky one jumped in outrage. "Old tortoise, I should have sterilized you earlier to prevent you from spawning a horde of little tortoises." "Enough bickering," Mu Qing admonished in a low tone, her forced smile barely concealing her fury. "Take that sycophant and retreat." She turned to Chen Zhen, a sinister smile gracing her lips. "Chen Zhen, please relay to my cousin Xin Rui that the Bai family is still waiting for their father-daughter reunion in Yufeng City." Yufeng City, the headquarters of the Merchant Association Alliance, differed somewhat from the narrative of the previous life. The Bai family wielded considerable influence in Tianlan City, yet in the eyes of the Merchant Association, they were still not significant enough to enter the inner circle, unless some misstep occurred, granting the Bai family access to a more potent divine source. Chen Zhen felt a storm of doubt within, but maintained an exterior calm. "Very well, I shall convey your message." On the top floor of a certain skyscraper, 3 individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Old Li, Tianji, and Zhang Wei. Tianji fared the best, having only broken 5 ribs and an arm. Old Li bore 2 knife wounds in critical areas, yet residual divine power safeguarded his kidneys and heart. And the wounds were healing autonomously. Truly, a millennium-old tortoise, his resilience and self-healing were unparalleled. Only Zhang Wei was gravely injured, his features disfigured, fingers resembling boneless claws, ribs shattered, and his internal organs damaged. "Take them to Wangshan community," Chen Zhen said, gazing at Zhang Wei's precarious state, his heart sinking. Xin Rui might be able to heal Zhang Wei's internal injuries. Chen Zhen felt perplexed but did not dwell on it. They were all adults, part of the death squad dispatched by the capital, fully aware that each choice they made carried consequences. Old Li lit a blood-stained cigarette. Hiss. Only when Ma Lan's dagger pierced his flesh did he cry out, "Ouch! Ouch, ouch!" Wang Tingting sat nearby, affectionately stroking the pillar as if it were a cat, grumbling. "You thick-skinned, do you even know what pain is?" Old Li's eyes brimmed with tears as he clutched Ma Lan's leg. Looking pitiful. "Lan, I have blood and flesh, of course, it hurts. I seek comfort." Ma Lan swiftly filled a bowl with blood and, with a forceful kick, sent the injured Old Li sprawling. She then proceeded to pour the contents into the mouths of Tianji and Zhang Wei. In less than a minute, Zhang Wei's complexion improved, pulling him back from the brink of danger. Chen Zhen cast a surprised glance at old Li, who, maintaining his politeness, offered a faint smile. Suddenly, he picked up a cigarette, using his elbow to support himself, and laboriously crawled towards Chen Zhen. Upon reaching Chen Zhen's feet, he propped himself up with one hand while grasping Chen Zhen's arm with the other, pulling himself closer. He emitted a peculiar, lewd chuckle, his expression decidedly unsavory. Truth be told, even though he was an injured man, Chen Zhen felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a beating to him at that moment. Chen Zhen was perplexed by the inscrutable behavior of Old Li, that he bent down, and Old Li leaned closer to his ear, lowering his voice. "Am I handsome?" Chen Zhen was momentarily taken aback. Speechless, the echoes of Old Li's laughter still lingered in his ear. "Was my performance on the street impressive? Do you think I could win Lan Lan's heart?" He had completely forgotten the furious battle that had transpired, feeling as though he had merely indulged in a refreshing dream. Upon awakening, Malong's gaze no longer bore the disdain it once did. Instead, it shimmered with a certain light. Chen Zhen offered a perfunctory smile, absolutely stunning. But I remain baffled by the complexities of a woman's heart. Old Li, still unsatisfied, gazed dreamily at Malong's peach-shaped posterior. Ahem. Chen Zhen was caught in a fit of coughing from the cigarette smoke. Using considerable force to extricate himself from Old Li's grip, after ensuring the injured were settled, Malong finally sat beside Chen Zhen. "Let us discuss serious matters." Chen Zhen got straight to the point. "Huang Shi is alive. The false god he serves is formidable, and you cannot defeat him alone." Malong felt a twinge of frustration. If possible, she preferred not to be the decision-maker for the team. After a brief pause, her eyes glimmered and she looked at Chen Zhen. "If we must choose between Guodu and you, we would unhesitatingly pick Guodu." Chen Zhen was not surprised. "I understand." Malong was taken aback. "You don't mind?" Chen Zhen shook his head. Although Guodu might centralize power and engage in intrigue, their ultimate goal aligned with Chen Zhen's, a fact beyond doubt. Different methods of operation did not equate to opposing stances. The world is not merely black and white, in the past and present. Guodu would leverage various forces to combat natural disasters, only beginning to suppress them once the tide had turned. Thus, Chen Zhen was indifferent to their future choices. Malong's gaze became fervent, a smile gracing her lips, as if a beam of light deep within her soul began to guide her out of the dark mire. Chapter 52. The stick actually spoke the following morning. Zhang Xiaoming knocked on Chen Zhen's door. Chen Zhen emerged from the bathroom, drying his damp hair as he asked, "Have the investigations yielded results?" Chen Zhen was weary, needing to cultivate more managers among ordinary people. Zhang Xiaoming continued to report, "A total of 378 people have departed, including 5 awakened ones." Chen Zhen nodded. "Understood. For now, stabilize them. Help will arrive soon to assist us in building the base." Chen Zhen's gaze was like a vast sea of stars, boundless and profound, as he walked over and rested his hand on Zhang Xiaoming's shoulder while descending the stairs. His smile was gentle, his tone laden with significance. "Xiaoming, Li Huaiqian is merely a minor pawn. Dealing with him is akin to crushing an ant. Have you ever seen a general intimidate a horde of ants by squashing one? With so many ants in the world, wouldn't that be exhausting?" Zhang Xiaoming, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, "I understand the reasoning, but it infuriates me. You clearly showed him mercy, yet he repaid kindness with malice." Spreading rumors, Chen Zhen chuckled. "Our forgiveness stems from the fact that we never truly regarded him as a threat. But what of him? Might he not think himself important, believing he has committed a grave offense? His actions merely seek to preserve his dignity in leaving." Zhang Xiaoming asked, "So, shall we let it go?" "Let it be. His life or death bears no consequence for us." Chen Zhen's expression subtly shifted, alive. "Perhaps we can still make use of him." "Wow, why is breakfast so lavish today?" Zhang Xiaoming exclaimed, surprised by the array of delicacies laid before him. Various pastries, fried dough sticks, and several types of noodle toppings. Even the porridge had 5 different flavors. Bai Xinrui served everyone porridge, smiling brightly as she said, "It's rare for everyone to be here in the morning. It's hard to gather at other times. So I prepared this special breakfast to welcome Xiao Go into our midst." Xiao Go was taken aback to In Tianlan City. Huan Ti heard of Bai Xinrui. She was the flower of every man's heart, beautiful, kind-hearted, and wealthy. Who could resist such charm? He never expected such a wealthy young lady to be an excellent cook and so diligent. He was even more astonished that she would place such importance on someone like him. In that moment, his heart swelled with warmth, a sense of belonging washing over him. Chen Zhen patted the dazed Xiao. Eat up. If the protagonist doesn't pick up his chopsticks, how can we feel comfortable eating? Xiao snapped back to reality, noticing everyone's warm and friendly gazes upon him. Even the little fox sat adorably, placing its paws over its mouth, making soft cooing sounds. Of course, Chen Duodua was less than thrilled, sarcastically remarking, I'm a hero too, yet I don't receive such treatment. Bai Jie and Chen Zhen are clearly biased. Chen Duodua was actually a few years older than Bai Xinrui. Having worked at a television station for several years, yet she enjoyed playing the innocent. Bai Xinrui, however, didn't mind, responding with a smile that spoke volumes. Back then, although she and Bai Meng had remained, they hadn't fully committed. That it was her inexplicable trust in Chen Zhen that ultimately led her to make that choice, especially as Bai Meng was unwilling to join the business alliance, leaving her as their best option. Bai Meng set down his utensils, took a napkin to wipe his mouth. 98 pieces. Chen Zhen looked to Zhang Xiaoming. Give me 65 pieces. The remainder should be divided among the three of you. Be sure to refine the spirit stones promptly. Zhang Xiaoming devoured his food. Got it, I understand. Observing Zhang Xiaoming's unrefined manner of eating, especially in contrast to the elegant Bai Meng seated opposite him, Chen Zhen decided to set down his own bowl and chopsticks, saying, Uncle Bai, your room is too small. Let Xiaoming arrange a proper room for you in the community. Bai Meng adjusted his glasses. That's acceptable. But I dislike being disturbed. Chen Zhen smiled. Rest assured, I'll have Xiaoming set up the same formations. Bai Meng nodded. That would be better. After a moment's contemplation, he agreed. Let us start with 5 people and see how effective the work is. After speaking, he finally picked up his chopsticks to eat breakfast. Good. Chen Zhen had long desired to arrange assistance for Bai Meng. One person's energy and work efficiency were limited. It was evident that, despite little rest, Bai Meng produced fewer than 100 spirit stones in a day. Chen Zhen was dissatisfied with this pace. Time was of the essence, and every moment counted. He turned to Qi Linglong. The arrangement of the awakened ones falls to you. Let Xiao serve as your deputy, responsible for leading the security team. Leave it to me, Qi Linglong declared with determination, crumbling pastries to feed the little fox in her arms. Give me a week, and I'll ensure your satisfaction. Good. Chen Zhen gazed at everyone seated around the table, a wave of emotion washing over him. They trusted him, and he would not betray that trust. The heavens may crumble, but as long as Chen Zhen was present, he would not allow such calamities to unfold. High above the majestic celestial palace, an elderly figure nestled among the clouds slightly opened his eyes. A benevolent smile gracing his face, he waved his hand, and several divine essences stirred, merging into a towering pillar. This is your reward. May you remember the oath made today. Chen Zhen thought he heard a faint whisper, and he inquired within, was that you speaking just now? He attempted to concentrate, wanting to discern the elder's words clearly. But then Zhang Xiaoming's voice interrupted. Zhengu, the clay statue you requested should be completed by tonight. He could distinctly sense the elder's voice growing fainter with each passing moment. The situation was more urgent than he had anticipated. The elder's unstable condition filled Chen Zhen with deep unease. Just as he settled down on the bed, the towering pillar emerged, peeking out with lively spirit, moving in accordance with Chen Zhen's will. However, he hadn't summoned it. How had it come out on its own? Swirling around the room with evident joy. After a while, the pillar finally hovered before Chen Zhen, as if showing off something. Chen Zhen's eyes lit up with a mix of surprise and delight. Is this what the old man referred to as a reward? One end of the towering pillar was adorned with 9 gems of varying colors, arranged in a circle, resembling a king's crown. If it had a head, a radiant halo would be resting upon it. Are you a god or an angel? I am neither a god nor an angel. The pillar unexpectedly spoke. It's that old man. He merged me with the fragmented essence of the sun god. Chapter 53. Unexpected fatherhood. Chen Zhen was left speechless, utterly astonished, unable to articulate a word for a while. The pillar lacked a mouth, yet the voice undeniably emanated from it, and it was distinctly feminine. The 9 gems likely represented the 9 essences it had absorbed. With divine essence, even a lump of clay could speak, let alone a towering pillar forged from divine power. Father, do you think I'm beautiful? The pillar leaned forward, its halo shimmering, its voice brimming with anticipation. Father? Chen Zhen found himself in a state of bewilderment at suddenly being called a father, a bittersweet sensation washing over him. Who has given you the right to address me in such a manner? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chen Zhen wrestled with his inner turmoil and ultimately convinced himself. Since you have been granted life, it would be inappropriate to continue calling you Yizhu Qingtian. Henceforth, let your name be Rui, shall we? Rui. Yizhu Qingtian retorted with conviction. Rui, as per my wishes. May your powers manifest swiftly. Did I ask that what it means, dear father? The little one appears quite knowledgeable, even recalling lines from Halua and Grandpa. A smile involuntarily crept across Chen Zhen's lips. Did I share the memories of fatherhood with you? Rui, however, was not particularly pleased and corrected him. I am not a little one. I am Rui, the name you just bestowed upon me. How could you forget? Chen Zhen chuckled apologetically. Forgive me, dear child Ahem. Henceforth, I shall call you Xiaoru. Xiaoru? Rui questioned, perplexed. Have I changed my name again? I still prefer Rui. Xiaoru is your nickname. While your given name remains Rui, Chen Zhen patiently explained, relishing the joy of fatherhood. Though her voice bore the timbre of an adult female, Chen Zhen discerned through their brief exchanges that Rui's intellect was akin to that of a child. Oh, I enjoy being called Rui, but I also like Xiaoru. Rui joyfully flitted about the room. Chen Zhen gazed at her with indulgence, as if the little one truly were his own child. He shook his head, nervously mocking himself, then closed his eyes tightly and sat cross-legged to meditate. Yet the cacophony within the room made it nearly impossible to find tranquility. The sound of rummaging through drawers, followed by clattering and the unmistakable noise of the toilet flushing. Chen Zhen opened his eyes to behold utter chaos. The washing machine, clogged, such disparate words, when uttered together, could only signal trouble. Chen Zhen swiftly made his way to the bathroom. Exclaiming in exasperation, the toilet was stuffed to the brim with laundry, while Rui relentlessly pressed the flush button. Chen Zhen pursed his lips, striving to muster a smile. He picked up Rui, removed the underwear perched atop her head, and then opened the door. Xiaoru, why don't you go out and play for a while, allowing your father some peace? Rui, understanding and considerate, replied, I want to help father wash the dirty clothes. Grandpa once said that I should assist my father as much as I can. Chen Zhen chuckled. Not helping me with laundry is the greatest help you could offer. Ditto. Rui absorbed this new piece of wisdom, repeating it to cement her memory. Not helping father with laundry is the greatest help. Very well. Off you go. Chen Zhen waved his hand, promptly shutting the door. 65 spirit stones were sufficient for him to cultivate his merits and annihilation powers to the 1st grade. 4th level, after which he would need to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. Rui's appearance was timely, as she could alleviate Chen Zhen's worries that in the living room, white wisps of light flowed like hidden rivers. Pure and clear. Zhang Xiuming sat cross-legged on the sofa, his fingers delicately twirling, exuding an air of ethereal grace. The cleansing white lotus greatly accelerated his cultivation progress, and within mere minutes, the spirit stones in his possession were refined. Zhang Xiuming, that a woman's voice pierced the air, unfamiliar, yet melodious. Not belonging to the harem of Zhenji in less than a second, Zhang Xiuming made an accurate assessment in his mind. There was no rush to cultivate. Missing the chance to pursue a romantic interest could lead to lifelong regret. Where is she? The living room was devoid of even a specter, let alone a beautiful maiden. He called out loudly. Who just called my name? Can't you see me? Rui swirled before Zhang Xiuming, deeply disheartened. So you are blind. You can speak? Zhang Xiaoming's eyes widened as he pointed at Rui, exclaiming in astonishment. Zhengge, come quickly. The little one can talk. I am not a little one. Father named me Rui, but you may also call me Xiaoru. Rui circled around Zhang Xiaoming, emitting charming giggles that as long as someone was a friend of Chen Zhen, Rui would take a liking to them. Zhang Xiaoming reached out to touch Rui, her surface hard and cold. Rui, a splendid name. Does Zhengge acknowledge you as his daughter? Rui, somewhat displeased, retorted, I am indeed father's daughter. Zhang Xiaoming clicked his tongue in wonder. He had long wished to inquire about the origins of the iron rod, and today, the mystery was finally unraveled. Zhengu actually fathered a little one? The key question remained, from where did she emerge? Zhang Xiaoming's mind raced with thrilling imaginings. Then he composed himself on the sofa, adopting the demeanor of an elder. Xiaoru, I am a brother to your father. Thus you cannot simply call me by my name. Rui stood straight before Zhang Xiaoming, utterly perplexed. How should I address you then? Zhang Xiaoming assumed a serious expression. Call me Uncle Xiaoming. Uncle Xiaoming? Very well, a teachable child. Now, go fetch me a cup of water. I shall impart to you the principles of conduct. Oh, Rui obediently acquiesced. She transformed her hand into a delicate shape, picked up a cup from the coffee table, and in an instant soared into the second-floor bathroom. Zhang Xiaoming received the cup Rui presented and took a sip. Smacking his lips, he drank heartily, satisfied as he looked at Rui. The most important quality in a person is to be polite, especially towards elders. Following this, the two engaged in a dialogue of enlightenment in the living room. Zhang Xiaoming poured forth all the knowledge he possessed. Chapter 54. Do not harm my aunt in the community. There was a lively atmosphere. The spot where the elderly once performed square dances had now transformed into a training ground for the awakened. These routine drills held little significance for them, even deemed superfluous. Yet this was a crucial step in Qi Linglong's efforts to tame them, to cultivate a well-trained unit. Mere incentives of profit were insufficient. Without a foundation of faith, their weapons could be turned against them at any moment. Thus, she must continuously challenge their limits, eroding their pride and undermining their confidence to reshape a person. One must first break them down before offering warmth and affection. That, of course, this was no easy feat, requiring ample experience and finesse. Her words were sharp, each one piercing. Adjacent to the training grounds, a house was equally boisterous that a middle-aged man, bare-chested and crimson-faced, delivered kicks to a middle-aged woman. The woman, still healing from previous injuries, lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Bystanders pointed and murmured, yet none dared intervene. They knew well that this man, intoxicated, had a volatile temperament and was prone to domestic violence, that a well-meaning soul had summoned the security team. The team leader, Wang Meng, who had once instigated trouble, stepped into the crowd and seized the middle-aged man's neck, admonishing, Wang Peng, how many times is this now? What kind of man abuses his own woman? If you possess such anger, take it out on the monsters outside. Wang Peng, wearing a smug grin, retorted defiantly, I have every right to beat my own woman. What business is it of yours? Have you risen in station after being a so-called captain for a few days? What nonsense is this? Wang Meng, enraged, pushed Wang Peng forcefully, sending him crashing against the wall, partially sobering him up. You dare strike my son, and there is no justice in the world. A septuagenarian woman suddenly rushed forward, agitatedly grasping Wang Meng's wrist and dragging him towards the door. Come, let us seek out Manager Zhang and have him adjudicate. How dare the security captain strike someone? Wang Meng had never held this elderly woman in high regard. She often wielded her age to justify her unreasonable arguments. To hell with you, Wang Meng, unaccustomed to her antics, flung her aside, causing her to stagger out. Fortunately, a bystander caught her, preventing her from injury. The elderly woman seized this opportunity to assert her righteousness, plopping down on the ground, wailing, There is no justice in this world. The security captain bullies us orphans and widows. We cannot endure this any longer. Wang Meng stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. As a law enforcement officer within the community, initiating violence was always an untenable position. This was a rule of human society. Elderly lady, please rise. Captain Wang has not truly harmed you. Indeed, do not escalate this matter. It will not benefit you. Wang Peng, come and assist your mother, among the crowd. There were those who understood the situation, offering their counsel. Wang Peng, however, paid no heed to his mother, instead embracing his head in despair, lamenting the pressures of life and the injustices of fate. The woman sprawled nearby, wiped her tears, and approached the elderly woman. Mother, please rise. Do not make a scene. The elderly woman slapped the woman's face, her eyes filled with venom. Rise for what? You would rather see me beaten to death than seek out Manager Zhang for justice. The woman covered her face, casting a helpless glance at Wang Meng before turning to exit. As she reached the corner, she happened upon by Xin Rui, who was delivering fruit to Qi Linglong, seeing her face marred with bruises. Bai Xin Rui felt a surge of compassion and offered rudimentary treatment. The woman, filled with trepidation, hesitated to voice her intentions until Bai Xinrui brushed past her, prompting her to speak. Manager Bai, we are in trouble at home. I wish to ask for your help in mediation. Bai Xinrui surmised that this was yet another of Wang Peng's drunken domestic disputes. Household matters are difficult for even the best of officials to adjudicate, and she was reluctant to involve herself, yet the woman's pitiful demeanor softened her heart. Very well, let us go take a look. The crowd outside continued to swell, drawn in by the elderly woman's cries. Her voice was hoarse yet resonant, imbued with a compelling intensity. Upon seeing Bai Xinrui, the crowd instinctively parted, expressing their deep respect. Wang Ming hastily approached, recounting the events with unreserved candor. Bai Xinrui nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, she felt a pang of compassion and gently assisted her, offering comfort. Please rise. Let us converse at your leisure. I shall ensure a thorough investigation and handle this matter with fairness. Oh dear, I can't get up, the elderly woman protested weakly, waving her hand dismissively. My old bones have been shattered by Captain Wang. Bai Xinrui, ill-equipped to deal with such an elderly individual, oblige her narrative. I possess some medical knowledge. I can examine you, no need. I do not require your examination. The elderly woman vehemently resisted, breaking free from Bai Xinrui's grasp. Just apprehend Captain Wang and deliver justice for my son. Bai Xinrui glanced at Wang Peng. Her brow furrowed, having made her decision that an occasional disturbance might be tolerated, but persistent uproar was intolerable. Those who sow chaos cannot claim righteousness. Such misconduct would only disrupt community order and governance. She stood resolutely and addressed Wang Ming. Captain Wang, take Wang Peng away for ideological education until he acknowledges his wrongdoing. On what grounds do you arrest him? What crime has my son committed? The elderly woman sprang up, her movements swift, positioning herself protectively in front of Wang Peng. By supervisor, you must not bully us. Elderly lady, I will thoroughly investigate Captain Wang's actions and provide you with an explanation. Bai Xinrui explained patiently. Wang Peng's domestic violence has already affected community safety and must be addressed. Nonsense, the elderly woman cried, tears mingling with snot, her demeanor fierce. This is our family matter. What does it have to do with the community? If you dare to arrest my son today, I will fight you. The two security personnel found themselves in a dilemma. Should they resort to force, they risk injuring the elderly woman and bearing the consequences. Wang Ming discreetly observed Bai Xinrui, noting her unwavering resolve. Thus, he stepped forward, instructing the two security officers, support the elderly woman. Do not let her fall again. Understanding his intent, they moved to assist, but the elderly woman suddenly shoved one aside and dashed into the kitchen. Re-emerging with a kitchen knife in hand, agitated, her trembling hand brandished the weapon threateningly. Anyone who dares to approach, I will kill. The onlookers gasped and recoiled, while one security officer raised his hands in a calming gesture. Speaking softly, elderly lady, please do not be alarmed. Taking Wang Peng away is merely for verbal education. We will not harm him. The elderly woman's temper flared, convinced of her unfair treatment, and she wildly waved the knife. Get out. All of you from my home. Your home? Wang Ming scoffed, his expression stern. Where is your home? Wangshan community is under Chief Chen's jurisdiction. As clearly stated in the latest government notice, the TO maintain balance among various factions and ensure the safety of the populace. The state has implemented these measures that in truth, whether or not one recognizes this has become inconsequential. Get out. This is my home. Even if the King of Heaven comes, this is still my home. The elderly woman, fraught with rage, swung the knife towards Wang Ming's head. Accustomed to her domineering ways, she had never faced consequences, thus she felt invincible. Although Wang Ming was not an awakened one, his youth and vigor allowed him to easily evade her attack, even delivering a swift kick to her. Ouch! The elderly woman lost her balance, stumbling forward, the knife slipping from her grasp and soaring towards Bai Xinrui. In a moment of obstructed vision, the knife came unexpectedly. Do not harm my Ani. In the nick of time, Rui arrived, striking the knife away with a stick and positioning herself protectively in front of Bai Xinrui. Just then, the elderly woman regained her footing, and a knife fell from the air, striking her right between the brows. Chapter 55. Preparing to venture into the dragon's den that night, the aroma of food wafted into Chen Zhen's nostrils. His hunger urged him to conclude his training for the day. Descending the stairs, he found Rui assisting Bai Xinrui in the kitchen, her demeanor reminiscent of a child. Throughout the day, she had seemingly learned much, working with methodical precision and speaking less than usual. When everyone gathered at the dining table, she stood quietly to the side, awaiting her turn to serve. That it was a heartwarming scene, yet Chen Zhen felt a peculiar tension in the atmosphere. It was too quiet. Even Zhang Xiaoming had refrained from unnecessary chatter. Chen Zhen turned to Bai Xinrui, inquiring softly, "Nothing unusual happened today, did it?" Bai Xinrui would not lie to Chen Zhen, but before she could respond, Zhang Xiaoming interjected. "What could possibly happen? Did you not say that Huangshi would not make any significant moves recently?" "Oh, is that so?" Chen Zhen mused, almost to himself, as if seeking confirmation from the others. "Father, I killed someone." Rui, disliking the discomfort among them, opted for honesty. She shared Chen Zhen's memories and inherently understood his values, recognizing that indiscriminate killing was wrong, that it was not murder. It was an accident, Zhang Xiaoming quickly clarified. Recounting the events of the morning, upon hearing this, Chen Zhen grasped the reason for Rui's silence. When a child commits a wrongdoing, they often become meek, hoping for forgiveness from their parents. In that moment, he was utterly convinced that Rui had indeed gained life. Along with the complex emotions akin to humanity, he gazed at Rui with affection. "You did well. It was merely an accident." "Really? Father, you are not angry?" Rui sighed with relief, soaring joyfully above the dining table. Chen Zhen smiled faintly. "You protected Aunt Bai. Why should I be upset?" "Aunt Bai?" Rui questioned, puzzled. "Shouldn't I be calling her Auntie?" Bai Xinrui, her gaze cast down as she ate, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Since the other party did not reject the term, Chen Zhen found it difficult to explain, casting a helpless glance at Zhang Xiaoming. "Do not lead the child astray." Zhang Xiaoming feigned innocence. "In our hometown, we refer to Auntie in this manner. Auntie, second Auntie, and so on. Teaching little Rui to be polite is not wrong, is it?" Chen Zhen found himself speechless, and to avoid further awkwardness, he shifted the topic. "Has the elderly woman's affairs been arranged for the afterlife? Let us provide her son with a compensation of 500,000. They exited the community, and Bai Xinrui remarked, "There are 57 others accompanying us. Let them go. A forced harvest yields no sweetness." Zhang Xiaoming replied, somewhat irritated. Clearly knowing it was an accident, some still seek to stir up trouble. Xiaogou set down his utensils and crossed his arms. After the recent turmoil with the old witch, it is only natural for another accidental killing to provoke unrest. Bai Xinrui carefully considered her words, stating gently, "Recently, a popular blog online has been maligning Jingge. This might be related. Our newly established military group's official website is flooded with derogatory comments." Damn, Zhang Xiaoming realized. No wonder there have been no awakened individuals coming to join us these past few days. It appears someone is spreading rumors online. Chen Zhen maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no emotional upheaval. "Understood. Such matters are of little consequence now. You must hasten to enhance your abilities, especially you, Xiaoming and Xiaogou. Do not slack off. That I have tasks for you. Rest assured, Jingge, I refined spirit stones exceptionally quickly." Zhang Xiaoming curbed his impulse to elaborate further, redirecting his focus. "What tasks do you wish to assign me? Is it regarding the spirit stone trading house?" Xiaogou inquired with a confident smile. "The production of spirit stones has not yet reached capacity. There is no point in rushing." Chen Zhen was taken aback. "How did you know it pertains to the spirit stone trading house?" "To emerge successfully among various factions, one must possess trump cards." Xiaogou produced a spirit stone, displaying it to the group. "Spirit stones are among our most crucial assets, but do other factions possess trump cards similar to ours?" Official statistics indicate there are only 3,000 recorded globally. This figure may merely be a smokescreen. Furthermore, there exists a potentially adverse scenario for us. Chen Zhen inquired urgently. "What is it?" "In a situation of severe imbalance between supply and demand for spirit stones, other scientists may endeavor to develop a substitute material," Xiaogou posited, glancing at Bai Meng with admiration. "After all, if provided a fulcrum, they could leverage the entire planet." Bai Meng adjusted his glasses, graciously accepting the praise. Xiaogou delivered his concluding thoughts. "We must swiftly monopolize the spirit stone market and regulate the circulation of imitation spirit stones, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, ensuring they become entirely reliant on our industry chain." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhen felt a profound sense of reassurance and declared, Echen Rei, Xiaoming, Xiaogou, and Rui, you shall depart in 1 week's time. With a determined expression, Chen Zhen stated, to Yufeng City. Yufeng City, Xiaogou exclaimed, startled, lifting his head from his meal. That place is a den of dragons and tigers, the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance. Indeed, it is the den of dragons and tigers that we shall dare to enter. Chen Zhen replied with a smile that to subdue the Merchant Alliance is to conquer the local chambers of commerce. Besides, it houses the largest port in the world. If I leave, who will care for? Bai Xin Rui's gaze darkened, her speech hesitant. Who will look after this home? Perhaps let the three of them take the lead. Bai Xin Rui shot a glance at Chen Zhen, falling silent. Zhenge, I am the main force of the team. Zhang Xiaoming patted his chest, brimming with confidence. If I am not by your side, who will safeguard your safety? Xiaogou nodded in agreement. You are our leader, in the prime of your glory. There must be no mishaps to the very least. Xiao Ru should stay behind. Father, I refuse to go. Rui also resisted such an arrangement, snuggling beside Chen Zhen. Grandpa Baiyun instructed us to ensure father is well protected. Chen Zhen, feeling gratified, patted Rui and confidently stated, Rest assured, if I have no other plans, I will not let you leave. Xiaogou squinted his eyes and suddenly grinned. Is it them? Chen Zhen remained non-committal, gazing seriously at Rui and admonished. You are going to protect Annie's safety. You must be diligent and responsible, refrain from playing around, and listen to your uncles and aunts. Understood? I assure you, I will not allow anyone to harm Annie. Rui instantly perked up. Bai Xin Rui felt a warmth in her heart and playfully looked at Qi Linglong. Sister Qi, remember to close the window tightly when you sleep tonight, lest a mouse sneaks into the room. Chen Zhen, having just taken a sip of soup, spat it all out. The crowd looked at Chen Zhen in confusion, as if questioning, why such a strong reaction? Chen Zhen feigned calmness, coughing as he said, I apologize, I just choked. At Qi Linglong's heart raced, the memories of that night vividly etched in her mind. Chapter 56. How to sell spirit stones in a quiet room within the community. A clay statue stood silently. Chen Zhen circled around the statue, chuckling. No wonder it's you, Zhang Xiaoming. Even the clay statue must be sculpted into a beauty. Zhang Xiaoming, standing behind Chen Zhen, curiously scrutinized the statue, absent-mindedly replying, That means I am a normal man. Chen Zhen noticed Zhang Xiaoming's peculiar behavior and impatiently remarked, What is wrong with you? Ever since we entered this room, you have been circling around me. With a mysterious smile, Zhang Xiaoming leaned closer. Zhenge, I want to ask you something. There is no one else here. You must tell me honestly. Chen Zhen frowned. Ask away. Zhang Xiaoming crouched by the door, glanced around, then pulled Chen Zhen's hand to a corner, his expression quite gossipy. Chen Zhen, losing patience, shook off his hand. Are you going to ask or not? If you don't ask, don't bother later. I will ask, Zhang Xiaoming chuckled. Zhenge, are you a hermaphrodite? Come on. Chen Zhen struggled to suppress the urge to curse, attempting to remain calm. Who spread such rumors? No one spread rumors, Zhang Xiaoming replied, his eyes darting. I deduced it myself. That Chen Zhen, amused yet irritated, said, Go on. How did you deduce that? Hee. Zhang Xiaoming laughed incessantly, feeling immensely proud. Xiao Ru is your biological daughter. If you aren't a hermaphrodite, how could you have given birth? Chen Zhen stared at the fool before him, momentarily speechless. Did I guess correctly? Zhang Xiaoming beamed with pride. In fact, my IQ completely surpasses Xiaogou. Whether he goes to Yufeng City or not is irrelevant. Chen Zhen delivered a light smack to his head. I appreciate your sentiment, but whether you go or not, he will go. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Zhang Xiaoming smacked his lips, incredulously asking, So, you really are a hermaphrodite? You're insane. Chen Zhen scolded while explaining. Xiao Ru is something I acquired from a false deity. I see. Zhang Xiaoming felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Chen Zhen, shaking his head helplessly, approached the clay statue, channeling his internal divine power. Minutes later, a divine essence began to swirl around him, continually morphing into various shapes that he bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the essence. Forging a divine contract. Whether it bore any binding effect, Chen Zhen was uncertain that he then placed the essence inside the statue. Did I guess that it? Zhang Xiaoming skeptically inquired. Is it really that simple to create a deity? Not even close, Chen Zhen replied, lightly tapping his fingertips, sending a tremendous flow of faith from the celestial palace into the clay statue. Minutes later, the divine essence and the clay began to merge, radiating brilliance as the earthy form quickly took on a golden sheen. When Chen Zhen stopped, he was drenched in sweat, his lips paled to prevent unforeseen circumstances. He had utilized Qi Linglong's pure faith this time. Xiao Ming, you will stay here for the next few days. Report any occurrences to me, Chen Zhen said, feeling somewhat fatigued. Understood. Zhang Xiaoming had already set up a makeshift bed beside the statue, sitting cross-legged. As long as I'm here, no one shall dare approach it. In the following 3 days, Chen Zhen ventured outside only once, spending the rest of the time in seclusion. Cultivating, he refined all 65 pieces of spirit stones and his divine power, encompassing merits and world-destroying attributes, had reached the first-grade 4th tier. With 4 days remaining, he needed to break through his cultivation before a few left, advancing to 2nd-grade strength. Each breakthrough would cause his soul to exit his body, plunging him into a deep state of unconsciousness. Without safety measures, recklessly breaking through could lead to an unexpected demise. Thus, he continued to wait, anticipating news from Zhang Xiaoming. From the adjacent room, the tinkling sound of a bell resonated. It was the soul-calling bell. Chen Zhen recalled purchasing many antiques from Zhang Xiaoming's shop, including a thumb-sized bell. Later, it had caught by Xin Rui's eye, and he gifted it to her. The sound had a hypnotic effect. Chen Zhen steeled his resolve, channeling his divine power to resist. As the drowsiness gradually faded, it seemed Xinrui had gained new insights into her abilities. Comfortably lying on the bed, Chen Zhen listened to the bell and slowly drifted into slumber. Zhengge, someone is looking for you. Uncertain how much time had passed, Chen Zhen was awakened by Xinrui. He stretched lazily, lying on the bed. Is it a fat man? Xinrui chuckled. How did you know? Feigning profundity, Chen Zhen replied. I possess the ability to predict. Tell him I am cultivating and to wait. Xinrui, puzzled, glanced at Chen Zhen. Aren't you worried he will lose patience and leave? Uncertain of his intentions, she turned to leave that by evening. Chen Zhen finally entered the living room. That a few familiar faces were seated on the sofa, accompanying Rui and watching cartoons. Upon seeing Chen Zhen, the plump man adorned with a gold chain hurried over, grasping Chen Zhen's hand. Boss Chen, it's good to see you. Oh, General Zhao, Chen Zhen exclaimed with surprise. What brings you here? The visitor was none other than Zhao Zheng, the leader of the Earth and Wood Legion. Zhao Zheng, with a warm smile, said, Boss Chen, please refrain from teasing me. I assess the goods brought by that foreign woman, and they are remarkably pure and authentic. Something we are in dire need of. Chen Zhen dropped the pretense. All right, let us sit down and discuss this properly. The two settled on the sofa, and Zhao Zheng signaled to Wang Yong beside him. Wang Yong scratched his miner's hat, looking puzzled at Zhao Zheng's gestures, and asked, Boss, is something wrong with your eyes? Indeed, something is wrong, as you are applying eye drops on me. Zhao Zheng smiled thinly, pointing at the black box in Wang Yong's hand. Open the box. Wang Yong, realizing, placed the black leather case on the coffee table, opening it to present to Chen Zhen. This is our boss's greeting gift. A stack of brand-new bills, neatly arranged. Zhao Zheng added, Here is 5 million. I believe Boss Chen has many to support, and this is just right. Thank you, I shall accept it. Chen Zhen genuinely needed the money. Supplies in Tianlan City had been completely scavenged by the merchant guild and military. That it was inevitable that prices would skyrocket. Boss Chen is indeed straightforward. Zhao Zheng searched for conversation, waiting for Chen Zhen to initiate discussion about the 100 billion grand project. However, Chen Zhen deviated from the norm, simply smiling at him, making Zhao Zheng feel uneasy. Wang Yong, with limited patience, slammed the table. Chen Zhen, our boss wants to know, how much for the spirit stones? Chapter 57. The house has been consumed. Zhao Zheng's expression darkened instantly. Admonishing, you shut your mouth. If you utter another word, I will use your hat as a toilet. Wang Yong chuckled sheepishly, clutching his miner's hat tightly. I want to say anything. I'll go take a walk. It's too stuffy here. Zhao Zheng sighed, then switched to a smiling demeanor. Even if Boss Chen wishes to sell, we wouldn't be able to afford it. Chen Zhen nodded, glancing at the female secretary entwined with Zhao Zheng's arm, smiling. Good. You have this awareness. We can now discuss serious matters. Zhao Zheng understood and, with a somewhat oily tone, said, "Little grape, go out and keep an eye on Wang Yong. Don't let him relieve himself anywhere on Boss Chen's territory." The female secretary smiled slightly, leaving a kiss mark on Zhao Zheng's face. Swaying her hips as she exited, Chen Zhen stated, "I need you to help me build a base. You will provide the materials and labor, and in return, I will give you 100 spirit stones each month. Building the base is no problem. I have plenty of workers that I ask for materials. We'll source them locally." Zhao Zheng nodded emphatically, then appeared somewhat embarrassed. "However, regarding the payment method, could we adjust it slightly?" "You may speak." Chen Zhen had already made up his mind, but discussing business was a matter of what one could say, and whether one agreed was a different matter altogether. "That sounds quite reasonable." Chen Zhen indeed found no faults, but then shifted his tone. "However, I have an additional condition. At all times, I require you to align with my stance." Zhao Zheng suddenly understood, leaning slightly forward. "Are you suggesting an alliance?" "Not an alliance, but a covert submission," Chen Zhen replied, locking his gaze on him and stating solemnly, "Apart from me, you have no other source of spiritual stones." Zhao Zheng's lips twitched repeatedly, his neck flushing crimson as he coldly retorted, "Boss Chen, this jest is hardly amusing." Chen Zhen shook his head, expressing regret. "In due course, your overall strength will falter. Should you not be assimilated by other forces, you will be eradicated by the pseudo-deity. You have no alternative." Zhao Zheng's expression twisted with fury, his eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Zhen. After a prolonged silence, his taut body relaxed. He shifted to a more comfortable position, no longer constrained, and instantly brightened. 100 a month is a bit low. Make it 150 and I, Zhao, shall be yours from this moment forth." "Agreed, 150 it is," Chen Zhen readily accepted, promising, "I shall not interfere with your management of the Legion. The status quo will remain unchanged. Deal." Zhao Zheng patted his ample belly, crossing his legs, thinking, "This deal is profitable, akin to securing an angel investor for the company. My mind is truly filled with wisdom." Chen Zhen, weary, rubbed his temples and said, "Xiao Ru, turn off the television. We shall watch it tomorrow. Yue, playfully clinging to Chen Zhen, pleaded, "Father, can we wait until the Calabash brothers rescue Grandpa before turning it off?" Chen Zhen smacked his forehead, cursing himself for being deluded. After all, Rui was not a genuine child. He stood up and stated, "Just watch quietly and do not disturb others' rest." Alright, Yue transformed her hand into a remote control, lowering the volume to its minimum. Jingo. Zhang Xiuming rushed in, flustered. It devours everything in sight. It's going to consume the house." "What?" Chen Zhen was taken aback, then urged, "It has come back to life. Take me to see it." Upon their arrival, they found the house in ruins. A woman draped in a blanket, sitting amidst the debris, ravenously chewing on bricks. Fortunately, there was a formation laid by Zhang Xiuming around her. Otherwise, if she were to escape, she would certainly ravage the neighborhood. Such a manner of eating. Zhang Xiuming shook his head repeatedly. "I went to great lengths to mold you into something beautiful. And it has all been in vain." Chen Zhen channeled his divine power, intertwining runic symbols with his fingertips, pointing casually as he commanded. Bind. 4 golden chains materialized around the woman, securing her firmly in place. Chen Zhen's eyes lit up. This divine contract proved more effective than anticipated, likely due to his enhanced cultivation. Xiaoming, summon Activate to dress her, on it. After Zhang Xiaoming departed, Chen Zhen crouched beside her and cautiously inquired, "Do you have a name?" The woman remained expressionless, her gaze fixated on the bricks. Chen Zhen picked up a brick and offered it to her, smiling wryly. "It seems our supplies will become increasingly strained." She crunched on the brick like popcorn, her demeanor blank as she stared at Chen Zhen after finishing. Her exquisite face bore no trace of emotion, resembling a character emerged from an anime. Observing her lack of malice, Chen Zhen released the chains, proposing, "You have integrated with the essence of Zhu Beiji, so I shall name you Xiaoba. How does that sound?" "Xiaoba, Xiaoba, Xiaoba." She finally paused her eating, murmuring those two syllables, appearing dazed and blissful. Chen Zhen abruptly realized. He had been careless. The purity of her faith rendered her devoid of human emotions. Looking at Xiao Ba's mindless consumption of dirt, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this state of indifference was indeed the best. When Bai X and Rui arrived, Xiao Ba had completely lost herself, diving into the rubble and devouring it voraciously. The three of them fell into a heavy silence, waiting for half an hour until the debris was thoroughly cleared before Xiaoba ceased her feast. Well, at least she's not picky, Zhang Xiaoming remarked softly. The nearby mountains are likely beyond saving. What will we do when the mountains are gone? Bai Xing gazed anxiously at the buildings in the community. Chen Zhen shook his head, contemplating, we absolutely cannot allow her to consume the structures. We shall take it one step at a time. There will surely be a way to curb her appetite, agreed. Bai Xing suddenly smiled. Fortunately, she has a gentle disposition. Look, she behaves quite well after eating her fill. Perhaps she will get along splendidly with Xiaoru. Bai Xing completely lowered her guard, gradually approaching Xiaoba to help her get dressed. Xiaoba offered no resistance, even cooperating willingly, albeit with limited comprehension. When instructed to extend her left hand, she instead extended her right. After returning home, Bai Xing helped her bathe, and when she re-entered the living room, Xiaoba appeared transformed, her skin as pure as jade. Delicate and flawless. Chen Zhen sighed, shaking his head as he departed. Since Bai Meng established her studio, Zhang Xiaoming and Xiao Go had moved in. Just as Bai Xing had speculated, Rui had grown quite fond of the simple-minded Xiaoba. Continuously introducing her to characters from animated shows. One loved to talk, the other to listen. They were indeed a match made in heaven. That it remained unclear if Xiaoba understood, but her gaze never strayed from the television. Chen Zhen finally felt at ease, reminding Rui, Xiaoru, keep an eye on Xiaoba. Do not let her eat anything indiscriminately. Understood, father. Chapter 58. Chen Zhen felt as if his mind were melting. The following day, a multitude of individuals from the Civil Engineering Legion arrived, embarking on their monumental task to facilitate the transportation of equipment to Wangshan community. They worked tirelessly overnight to clear several roads. Being professionals who had also merged with the essence of the mountain god and the earth deity, their approach to work was notably more systematic. The so-called local sourcing intended to excavate the surrounding hills, utilizing wood, stone, and soil in abundance. Then, employing their awakened divine abilities, they processed the materials, transforming loose soil into concrete and ordinary rocks into substances harder than steel. Had humanity possessed such capabilities earlier, technology would not have reached its current level of advancement. Xiao Go stood on a patch of wasteland outside the community, deep in thought. Could this indirectly imply that the more advanced technology becomes, the more inept the species? He shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed to be an inherent paradox. Dog brother? A black-faced man, burdened by a massive stone, appeared shocked and delighted. Is it really you? You're still alive? Xiao Go regarded him, his expression equally complex. Hey sure. UV joined the Civil Engineering Legion. I thought you had perished at the hands of the pseudo-deity. Hey sure looked exceedingly awkward, his gaze evasive. As long as you're fine, I'll be off now. All right, let us grab a drink once you're done. Xiao Go chuckled. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Go felt a surge of mixed emotions. It had only been a few days, yet it felt as if the world had changed. Oh dear, please don't eat it. Hey sure lamented, raising the massive stone overhead. I've wasted my efforts this morning. That's my spiritual stone. After Xiaoba finished consuming the mountain of stones, she bounded around He Sure, reaching for the stone he held aloft. Thankfully, Rui had wrapped around her waist, restricting her movements. Otherwise, raising it any higher would have been futile. I'm so sorry, uncle. I'll take Sister Xiaoba away now. Rui said apologetically, tugging at Xiao. Be it as they passed by Xiao Go, Rui politely greeted. Dog uncle, good morning. Goodbye, dog uncle. That are you? He enveloped Xiaoba and flew off into the distance. Xiao Go glanced back at the still muttering He Sure, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. Just then, he spotted Zhang Xiaoming, clad in a minoress helmet, leading a group of overseers, confidently explaining, this way, then that way, like so. He didn't provide a clear rationale, but the overseers nodded in agreement, their demeanor respectful. Manager Zhang is right. We assure you we will complete the project to your satisfaction. After all, he was a representative of the client. Even if he felt discontent inside, he couldn't express it. Xiao Go felt a sense of clarity wash over him as he dashed toward Zhang Xiaoming, that he genuinely admired Zhang Xiaoming. His energy and confidence were infectious. And spending time with him was always a joy. In Chen Zhen's room, golden light shimmered. Uncertain of how long this breakthrough would require, he had informed Bai Xinrui in advance to forcibly awaken him in 2 days. His consciousness merged with the source, inundated with memories that did not belong to him. There were serene scenes of lush mountains and clear waters, as well as gruesome images of battlefields strewn with corpses. The rapid transitions of scenes ultimately settled in a misty, ethereal realm, an expanse that seemed boundless. Two towering pillars soared skyward, from which 4 divine chains shot forth, entwining his limbs. As they constricted, he found himself suspended in midair. Crack! 2 green-skinned giants stood, one to the left and one to the right, brandishing thorny steel whips, their expressions fierce and commanding. The steel whip struck Chen Zhen's body, the searing pain causing his consciousness to flicker. Detaching from the body undergoing punishment, distant points of light beckoned alluringly, and he found himself drifting uncontrollably toward them. As he drew closer, he realized it was his own self within the room. To return would signify the failure of his breakthrough. If his consciousness faltered even slightly, it would escape from the body, racing back to the original form. That he had to maintain clarity of mind. Keenly attuned to the suffering, this was undoubtedly the first test of his willpower. In this place, there is no alternation between day and night. It is as if time stands still, endlessly tormenting him, serving as a second trial of his willpower. Even with a body forged of bronze and iron, he is still battered and bruised, blood gushing forth abundantly. Yet, Chen Zhen's resolve remains unshaken, and he gradually adapts to the ordeal. The scabs on his wounds remind him that his body's self-healing abilities have strengthened, a true testament to the tempering of his bronze skin and iron bones. It is unclear how much time has passed. But the steel whip can no longer leave any marks, not even a trace of pain. Has my cultivation successfully broken through? It seems hardly remarkable. Chen Zhen laughs wildly, a joyous expression of rebirth after enduring hardship. Until the sudden eruption of a roaring flame consumes flesh and blood. His laughter turns to a howl, a sound so powerful it drains him of strength, ultimately dissipating with the ashes. The ashes scatter, yet remain intact, gradually coalescing into a skeletal form. And once again, the howls resound, repeating this cycle over 100 times in mere seconds. After countless iterations, charred flesh begins to cover the skeletal remains, only to be devoured entirely by the flames. What other techniques do you possess? Please unleash them swiftly. I am pressed for time. Much later, the flames envelop him like a protective shroud, encasing a complete human form, rendering him impervious to harm. Chen Zhen's wishes are fulfilled. Torrents of water, flashes of lightning, and strikes of thunder follow in succession. Through repeated experiences, he has drawn one profound conclusion. As long as consciousness endures, one cannot perish. After enduring 5 tortures, the scene shifts once more, revealing a colossal alchemical furnace before him. This is the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old Lord, containing one of the 4 great heavenly fires, the Liuding divine fire, far beyond the previous punishments. Chen Zhen hesitates, weighing the risks in his mind. Though consciousness endures, one may not die. Yet if he were to be refined into a pill, trapped within, would he not fall into the state of lifelessness described by the elder? In reality, he would become a mere vegetable. No, he cannot take that risk just yet. Yet an invisible force binds him, preventing his consciousness from escaping. The furnace lid opens automatically, a powerful suction dragging him inside. Inside lies a chaotic expanse, with only the flowing magma beneath him emitting the sole source of light. Fortunately, his feet are below, and his head is above. Perhaps stepping from one foot to the other could allow him to escape. After several attempts, he realizes, even with divine power, one cannot ignore the reciprocity of visibility. The magma bubbles and the rising heat waves lash out like tentacles towards Chen Zhen. Suspended in midair, the suffocating pain spreads to his waist. His lower body begins to melt. Salty steam dampens his face. Water! With a mighty roar, a water dragon emerges to support Chen Zhen's body. Soaring high into the air, away from the heat waves, his melted lower half swiftly regenerates. Regaining his composure, Chen Zhen observes that the furnace is divided into 2 levels, the chaotic upper layer and the magma-filled lower layer. The magma is likely the Liuding divine fire, and the mere heat waves are enough to reveal its terrifying power. Should he truly fall within, he would likely be transformed into a divine pill. Chen Zhen, riding upon the water dragon, descends into the chaotic layer. This moment, thick smoke billows, and arcs of electricity crackle. Chen Zhen, having faced lightning and thunder before, should have been unafraid, yet the arcs within the smoke penetrate his pores that in an instant. Every cell in his body suffers electric shocks, the agony magnified a billionfold compared to before. In but a moment, Chen Zhen loses his ability to resist. The water dragon beneath him melts into water molecules, and his body plunges once more into a state of free fall. Worse still, he can no longer feel his eyes, unable to see the magma below. Where his eyeballs once resided, only two voids emit thick smoke. Chen Zhen struggles desperately, fingers flailing in the air, attempting to conjure the water dragon. Yet he has lost not only his sight, but also all sense of direction. The vapor remains unused, while the magma roils violently, quickly coalescing into a fiery rock dragon that surges upward with great force. Just as the heat waves approach, melting layers of his skin, Chen Zhen hastily dispels the water control technique. The fiery rock dragon dissolves into two droplets of magma, propelled forward by inertia, perfectly passing through the hollow of Chen Zhen's eyes. In that instant, his head begins to melt. Chapter 59, Becoming a Steed Again. I am but a dog in the room. Chen Zhen is drenched in sweat, gazing at his hands, feeling the weariness of his body. Origin, Qi Tian de Sheng, Codename, 19 Attribute, Merit, Level, 2nd Grade Level 1, Divine Technique 1, Indestructible, Divine Technique 2. Fiery eyes, his cultivation has finally broken through. Not only comprehending new divine techniques, but also elevating his existing ones to a higher level. Chen Zhen picks up his phone, glancing at the time. It is 8 in the evening. And this breakthrough has consumed 12 hours that he opens the door to find Bai Xinrui anxiously pacing outside. Upon seeing Chen Zhen safe and sound, she breathes a sigh of relief. Zhenge, are you all right? I heard your cries of agony and wanted to come in to check on you, but I feared it might disrupt your cultivation. Chen Zhen smiles lightly. I am well. My cultivation has successfully advanced to the 2nd grade. Bai Xinrui dances with joy, entirely abandoning her demure image. Chen Zhen's breakthrough brings her more happiness than her own. Now, she can set off to Yufeng City with a lighter heart. Chen Zhen gazes tenderly at the woman before him, unable to resist pulling her into his embrace. This impulse arises from primal desire, a yearning from the depths of his soul after experiencing countless deaths. Bai Xinrui, both startled and bashful, instinctively struggles weakly. Struggling, she gradually calms and wraps her arms around Chen Zhen. Their faces touch, sharing warmth that no words are spoken, yet it feels as though everything has been conveyed. The passionate scene between the two is entirely captured by Zhang Xiaoming's watchful eyes. Such a momentous occasion cannot be monopolized. He quietly descends the stairs, summoning Xiao Go, Rui, and Xiao Ru. The three of them gather at the staircase, peering in with anticipation for the next development. A dry cough comes from behind the group. Chen Zhen and Bai Xinrui hurriedly push away from each other, standing straight like children awaiting punishment. Bai Meng nudges his glasses, delivering a playful knock to Zhang Xiaoming's head, speaking in a calm tone. Do not lead the children astray. Zhang Xiaoming, looking aggrieved, scratches his head. What does this have to do with me? Why are you here? Chen Zhen adopts a serious expression, turning the tables. I appointed you as overseer. Yet here you are slacking off. It seems I must replace you with Xiao Go. I did not. Zhang Xiaoming protests innocently, raising his hands. I was worried about you and came to check on your condition, but I never expected you to. You still dare to speak. Bai Xinrui's cheeks flush crimson as she reproaches him in a sisterly tone. You failed in your duties and now dare to retort, compounding your guilt. You are bullying me. Xiao Go is also. Zhang Xiaoming glances around, only to find that Xiao Go has vanished, as have Rui and Xiao Ba. You traitor! How could you abandon me? Zhang Xiaoming's complaint escapes his lips just as Xiao Go rushes in from outside. Hurrying up the stairs, Xiao Go, composed, addresses Chen Zhen. Zhenge, someone is looking for you outside, did I wear? Chen Zhen seizes the opportunity, speaking with a serious demeanor. Take me there quickly, as they descend the stairs. They hear Zhang Xiaoming's anguished screams. Xiao Go secretly rejoices. Fortunately, I ran fast. Xiaoming, you are too straightforward. Outside the formation barrier stands a square-faced man with prominent cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a short beard. Chen Zhen recognizes him as Li Yufeng, the man who was defeated by old Li with a turtle shell. Chief Chen, this is the invitation from my family as president that Li Yufeng, With great decorum, bows his head and presents the invitation. Xiao Go steps forward to accept it. Today is our president's 70th birthday. You, by Lei Oi, and by Miss are specially invited to attend the birthday banquet at 10 o'clock tonight, held at the Zalayu restaurant. Very well, we will attend punctually. Then I shall take my leave. After Li Yufeng departs, Xiao Go's suspicions grow. With less than an hour until the banquet, it may not bode well. Chen Zhen agrees, calmly stating, what is meant to come will eventually arrive. Go inform Uncle Bai and Xin Rui to prepare for departure. After Xiao Go nods, he ascends the stairs before the awakening of the gods. He was merely an ordinary student, ill-prepared for formal attire, so he dressed casually. Upon returning downstairs, he finds only Bai Xin Rui in an evening gown along with Xiao Go waiting for him. Uncle Bai said he does not enjoy mingling. Xiao Go crosses his arms, his expression grave. Tonight is destined to be tumultuous, and Uncle Bai's absence is the correct choice. Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhen calls out to the living room. Xiao Ru, stop watching television and take Xiao Ba to guard Grandpa Dio, not let anyone approach him. Understood, Father. Rui, accompanied by Xiao Ba, exits the living room, asserting, I and Sister Xiao Ba will ensure we accomplish the task Father assigned. Task accomplished. After 24 hours of Rui's incessant chatter, Xiao Ba has learned basic communication. Are you worried the Merchant Association is targeting Uncle Bai? Xiao Go inquires that IT is not without such possibility. Chen Zhen expresses concern over leaks regarding the imitation spirit stones. Glancing around to ask, where is Zhang Xiaoming? Such a quick reaction. It must be Xiao Go who hinted to Zhang Xiaoming. Chen Zhen feels more at ease with Xiao Go as his right-hand man. Very well. The Mu family is my aunt's maternal family, and our interactions are not particularly close. Bai Xin Rui gazes at Chen Zhen with deep affection. In truth, you need not take such risks. Chen Zhen understood Xiner's implication and chuckled softly. There's no escaping this. It is high time to vie for the power of command in Tianlan City. Before the formidable false god awakens, we must unify our forces and thoroughly cleanse Tianlan City. Then extend our support to other cities. Bring along a few more people, just in case. Xiao Go, resting his chin on his hand, adopted a canine military posture. In recent days, the training of the awakened has begun to yield results. This is a perfect opportunity to assess their execution capabilities. No. Chen Zhen swiftly countered his suggestion, elaborating, bringing too many individuals may provoke the Merchant Association and significantly heighten the risk of an all-out war, placing us in a passive position. The Merchant Association of Tianlan City is not formidable. However, the alliance behind it is not to be trifled with. Let them initiate the conflict while we respond as victims. Fighting while negotiating. Indeed, that makes sense. Xiao Go nodded in admiration before suddenly transforming his demeanor. I shall accompany you, acting as a backup outside. Furthermore, he paused momentarily before continuing, as a leader of a faction. Lacking a personal vehicle seems rather shabby. Chen Zhen grinned. That sounds splendid. Xiao Go felt a twinge of disdain for Chen Zhen's smile, secretly cursing. Just this once. If I become your steed again, I might as well be a dog. Chapter 60. What breed of chicken are you? Just as the two men and a dog departed, Bai Meng did not follow. On a rooftop in the Western District, two women and a man, members of the External Affairs Council of the Tianlan City Merchant Association, observed. The two women were identical twins, possessing strikingly beautiful features and tall, statuesque figures, epitomizing the standard nine-headed proportions. One had dark skin, a healthy wheat tone, dressed in tight athletic wear, and was performing pre-battle warm-up exercises. Her name was Xiao Yan. The other had an unnaturally pale complexion and shivered in her down jacket. She was called Bing Er. The man, Li Gang, unremarkable in appearance with a buzz cut, was reporting through an earpiece. His voice reached a stout, middle-aged man, Ho Chi Shui, one of the 5 executive directors of the Tianlan City Merchant Association. He sat atop a rooftop in the Eastern District, a canister pipe clenched between his teeth, sighing deeply with a sense of melancholy. Damn it, what a hassle, Director, shall we take action? Li Gang inquired to Ho Chi Shui. Impatiently puffing on his pipe, let out a cloud of white smoke that drifted into the distance that he still had not responded. His voice was so loud that even ordinary residents 100 meters away could hear it clearly. Sister, you're being too loud. Bing Er, feeling timid, was enveloped by an even colder aura, frost forming on her hair. With you as a burden, we will inevitably be exposed. Xiaoyan shot a disdainful glance at the frost emanating from Bing Er. It's pathetic to be this nervous over such a trivial matter. Bing Er's expression darkened further as she lowered her gaze to her toes, that Ho Chishui could still hear Xiao Yan's curses through the earpiece. His face flushed, akin to a balloon about to burst, he then sighed helplessly and muttered, "What a hassle." After exhaling the last puff of white smoke, he finally commanded, "Let's move." Shadows darted through the courtyard. Numbering over 100, well-trained and agile, converging on a single target. Boom! Explosions erupted, dust and debris filling the air, buildings collapsing. That Li Gang, standing at a height, furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Everyone be careful. There are explosive symbols." Is it necessary to create a diversion? Xiao Yan cracked her knuckles dismissively. "They're just an inferior faction. 3 of us are more than enough to handle them." Such arrogance. It's positively nauseating. A girl with a bun hairstyle, dressed in a JK uniform, stood on the opposite rooftop, covering her mouth and nose. Inno. Beside her, a man waved a finger, shaking his head. "I must disagree with your perspective. That lady clearly ate garlic. Even her farts smell like soy sauce." The man stood tall, muscular, clad in silver armor, carrying a massive broadsword on his back. The trio from the Merchant Association was taken aback. When did those two appear? They hadn't noticed them at all. "Sister, don't mock people's appearances," Bing Er timidly remarked. "Moreover, the girl across does not appear unattractive." "Shut your mouth." Xiao Yan glared at Bing Er. Inno. The man struck a valiant pose, showcasing his strength. "I disagree with the lady's statement. The sister is fair and lovely." "I too am quite handsome, Bing Er." "Why are you rambling?" The JK girl interrupted the man, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan. "Are we going to fight or not? If not, then vacate our territory. Watch me tear that ugly face of yours apart." It seemed a brawl was about to ensue. Zhang Xiaoming, standing atop 2 talismans, floated in the air, observing the flames in the western district, casually commenting, "Ah." Ho Chishui exhaled a puff of white smoke, lamenting, "The youth today lack patience. Let them fight. Are you not anxious?" Zhang Xiaoming surveyed the scene below, where chaos reigned, casualties mounting. "Your people are suffering heavy losses." With the support of explosive symbols and invisibility talismans, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. They're merely awakened with fusion rates below 20. Their deaths are inconsequential. Ho Chishui's expression remained indifferent as he shifted to a more comfortable position. "You should be the one worried." "What reason do I have to worry?" Zhang Xiaoming, unusually composed, narrowed his eyes like Xiao Go. "The current situation favors us." "Ha!" Ho Chishui laughed lazily. "Those 2 in the Western District must be among the few capable fighters in your faction. If they perish, it would be a significant loss for you. Zhang Xiaoming feigned calmness. "You refer to Wu Cai and Gongzi, right? One is the captain of the combat team, and the other leads the assassination squad. You ought to remind your subordinates to proceed with caution." Though he spoke with bravado, anxiety gnawed at him. "Gongzi, for the love of all that is holy, hold your ground. Do not let me down." "Very well. Then we shall wait." That Ho Chishui retrieved a packet of gummy bear biscuits from his pocket and patted the spot next to him. "Come, sit down. Since we are bored, let us snack to pass the time." Neither exhibited any desire for combat. They readily sat side by side atop the rooftop, munching on biscuits. Zhang Xiaoming secretly gripped a substitute talisman, ready to activate it at any moment. He was unaware of the enemy's strength and would not act rashly again. Having learned from past mistakes, he valued his life more. By contrast, Ho Chishui remained remarkably composed. The objective of this operation was clear: create chaos and delay the main force of the anonymous cleanup team. If a fight could be avoided, it would certainly be for the best. After all, he was the laziest individual in the Merchant Association. In front of Chen Zhen's residence, Qiao Dan emerged from the ground, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Noticing a foolish girl standing at the entrance, he waited patiently before grinning mischievously. "Chen Zhen, who would have thought your defenses were so lacking? This achievement shall belong to me alone." Qiao Dan leapt up, striking a triumphant pose at the tunnel's entrance. That a large bald head poked out from the hole, pressing against Qiao Dan's groin. "Qiao Dan, your tunnel is too small. I seem to be stuck." "How infuriating!" Qiao Dan spat disdainfully, twisting his wrist. "Just wait. Once I deal with that foolish girl, I will dig you out." The bald man looked pained. "It feels like a dirt dragon has burrowed into my backside. It's terribly itchy. Can you help me pull it out first? To hell with you." Qiao Dan plopped down on the bald man's head and let out a loud fart, Do you take me for your servant? Stench, a foul odor, reminiscent of a dead rat mixed with rotten eggs, invaded the bald man's nose. Just one breath made his stomach churn. That it was the most putrid fart he had encountered in over 40 years. Chow Dan, what in the world was that foul stench? The bald man gagged, Rui, wrapped around Xiao Ba's waist, curiously examined Chow Dan, concluding, humans do not lay eggs. Given your physique, what breed of chicken are you? I have never seen one like you. Chapter 61. An ambush. The Zalayu restaurant is the most prestigious establishment in Tianlan City, boasting a 9-star rating and being one of the Mu family's enterprises. Naturally, the Bai family is their largest shareholder. Chen Zhen presented the invitation, and the doorman from the Merchant Association glanced at it before respectfully leading the two inside. Xiao Go resumed his human form. Sitting by the flower bed, feeling anxious as he tightly clutched the listening talisman given by Zhang Shiming as they departed, they had sensed the undercurrents within the community that he felt uncertain about whether they could weather this storm. At the very least, he hoped that those sharing the same roof would remain safe. He silently recited the incantation he had learned from Zhang Shiming, connecting the listening talisman in his hand to the one in by Xin Rui's small bag. From the cacophony of voices, it was evident that the two had entered the banquet hall. The opulent decor exuded an air of extravagant wealth, starkly contrasting with the desolate streets that, oh, what an intriguing pairing we have here. Mu Qing had been waiting at the entrance of the hall, eyeing Chen Zhen with amusement. A mountain chicken paired with a phoenix. Chen Zhen paid no heed to the cutting remarks, merely in terms of attire. Mu Qing was merely stating the truth. Glancing around the grand hall, Bai Xinrui was undoubtedly the brightest star, her evening gown impeccably accentuating her feminine curves with its plunging neckline, open back, and high slit, rendering the men present utterly captivated, in stark contrast. Chen Zhen's casual ensemble lacked any flair, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Initially, Bai Xinrui wore a hint of a smile, but upon hearing Mu Qing's words, her expression swiftly hardened, and she retorted with cold sarcasm. Could this be my cousin Mu Qing? Whatever happened to your distinctive garlic nose? I almost didn't recognize you. Bai Xinrui had never regarded her looks as an asset. This was her first instance of mocking another's appearance. Who could blame her for retaliating, given that Mu Qing had insulted the man she adored? Mu Qing's smile froze as she took Bai Xinrui's hand affectionately and remarked, Sister, you've changed quite a bit. I recall you being gentle and virtuous. Now you seem to resemble a village gossip, delighting in idle chatter. Bai Xinrui scoffed, just mimicking my cousin. All right. Mu Qing cast a sidelong glance at the silent Chen Zhen and chuckled softly. Sister was in the wrong. Such jokes are ill-advised. Chen Zhen's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the crowd, ultimately locking onto a blonde, blue-eyed woman, Mu Qing, ever astute, followed his line of sight, only to see a group of business associates engaged in conversation. She leaned closer to Bai Xinrui and whispered, He seems rather unscrupulous. Since he entered, he has been on the hunt for prey. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, You might not believe it, but Chen Zhen has seen me naked. At this revelation, the hall fell silent, all eyes converging upon the trio, particularly Chen Zhen, who was met with looks of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Even the nearby waiter, holding drinks, discreetly stepped aside, silently grateful to have distanced himself from the potent aura surrounding Chen Zhen, knowing that proximity to such a figure could be perilous. Sister, you're intoxicated again. That a handsome young man approached with an elegant smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. Grandfather instructed that you are not to drink tonight. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Zhen. Bai Xinrui shot a furious glare at Chen Zhen, who calmly shook his head. Their unspoken understanding assured him that Bai Xinrui would grasp that Mu Qing was attempting to sow discord between them. And if Chen Zhen had indeed gazed upon her, it had to be an accident. Their eyes locked, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding crowd. The young man, undeterred, took Bai Xinrui's hand. Cousin, it has been a long time. She harbored two individuals she detested in Tianlan City. The first was Zhao Zhe, a quintessential dandy who regarded human life as inconsequential. The second was the young man before her, Mu Jing, who, despite his outward gentility, was notorious for his debauchery. There was a saying that circulated in the nightlife of Tianlan City. The young master of the Mu family even gazes at a female dog with profound tenderness. Chen Zhen reacted more intensely than Bai Xinrui. He seized Mu Jing's wrist, applying pressure until the sound of bones cracking echoed. Mu Jing's face contorted in pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Quick! Let go of my hand!" A member of the chamber's internal affairs shouted. "Chen Zhen, release my young master." When Chen Zhen remained unmoved, the man lunged forward, fingers poised like talons, aiming for Chen Zhen's throat. Chen Zhen stood firm, delivering a punch that shattered the man's fingers, then swiftly followed up with a kick to the back of his head. The man crumpled to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Nearby, 10 security personnel from the chamber, sensing the escalating situation, braced themselves and charged in. This was the president's banquet hall, filled with prominent figures. They were merely there to put on a show, expecting to endure a beating. In mere moments, Chen Zhen dispatched them, not having moved an inch. However, unexpectedly, a waiter behind him struck, clumsily swinging a wine bottle towards Chen Zhen's head. At last, Chen Zhen released Mu Jing's hand, sidestepping the attack. He chose to ignore the waiter, his gaze fixed on a foreign woman in the distance. She sported dreadlocks, distinctly showcasing a blend of Caucasian and African features. Her facial features were exquisitely refined, perfectly inheriting the attributes of her Caucasian lineage, while her skin bore a rich, dark hue. Holding a glass of red wine, she raised an eyebrow and smiled subtly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Bai Xinrui, noticing the crowd gathering, realized the gravity of the situation. The night was already fraught with peril, and she did not wish for this minor incident to ignite a conflict. She quickly supported Mu Jing, speaking in a soothing tone. "I can help you recover." Mu Jing appeared weakened, leaning against her, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, cousin." He then waved his hand, signaling the approaching chamber personnel to withdraw, offering Chen Zhen a faint smile tinged with remorse. "I apologize. I haven't seen my cousin in a long time, and I got a bit carried away." Chen Zhen responded with a chilling smile, his eyes ablaze with fury. Was it merely excitement? His awakened fire I bestowed upon him a passive ability, the Eye of Insight. Even without activation, he could perceive the emotions that governed human interactions. From the moment Mu Jing laid eyes on Bai Xinrui, he exuded a repulsive lewdness. Even as Chen Zhen crushed his wrist, Mu Jing's thoughts remained sullied. Bai Xinrui was taken aback. For the first time, she found Chen Zhen terrifying, feeling a wave of aversion towards him. He was making a mountain out of a molehill. He was unyielding in his righteousness. Why was his need for control so overpowering? He was alarmingly similar to Zhao Zhe. "This is all my fault. I lost my composure, leading to your misunderstanding. For that, I sincerely apologize." Chen Zhen's brows knit together. Why would Bai Xinrui harbor feelings of disdain towards him? They had spent 7 years together. Even if he had never acknowledged his feelings for her, she had always given selflessly, never considering departure. Something was amiss. The more Chen Zhen sought to think rationally, the more agitated he became, his focus slipping away. Ding, ding, ding. Like the gentle spring rain nourishing all, akin to the pastoral melodies of a shepherd. Boy.it was filled with vibrant life, yet serene tranquility. The tumultuous emotions within him gradually subsided. Images flashed through his mind like slides until it halted at the sight of the blonde, blue-eyed woman. The Malin team was supposed to be his eyes on the chamber. How could they appear in the hall? It must be an illusion, a product of his anxiety upon entering, seeking solace. Chen Zhen suddenly awakened to the reality. They had been ambushed. Mu Qing had been waiting for them, intent on distracting their attention and inciting negative emotions through her words, creating conditions for those lurking in the shadows to unleash their powers, amplifying certain negative feelings. Such mental assaults were indeed insidious. Buzz, as he pinpointed the source, a ringing filled his mind, drowning out all other sounds. He focused his energy, expelling a wave of gloom from his being, and gradually, the clamor of insults and accusations reached his ears. Looking back at the previous spot, there was no trace of Malin. Bai Xinrui, somewhat bewildered, shook the bell on her wrist as if she were experiencing a split personality. Don't. Chen Zhen stepped forward, only to be obstructed by a figure. "Chen Zhen, this is the birthday celebration of Elder Mu. You shall not run amok here." Chapter 62. Gongzi is resolute. The 5-man brawl in the Western District raged on. Xiao Yin was enveloped in flames, his clothing reduced to ashes, leaving his robust form exposed, save for particular areas covered by specialized materials. Gongzi couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Yes, yes. Li Gang, striking with the ferocity of a tiger, grew increasingly rapid. having already landed dozens of blows on Gongzi, each aimed at vital points. Yet Gongzi stood like a rock, unwavering, his eyes constantly flickering toward Xiaoyan, emitting strange sounds from his mouth that Li Gang felt a surge of disdain. Gathering strength for a punch, his tiger-style fist roaring as it struck Gongzi's abdomen. Bang! Gongzi shot down like a cannonball, crashing through the roof and into the ground. That as the dust settled, Li Gang leaped high, his leg descending with the force of a falling mountain. That a broad sword cleaved through the haze, and Gongzi shot up, his expression serious, devoid of any jest. This opponent warranted his full attention, had it not been for the armor crafted by Bai Meng. That last strike would have pierced his body. To a strength-based warrior, his agility was his greatest weakness, but Qi Linglong had identified this issue early on and had Bai Meng custom make a set of armor for him. I was careless just now. I didn't dodge. Bring it on. Li Gang revealed a sinister grin, placing a foot upon the sharp blade, his force reverberating through the air with a thunderous roar. This is your repayment. Gongzi laughed heartily, swinging the broadsword lightly, sending Li Gang hurtling backward, piercing through 7 buildings in succession. That he merely shook his head, brushing off the dust, and suddenly dropped to all fours, galloping like a 4-legged beast. Gongzi, still eager, perched on the precarious structure, calling out to Li Gang in the distance. This is my first encounter with someone willing to match brute strength. I hope you can satisfy my cravings. Then I shall oblige. The coarse voice reached Gongzi's ears just as the shadow of a fist loomed near his temple. Clang! Gongzi raised his sword to defend. The strike was as formidable as a fortress. Not even the mightiest of fists could budge it. Gongzi was resolute, immensely powerful. Clang, 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 clang. Li Gang crouched in midair, delivering punch after punch with all his might. The broad sword remained steadfast, showing no signs of deviation. Not enough, still not enough. Have you forgotten to eat? With a thunderous roar, Gongzi twisted his wrist, forcing the sword downward with an unstoppable momentum akin to Mount Tai pressing down. The Li Gang raised a bowl to block. But upon contact, a sudden heaviness seized his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! The building crumbled under the immense force, reduced to a heap of ruins. Gongzi stood upright, his grip firm on the colossal sword. While Li Gang found half his body embedded in the ground. The residents hidden in the basement stared in astonishment. How could half a person be hanging from the ceiling? A mischievous child, wielding a bamboo stick, poked at the protruding half of Li Gang's body, exclaiming, "You dared to destroy our home. I'll poke you to death." The child continued to jab while grumbling. The adults nearby watched anxiously until they discovered that Li Gang was firmly lodged and could not escape. A middle-aged man snatched the bamboo stick from the child's hand and, gathering his strength, exclaimed, "Damn you!" With a crack, the stick broke in half. That Li Gang's forehead glistened with sweat. Thankfully, he had foreseen this and had tightly shut the back door in advance. Or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Did I end this moment of being trapped with no way out? A chilling aura spread across the ruins. Soon, the broken walls and debris began to freeze, a bone-chilling cold enveloping Gongzi. By the time he felt the pain, his lower body had already been encased in ice. The entrance of the ruins. Ice Girl descended slowly in a blinding light, having transformed completely into an ice sculpture. Her body pure and transparent. She stepped forward, forcing the giant sword aside, revealing the frozen, ashen-faced Li Gang, whose consciousness was fading. Upon breaking free, Li Gang's features contorted in rage, his pupils turning crimson as he let out a low, anguished roar. But he dropped to all fours, arching his back like an enraged cat, his body twisting and expanding, bones cracking ominously as thick, golden fur erupted from his skin, enveloping him completely. Gongzi, observing the half-beast transformation, teased with amusement, a lion? Once Li Gang completed his metamorphosis, he stood twice his original size, pointing to the royal emblem on his forehead, growling, "I am a tiger. And let it be known, do not strike my head. Answer correctly, and I shall then shatter your skull." Li Gang delivered a straight punch aimed at Gongzi's face, the sheer force sending Ice Girl and the surrounding debris flying 2 zhang away. Clang! Gongzi, freed from Ice Girl's grasp, raised his sword in defense, shouting, "I told you not to hit the head. What kind of monstrous strength is this? To effortlessly block even my full-powered strike after transforming? Could it be that he is fused with the essence of a giant?" Li Gang was astounded. He ceased to engage Gongzi in a direct contest, opting instead to leverage his agility for rapid assaults. Hoping to catch Gongzi off guard, the broad sword, measuring 1.5 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, appeared as a mere foam toy in Gongzi's hands, the afterimages of his movements heavy and disorienting. After transforming, Li Gang's speed doubled, forcing Gongzi into a passive defense, yet Li Gang could not break through. The two engaged in a battle of speed, locked in a stalemate. Ice Girl, anxious in her heart, realized that if this continued, Li Gang would be worn down to nothing. She moved closer, halting 3 meters away, as the ice beneath her spread towards the two combatants once more. Gongzi, ever vigilant, withstood 3 punches from Li Gang, then lunged forward, swinging his giant sword at Ice Girl, that if we cannot break through, you should retreat and not waste time. Zhang Xiaoming and Hua Qishui sat side by side on the rooftop, having finished their biscuits and drained a can of soda. Just wait a bit longer. Wait for what? For news. Just wait and you will only receive bad news. Hua Qishui chuckled knowingly. For us, there is no bad news. Zhang Xiaoming did not contest this, as their attention was drawn to the ice sculpture soaring past. Following that, a figure clad in silver armor flew overhead, pursued closely by a furry creature. Bang, bang. 2 loud crashes sent dust billowing from the distance. There goes another 2 of your houses. Hua Qishui puffed on his pipe, lamenting, the energy of youth is truly boundless. Your business association is quite wealthy. Surely you won't haggle over compensation. A gleam of insight flashed in Zhang Xiaoming's eyes. The buildings were set to be demolished anyway, and this presented a golden opportunity to profit. Adding in costs for medicine, lost wages, emotional damages, and funeral expenses, surely it would amount to 50 million, but that does not concern me. Hua Qishui wiped the saliva from his pipe and handed it to Zhang Xiaoming, saying, that is a matter for the Internal Affairs Council. Zhang Xiaoming waved his hand. I don't smoke. Hua Qishui's expression darkened abruptly, his pupils glowing with a fiery light, that if news does not arrive soon, there would be a reckoning of life and death. Chapter 63. The Eye of the Future. 30 seconds prior, a raging inferno surrounded Xiaoyan, whose lips bore remnants of blood as she clenched her fists, surveying her surroundings. Come out and face me in a fair fight. Hiding is no skill. Damn it. You're nothing but a waste. Frustrated, Xiaoyan cursed it was, raising her fist in fury and striking the ground, flames erupting skyward. Boom! The earth collapsed beneath her, and she plummeted into the abyss, soon followed by a massive fireball bursting 5 meters above ground. A hazy figure was caught in the shockwave, spitting out blood. Xiaoyan finally caught sight of Wuz's movement, grinning maliciously as she unleashed her dragon ascension fist. Wuz, true to her name, melded seamlessly into her surroundings. When the fiery tongue of Xiaoyan's fist made contact, that portion of Wuz's body ignited in flames. How to counter the backlash of fire? Xiaoyan had never contemplated this dilemma, and as she saw the flames lashing towards her face, she instinctively braced for impact. Slap? A resounding slap landed on Xiaoyan's cheek, swelling her skin instantly. The attack lacked strength, but was laden with humiliation. Enraged, Xiaoyan, despite her instinct for self-preservation, forced herself to roll mid-fall and struck with all her might at the anticipated location. A scorching beam erupted from her fist, striking Wuz in the abdomen, propelling her upward while inflicting dual sensations of burning and impact, causing Wuz to lose consciousness. The recoil from this strike also sent Xiaoyan crashing to the ground, her head colliding with the earth, blood spraying forth. Pain or no pain? The world spun rapidly in Xiaoyan's vision. She had braced for agony, yet to her surprise, she felt none at all. Is this what it feels like to die? She had never feared death, but facing it brought an understanding that fear could seize the mind unbidden, that a familiar scent of smoke filled her nostrils, choking her breath as her eyes slowly rolled. The familiar figure of a chubby man came into view, granting her the peace to finally close her eyes. Zhang Xiaoming stood atop 2 talismans, shouldering Wuz, gazing coldly down at Hua Qishui, his voice deep and chilling. If anything happens to her, I will bring down your entire business association. Hua Qishui plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, muttering, this has gone a bit too far. Uncle Xiaoming, come play soccer. Soccer is fun. Zhang Xiaoming floated in midair, watching as Rui and Xiaoba played joyfully. Rui swung hard, sending the ball soaring toward Zhang Xiaoming. What the hell? His voice cracked with despair and desperation. Qi Shui's eyes widened, the words he had been holding back bursting forth. It's finally over. Zhang Xiaoming lifted a foot to kick the incoming ball. Hey, unexpectedly soft. What is this? Zhang Xiaoming kicked again. Feeling as though he was kicking through cotton, that a white smoke cloud, like a mist, enveloped the irregular surface of the ball. Smoke wafted from Qi Shui's pipe, guiding the cloud gently downwards as it approached Qi Shui. The ball shattered, exploding forth. His face was bruised and swollen, resembling a pig's head. With tear-filled eyes, he clung to Qi Shui's leg, lamenting, "Director, that stick was too powerful, and that silly girl was so unpredictable." Qi Shui paid him no mind. Leisurely pulling out his phone, dialing, and stating flatly, "The mission has failed." The bald man, still stuck in the ground, grimaced in discomfort, beads of sweat soaking the area around him, that he looked up at Xiaoba and Rui with pleading eyes. "Miss, could you please pull me out? I'm itching all over." "Sister Xiaoba, please get him out. He looks so pitiful." Rui, pure and kind-hearted, felt no wariness towards the bald man who had no intention of entering the house. "Pull, pull, pull," Xiaoba chanted repeatedly, wrapping her arms around the bald head. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." The bald man could never have anticipated that this silly girl would pull him out as if uprooting a radish. Thankfully, Qi Shui arrived just in time to prevent a tragedy. "Chen Zhen, this is Chairman Mu's birthday gala. You have no right to act recklessly." The man before Chen Zhen had completely transformed into a mouse-like figure. The only part that could still be considered human was his size, 35 feet. Song Ao, the leader of the Tsang Nong gang, ranked 204th on the strength leaderboard, one position above the anonymous finishers. Just 2 days prior, he had brought all his followers to ally with the Tianlan City Business Association. Get lost. Chen Zhen held a profound disdain for this individual. In his previous life, he had accelerated his cultivation by draining blood, and it seemed he was still doing so in this life. Arrogant. Song Ao lowered his head, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The brim of the felt hat atop his head was pulled down so low that it nearly obscured his vision, effectively blocking Chen Zhen's sight as well. Although his expression remained hidden, the acrid scent of blood still caused Chen Zhen to feel a wave of nausea. Those nearby quickly covered their mouths and noses. Retreating hastily, is this the leader of the Tsang gang? How has he come to this ghastly state? It was rumored that he had suffered a setback in his cultivation just a couple of days ago, resulting in his half-man, half-rat appearance. Even in failure, he must possess first-rate abilities. How many can claim to have achieved a 4th tier in the 1st grade? This promises to be quite the spectacle. Just the right opportunity to diminish Chen Zhen's arrogance. Thinking he could act with impunity after slaying 2 or 3 minor deities, the onlookers, with a mindset akin to spectators at a performance, began to assess the strengths of the two, some even initiating betting pools. Amidst the tension of their confrontation, where even the air felt thick with anticipation, a foreign woman with bronze-black skin spoke in halting Mandarin. "Chen Zhen, I am the only one betting on your victory. Do not disappoint me." She chuckled, "Miss Sophia, I fear you may end up with nothing tonight, Mr. Tsang." "Then you must give it your all," Sophia replied, sipping her red wine, her laughter bewitching, "that if you can defeat Chen Zhen, I shall grant your every desire." That as her mellifluous voice reached their ears, an unusual sensation surged within them, akin to snow melting and a gentle stream flowing from their hearts, quenching hunger and relieving urgency. The billions of warriors within felt poised for battle, ready to charge at any moment. Chen Zhen's eyes glinted with insight. The mystery in his heart suddenly clarified that it was this woman, Sophia, who was stirring trouble behind the scenes. Song Ao chuckled darkly, stroking the stubble on his chin. "I have received Miss Sophia's encouragement." Suddenly, he discarded his hat and fixed his rodent-like gaze upon Chen Zhen. Then, with swift and precise movements, lunged for Chen Zhen's neck. Chen Zhen, fully aware of his abilities, had already summoned his divine power to resist the enchantment of his eyes. Reacting just in time, he stepped back, barely evading the attack, and felt the warm trickle of blood on his fingers after brushing his neck. The transformation from bronze skin, iron bones to indestructible diamond came with a drawback. It turned passive skills into active ones, with a limitation on duration. Song Ao greedily licked the blood clinging to his teeth. Cackling, "The blood of an awakener is so delectable. Tonight, I shall drain you our white." And no sooner had he spoken than he left only a pile of clothing behind, leaving many elites present in the merchant guild bewildered. having missed how Tsang Ao vanished. The hall erupted into chaos, screams filling the air as people clutched their necks, trembling. Tsang Ao, how dare you drink my blood? Do you not realize it is toxic? Once you deal with Chen Zhen, I shall settle the score with you, Dada. This cannot be. All eyes turned to a woman, her face flushed with embarrassment as she pressed down her skirt. Humph, you truly are despicable. Impossible, this cannot be happening. Tsang Ao was filled with terror, struggling fiercely at some point. Chen Zhen's pupils transformed into a golden hue, his gaze flowing like tranquil magma. One of his active abilities, Fiery Eye, allowed him not only to capture Tsang Ao's movements, but also to predict the future with a 1-second foresight. Blame your own speed, he remarked. What do you mean? Can you please explain slowly? I am not in a hurry. However, I am. With a swift motion, Chen Zhen squeezed, and Tsang Ao exploded, akin to a balloon filled with red dye. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Did I see that strong? They were shocked. A peak first-grade 4-tiered individual could not withstand even 3 exchanges with Chen Zhen. They felt relieved they were not the ones in the spotlight. Chen Zhen surveyed the room. All eyes shifted nervously. Even their breaths grew cautious. Where is Sophia? In the moment chaos erupted, he had lost sight of her. Everyone, stay put. Whoever moves, I shall kill. Chapter 64. Safe and sound stop causing a ruckus. Let me consummate our plans. Under the warm, ambiguous light, a scene unfolded reminiscent of Zhu Beiji teasing Gao Zulan. By Xin Rui's alluring gaze and delicate demeanor left Mu Jing quite flustered, his heart racing. What is the rush? As long as I inhabit her body, you will always have access to her. Enough with the games. We could have unforeseen consequences. You are utterly lacking in romance. By Xin Rui pouted at Mu Jing, pouring wine into a glass from the table. In ancient China, wasn't a toast necessary before the wedding night? All right, drink up. That Mu Jing anxiously picked up his glass. Outside the window, Xiao Guo stared in shock, his eyes wide. Just as the two were about to toast, a figure burst through the window, coldly demanding, "What have you done to Sister Xin Rui?" He was considerably older than Bai Xin Rui, yet out of respect. He had not yet severed ties with Chen Zhen, their leader, thus regarding her as an elder sister like Zhang Xiaoming. The sudden intrusion startled Mu Jing, who instinctively pushed Bai Xin Rui in front of him. Glancing at the massive dog resembling a horse, "Then am I not standing right in front of you?" Bai Xin Rui remained remarkably composed. "I am asking about the real Sister Xin Rui. Where is she?" Xiao Guo scrutinized Bai Xin Rui warily. Although her appearance was identical, her demeanor and aura had undergone a complete transformation, her eyes exuding an eerie allure. In that moment, his blood surged, throbbing and heated, clouding his mind and plunging him into a state of confusion. Unfazed, Bai Xin Rui picked up a shard of glass, pressing it against Xiao Guo's neck, leaning in to whisper with a laugh, "Since you hold Sister Xin Rui in such high regard, allow me to personally send you on your way." A thunderous crash echoed. The glass shard disintegrated into dust. "The Dio not move. It makes things easier for us." Bai Xin Rui's face turned pale, retreating several steps before regaining her composure. Outside, a birdman flapped his wings, adjusting his glasses as he peered at the book in his hands, nodding in approval. "Well done." Suddenly, a turtle leaped into the room, radiating jealousy. "Why does this good fortune never come my way? Trying to entice me? I am easily fooled." Bai Xin Rui forced a smile. "You're called Old Li? I will definitely seek you out when the opportunity arises." Old Li rubbed his shiny green head, grinning foolishly. "Then you must hurry." Old Li, can hardly wait. Stop chattering." Outside, Wang Tingting lost her patience and urged, "Bring that big dog along. We must leave. Take her." Xiao Guo groggily shook his head, pawing at Bai Xin Rui. "I do not know what is happening. It seems this body has been taken over by someone else." "Young Master Mu, you must speak up for me," Bai Xin Rui teased, directing her words at the figure hiding under the bed. Mu Jing buried his head, waving his hand, urging her to leave quickly, that if these people intended to kill him, he would not even be able to muster a sound in protest. "Everyone, stay put. Whoever moves, I shall kill." Chen Zhen's voice was frigid, laden with murderous intent. Had this fellow truly lost his mind? The crowd felt a mix of anger and fear, lacking the courage to meet his golden gaze. His phone vibrated. Chen Zhen answered. "Brother Zhen, we have rescued Sister Xin Rui, but it seems another personality resides within her." Xiao Guo's voice was faint. Chen Zhen's golden eyes scanned the hall, finally fixing upon a cluster of overlapping figures. Two silhouettes appeared like an old film negative, translucent and monochrome. One of the active abilities of Fiery Eye, the demon-breaking eye, rendered any stealth or transformation techniques utterly exposed, with a flick of his finger. All the spilled drinks in the hall came to life, slithering across the floor like vibrant serpents. Although all present were awakeners, they were wary of hidden traps and began to retreat as the crowd parted. The drinks coalesced into a dragon, spiraling upward as if entwined around a pillar. Supported by the liquid beneath him, Chen Zhen descended into the dragon's embrace. Reaching out, he grasped a man and a woman. Revealing Sophia, "Surprise! You've been caught. Tonight, you are at my mercy." Her charm penetrated deeply, each smile and frown igniting a mental assault. Chen Zhen was not swayed by her allure. He seized her chin, his golden gaze locked onto hers. Break! Under the scrutiny of his golden eyes, a figure merged with Sophia. Chen Zhen released his grip, speaking calmly, charming and bewitching. "So you possess a dual personality. It seems you have two pairs of enviable eyes." Sophia replied, her smile enchanting. Chen Zhen remained silent, slowly turning to regard the cameras in the hall. "Understood that I end the conference room." The silver-haired Mu Mingyong hung up the phone, his clear eyes fixed on the LED display as he smiled softly. "Bring him in." That moment, a middle-aged man pushed open the conference room door, his face a mask of sorrow as he knelt. "Chairman Mu, our leader has been killed by Chen Zhen. You must avenge him." Having completed his task, he resigned himself to death. Mu Mingyong, with a benevolent demeanor, spoke softly. "From this day forth, you shall be the new leader of the Tsang gang. Go and claim the reward for Tsang Ao's task." "Thank you, Chairman. I, Hong, shall certainly serve you with utmost loyalty." The middle-aged man performed 3 bows and 9 prostrations before retreating from the conference room. Upon reaching the door, he unexpectedly encountered Chen Zhen, who wiped away his crocodile tears and straightened his posture. Deliberately bumping his shoulder against Chen Zhen's, "President, Chen Zhen has arrived," Li Yufeng reported, bowing slightly. "Chen Zhen, please come and take a seat," Mu Mingyong urged, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he pointed to a chair across the table. Chen Zhen froze, his pupils constricting slightly as his gaze fixated on the last individual present. This young man appeared frail and emaciated, a mere shadow of himself. Yet his features were strikingly handsome. Exuding a morbid elegance, holding a silk handkerchief to his mouth, he coughed softly and feebly remarked, "Brother Chen, have we met before?" Chen Zhen shook his head. "Not in this lifetime, but in the previous one. We shared a close bond that he and the young man had once been kindred spirits, and it was he who had imparted the divine contract to him. However, following Chen Zhen's betrayal, the young man had met his demise as well. Indeed, everything was changing, yet the abruptness of it all caught him off guard. How had this version of him become so weak? The young man's pale face broke into a genuinely refined and amiable smile. "I am grateful for your care of my uncle and sister. I hope they have not caused you any trouble." "Not at all. They are now family to me," Chen Zhen replied, feeling somewhat sentimental. Meeting an old friend who had saved his life inevitably stirred many emotions within him, and he simply wished to convey, "By Xinqi, I hope you are well." Chapter 65, becoming the son-in-law of the door, stopped dawdling. "Take a seat." Mu Qing broke the delicate atmosphere, her eyes sparkling as everyone awaited him. "Wait for me. Today's gathering is arranged especially for him," Chen Zhen mused, finding no surprise in the situation. However, the lack of hostility from those present only deepened his confusion. Once seated, Mu Mingyong regarded him with affectionate admiration, nodding in approval. "You are exceptional, brave, and astute, a true managerial talent. You have passed my test." "Test?" Chen Zhen replied with a bitter smile. "Is this merely a test? While many may die tonight, they die for their duty, which can be seen as a noble end." Mu Mingyong sighed, his vitality seemingly dissipating with his breath, revealing his age. "Everyone will die, even if we gain divine power. We cannot attain immortality." Chen Zhen's eyes widened in shock. It appeared he was to become the son-in-law of the Mu family and inherit their legacy. The members of the business association were visibly astonished. Yet they quickly masked their surprise with feigned smiles. "President, such a significant matter, why was it not discussed with us?" Duan Mu, he squinted, his mouth curling into a sinister grin, resembling a treacherous serpent. Do my family affairs require consultation with you? Mu Mingyong's expression remained benevolent. Chen Zhen regained his composure and replied earnestly, President Mu, I cannot accept your goodwill. Becoming the president of the Tianlan City Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly benefit his ambitions and expedite the purification of the false gods here. Yet, that would mean betraying by Xinrui once more, and he could not allow such a thing to happen again, that he desired the woman and the power of the alliance. He would strive for them with his own strength. Eliminating any obstacles in his path, that Mu Qing shot a glance at Chen Zhen, betraying no hint of disappointment. Chen Zhen coldly remarked, If I were so easily provoked, I fear I would not occupy this position tonight. Duan Mu Yi's eyes flickered momentarily. His tone, when he spoke, was measured, particularly when he emphasized the words rest assured, which held a deeper meaning. After a long silence, he adopted a paternal tone and advised, Do not rush to respond. As a leader, one must deliberate carefully. It will serve you well. Chen Zhen's resolve remained unwavering. Grandfather, please do not make it difficult for him. Without this insufferable man, I can still revitalize the Mu family. Mu Qing retorted, unwilling to back down, her brow unclouded by resentment. Mu Mingyong watched her with indulgent eyes, sighing helplessly. Yu Feng was initially my chosen successor. You do not favor him. Yet ever since your encounter with Zhener, you have mentioned his name incessantly. I guess at your intention to always oppose your grandfather. Grandfather, Mu Qing playfully chided, running to embrace Mu Mingyong's arm, then turning to Chen Zhen with a cheeky grin. He already has a beloved. It would be pointless to force a connection. Thank you for your understanding, Chen Zhen expressed gratefully. Mu Mingyong's expression turned contemplative as he calmly shook his head. There is still time. I believe Zhener will change his mind. This unwavering conviction of his, belonging solely to Chen Zhen, struck him as somewhat peculiar at that moment. He realized that the old man's emotions had remained steady throughout. Cough, cough, cough. The previously quiet Bai Xinqi suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, struggling to speak. Grandfather must be hungry. Let us eat first. After the dinner concluded, Chen Zhen bid farewell to Mu Mingyong that he invited Bai Xinqi to visit him at Wangshan community. But she declined, citing family obligations. Upon exiting the Zalayu building, Mu Qing called out to him from behind that I truly envy Bai cousin for having a suitor like you. You will have one too. Chen Zhen replied dismissively. Once this opportunity passes, there may not be another. That Mu Qing stepped in front of Chen Zhen, gazing up earnestly. Would you like to see it? Only tonight. See what? Chen Zhen was taken aback. How boring. Mu Qing tossed her head and sighed languidly. Did you know I lose 9 out of 10 bets? Thus, I wagered that you would not accept this marriage proposal tonight, and it seems I have won. Then that indicates your fortune is turning, Chen Zhen reassured her. As night fell, the dim light could not obscure the grim reality within the community. The mingling sense of blood and smoke invaded Chen Zhen's nostrils, causing a wave of nausea. Residents rummaged through the rubble for their cherished belongings. The atmosphere was steeped in silence, revealing the oppressive weight carried by the survivors of the calamity. Upon returning home, the gathered family members surrounded the dining table, including Bai Xinrui, whose senses had returned. Zhengge, are you injured? Zhang Xiuming, the most spirited among them, circled around Chen Zhen, searching for bloodstains on his clothing. That I am fine. Chen Zhen replied calmly, relieved that they were all still alive. Now let us discuss tonight's events. The Legion suffered 54 casualties, including 11 fatalities and 15 serious injuries. The rest sustained minor wounds, Qi Linglong reported. Her face still marked with grime, particularly a straight, narrow line on her brow, where a third eye had once appeared. Was she finally on the verge of awakening? Chapter 66. Father has departed. Chen Zhen stood in stunned silence. Qi Linglong's cheeks flushed slightly, that I just finished up and haven't had a chance to wash my face. Realizing he had overstepped, Chen Zhen cleared his throat. What was the enemy's toll? Qi Linglong wiped her cheek with her hand. Regaining her composure, 84 enemies were slain. Chen Zhen nodded. This result exceeded his expectations. The business association clearly possessed more strength than this, but it was undeniable that their legion had the capability to fight. 134 houses were damaged, with no casualties among the residents, though 208 were injured. Zhang Xiaoming reported the situation, his eyes sparkling. Zhengge, when shall we go to the association to demand recompense? Chen Zhen smiled faintly. After you tally the losses, you may take Xiao Go with you to negotiate compensation. Accounting is my forte, Zhang Xiaoming laughed exaggeratedly. The atmosphere in the room warmed instantly. Bai Xinrui remained silent, gazing affectionately at Chen Zhen, who met her gaze with a calm smile. Their shared experience had deepened their unspoken understanding. Bai Xinrui playfully jingled the bell on her wrist, as if to say, "Without me, you could not have resolved the issue." What of Rui? Chen Zhen suddenly realized that Rui and Xiao Ba were absent, even from the living room. Zhang Xiaoming, lost in his calculations, commented absently, "That is a relief." Chen Zhen chuckled wryly that Rui's strength likely surpassed his own by several tiers. Why was he worrying so much? Xiao Go brought 2 cans of beer, handing one to Chen Zhen before sitting down. He took a sip of the cold beverage, his expression hesitant, as if he were struggling to find the right words. Xiao Go glanced over his shoulder, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "The young lady asked me to inquire when she might have the chance to play with your stick again." Chen Zhen thought Xiao Go might have misunderstood and clarified. What Tingting referred to as a stick is Rui, Dutto. Xiao Go's realization wiped away any guilt he felt about his previous thoughts. Chen Zhen found the situation amusing. Tell her that negotiations can only commence after the task is successfully completed. Xiao Go grimaced. That lady is not easy to deal with. You should speak to her yourself. I do not wish to court trouble. Since you have already met her, you may convey the message. Chen Zhen instructed. Remember, do not share this with anyone else for now. There were layers to his words, and Xiao Go gleaned at least 2 meanings. Was he concerned about too many voices in the mix? Chen Zhen's eyes sparkled like a starry sea as he spoke meaningfully. They are my shadows. I do not wish for anyone to know how many shadows I possess. Xiao Go nodded in understanding. Having endured several harrowing lessons, particularly the betrayals of Zhou Kong and Lin Shui, Chen Zhen found himself compelled to be more vigilant. He needed to possess more trump cards. Father. Upon seeing Chen Zhen safe and sound, it joyfully danced around him. Father. Today I played soccer with Sister Xiao Ba, and it was such fun. Furthermore, the iron ball also enthusiastically joined in our joyful shouts. Kicking the ball is truly delightful. Xiao Ba, with her face covered in dirt, looked utterly disheveled. Pulling up radishes is also enjoyable. Xiaoru, you all performed admirably today. I am quite pleased, Chen Zhen remarked with a comforting smile. The pristine condition of the house suggested that they must have accomplished something significant today. Really, playing games can help, Father. I am so incredibly happy. Rui chimed in with a tinkling laughter. So happy, Father. Xiao Ba mimicked Rui's speech, emitting a very mechanical, stiff laugh that resonated strongly. Zhang Xiaoming, who was calculating at the dining table, felt a chill run down his spine. This lady's laughter is even more frightening than that of a horror film. What a waste of my efforts. Zhang Xiaoming sighed repeatedly. Forget it. Let's move on to the next one. Perhaps the next will be more normal. Chen Zhen, feeling discomfort, hastily instructed Rui, Xiaoru, take Xiao Ba upstairs. Once your aunt is finished washing up, let her clean Xiao Ba as well. Understood, Father, Rui replied, wrapping herself around Xiao Ba's waist and leading her towards the stairs. Understood, Father. Understood, Father. Chen Zhen mused, well, it seems I am destined to have yet another daughter. Truly, I am straying further down the path of fatherhood. In the following 2 days, Chen Zhen successfully advanced in his cultivation of the origins of Yinglong and Jin Chanzi. If the origin of Qi Tian to Sheng is akin to a hellish challenge, then Yinglong is difficult, and Jin Chanzi is merely ordinary, closely related to their respective codenames. The water manipulation technique of Yinglong upgraded to the true water control technique, yet he had not comprehended any new divine skills. The Jin Chanzi origins shedding technique evolved into the Jin Chan clone technique, where he grasped the second-tier divine skill, the golden cudgel seal, Deadeye in his room. Chen Zhen wore a solemn expression. After a night of cultivation, he still had half a spirit stone remaining. Refining spirit stones involves extracting the divine power contained within them using one's internal divine strength to as a second-tier awakener. His divine power should be more abundant, allowing for a quicker cultivation speed. However, the results were unexpectedly disappointing. Previously, refining a spirit stone took only 12 hours, but now it required at least 15 hours. To resolve this issue, he might have to target the 12th tier lotus. Xiaoru, have you seen your uncle Sheming? Chen Zhen inquired as he entered the living room, addressing Rui, who was engrossed in watching cartoons. In these 2 days, Bai Xinrui and Xiao Go had also been in closed-door cultivation, leaving all matters temporarily to Zhang Xiaoming and Qi Linglong for management. Father, Uncle Xiaoming just went out. It seems there has been some trouble in the neighborhood. Father, trouble, Xiaoba echoed. Minor issues are handled by district management. Only particularly troublesome matters warrant Zhang Xiaoming's personal intervention. Chen Zhen's heart sank as he turned to walk outside, with Ru Yi and Xiaoba closely following. You two stay here and watch television. There's no need to follow me. Chen Zhen felt a sense of relief. This daughter, despite lacking the appearance of a human, possessed emotions more profound than those of humans. Father, Sister Xiaoba is hungry. I want to take her to eat mountains, Rui stated, guiding Xiaoba. Father, eat mountains. As Chen Zhen observed Xiaoba trailing like a shadow, an idea suddenly struck him. Xiao Ru, does Xiaoba like to learn everything from you? Yes, obediently learning, she responded. Chen Zhen chuckled wryly. So, she calls me father because you taught her? Ru Yi nodded earnestly, feeling a surge of pride. Xiaoba is my sister. So my father is also her father. We must all be polite children. My father, polite. Chen Zhen was momentarily speechless. Rui possessed his past memories yet processed complex information rather vaguely. Regarding interpersonal relationships, her understanding was quite rudimentary. However, this was not the time to dwell on trivial matters. He patted Ru Yi on the head, saying, Xiao Ru, starting today, you will take Xiao Ba to the city to eat monsters. Remember, you must teach her to forage for herself and prohibit her from consuming buildings. Understood. Ru Yi looked somewhat melancholic, but I have to go to Yufeng City in 2 days. Can I not go? Father, I want to accompany you and Sister Xiaoba. Not going, Father, accompany. Then you will have 2 days to teach Xiaoba. Chen Zhen's expression turned serious, his tone stern. There is no room for negotiation regarding the trip to Yufeng City. Rui quickly sensed Chen Zhen's displeasure and assured him, I will definitely teach Sister Xiaoba, and I will certainly go to Yufeng City. Please do not be angry, Father. Father, not angry. Chen Zhen intended to maintain a serious demeanor. But Xiaoba, resembling a comic relief character, combined with her expressionless demeanor, made him laugh. Father, then we shall go to Ru Yi flew away with Xiaoba, and a voice echoed back. Father has gone. Chen Zhen. Truly, a good daughter. I am only 21, and she is eager to send me away. Chapter 67. Like master, like apprentice at the management office in the East District, several hundred residents had gathered. Zhang Xiaoming stood atop a table, holding a makeshift horn made of paper, and shouted, Everyone, quiet down. One at a time, please. Everyone, quiet down. Manager Zhang is here to address your concerns. Li Yurong called out from the center of the crowd, hoarse from shouting. After half a minute, the fervent clamor finally subsided. Manager Zhang, a boy of about 7 or 8 years old, burst forth from the crowd, dropping to his knees. Please, save my sister. Please, Manager Zhang, help us, save my son. A middle-aged man also cried out. Kneeling on the ground, soon a fourth person joined, resulting in a sea of kneeling figures. What is happening? Zhang Xiaoming looked perplexed, turning to Li Yurong for clarification. Li Yurong awkwardly smiled, pointing to the kneeling individuals. They are relatives of those who were abducted by that scoundrel Li Huaiyan. After those people went to the Merchant Association, they enjoyed 2 days of idleness, leading more to escape. This was information Zhang Xiaoming was already aware of, and he grew somewhat impatient. Cut to the chase. What is the point? Li Yurong stroked his chin thoughtfully, chuckling. Ever since we defeated the Merchant Association the day before yesterday, those people have been sent to the mines and fields to work. Zhang Xiaoming furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't that normal? Doesn't the Merchant Association refrain from keeping idlers? Did they not understand this? Li Yurong leaned closer, adopting a mysterious demeanor. The issue lies with the destination. The red mist has not dissipated there, and monsters roam freely. It is said that many pseudo-deities are also present, with daily losses in the hundreds. Why would the Merchant Association send our escapees to such a hellish place at this time? As a capable backbone, Li Yurong had recently studied the intricacies of officialdom for his future prospects. He learned how to convey messages to superiors while allowing them to take credit, all while emphasizing his own significance. Zhang Xiaoming suddenly grasped the implication. You mean the Merchant Association is setting a trap for us? He felt quite pleased and couldn't help but smile. That I am indeed a bit smarter than that mutt. He patted Li Yurong's shoulder with emphasis, deliberately deepening his voice. Stick with me and learn well. Li Yurong was deeply moved, clasping his fists in respect. Manager Zhang, if you do not mind my foolishness, I am willing to be your student. It is not shameful for a 52-year-old man to be a student of a 19-year-old. There is a hierarchy to knowledge, and each field has its own expertise. Li Yurong consoled himself inwardly. Zhang Xiaoming feigned difficulty, hesitating for a moment before clearing his throat. Xiao Li, you should focus on your work first. Whether I take you on as a disciple depends on your future performance. That Li Yurong's eyes reddened. Xiao Li will be diligent and dedicated. Very well. Zhang Xiaoming gave him a look of approval. Whether or not to accept a disciple, and the formality of the ceremony, were not of great importance. What mattered was to establish connections promptly, and Li Yurong understood this well, thus eagerly inquired, should I address you as teacher from now on? Zhang Xiaoming rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a long while he racked his brain, but could not find a suitable title. Finally, he reluctantly said, call me Ru Shi. You are my Ru Tuesday. Ru Shi, Ru Tu. Li Yurong silently repeated in his heart. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Ru Lai. Teacher Ru is brilliant. I, the student, have much to learn. Zhang Xiaoming chuckled heartily, feeling quite pleased. I am truly a genius. Compared to that mutt, my talent is leagues ahead. The kneeling crowd watched the two whispering to one another, assuming they were discussing a rescue plan. Only when Zhang Xiaoming burst into laughter did they begin to feel confused. Manager Zhang, have you thought of a way to save our family members? A middle-aged man asked, bewildered. Zhang Xiaoming returned to a serious demeanor and spoke loudly. Everyone, please rise if you do not devise a way to rescue them. We will not rise from our knees. Manager Zhang, that is several hundred lives. If you do not agree to save them, they will only await their demise. Though these individuals were somewhat foolish, Chen Zhen also bore responsibility for poor oversight. If he had built high walls earlier, they would never have escaped. Indeed, they're a patrol team on duty 24 hours a day. How did they manage to escape? Negligence and lack supervision are responsibilities you cannot shirk. I implore you, my daughter is merely 15 years old. She has been deceived by the nefarious son of Zhang Laosan's family, and neither my wife nor I were aware of this. Lao Wang. You must be accountable for your words. What do you mean by saying my son has deceived her? Your daughter is not a child anymore. Does she not possess the capacity for judgment? Zhang Laosan, do you have no conscience? The facts are laid bare before us, and yet you dare to shirk responsibility. To hell with you. I too am a victim. What responsibility must I bear? Alas, cease your quarrels. This is a time for unity. Let us first beseech the chief steward for assistance. The crowd pleaded, their cries echoing in despair. As for me, with all due respect, I see no means of rescue. Li Yurong's gaze deepened as he leaned close to Zhang Xiaoming and whispered. Zhang Xiaoming had never been one to succumb to moral coercion, yet he was not heartless. If he could mitigate the risks, he would extend his hand. However, Li Yurong's words heightened his vigilance. What do you mean? Li Yurong smirked. These individuals receive their distress calls nearly simultaneously. Why such a concentration? Who is orchestrating this disturbance against me? It is indeed too peculiar. Zhang Xiaoming pondered. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately inciting public outrage, that there is a traitor within our community? That is a valid point. Zhang Xiaoming regarded the middle-aged man before him with newfound respect. He was not merely the social climber one might assume. He possessed a certain broader perspective that in your view. How should we proceed with this matter? In my humble opinion, we should first acquiesce to their demands. Then send a few individuals into the city for a casual stroll, sustaining minor injuries, and subsequently inform them of a failed rescue. Li Yurong felt a surge of triumph within. Having reached this juncture, his prospects for advancement appeared promising. You old fellow possess some shrewdness. Zhang Xiaoming expressed his surprise, genuinely impressed that Li Yurong's smile took on a hint of cunning. I still have much to learn from you. Esteemed mentor. Zhang Xiaoming's gaze sharpened, piercing through Li Yurong. Once you acquire these skills, you won't turn them against us in the future, will you? Li Yurong knelt, beads of cold sweat forming. Esteemed mentor. What do you mean by that? I, Li, am but your disciple. How could I ever act against you? Zhang Xiaoming's cold laughter resonated. You had better not. Remember, whatever Zhengge grants you, that is what you possess. Should he wish to deprive you of anything, you shall lose it. The disciple kept this firmly in mind, vowing eternal loyalty to leader Chen Zhen. Yurong wiped his forehead with his sleeve, acutely aware that this was a warning. Zhang, the chief steward, was indeed not as simple as he appeared. Zhang Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. Rise that Li Yurong stood, still filled with trepidation. Zhang Xiaoming smiled lightly, patting his shoulder. Work diligently, and I shall speak well of you to Jingge. Li Yurong steadied himself, filled with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed mentor. Indeed. Zhang Xiaoming spoke with an air of inscrutability. Tianlan City will soon find itself lacking a mayor and leadership team. Li Yurong bowed his head, sincerity in his tone. I seek your guidance. What should your disciple do? Chapter 68. Bearing the Addiction. Cultivate capable individuals to become your trusted aides. Zhang Xiaoming adjusted his attire and plopped down onto the table. I do not wish to witness such incidents in our community again. Rest assured, I will root out the traitor that Li Yurong vowed earnestly. Excellent. Zhang Xiaoming climbed atop the table and raised himself high. Everyone rise. We shall send individuals to effect a rescue. Thank you, Chief Steward Zhang. Thank you, Leader Chen. You are all virtuous individuals. The My daughter will be saved. We shall never forget the great kindness shown by Chief Steward Zhang. Chief Steward, when shall we dispatch individuals? It must be swift. Even a few minutes tonight may mean the loss of more lives. Some expressed profound gratitude, while others urged immediate action. Their behavior did not escape Li Yurong's keen observation. He had already adapted to his role, meticulously noting their micro-expressions and words in the ledger of his mind. Zhang Xiaoming calmed the crowd. We have our own considerations and cannot disclose the timing of the rescue. He shifted his tone. Furthermore, I take this opportunity to announce the appointment of Li Yurong as the Deputy Chief Steward responsible for the management of Wangshan community. That Li Yurong, taken aback by this honor, quickly knelt in gratitude. I, Li Yurong, shall diligently fulfill my duties, serving the people and doing good deeds. Zhang Xiaoming could not suppress a sneer. Here came the bureaucratic rhetoric once again. Congratulations to Deputy Chief Li on your promotion. Congratulations, Deputy Li. With your capabilities, our community will undoubtedly flourish under your governance. Deputy Li, when will you host a celebration for your promotion? My family will contribute 2 pig legs. The residents surrounded Li Yurong, showering him with flattery, only speaking sweet words. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaoming quietly slipped away from the crowd. Walking along the cobblestone path of the community, he felt elated. Splendid. I have handled this affair beautifully. Not only did I resolve the crisis, but I also aided Jingge in cultivating management talent. The climax of the situation was undoubtedly in subtly warning Li Yurong, ensuring that he would not dare harbor treasonous thoughts. How might I convey this without being overt, yet ensure they grasp the message? What should I say? From a nearby thicket, Chen Zhen leaned against a large tree, arms crossed, a smile gracing his features. Jingge, Zhang Xiaoming exclaimed in surprise. I had no inkling of your presence here. How did you manage that? Hey! Zhang Xiaoming's confidence surged, his demeanor exaggerated. Who in this team can surpass me? Aside from you, a mere pup, a little brother at best. Chen Zhen shook his head, smiling. He had truly been overpraised, or he would be reaching the heavens. You have heard the residents' demands, yes? Zhang Xiaoming's earlier bravado wavered as he tentatively asked, shall we resolve this using Li Yurong's method? Good. You are ever so thorough in your considerations, Jingge. This is merely the beginning. Future frictions will only intensify, and we must handle them with utmost caution. Chen Zhen could not yet ascertain whether Mu Mingyong was orchestrating this or if it was someone else. Understood. Zhang Xiaoming irked. Shall we retaliate? If we let this slide, the Chamber of Commerce will become increasingly unrestrained. Endure. Chen Zhen replied coolly. Endure? Zhang Xiaoming protested. How long must we tolerate this indignity? It would be better to strike before we head to Yufeng City. To suppress their arrogance, it is at home. I shall give it to you tonight. Rest assured, Jingge, I shall not falter on the critical matters. Zhang Xiaoming patted his chest, assuringly, before departing with his talisman. Chen Zhen walked alone along the path, relishing the rare moment of tranquility to contemplate strategies against the Chamber of Commerce. That as he walked, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Wang Yong, that he awkwardly adjusted his pants zipper. His face flushed. Boss Chun, there are no public restrooms here. It was quite unbearable, so, no matter, consider it fertilizing the flowers and plants. Chen Zhen replied with a mild smile. You might as well let the remainder go as well. No, Wang Yong scratched his miner's hat, grinning foolishly. I wish to save it for tomorrow. Chen Zhen was taken aback. What logic is this? If you have nothing else, I shall return to work, Wang Yong declared, preparing to leave. Wait, Chen Zhen called him back, inquiring. When can the wall be completed? In 15 days, it cannot take longer. Chen Zhen fully understood. Their efficiency was already commendable to accommodate more individuals in the future. Chen Zhen expanded his influence to include the surrounding wasteland and roads, increasing his total area to 1.5 times the original. Even with divine powers, constructing a 100-meter-high wall in a month is a daunting task. However, time is of the essence. External threats loom from Huangshe, and internal strife arises from the Chamber of Commerce that he had no choice but to become a demanding employer. Wang Yong was left speechless in astonishment. Chen Zhen, with a generous spirit, distributed 450 spirit stones without a blink. After all, the imitation technology from Bema had received an upgrade. Now, one spirit stone could produce 20 imitation spirit stones. The establishment of the Development Bureau had greatly bolstered his capabilities. With both output and technology experiencing breakthrough advancements, that it was undeniable that this was also linked to the new developments in his relationship with Xin Rui. Wang Yong gaped, nodding in a daze. Boss Chen. You truly are Boss Chen. I shall relay your words faithfully. Chen Zhen seemed to recall something, issuing a special reminder. Do not transfer personnel from that side to here. Their timeline must not be delayed. Wang Yong nodded earnestly. Rest assured, those on that side will not step outside the compound. Did you not arrange for someone to oversee them? Chen Zhen regarded him skeptically. Many of you possess the ability to traverse distances swiftly. Oversight must rely on your internal enforcement. Understood, I shall specifically assign management for surprise inspections. Very well, that if you have no further matters, I shall return to my duties. That go ahead. Wang Yong took a few steps before pausing, staring blankly at the severed tree trunk by the roadside. Chuckling, Boss Chen, do you still need this piece of wood? Chen Zhen immediately understood, laughing. Consider it a gift to you. Wang Yong hoisted the severed timber and shrugged, exclaiming, now this feels quite comfortable. Chen Zhen, watching Wang Yong recede into the distance with a sense of amusement, inwardly scoffed. I've heard of cravings for alcohol and cigarettes, but never of a craving for lifting. How enlightening. Passing a concealed lookout, Chen Zhen employed the water manipulation technique, transforming his body into a transparent liquid, hiding himself nearby to eavesdrop on the conversation between two awakened beings. Have you noticed how those women seem to be infatuated with General Qi? One remarked, damn, they're nothing but lovesick fools. What has happened to women these days that they are drawn to such an androgynous type? In truth, aside from his somewhat chilly demeanor, General Qi is not unpleasant to behold. Nonsense. If we're discussing looks, it's Gongzi who deserves the top spot, that a man should exude masculinity like him. General Qi is hardly a woman. She's also lacking that delicate charm. You only say that out of stubbornness. In front of General Qi, you would be eager to play the obedient child. The other, his face flushed with embarrassment, sighed after a moment. I find it strange. Ever since she punished me once, I've inexplicably felt a sense of dread. Goodness, I thought I was the only one. Do you think it's possible that that tomboy is also an awakened being, capable of silently unleashing her powers? Brother, you've hit the nail on the head. It's chilling to contemplate. As Chen Zhen listened to their exchange, he recalled the mark on Qi Linglong's forehead. Various signs indicated that her powers were awakening, that he had first-hand experience of that terrifying force of law, which had nearly drained his life, that a disquieting question arose within him. Once Qi Linglong awakens, will she still be Qi Linglong? Her method of awakening is truly one of a kind. The uncertainty of the outcome filled Chen Zhen with anxiety. Perhaps he should first ascertain the conditions of her awakening, before seeking a way to appropriately restrain it. One must proceed cautiously to achieve victory. Chen Zhen would never tread the old path again. Like a transparent leech, he distanced himself from the lookout and made his way homeward. Chapter 69. Second mother is missing Gongzi. Has your injury healed? Chief, my wounds are not severe. There's something amiss? Chen Zhen sensed an ominous foreboding that a person who never furrows his brow, even when the sky falls, would not exhibit such panic. It could only spell bad news. Chen Zhen's heart sank, and he immediately countered, is General Qi not in the neighborhood? Gongzi's complexion darkened as he recounted the events that had transpired in recent days. A band of marauders has been pillaging supply caravans. They initially found little, but the devastation they wrought was merciless, breaking the limbs of supply team members, and even the awakened who accompanied them were not spared. What did they say? They demanded a meeting with General Qi at Lingmu Mountain. Otherwise, they would kill the remaining individuals. Chen Zhen felt a chill run down his spine. Ling Long went, and she hasn't returned for a day. Gongzi, filled with concern, replied, I have not seen her since the general left. Could it be another trap set by the Chamber of Commerce? This time, they aimed to use Qi Ling Long as bait to lure him in. Chen Zhen thought furiously. Gongzi, witnessing Chen Zhen's fury, nodded in a daze. Understood. You must be cautious. There are those among the marauders who can control the dead. The warrior who delivered the message had actually been dead for over 10 hours that I suspect General Qi may have fallen into their scheme. I see. After speaking, Chen Zhen summoned a flood dragon and soared into the sky. Amidst the mountain of monster corpses, Rui elongated its form, gazing into the distance for any signs of monsters. Meanwhile, Xiaoba transformed into a giant, towering 100 meters tall, sitting nearby and feasting heartily. Like devouring spicy strips, it consumed one monster after another, quickly clearing the pile. Xiaoba, there is a mountain boar monster to the east. Let us hurry. Rui exclaimed excitedly that I don't eat pigs. Xiaoba, still savoring the taste, reverted to her original form. Sister Xiaoba, being picky is not right, Rui admonished seriously, standing before Xiaoba. Being picky can lead to malnutrition. And malnutrition can result in a very small chest at a small chest. Xiaoba's eyes widened in disbelief, having ventured into unfamiliar territory. Right here, Rui poked the area over Xiaoba's chest, and oh way. Xiaoba shook her head, bewildered. Then her chest swelled, tearing through her clothing and becoming as large as a basketball. How is that possible? Rui, astonished and puzzled, remarked, I distinctly remember reading in a book that girls who are picky eaters may suffer from stunted growth, resulting in a small chest. Chen Zhen, standing atop the flood dragon, bore a bemused expression. Everyone has their youthful curiosities, but he never expected someone would resurrect such embarrassing memories that he cleared his throat. Little Rui, take Xiaoba with you and follow me. Father, what brings you here? Rui asked with delight, enveloping Xiaoba as they flew towards the flood dragon. The father's here. Xiaoba's voice was bright, yet she struggled to mimic the tone of excitement. Your second mother is in trouble. We must head to Lingmu Mountain. Chen Zhen urged as he commanded the flood dragon towards the city's edge. What trouble has befallen my second mother? Rui asked anxiously. Mother is missing. Chen Zhen maintained his composure, speaking calmly. Rui refrained from further questioning, sensing the weight of Chen Zhen's low-spirited emotions, that it was a complex amalgamation of loss, anxiety, and anger. Has Xiao Hu also gone missing? Technically, Xiao Hu was her first friend. Lingmu Mountain had vanished. Chen Zhen looked down at the depression below, stunned into silence. The elevation of the mountain was not great, but its expanse was vast, even if the entire civil engineering corps worked day and night. It would take at least 3 days to clear it. Xiaoba, open your mouth and drink the northwest wind. Xiaoba and I have never been apart. Rui, perplexed, asked, What is wrong, father? It's nothing, Chen Zhen replied dismissively. At least it's not Xiaoba's doing. What secrets lie hidden below? Little Rui, fly down to the empty space and take a look. All right, father. Rui swiftly descended, and a minute later, her voice echoed back. Father, it's incredibly deep down here. I can't reach the bottom. Chen Zhen's expression froze. To him, it seemed Rui had not moved after reaching a certain point, that he urged the flood dragon to dive down. And as the ground became clearer, the depression expanded. However, when he moved alongside Rui, the scenery below ceased to change, that he was certain he was in motion. Has someone set up a special formation here? Little Rui, stay close to me. Understood, father. Chen Zhen flew away from Lingmu Mountain, diving downwards once more. And indeed, everything returned to normal. Upon landing, he was confronted with a kaleidoscope of overlapping shadows, like shimmering waves intertwining to form an artistic tableau. Activating his fiery eye, he discovered that even the eye of magic could not penetrate this veil. Could it be an illusion? Father, my second mother is inside. We must hurry to rescue her. How do you know? Chen Zhen questioned Rui with curiosity. Sister Xiaoba said so. Rui flew beside Xiaoba, nodding at her outstretched arm, pointing ahead. What? Chen Zhen felt a pang of frustration. How do you know she is indicating the location of your second mother? Sister Xiaoba loves to say whenever she sees my second mother. Rui mimicked, adopting Xiaoba's tone. Father, Sister Xiaoba is not foolish. She simply struggles to express herself that if anyone understood Xiaoba best, it was undoubtedly Rui. Whoever could locate Qi Linglong would certainly be Xiao Ba. After all, it was Qi Linglong's faith that had granted Xiao Ba life. For the first time, Chen Zhen began to notice Xiao Ba's emotional fluctuations. Her expression was blank, yet there were subtle shifts in her gaze. Even her vocalizations trembled with urgency. I asked Xiao Ba, feeling tense. Yes, Father, we must hurry inside. My second mother must be in danger. Quick, quick, quick! Xiao Ba's voice grew increasingly frantic. Chen Zhen hesitated no longer and plunged into the peculiar ripples. Director, Chen Zhen has entered. More than a dozen individuals lay concealed on the nearby hillside, the leader using binoculars to report the situation. Suddenly, one person stood against the wind, approaching them. Chen Zhen. Chapter 70. The Giant Python. As soon as one person exclaimed in shock, his neck was swiftly snapped. With a ghostly grace, he dispatched the group in mere moments. Leaving only their leader alive, he seized the man's throat, bringing a phone to his ear. Hello? Beep. The person on the other end immediately hung up. I want to know, who sent you? Was it Mu Mingyong? Or someone else? Chen Zhen, I know you possess certain abilities, but you cannot contend with us. The leader sneered, his body slackening as he lost all signs of life. Controlling the dead? Kehuan, did you think I lacked a lifetime's worth of memories beyond your own? Chen Zhen scoffed coldly. Father, which entrance should we take? Before them rose a towering wall of dark red, isolating the path ahead into 13 entrances. Rui and Xiao Ba each displayed their skills, attempting to carve a direct passage, but to no avail. Chen Zhen felt an unsettling familiarity with the hexagram patterns on the wall. Xiao Ru, could you soar into the sky and ascertain whether the correct passage can be found? Certainly, Father. Father, there seems to be no end above. Once again, it appears this place is an isolated space cut off from the outside world. Chen Zhen closed his eyes, conjuring hundreds of small water serpents that ventured into the 13 passages ahead, and he navigated through the channels using the serpents as his eyes, splitting them at forks until he commanded 1,000 water serpents, with one eventually reaching the stone door deep within. Indeed, a labyrinth. Xiao Ru, keep a close watch on Xiao Ba. Do not let her stray from my side, Chen Zhen instructed. Understood. Father Rui flew over, wrapping around Xiao Ba, who was gnawing at the wall with her teeth. Sister Xiao Ba, please stop biting. It's futile, and you might chip your teeth and I'm hungry. The tunnels of the maze are rife with monsters. Stay close to me, and I shall lead you to a feast, Chen Zhen said with a wry smile. Truly a glutton, but as they traversed, they fought, blood splattering wherever they passed, countless monsters falling into Xiao Ba's belly. I'm full, Xiao Ba declared, patting her stomach and yawning. Let's rest, Chen Zhen remarked. Feasting and resting, then feasting again when hunger strikes. This cycle truly reflects the essence of the purification envoy. Father, I will take care of Sister Xiao Ba. Ru Yi, encircling Xiao Ba, spoke anxiously. We should hasten. I worry for the safety of second mother and little fox. Indeed. Chen Zhen affectionately patted Ru Yi. Good child. Following the route etched in his memory, they walked for over an hour until a glimmer of light appeared. Father, we have completed the maze, Ru Yi exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards the undulating curtain. It was only then that she noticed the 13 entrances behind them. Impossible, Chen Zhen muttered, suddenly narrowing his golden eyes. This labyrinth is alive. Break, he shouted, unleashing a wave of golden light from his eyes, causing the dark red walls to writhe, and no longer flat. They became rounded, reflecting Chen Zhen's image within a singular vertical pupil. Such a giant serpent. Xiao Ba exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it was massive, so much so that Chen Zhen could not fully see its head, and it dwarfed him in scale. Hiss! The elevated head flicked its forked tongue, producing a chilling sound. Ru Yi, hand Xiao Ba to me. Chen Zhen retreated a couple of steps, watching the giant serpent warily. You can handle it, right? Father, I can, Ru Yi replied, setting Xiao Ba down and positioning herself before them. Summoning courage. Xiao Ru is not afraid of snakes. Good child. Father believes in you. You are the bravest. Chen Zhen encouraged her with a wry smile, fully aware of her fear of snakes, recalling his own childhood. I can't eat anymore. Xiao Ba waved her hands repeatedly, climbing onto Chen Zhen's back. Father, you must protect yourselves. I shall go now. Go. Rui soared into the sky, reaching the serpent's head, its golden vertical pupils filled with confusion. What was this embroidered needle attempting to do? Suddenly, a colossal pillar fell upon its head. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled and clouds of dust billowed. He struck the serpent's head continuously, its body writhing violently, the scales tearing through the ground, creating deep chasms. This realm quickly descended into chaos shrouded in dust. The splintering boulders resembled cannonballs, chaotic and dense. Using the water manipulation technique, Chen Zhen transformed his body into a transparent, soft form, enveloping Xiaoba as they weaved through the falling stones, skillfully evading danger. Hiss! The serpent thrashed violently, emitting waves of threatening sounds, each accompanied by a gust of wind. Chen Zhen found himself pinned beneath the tumbling boulders, unable to move. Xiaoba's cries echoed joyfully in the wind. "You are so annoying." Chen Zhen strained to utter a few words as pressure built in his chest. Xiaoba shifted her call. "You be quiet, my ears can't take it." The sound of the wind and Xiaoba's tremulous voice resonated in Chen Zhen's ears, causing a painful throb in his eardrums, blood trickling from them. Only then did Xiaoba cease, her features contorting as she opened her mouth wide, resembling a dark cavern that a torrent of wind surged forth, visibly entering her mouth. Chen Zhen took a long breath, nearly suffocating. Just as one crisis passed, another loomed. Though Chen Zhen was battered and dazed, he remained in a unique form, sustaining no severe injuries that he lay upon the serpent's scales, spiraling towards the center as the serpent moved at high speed. In mere minutes, Rui had switched positions hundreds of times in her attacks, yet none inflicted harm upon the serpent. Its scales functioned like impenetrable armor, rendering their efforts futile and only serving to enrage the serpent, which then charged at Rui with its head and body. "Father, be cautious. I shall crush this monstrous serpent. Rest assured, Xiaoba and I are safe." Chen Zhen wrapped Xiaoba and slipped into the gaps between the serpent's scales. Rui expanded once more, making the serpent appear as insignificant as a coil of incense beneath her. Boom! Rui stood tall, driving the serpent deep into the chasm. Boom! Dust erupted like a mushroom cloud, filling the space, while the serpent was entirely buried. Boom! Again and again, the serpent was thrust down, causing the ground to collapse several meters deep. "Xiao Ru, cease at once." Chen Zhen coughed, spitting out the dirt in his mouth. "This will not work. We must explore other solutions." Hearing Chen Zhen's call, Rui halted in mid-air. That moment, the serpent's head opened its massive maw, lunging at Rui. Chen Zhen squinted against the wind and sand, the howling gale deafening to his astonishment. Despite its immense size, the serpent moved with astonishing speed. Rui envisioned the image of a snake swallowing an elephant, a twinge of fear creeping in, prompting her to shrink her form and evade the swift strike. She coiled around the serpent's body like a slender rope. Sizzle! Iron chains scraped against the serpent's scales. Igniting sparks, the serpent ceased struggling, seemingly exerting all its strength to resist the constriction. Chen Zhen raised an eyebrow, conjuring a dragon to lift him and Xiaoba before the serpent's vertical eye. Swish, 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 dozens of water arrows shot towards the eye, but the serpent did not flinch or dodge, its gaze fierce and unyielding. The arrows pierced through its pupil, causing no damage. Chen Zhen activated the fire eye and unleashed another volley of water arrows. This time, he finally discerned the hexagram rune before the pupil. Spatial transfer, it related to the little ghost in the image. Chen Zhen ascended to a higher vantage point, striving to comprehend the serpent's full form. Its scales resembled a dim starry sea in the heavens, or like pebbles laid out in the river, densely packed, inducing a chill down his spine. Even without a fear of clusters, he felt a wave of discomfort. Above the serpent's head, a radiant hexagram rune gleamed. Chen Zhen curled his fingers, causing countless bubbles to emerge from the dragon, gathering at his fingertips. Gurgle, gurgle. The bubbles merged, their clear radiance beautiful and dazzling, akin to a flower blooming, illuminating the entire sky. Go. Chen Zhen flicked his fingertip, and from that brilliance, a translucent giant sword soared towards the massive serpent. The green light rain emitted by the sword burst in the air like bubbles on a tranquil lake, creating ripples. The immense pressure pressed the serpent's elevated head down, clearly indicating the astonishing lethality of this strike. This sword represented Chen Zhen's full power, infused with the residual faith of Qi Ling Long within him. Chapter 71. Do not be a lotus in Tianlan City. The military headquarters lay in ruin, littered with corpses amidst a stench of blood. Over a dozen combat helicopters billowed fire and smoke as they crashed into skyscrapers. Thousands of gun barrels were aimed at a solitary figure. The newcomer strode boldly into the courtyard. Halt! Heiji Bob barked, emerging from the military administration building that he glared fiercely at the newcomer, his voice cold. Chen Zhen, General Huang awaits you upstairs. Chen Zhen nodded indifferently, following Heiji Ba into the building. You have quite the audacity. I didn't seek you out, yet you dare to present yourself uninvited. That a young man spoke from a plush chair, draped in a military coat. Huang Shi? Chen Zhen asked in astonishment. Indeed, it is I. Huang Shi's gaze was sharp as he chuckled darkly. Did you not know? One can indeed retain eternal youth. Chen Zhen scoffed. At what cost? Cost. Huang Shi erupted into a derisive laugh, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Chen Zhen settled onto the sofa, crossing his arms as he awaited the laughter to subside. After a lengthy pause, Huang Shi finally ceased his mirth, adopting a mocking tone. There is, of course, a cost. Merely the lives of hundreds of thousands. Chen Zhen, having anticipated the answer, leaned back comfortably, a relaxed expression on his face. When does the sacrificial rite commence? I wish to partake. Partake? You think it's just a piece of the pie? How utterly naive. Huang Shi's brow furrowed, crushing the armrest in frustration. Once all the awakened are eradicated. He sneered, of course, aligning with Lord Lingmu and becoming his servant ensures 1's survival. A splendid suggestion. Chen Zhen nodded repeatedly, speaking with a hint of mockery. Do you think it's too late for me to switch allegiances? In an instant, Huang Shi found himself unable to fathom Chen Zhen's intent. With a sinister expression, he clapped his hands and said, Well, I shall convey your message to Lord Lingmu. I believe he will not hold a grudge. That would be splendid. That it is indeed laborious for General Huang to. Chen Zhen hesitated for a moment. Oh, to speak a few flattering words before Lord Lingmu. Did you come today solely to pledge your allegiance? Although Huang Shi appeared at least 30 years younger, the deep lines on his face remained, and when serious, he resembled a malevolent specter, sending shivers down one's spine. Indeed. Then you should consider yourself fortunate that you did not storm the altar. Otherwise, you might have been torn to shreds. I'm not that foolish. Chen Zhen chuckled. I am well aware of the animosity those false gods harbor towards me. Humph. Huang Shi's eyes shimmered with a green mist, a contemptuous smile curling on his lips. It seems you have transcended your previous limitations and comprehended new divine techniques. Chen Zhen made no attempt to conceal his strength, calmly nodding, as you have said, as you have seen. Next time, remember to bring your true self. Otherwise, I shall lay siege to your stronghold. Huang Shi threatened. Then by all means, do so, Chen Zhen retorted, stroking his palms with a fearless demeanor. After all, it is Lingmu. Suddenly, Huang Shi extended his hand, signaling Chen Zhen to silence. That a thick plume of black smoke erupted from his mouth, enveloping the entire wall. The visible corrosion transformed the room into a dilapidated abode, with flakes of paint peeling away and dark red rust sprouting from the windowsill. Continue, Huang Shi urged, his eyes glinting with keen insight. Chen Zhen dragged the sofa away from the black mist. Does this sever your connection with Lingmu? It can corrode everything, including light, air, and sound. Huang Shi leaned forward, speaking ominously. If it weren't for my control, these walls would have collapsed long ago. Chen Zhen laughed heartily. You needn't try to intimidate me. This is merely a fraction of my power. Huang Shi resumed his seated position, eyes half closed. Finish your earlier statement. Chen Zhen picked up an ornament from his desk and began slowly. I boldly speculate that the Lingmu you speak of may not care for mere divine servants, but rather, it is you who requires subordinates. Huang Shi nodded. Continue. These false gods merely wish to exploit you, creating the necessary conditions for their resurrection. Once achieved, your situation will become precarious. Upon finishing, Chen Zhen observed the subtle shifts in Huang Shi's expression. Huang Shi's lips twitched, yet he coldly laughed. In what way is my situation precarious? Chen Zhen lowered his voice, enunciating each word. After all, you are not of their ilk. Huang Shi's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Chen Zhen, sowing discord. You underestimate me. I am not Zhao Zhe. Chen Zhen remained unfazed, gazing at the black mist. Stop pretending. Though I may be younger, My mental fortitude is no less than yours. Huangshi fell silent for a long moment, releasing his tightly clenched fists. Speak. What is the true purpose of your visit today? Chen Zhen seated himself. You are utilizing the false divine power of Lingmu to publicly eliminate the awakened, while secretly intimidating and assembling your own alliance army. I can assist you. We can operate in tandem, beginning with Tianlan City. Huangshi's eyes glinted with intensity. You are in the shadows. Chen Zhen shrugged innocently. Do you wish to remain in the shadows? How would you explain that to Lingmu? Huangshi hesitated before nodding. What do you wish to obtain? Tianlan City belongs to me. No problem. I mean everything in Tianlan City belongs to me, including all the powers here. Chen Zhen asked urgently. When will we act? Huangshi smiled nonchalantly, adjusting his military coat. No rush. You will know when the time comes. Very well. Chen Zhen surveyed the surroundings. May I leave now? Huangshi's mouth slightly parted, and the black mist was drawn back into his mouth. Hiss. A long serpent's tongue lunged towards a transparent giant sword. Under the gaze of two pairs of golden eyes, the serpent's tongue split in two, the cut widening towards the snake's head. Simultaneously, the giant sword began to vanish. Was divine power truly insufficient? The two avatars shared the divine power with the main body, reducing Chen Zhen's strength to merely 1/3 of its original. By the time the giant sword dissolved into droplets, it had only severed half of the serpent's tongue. But that was enough. Chen Zhen utilized the eye of the future to glimpse a second into the future. Xiaoru. The moment the python was freed, its head rose, lunging towards Chen Zhen. Father, I am here to help you. The halo at Ruyi's forefront emitted a blinding light, enveloping everything in a pure white curtain, submerging even the crimson serpent's tongue and its fearsome maw. Whoosh! Ruyi flew from Chen Zhen's hand, the probing serpent's tongue growing like a towering ancient tree, wildly expanding. When it touched Ruyi, it crumbled effortlessly, that a thunderous wail echoed as the massive form collapsed, shaking the earth. After the white light, horrifying cracks tore through the giant python's head, splitting it in two, with blood flowing like a river. Within the blood, Ruyi emerged, her head gliding while her tail dragged a large-headed doll. How amusing. Chapter 72. Farewell, Ing Taoxin father, please save me. Ruyi cried out in terror. This monster has captured me. I cannot control myself. Ing Taoxin, release Xiaoru at once. Chen Zhen admonished. Chen Zhen, come down and help me. Ing Taoxin exclaimed joyfully. This is so much fun. Far more enjoyable than riding a dragon. Drink. Xiaoba leaped down, his body expanding several times, plunging into the blood, eagerly gulping it down. Most of the blood flowed into Xiaoba's belly, with a small amount seeping into the soiled Ing Taoxin feigned a dejected expression. Who are you, so annoying? Xiaoba, covered in blood, lay sprawled on the ground, burping contentedly. Chen Zhen commanded the dragon to descend. Later, I will take you to the seaside for some fun. Ing Taoxin rambled on, preparing to store Xiaoru in the six-pointed star space. Wait. Chen Zhen grasped Ruyi, smiling wryly. She is mine. No, she is mine because I am holding her. You cannot take her, Ing Taoxin firmly insisted, drawing an angry face for herself. That if you claim she is yours, will she respond to your call? Chen Zhen asked earnestly. Batsi. Suddenly, she drew a crying face, throwing a tantrum on the ground, lamenting. This is no fun. Not at all fun. Chen Zhen stood by, calmly observing her. After she had enough of her fit, she angrily retorted, if you call her, will she respond? If she does, she is mine, and you cannot contest it. Chen Zhen stated sternly. All right, Ing Taoxin readily agreed. Xiaoru. Chen Zhen called out. Father. Ruyi cried, her voice laced with tears. Please save me. I do not want to play with her. Ing Taoxin gasped in surprise. She really is yours. Wow. Chen Zhen, you have so many treasures. She released her grip and began rummaging through the six-pointed star, pulling out a plethora of toys, even items from adult shops. Chen Zhen was left astonished. She seemed to be collecting everything. Chen Zhen, can I trade these toys for the Batsi in your hand? Ing Taoxin asked, holding a small black whip, her tone laced with excitement. This is fun for spanking. Chen Zhen gasped in disbelief. Where did you learn about such unhealthy things? Oh. Ing Taoxin elongated her tone, pondering for a while before saying, from the television. Chen Zhen's eyes widened, cautiously asking, has the cherry blossoms bloomed in your hometown? They bloomed 2 months ago. Ing Taoxin flicked the whip in her hand, producing a crackling sound in the air. Will you trade? I have many more toys and beautiful movies animations. Chen Zhen shook his head. No trade, da-da. Ing Taoxin looked crestfallen, then pointed at the dragon. What about trading for it? Just let me ride it for a few days. That it is not possible. It is an illusion I conjured. Not fun at all. Ing Taoxin pouted, raising her wrist to reveal a 6-pointed star rune, then forlornly picked up her toys. Chen Zhen still had questions that needed answering from Ing Taoxin, and now was not the time to provoke her. An idea struck him, and he unfastened the water flask at his waist. Here, take this as long as you say far ahead, 1,000 times a day. You can also conjure a dragon from it. Really? Ing Taoxin cheered, snatching the flask and darting around the space, her laughter echoing in every corner. After a while, she produced a purple gold gourd and handed it to Chen Zhen. Here, this is my father's yin-yang purple gold gourd. It can turn water into wine. Chen Zhen accepted the heavy gourd, his heart racing. Your father won't be angry. Will he? Will he come after me? Ing Taoxin shook her head vigorously. No, father only cares about his hollow willow branch. Chen Zhen then felt reassured and opened the gourd's lid, transforming a droplet of water into a spring and pouring it into the gourd. Continuous streams of water flowed for over 10 minutes without filling it. Chen Zhen gasped in astonishment, leaning closer to examine the gourd's opening. Only a shallow layer of water remained at the bottom. He shook it and took a sip. That it was sweet, yet not cloying, with a slight sourness on the sides of his tongue and a bitter aftertaste at the root, while the aroma of wine wafted between his lips and teeth. The divine power that was expended seemed to be recovering at an accelerated rate. What a treasure! Chen Zhen's eyes sparkled as he inquired once more. Ing Taoxin, are you absolutely certain that your father will not pursue me? From his formidable prowess, it could be inferred that the father she referenced was a pseudo-deity, as powerful as the spirit would. Clutching a plastic water bottle with fondness, Ing Taoxin resolutely replied, No, my father does not care about things I play with. Chen Zhen couldn't help but smile broadly. Indeed, your father is quite a good and that my father is also a good man. Rui interjected, unwilling to be outdone. Good man, Xiaoba echoed, hiccuping uncomfortably. Chen Zhen refused to accept such compliments, shaking his head with a wry smile. You must not go back on your word. Ing Taoxin donned a serious expression, her voice growing colder. Even if you are Chen Zhen, I will not return it. Gently caressing the gourd, Chen Zhen vowed. I will not, absolutely not. Whoever goes back on their word is a scoundrel, Dadachu. Old Li sneezed inexplicably. You don't seem as strong as you appear, Sophia teased, tracing the muscle lines on Old Li's arm with her finger. Which scoundrel is making me swear? Old Li grumbled, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. The room fell silent for a few seconds before he weakly asked, Are you satisfied? Sophia replied with a playful giggle. A flood dragon sprayed water high into the air, cleansing a few bloodied individuals. Bathing is indeed enjoyable. The bizarre makeup and features on Ing Taoxin's face were entirely washed away, leaving her resembling an unfinished cartoon character. Ing Taoxin, how did you end up inside the giant python? Is this space connected to your father? Chen Zhen questioned. Had he not employed some method within the giant python to disrupt the spatial transmission array? The final strike would never have been capable of slaying the beast, Ing Taoxin elaborated. Chen Zhen's heart grew heavy. Can a hollow willow branch freely create powerful beings? My father can do so upon waking. But that scoundrel cannot. He lacks such divine power. Ing Taoxin was smearing something, making her entire body slick. What are you applying? Xiao Rui inquired curiously, since her father was a good friend of Ing Taoxin. She held no hostility. That I don't know. I saw in a movie that after bathing, one should apply this to deal you want some. Ing Taoxin eagerly held the bottle closer to Rui. This is nonsense. Chen Zhen quickly intervened. Xiao Ru mustn't apply it. Such customs do not exist in Long. It surely cannot be anything good. I don't want it, Rui said, a hint of acidity in her tone. I don't want it either, Xiaoba added, shaking her head in confusion before seizing the bottle from Ing Taoxin's hands. Xiaoba, you cannot drink that. Just as Chen Zhen's warning escaped his lips. Xiaoba gulped it down and licked her lips. Not tasty. What? Ing Taoxin was astonished, realizing it was meant for drinking. Chen Zhen was speechless, hastily rinsing Ing Taoxin with clean water and drying her with a towel to prevent any further disastrous occurrences. What you just mentioned about the laws of space, what is it? Chen Zhen asked in a casual tone. Chapter 73. This is our home. It is the necessity to adhere to the laws set by the Creator within the space of creation. Then is not the Creator invincible? My Father is invincible, but that scoundrel is not. He must also abide by the laws he established. There must be a way to disrupt the laws set within the space. Right? Taoxin suddenly trembled, waving her hands. I cannot say. Father will punish me. Chen Zhen lightly stroked her hair, as soft as cotton, laughing lightly. Your father is not here. He will not know that. Knowing Taoxin abruptly pushed Chen Zhen away, freezing in place for over 10 seconds. Chen Zhen felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. Her father must be contacting her. Their conversation was certainly being eavesdropped upon. That my father instructed me to tell you. Taoxin revived, mimicking a man's voice in a coarse manner. Chen Zhen, as a token of gratitude for saving Xiao Xian, the yin-yang purple gold gourd can be considered as thanks. Do not push your luck. Shu. Taoxin said mysteriously, do not speak. My father has a fierce temper. If angered, upon awakening, he will trouble you. Chen Zhen sealed his lips. It was not the time to create enemies. That if his temper were truly that great, forcibly reviving him, with his current strength, he would not be a match for the deity. With the information he needed obtained, Chen Zhen no longer lingered and led them through the stone door. In the dimly lit, cramped alley, a foul stench wafted through the air, emanating from the stone houses on either side. The stone houses had no doors, yet dozens of decaying corpses lay within, teeming with maggots. Chen Zhen's expression darkened further. It stinks. We shan't eat, Xiao Ba muttered to herself at a stone door. Chen Zhen shook his head helplessly. You can think of eating at everything. That he conjured over 100 small water snakes to enter the stone door in search of Qi Linglong's figure. This alley seemed endless. After more than an hour of walking, he still saw no exit. Were they truly nearing an exit? Chen Zhen wondered. The figures of Taoxin, Ru Yi, and Xiao Ba, who had been trailing behind him, had vanished. Ru Yi. There were no sounds of fighting, no sense of impending danger. How had they disappeared? Strange, too strange. Before entering the stone door, Ru Yi and Taoxin had been bickering over which animated series was superior. Yet upon entering the alley, they had grown eerily silent. The more Chen Zhen pondered, the more unsettling it became that he saw within the stone house, Taoxin and Ru Yi grappling over a rotting severed arm. The cherry dumpling and color pencil Xiao Xian are the best animated series. Taoxin wore an angry expression. No, I want to watch Gourd Brothers and Grandpa. Even Xiao Ba's sister says it's good. Ru Yi transformed into an iron hand, grasping the severed arm. What are you two doing? Chen Zhen asked, utterly confused. The moment he stepped into the stone door, the dim and rudimentary stone house suddenly transformed into a spacious and brightly lit living room. The layout and decor felt strikingly familiar. The very object over which Taoxin and Ru Yi were contending was none other than the television remote control. Father, come help me, Ru Yi whined. Xiao Xian is snatching my remote control, not allowing me to watch Gourd Brothers and Grandpa. Stop fighting. Chen Zhen scolded. He snatched the remote away, discarding it disdainfully. This is all an illusion. Come with me outside. Father, Ru Yi said timidly. What are you talking about? This is our home. Chen Zhen, you are truly stingy. Taoxin huffed, not even allowing us to watch television. This is no fun at all. Seated on the sofa, Qi Linglong appeared haggard, gazing at him with concern. In her arms, a small fox peeked out, its eyes filled with fear. Chen Zhen's golden eyes sparkled with sharp light. You are the creator of this space? Stop with the tricks. Qi Linglong's eyes reddened as she slowly approached Chen Zhen. It is I who has implicated you. I am sorry for the suffering you have endured. Chen Zhen retreated 2 steps, conjuring a flood dragon to shield himself, speaking sternly. Halt. I have seen through your guise with my fire-eye golden sight. Tell me where the real Qi Linglong is, and I may consider sparing your life. Qi Linglong set the small fox down, extending her hands as she stepped closer. Then what do you see? Chen Zhen, it has been a month since the events at Lingmu Mountain. Let go of yourself. Please do not continue to bear this alone. We can find a way to resolve it together. Chen Zhen's lips curled slightly, a cold smile forming on his face. I am a person who only believes in what I see with my own eyes. No amount of your words will deceive me. He pointed a finger, and the flood dragon roared, unleashing countless glistening water droplets toward Qi Linglong. Father, do not harm my second mother. Ru Yi spun around to shield Qi Linglong, blocking the water droplets. At that moment, a 6-pointed star rune converged in the air, and a small hand reached toward the top of Chen Zhen's head. As Chen Zhen's form shifted, his hand entwined around the small hand as if it were a stream, pulling Ying Taoxin out. "What are you doing?" Chen Zhen realized they were ensnared in an illusion, yet he could not help but ask. "Chen Zhen, you are unwell again," Ying Taoxin expressed concern. "Being sick is no fun. You should get better soon." "Xiao Ru, step aside. I do not believe you would truly harm me." Qi Linglong, though visibly shaken, approached Chen Zhen with a pale face, her eyes filled only with compassion and sorrow. "Second mother, my father instructed me to protect you while he is in a state of confusion, forbidding you from approaching him." Rui anxiously intervened, but Qi Linglong's expression was resolute as she disregarded Ru Yi's warnings. Slowly advancing toward Chen Zhen, "You claim to have seen through me. Then tell me, who am I?" Chen Zhen was at a loss for words. The person before him bore no signs of abnormality. Suddenly, numerous fragments of memories flooded his mind, beginning to reorganize and stitch together the fragmented recollections. "Have I fallen into the lost void? You have finally regained your senses," Ying Taoxin sighed. "Had it not been for my father's intervention, you would still be lost within." "Father, this is the third time you've fallen ill today." Rui expressed her worries that Qi Linglong's complexion regained color as she forced a smile, reassuring Rui, "It's all right. Things will get better." Chapter 74. The endless corridor. "There is a strand of your soul still trapped in the lost void. I have pleaded with my father. He is working on a solution. So do not worry." Chen jumped up and playfully tapped Chen Zhen's head. That moment, more fragments of memories surfaced in his mind, gradually completing the missing pieces of his recollection. Chen Zhen suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "This illusion creates false memories. Had there not been lapses, I would have nearly been deceived." "Chen Zhen." Qi Linglong began to speak, but Chen Zhen interrupted her. "You are not a manifestation of a false deity, but rather an illusion conjured by the laws of this space." Qi Linglong shook her head in distress. "Don't you possess the ability to see through illusions? Then tell me, am I truly an illusion?" "I cannot see through it," Chen Zhen replied with a bitter smile. "I suspect that a space can be governed by multiple laws. One of the laws in this realm prohibits the use of divine power, and the spells I just cast were mere illusions as well." A tear rolled down Qi Linglong's cheek as she choked out. "Why are you so certain that everything before us is an illusion?" Chen Zhen turned his back to her, stating, "Because the memories I have regained do not include Xiaoba." He activated his fire eye again and shouted, "Break!" Golden ripples spread through the corridor. Rui flew out from a stone house. "Where is Xiaoba?" Chen Zhen inquired. "Stinky, tofu." Xiaoba emerged from the adjacent stone house, with a few maggots wriggling at the corner of her mouth. Chen Zhen hurried over, quickly using his clothing to clean her up while sternly questioning, "Cherishes, what is this space? And how did you all enter the stone house?" "It is called the Endless Corridor. I've already told you more than 10 times. Chen replied impatiently as she sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum to me. "Have I repeated it more than 10 times? Chen Zhen widened his eyes, staring at Rui, his mind buzzing as he suddenly fell into a void of thought. He endeavored to calm himself, realizing that some clues must have been overlooked. "Father, shall we continue searching separately?" Rui asked. "No. Each stone house likely contains traps," Chen Zhen said, gazing deeply at the decaying corpse. "They may have perished unknowingly. Is this the cruel whim of a false deity, or a method to extract the power of belief? Different false deities employ various means to siphon faith. If that is the case, then rooms devoid of corpses must be the exits. Moreover, it is always he who loses fragments of his memory." Chen Zhen instructed, "Let us proceed." Rui perked up, responding, "All right, father." "And what about me?" Chen hurriedly asked. "You two shall follow closely behind me and do not wander off." Chen Zhen sighed. Aside from Rui, the other two were like giant infants. "Oh, fine." Chen cheerfully dashed ahead. "Shall we play a game of snake? I want to be the head of the snake. I excel at games. I will not lose." After walking for half an hour, the stench began to fade. Before them, on both sides of the stone walls, a raised pattern appeared, extending to the ceiling and eventually converging in the center. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was a rather inconspicuous stone door. The deep corridor was akin to a colossal stone house. With ample patience, they would eventually reach the end. "Chen Zhen, how much longer must we walk?" Chen questioned, shaking her rattle increasingly anxiously. as there were no snake eggs ahead, rendering the game rather dull. This was not the time for her to throw a fit. They had worked hard to reach this point. Chen Zhen conjured a small water snake to run ahead, suggesting, if we catch up to the small water snake, our snake's body will grow larger. Don't run away. Let me eat you. Cherishes, easily deceived, became excited again. As their line grew longer, they finally spotted a point of light ahead. On the tranquil surface of the lake, bubbles rose from the fish. The swan's long, lingering calls resembled a mournful elegy, weaving tales of endless sorrow that don't you usually come at night. Aren't you afraid of being followed today? In the viewing pavilion, Ma Lan tossed bait into the lake, attracting a frenzy of fish. The splashing of fish tails echoed with a thud. Chen Zhen, seated opposite her, slowly spoke, I have awakened a new divine skill. Ordinary individuals cannot detect my presence. A land's movements momentarily slowed. So, you've broken through your cultivation? Indeed, Chen Zhen replied calmly. What about you all? Has your training been smooth? Ma Lan set down the bait, casually pulling out a makeup mirror from her bag. We have all reached the first grade, 4th level. Lao Li and Zhang Wei are already attempting to break through. Lan quickly applied a light touch of makeup, lazily leaning back, her posture perfectly showcasing her alluring figure. With a teasing tone, she remarked, such a beautiful view, and you intend to discuss work with me all day. Chen Zhen turned his head away, remaining silent, that he admitted that Ma Lan was a captivating woman. Her mature form wrapped in tight yoga attire was even more enticing. The faint scent of sweat and her long, exposed legs exuded an irresistible allure. If Chen Zhen were a lecher, he would surely steal glances. Lao Li pouted, crossing his arms and turning away with a disgruntled expression. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chen Zhen still gazing at him. Frowning deeply, he grumbled, this place is so small. Where can I go? Ma Lan smiled, glancing at the spoilsport Lao El. It seemed as if Lao Li had eyes on his back, as he immediately stood up, blankly stating, then I'll leave. Eating meat without offering his brothers even a sip of broth. What kind of nonsense is that? Humph. Lao Li walked away in grievance. All right, now that there are no third parties. Ma Lan raised an eyebrow at Chen Zhen, asking, what brings you here today? Chapter 75. The Starseed Mirror Domain. Once Zhang Wei breaks through his cultivation, send him to monitor the altar in the city center. Chen Zhen said seriously, I suspect Huangshi is awaiting the revival of a middle deity, and a land's face shifted from a faint blush to a pallor. This plan required Zhang Wei to enter the altar for surveillance. The danger was evident. Any issues? Chen Zhen inquired with a smile. Lan lowered her head, gazing at her poised toes, and replied lightly, no problem. She pressed further, is that the only reason you came? Chen Zhen relaxed somewhat. Pretty much, and to check on the progress of the project here. Lan smiled bitterly. Why didn't you mention this while Lao Li was present? Do you not trust him? Chen Zhen calmly shook his head. His character is far too easily manipulated. You just mentioned he was breaking through his cultivation, but his demeanor tells me he is lying. Lan was astonished. So on the surface, he is in seclusion to break through, but secretly he is engaged in other activities. Pay more attention to his movements. This is a critical moment, and we cannot afford any mistakes. After finishing his words, Chen Zhen vanished in a thin air. Down on the flank of Lingmu Mountain, another Chen Zhen experienced the same phenomenon. As he restored 2/3 of his divine power, Chen Zhen and his group arrived at the end of the corridor. Before them lay a starry sea domain, with the resplendent Milky Way glimmering above. As if one could reach out and touch it, countless floating, elongated mirrors reflected the starlight, their brilliance interweaving in an orderly fashion, resembling skyscrapers at night. Qi Linglong lay quietly on a floating stone bed at the center. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her hair styled in an ancient fashion. In that instant, she embodied feminine grace. In that moment, she was Chang'e of the Moon Palace. Second Mother. Rui called out anxiously, Father, let us hurry in and rescue Second Mother. Chen Zhen remained composed, asking Cherishes, what is this space, and is there a way to break it? I don't know, but it looks quite fun, Cherishes replied, already impatient. Chen Zhen, let us go in quickly. At this critical juncture, Chen Zhen could only suppress his frustration, standing at the end of the corridor and surveying the void. Where was the false deity hiding? Mother. Xiao Ba suddenly walked forward in a daze. Her strength so great that even Rui could not hold her back. Sister Xiao Ba, please wait. Father is still figuring things out, Rui coaxed, her voice strained. Chen Zhen raised his hand to grasp Rui. The bound Xiao Ba shrank her form, transforming into a butterfly that flew into the void. The moment of entry, the butterfly vanished, and within one of the mirrors, Xiao Ba's figure appeared. That I remember now. This is the Star Sea Mirror Domain, Chen exclaimed excitedly. Though it is incomplete, it seems quite fun. After saying this, she too entered the void, subsequently appearing in another mirror. Chen Zhen felt a headache coming on and shouted at her. Is there a way to break it? Her voice seemed to be isolated, as she only focused on traversing the mirrors. Father, what should we do now? Rui asked in bewilderment. Let us go in. We can only seek a way to break it from within. Chen Zhen transformed into a dragon and flew into the void alongside Rui. Upon entering, Chen Zhen found himself in a world within the realm. The narrow, brightly lit room had a mirror ahead resembling a floor-to-ceiling window, while the back led to the endless corridor. They had been within the false deity's Star Sea Mirror Domain all along. Different corridors possessed various laws. The corridor Chen Zhen occupied prohibited the use of divine skills. Yet the divine power within him remained intact. Chen Zhen was profoundly astonished. How much divine power would be required to imbue each corridor with laws? Chen Zhen, hurry up and chase me. The cheerful voice of Yingtao echoed behind him. Wait, quickly tell me how to break this space. Another illusion. Chen Zhen reached out to touch the wall. Ripples spread out, and his palm passed through it. The adjacent corridor was interconnected, fundamentally different from the initial endless corridor. This discovery undoubtedly indicated that the pseudo-deity creating the space lacked divine power. At most, it could support a complete corridor. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Ba, as if in a dream, appearing upside down in the lower realm. And she continued to descend. Can the floor be traversed as well? Chen Zhen pressed his palm against the concave floor, his feet braced, and he inverted his body. Sure enough, he passed through the floor and entered the corridor on the next level. Here come a few more who seek death, but today, you may live a little longer. The emaciated old man appeared by the stone bed at an unknown time, that he wore a loose Taoist robe, with a long beard, exuding an air of celestial grace. However, his peculiar form seemed rather outlandish, like a withered mantis, 3 meters long, with a width of less than 50 centimeters, his arms folded across his chest. On his bony, inverted triangular face, his brows and beard were white, and his expression was solemn and grave. Who are you? Release my second mother. Rui exclaimed sternly. Your second mother? The old mantis laughed ominously. No, she shall become my companion, accompanying me here in a dual cultivation. You shamelessly usurp my father's second wife. Stealing someone else's spouse is morally reprehensible and utterly unacceptable. This principle was etched deep within Rui's heart. Infuriated, her voice rose an octave. Chen Zhen. Another rumor spread by Zhang Shoming. Your father's wife? The old mantis closed his bell-like eyes and scoffed. This ancestor is not someone your father can control. He chanted a spell, swiftly forming hand seals, his elongated fingers resembling withered branches, creating layers of shadowy images. What are you doing? Do not bully my second mother. Rui anxiously struck the mirror. Chen Zhen was equally anxious. But he knew that the only one capable of breaking the space was Yingtao, that he used the mirror to observe the trajectory of her movements, then intercepted her in reverse. Yet for some reason, he always maintained a certain distance from Yingtao. The mirror connected them, forming a cylindrical shape. As long as they were in the same plane, they would eventually meet. However, the reality was quite the opposite. As if they were perpetually in a state of pursuit, he cast aside distracting thoughts and calmed his restless emotions, finally making a discovery. The ceiling of the corridor was flat, while the floor was arched. Could it be that the space was inverted, with up and down swapped? Completely contrary to human perception. This time he followed Yingtao at the center of the space. The old mantis grunted softly, his right index finger lightly tapping Qi Linglong's forehead. White divine power intertwined, coalescing into 3 petal-shaped marks. What have you done to my second mother? Rui demanded. What are you panicking about? I merely added a 3-flower restraint seal. Otherwise, when she awakens, we shall all perish. The old mantis exhaled weakly. Subsequently, a white cube appeared in his frail palm, which he waved gently, transforming into white mist that entered Qi Linglong's nostrils. That Qi Linglong's complexion immediately brightened. Her breathing grew rapid. The pure faith power poured forth, flowing like a tranquil river. Suddenly, it bifurcated into two streams, one large and one small. The smaller portion flowed towards the old mantis, while the larger portion circled the mirror in pursuit of Chen Zhen. The old mantis's expression changed dramatically, the corners of his mouth curling up. There is actually a demon god here, daring to thwart my plans. I shall not let you go, you rotten old man. If you dare to bully my second mother, take this. In a fit of urgency, Rui burst forth from the mirror, raising a stick to strike the old mantis's head. The wind howled like thunder, piercingly loud, as Rui's colossal form tore through the air. She was truly enraged. Good, good, good. You can actually step out of my domain. You are worthy of my personal attention. The old mantis squinted and smiled. His folded right arm lifted gracefully, a wave of energy slicing through the heavens. That boundless power struck Rui's forefront, sending her soaring into the sky, vanishing into the Milky Way, in the vast depths of the galaxy. Countless celestial bodies turned to dust, stardust dazzling like fleeting fireworks. Before the smoke had cleared, Rui emerged even larger, her entire body igniting in flames. The blazing fire burned fiercely, yet could not extinguish Rui's fury. High in the sky, the smoke crackled like ominous clouds. With thunder rumbling 10,000 meters away, the old mantis gazed upward in astonishment. Good, good, good. You are the first formidable opponent I have encountered since awakening. He waved his sleeve, trailing behind him a white ribbon of faith power. Puff, puff, puff. The smoke dissipated, creating rippling waves in the air above. In the center was the fierce battle between Rui and the old mantis. Rui transformed her size and changed her attacks, while the old mantis's figure flickered, effortlessly countering her strikes. Chen Zhen, while absorbing the faith power, also traversed through the mirror. Rui, shatter the mirror. Chapter 76. Annihilation of the space as Rui first came to life. She could hear his thoughts, but over time, that connection gradually faded. This moment, he wished to convey something. The battle in the sky was intense. Rui raised her stick high, while the old mantis lifted his arm to block. His figure had grown 100-fold, desperately trying to seize the stick. He sensed that familiar celestial aura. To be nourished by celestial energy must mean it was crafted by a formidable being, perhaps rivaling a congenital treasure. This old man is in need of a suitable weapon. You might as well submit to me. With my divine power to nourish you, in due time, your cultivation will surely flourish. Pa, I belong only to my father. You are a wicked being who bullies my second mother. I will not hesitate to strike you down. A stick descended, colliding with a long arm. Rui suddenly bent, extending to realms thousands of meters away, striking the neatly arranged mirrors. Bang. The mirror cracked, then slowly restored. Repeating this several times yielded the same result. Ha! The old mantis stroked his beard, chuckling softly. In this old man's starseed domain, everything must adhere to my spatial laws, one of which is that the domain cannot be destroyed, even if the esteemed young-made Taoist himself were to come. If I cannot shatter the mirror, I shall end your life, Rui declared fiercely. After a prolonged battle, her combat intelligence had grown that if brute force would not suffice, then she would employ cunning, that if bludgeoning was ineffective, then she would use sharpness. Various forms and attack methods were flexibly transformed in one moment. It was an iron rod. Upon touching the old mantis's body, it transformed into a thorny chain. However, the old mantis had many techniques, employing various seals and incantations to restrict Rui's movements. His sole purpose was to seize the iron rod first, intending to train it gradually. In the domain, Chen Zhen and Yingtao Xin finally encountered each other. Chen Zhen, you caught me, haha, this is fun. Yingtao Xin exclaimed excitedly. Now it's my turn to catch you. You better run. Chen Zhen, filled with anger, retorted, stop messing around. Quickly tell me how to break this space. He was extremely worried for Qi Linglong's safety. That faith power was more overwhelming than the strength of over 10,000 people at the altar. If this continued, it would eventually be drained. He also sensed the images in Qi Linglong's mind from the faith power entering his body. Those were faces, expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. He had never noticed how much she cared for him. The final frame froze at a corner of the wall. Yingtao Xin suddenly drew a crying face and rolled on the ground. Chen Zhen, you are as fierce as my father. Not fun at all. Chen Zhen's eyes reddened. At that moment, he felt an impulse to teach her a lesson on behalf of her father. Yet he ultimately restrained his fury, gently saying, "It is my fault. I should not have been harsh with you. First, tell me how to break the space, and then I will play with you, all right?" Yingtao Xen ceased her tears, leaping up in astonishment. "Oh, I almost forgot the task my father entrusted to me." Chen Zhen was left with a dark expression. Her father was far too careless, entrusting such an important task to a mischievous child. As long as we find my father's hollow willow branch, we can destroy this created space. Where is it? I don't know either, which is why I need to find it. Chen Zhen was completely exasperated. Standing at the end of the corridor, he gazed at the smiling Qi Linglong. His mood heavy. At the very least, we need to get out first to search for the willow branch. Getting out is no problem. Yingtao Xian's mood changed faster than the weather. One of the laws of the Starseed domain was that divine power equal to or greater than that of the Creator could freely enter and exit the domain. Is that so? Chen Zhen's spirits did not lift with Yingtao Xian's words. There was no time for him to slowly improve his cultivation. Yingtao Xian, shaking her rattle drum, bounced over to Chen Zhen's side. Tilting her head to look at him, she inexplicably felt sad. "Is she very important to you?" The drumming ceased, and the air seemed to solidify. The initial sensation was similar to that of ordinary liquor. As he drank more, his body began to alternately feel hot and cold. The fiery mass felt half yin and half yang, with the yin side ice cold and the yang side burning fiercely. Under normal circumstances, it would be unbearably painful. But at this moment, Chen Zhen craved this stimulation, as if he had gained a peculiar sense of pleasure. Simply put, it was a sensation of pain intertwined with joy. He gulped down drink after drink, his face turning bright red, as if a small universe within him was on the verge of exploding. "Chen Zhen, you must stop. The liquor in my father's gourd cannot be consumed in excess. You will die." Ying Chaoxin exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the sight before him. At the center of Chen Zhen's chest, an anomalous flame swirled at an astonishing speed, half black and half golden. Chen Zhen was oblivious to all sounds, acutely aware of the two divine powers within him, vying for dominance, the power of merit and the power of annihilation. Ying Chaoxin was engulfed in fear, teleporting upwards and reaching out to grasp the purple gold gourd. Boom! That a formidable divine force radiated from Chen Zhen, shattering all mirrors in this realm, which then slowly began to mend. Just in time, Ying Chaoxin retreated into his own void, escaping the onslaught. Yet the experience was sufficient to instill a profound sense of dread, rendering him hesitant to reveal himself again. "That I in the high skies, the old mantis had lost all patience, since you remain obstinate. I shall no longer hold back." That he moved swiftly, his fingers touching as white divine power coalesced into a cube in the hollow space. The domain of annihilation erupted with the voice of the old mantis. Booming like thunder, Rui felt a sense of unease and swiftly fled towards the galaxy, while the cube, upon release, loomed over the entire Milky Way. That haha. The old mantis stroked his white beard, reveling in his own superiority. "Within my domain, all things are reduced a thousandfold, yet the divine power remains unweakened." That in other words, no matter how swiftly an ant may scurry, it cannot escape the fate of being crushed by a meteor. Rui snorted derisively. "Let me pierce through your facade." It extended infinitely, striving to break free from the transparent cube. Ignorant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the old mantis's eyes as he bellowed, "Annihilate," in an instant. The entire galaxy was reduced to dust. Amidst the resplendent stardust, a wisp of dim ash drifted downwards towards a cluster of golden light. Within the hazy golden glow, a figure wept profusely. The ash melded with the tears. Adhering to the face of that individual, "So warm, Father," a faint voice echoed in Chen Zhen's ears. The golden light blazed like a roaring inferno, consuming flesh, soul, and all. The entire sky transformed into a sea of golden flames. The yin-yang purple gold gourd not only harmonized Chen Zhen's two divine powers, but also temporarily transmuted pure faith into divine power. The divine energy within him now equated to 4 times its previous magnitude. The old mantis's eyes widened like brass bells, gazing at the ocean of flames above, beginning to regret having diminished this realm 1,000-fold. "Young friend, we belong to the same faction. There is no need for conflict. I shall share the power of the laws of the Celestial Mother with you." Too late. Chapter 77. I have lost my divine power. The voice came from beside him, and by the time he reacted, a searing fist had already struck his face. The speed was astonishing, so swift that even he could not discern it. All domains are divided into innate and acquired laws. Innate laws are inherent to the domain and cannot be altered, while acquired laws are bestowed by the Creator and, once set, are equally immutable. He could never have anticipated that he would become the ant crushed by a meteor. All the spells he cast were futile against Chen Zhen. Even his prideful strength, "Where are my arms?" He realized he no longer had arms. Wait, the old mantis, filled with terror, halted Chen Zhen, who was tearing at his thigh. Is this your indestructible golden body? My awakened divine skill is called indestructible Vajra. Chen Zhen severed his 2 legs. Well, I never expected you to have mastered such a divine skill. The old mantis, disheveled and lacking his former aura, now resembled a disheveled old hermit. He chuckled softly. We are both demons and gods. It is said that we only truly know one another through conflict. Chen Zhen's gaze turned icy. The time for pleasantries has passed. Did I ask you, where have you hidden the hollow willow branch? The old mantis forced a smile. It is hidden in my mouth. If I give it to you, will you spare my life? Chen Zhen, unwilling to waste further words, seized the old mantis's cheeks and pried open his mouth. As he did so, a blinding white light erupted, instantly coalescing into a white cube. Ha! The old mantis rasped with laughter. You are too young. His body suddenly contracted, leaving only his oversized robe floating in the air. As Chen Zhen was enveloped by the cube, the old mantis had already retreated 100 meters away, a sinister smile lingering. Even Yang Mei, the old Taoist, has been played around by me. What are you? Ha! Annihilate! The domain of annihilation turned to dust, yet the golden body remained intact. The old mantis froze. A look of bewilderment spread across his triangular face. The indestructible golden body. Ha! It truly is the indestructible golden body I have cultivated for a millennium without even glimpsing its path. He laughed maniacally. Heavens, you are so unfair. Ha! The supreme demon path shall eradicate all deities and pierce through your heavenly laws. Ha! All shall return to chaos, and all beings shall be equal. Chen Zhen seized him again, bellowing, where's the hollow willow branch? You want to know? The old mantis's eyes regained clarity, a hint of joy emerging on his face. I shall not tell you. Don't you have the indestructible golden body? Then you shall remain trapped in my star sea domain forever. Chen Zhen's expression turned scornful as he raised a hand. A swastika forming in his palm, emitting a faint golden light. He murmured softly, Umitba. With a resounding slap, he struck the old mantis's forehead, the golden light dazzling and blinding. Suddenly, the old mantis felt as if he no longer existed, transforming into a drifting weed, even his thoughts swaying in the wind. Light vanished, darkness dissipated, and the entire world faded away. The only thing that remained was the inescapable, solemn voice. Tell me, where is the hollow willow branch? I do not know. You yourself hit it. How can you not know? Chen Zhen felt a chill wash over him. The old mantis, under his golden cudgel seal, could not lie, which meant they would be trapped here until death. You turned Xiao Ru into dust. I shall ensure you leave not even a trace of dust. Chen Zhen struck the old mantis's crown with all his might. Blood mist scattered like morning dew, glimmering delicately upon his fur. The bloodied figure crouched beside the stone bed, a gentle light emerging in his eyes. Rui had perished, and Qi Linglong could not be saved. He was engulfed in confusion, submerged in sorrow, unable to extricate himself. That a hand reached out, caressing his cheek. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Rui's last words. "That's so warm that I saw it, Zhen. I saw it even in my dreams." Within the mirror, Xiaoba held Little Fox in one arm, anxiously tapping the mirror with the other. After a long while, Chen Zhen finally regained his fighting spirit, scanning the surroundings until he spotted Xiaoba and the others. Little Fox, do you know? Xiaoba lifted Little Fox above her head. Chen Zhen gazed in delight at Little Fox, who had sprouted a second tail. Little Fox, do you know where the hollow willow branch is hidden? Little Fox wriggled free from Xiaoba's grasp and dove into the mirror below. Chen Zhen followed closely behind. Mother, drink. Xiaoba pressed against the mirror's surface, her mouth agape as she watched Qi Linglong. One person and one fox traversed the mirror for over half an hour, Arriving at the final mirror surface, below, the expanse was a dark sky, clouds swirling ominously, yet failing to obscure the pure light of the bright moon. Little Fox's large eyes remained fixated on a cluster of radiant light. Chen Zhen deciphered its intent and burst forth from the mirror, charging towards the dark clouds 10,000 meters away. The golden light surged, and the stormy clouds above transformed into a sunset glow that a thunderous roar reverberated through the celestial realm. The round moon appeared as if plucked from reality, its texture akin to jade. Cracks began to spread from the yellow dot at the center, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree covering the entire lunar surface. Bang! The jade disk shattered. The verdant, hastily sprouted willow branch emerged amidst the bright ruins that it bore nothing but a thin veil of green mist, indistinguishable from ordinary branches that a small hand reached out from the hexagram, grasping the willow branch. Chen Zhen's hand froze in midair. The fervent thought that had just ignited was tinged with a hint of regret as it dissipated. He managed a strained smile. Next time you come, bring me more treasures from your father. That am why father asked me to convey to you. Ing Chaoxin shouted hoarsely. Not a chance. As Ing Chaoxin departed, Limu Mountain regained its former splendor. In an instant, Chen Zhen felt as though he had been drained of all vitality. His limbs felt weak, and breathing became laborious. As he collapsed, he caught sight of a severed python not far away. At that moment, he understood. The realm he created would, at the very least, partially intertwine with reality. Furthermore, this damned yin-yang purple-gold gourd bore tremendous side effects, seeing a group of figures darting in the distance. Along with Zhang Xiaoming floating midair atop a talisman, he finally felt a sense of relief and closed his eyes. This fellow truly was incorrigible. The following night, Chen Zhen awoke from his stupor. White Xinrui, who had been guarding by his bedside, was all smiles as she parted the clouds to reveal the moon. With her assistance, Chen Zhen made his way to the living room. Xiao Ba stared blankly at the television. Yet the incessantly chattering stick was no longer by her side. She remained expressionless, but the void of emotion was replaced by glistening tears of sorrow in her eyes. Chen Zhen gently patted her head and sat beside her, remaining silent for a long while before slowly speaking. Gather everyone. Let us hold an evening gathering. White Xinrui stepped out for a moment, and soon after, the others began to trickle into the living room. They were all engulfed in the sorrow of losing Rui. Chen Zhen glanced upwards, his brow furrowing slightly. Where's Qian Duoduo? Zhang Xiaoming rose in anger. She has escaped, that traitorous wretch. It was she who caused Xiao Ru's demise. I shall go and exact my vengeance upon her this very moment. Chen Zhen, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, Do you possess any evidence? Zhang Xiaoming's gaze was sharp. Li Yurong exposed the mole in merely a day. Their superior is Qian Duoduo. Good. Chen Zhen replied with a smile. You have acquired a fine apprentice. It seems I underestimated you. Brother Zhen, let us concentrate our efforts and eliminate the merchant guild, Zhang Xiaoming urged, nudging Xiao Go with his elbow. Speak up, dog. Xiao Go crossed his arms, remaining silent. Prior to engaging in an all-out war with the merchant guild, they must first resolve the issue with Huangshi. Otherwise, they would find themselves besieged from all sides. He understood this logic all too well, that I have lost my divine power. Chen Zhen's words struck like thunder in the living room. All present were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances as if to confirm the reality of what they had heard. Chen Zhen swept his gaze across the room, bitterly smiling. My current condition is weaker than that of an ordinary person. How can I possibly contend with the merchant guild? After a brief silence, Zhang Xiaoming suddenly burst into laughter, pushing aside by Xinrui to sit beside Chen Zhen, that he threw an arm around Chen Zhen's neck, exclaiming, We are still here. Regardless of whether your divine power can be restored, you will always be our leader. Bai Meng cast a knowing glance at Zhang Xiaoming and calmly remarked, If we focus solely on defense, my new research should prove beneficial. However, we currently lack the necessary equipment. Could the Penga system be on the verge of emergence? This was Bai Meng's defensive system designed for awakened individuals. Following a normal timeline, it would require at least 5 more years. Yet in this lifetime, the presence of faith energy had inadvertently accelerated the process. Chen Zhen's eyes brightened, and he quickly inquired, What equipment? Bai Meng looked at Qi Linglong, smiling slightly. Linglong should be quite familiar with the Military Research Institute. Correct? Qi Linglong's forehead, once marked by vertical lines, was now adorned with 3 white petals. She immediately understood Bai Meng's implication and beamed. I can dispatch the blueprints tonight. Since the advent of awakened individuals, humanity had ceased to prioritize technology as it once did, inadvertently creating advantageous conditions for us to pilfer equipment. Xiao Guo spoke nonchalantly. We need a team capable of operating covertly, swift yet discreet. Leave it to our assassination squad, Qi Linglong asserted, her gaze resolute as she looked at Chen Zhen. They possess the ability to conceal their movements and are entirely reliable. Chen Zhen, with a peculiar smile, replied, I have a more suitable candidate. Since we are taking risks, we might as well clear him out entirely. Do we truly have such a team? Zhang Xiaoming asked, confused as he looked toward Qi Linglong. Qi Linglong, stroking the little fox's head, reassured him. Zhen has said there is, so there must be. Xiao Guo raised his hands in innocence. I too believe in Brother Zhen, that if he says there is, then there certainly is. You wouldn't doubt Brother Zhen's words, would you? This created an awkward atmosphere. Zhang Xiaoming buried his head behind Xiao Guo. His flustered demeanor elicited laughter from everyone, dispelling the earlier tension. Bai Meng was the first to regain his composure, stating that, in addition to the equipment, they needed someone to assist. Chen Zhen felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Surely this person has already fallen into the hands of other factions? Bai Meng chuckled heartily. Not at all. He is a reclusive individual, disinclined to socialize, and possesses no notoriety. Chen Zhen pondered, can someone regarded highly by Uncle Bai truly be so obscure? The winds of fate are relentless. Unless he could completely isolate himself, concealing all research achievements from the world, Bai Meng adjusted his glasses and, with slight embarrassment, elaborated, he is an ardent admirer of mine, passionate about researching cutting-edge technology, yet he finds joy only in the process of development. All of his results have been appropriated by his nephew. His nephew wouldn't happen to be Lu Haoyan, the owner of Tianqing Technology, would he? Xiao Guo remarked with a knowing smile. Indeed. Bai Meng replied matter-of-factly. He was jointly recognized 2 years ago as one of the world's 10 most influential scientists. Father, what is his uncle's name? And where is he now? Bai Xinrui asked urgently. His name is Lu Qiangbei. And prior to the emergence of the Red Mist, he resided in the Yilanjiyuan Villa area of the Xiaoxiang district. The Xiaoxiang district of Tianlan City. Correct, he may be very interested in the materials provided by Zhen. Chen Zhen shook his head thoughtfully. I just flew over the Xiaoxiang district yesterday. The red mist there is quite dense that if Lu Qiangbei still resides there, it is highly likely that he is under protection. His nephew would not allow him to come to harm easily. Xiao Guo concurred, acknowledging the need for careful planning. Before establishing a defense system, it would be wise to avoid making new enemies. They required a reasonable excuse and opportune timing. Indeed, Chen Zhen mused, Linglong, Sen was to investigate the Yilanjian area, that I need to ascertain Lu Qiangbei's exact location, the factions surrounding him, and how many awakened individuals are present. Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. Qi Linglong stood and walked toward the door. Brother Zhen, how should we deal with those traitors? Zhang Xiaoming lowered his voice as he watched her departing figure. There is someone in the Development Bureau who seems suspicious. I suspect he is a deeper mole. Chen Zhen had anticipated this but couldn't help but smile wryly at the revelation, feeling somewhat self-deprecating. Let us hold off for now. The time is not yet right. It appeared that the traitors had been divided into batches. At least the one from the Development Bureau did not belong to the already uncovered traitors. Xiao Guo rested his chin on his hand. Speculating. It is likely that Qian Duo first leaked our plans to replicate the spiritual jade to the Merchant Guild, who then turned this individual in the Development Bureau. Zhang Xiaoming's mind raced as he attempted to deduce. The objectives could be twofold. First, to monitor Uncle Bai's movements and the progress of the spiritual jade replication. Second, to steal the technology. Bai Meng smiled serenely. Concerning technology, you need not worry. No one can steal it away. My concern lies in more factions learning of our replication of the spiritual jade. That would render us targets of widespread hostility. Xiao Guo expressed his worries that Mu Mingyong will ensure that information remains under wraps, that he is strong while we are weak. He wouldn't want to attract more factions vying for control over the spiritual jade. Chen Zhen felt assured but still harbored doubts. Why doesn't the Merchant Guild make a full-scale effort to seize Bai Meng, opting instead for a more subtle approach, playing the role of suitor? After the meeting, Chen Zhen went to Bai Meng's research institute and dismissed the other researchers. He got straight to the point. Uncle Bai, I fear you may need to relocate in secret. Bai Meng, concise in his words, inquired, "Where to?" When Chen Zhen replied with a faint smile, "Once Xin Rui and the others reach Yufeng City, someone will covertly escort you away." Bai Meng sighed, "Very well, that I have other arrangements. You need not worry about me." Chen Zhen expressed his gratitude. Bai Meng took a sip of hot tea, the steam obscuring his glasses. "I am a rather selfish person. For years I have immersed myself in research. And when Xin Rui's mother passed, I was not by their side to ASI age. I realized how much I owe to both of them." That he paused for a long moment, and only when the tea splashed did he continue. "Zhen, everyone in this world may die, but you cannot. Not because you wish to save the world, but because Xin Rui cannot bear the thought of you coming to harm. Rest assured, Uncle Bai, I will remain safe. And I will ensure Xin Rui is safe as well." This was the first time Chen Zhen had witnessed Bai Meng so emotional. He thought this must be a manifestation of Bai Meng's paternal feelings. Difficult to suppress, that's good. Bai Meng wiped his glasses with his sleeve and said, "Now, let us discuss serious matters." Chen Zhen produced the Pure World White Lotus and handed it to Bai Meng. Once one's cultivation reaches the second grade, extracting divine power from the spiritual jade becomes exceedingly difficult. That I would like to ask Uncle Bai to study this lotus. Perhaps we can find a solution. Bai Meng accepted the Pure World White Lotus, his eyes lighting up. "That I suspect it relates to the concentration of divine power. High concentration diffuses toward low concentration, and once equilibrium is reached, refining the spiritual jade naturally becomes challenging. So that's how it is." Chen Zhen murmured that it's merely a hypothesis. Bai Meng's attention was fully captured by the White Lotus. Though he could not perceive the emanating pure divine power, he sensed its ability to purify mental distractions. As an ordinary person, compared to the awakened, his mind and emotions were more susceptible to external influences. The sorrow that had lingered moments before had now vanished entirely, as if he were amidst an expansive prairie. Vibrant green teeming with life, and eagles soaring in the untainted azure sky. After a moment of contemplation, he returned it to Chen Zhen. "Once we have moved to a safer location, you may present it to me for further study." "Right, how could I forget?" Chen Zhen smiled wryly at Zhen. "Are you perhaps overworked?" Bai Meng expressed concern. "Perhaps. I feel a bit drowsy," Chen Zhen replied dismissively, then continued, "Uncle Bai, I require 2 sets of special fabric stealth suits, of a type that no high-tech equipment can penetrate." Bai Meng adjusted his glasses, inquiring, "When do you need them?" Chen Zhen's expression was awkward as he said, "Tomorrow morning." Bai Meng stared wide-eyed at Chen Zhen, his gaze fixed for at least 5 seconds. Chen Zhen swallowed hard and said sheepishly, "Could you trouble Uncle Bai to work overtime?" Bai Meng suddenly burst into hearty laughter, impatient, "Just like I was in my youth. I'll do my best to modify the existing equipment." Filled with regret, Chen Zhen stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Uncle Bai, that I shall begin my work now." Bai Meng preferred not to be disturbed while working, so Chen Zhen sensibly took his leave. Upon exiting the research institute, he spotted Bai Xin Rui waiting for him. "Zhengge, can you accompany me for a walk?" "Sure, let us take a stroll. That you'll be heading to Yufeng City tomorrow." Bai Xin Rui supported Chen Zhen as they walked down a path leading to a small grove. She said, "Zhengge, Xiaoming asked me to inquire whether the plan to go to Yufeng City could be postponed. You've lost your divine power and need someone to protect you. What will happen if we leave you?" Chen Zhen chuckled lightly, looking down at her. "Is it Xiaoming asking, or is it you?" Bai Xin Rui, both embarrassed and irritated, pinched Chen Zhen's arm. "Does it matter whether it's me or him?" Chen Zhen flinched at the pain and quickly appeased her. It's the same. "Xin Rui, I am but a patient." "You are too sensitive," Chen Zhen said with calm amusement. "Mount Lingmu is fraught with dangers. How could anything else occur?" Bai Xin Rui's palm pressed against Chen Zhen's chest, hesitating for several seconds before retracting her hand, uncertainly saying, "That's strange. Sister Qi looks at you as if she could pull threads from her gaze. And what about Xiaohu? What about Xiaohu?" Chen Zhen blurted out, reacting strongly that "You're nervous," Bai Xin Rui remarked with a hint of jealousy. "You must have done something wrong that Xiaohu saw, and thus it mimicked you. Xiaohu has always been an oddly behaving little creature." Chen Zhen insisted that "It often scampers around the neighborhood and can mimic others' actions. It doesn't necessarily have to be imitating me. Yes, that's so." Bai Xin Rui scoffed. The pair had reached the trellis adorned with flowers, though the once vibrant blossoms had long withered. Bai Xin Rui pushed Chen Zhen down onto a long bench, then climbed atop him, pressing their foreheads together, Pouting, did Xiaohu stick out its tongue and lick the bedside table because it learned from others? Aside from when she was intoxicated, Bai Xinrui had always maintained a ladylike demeanor, and Chen Zhen had never realized she had such an assertive side after 7 years of companionship that he was taken aback. Momentarily unsure where to place his hands, ultimately spreading them helplessly as he recounted the truth that he had been feeling down and accepted comfort from Qi Linglong, but they had not delved deeply into conversation. Bai Xinrui cupped Chen Zhen's face, reproaching him. Yet you were still stubborn just now that I've told you. I detest being deceived and I'm sorry, Xinrui, Chen Zhen said, weariness etched on his face, filled with guilt that I don't want this matter to affect your plans to go to Yufeng City. Bai Xinrui's heart softened, and she tenderly adjusted Chen Zhen's somewhat disheveled hair, saying with concern, when I'm not by your side in the future, you must take care of yourself that I have no other extravagant wishes. I only hope you can live well. Chen Zhen, unable to restrain himself, wrapped his arms around Bai Xinrui's waist and softly admonished, you too, wherever you go, always bring Xiao Ming with you, that if only Rui. His heart ached, the words choking in his throat that if Rui were still here, it would surely help him protect Bai Xinrui. That child was endearing. How could Bai Xinrui not be saddened? The pent-up emotions surged forth like a torrential flood, dampening Chen Zhen's collar. After this release, both of them calmed down. Bai Xinrui, with reddened eyes, leaned against Chen Zhen's shoulder. I've already called my brother. A private jet will come for us tomorrow. Chen Zhen gazed up at the hazy sky, his mind occupied with that frail figure. What was happening above? What was Bai Xinqi experiencing? Had I come at the wrong time? Beside the trellis, a woman with long, toned legs was in a state of emotional disarray. No, Sister Qi, you've come at just the right time. Bai Xinrui blushed, taking a deep breath. Come sit here. The air still carries the fragrance of flowers. Chen Zhen's toes were almost breaking through his shoes. Thinking, is it really this coincidental tonight? Qi Linglong hesitated briefly before stepping forward and sitting beside Chen Zhen. Her breathing was even, and her upright posture appeared somewhat restrained. Bai Xinrui smiled slightly and suddenly jested. Sister Qi leaned against him. Zhengue's shoulder is quite comfortable. Qi Linglong paused, then rested her head on Chen Zhen's shoulder, raising her brows slightly. Indeed, quite nice. Chen Zhen froze. Chapter 80. The shadow Bai Xinrui turned onto her side. Glancing at Qi Linglong, once I arrive in Yufeng City, Sister Qi, you must help me keep an eye on Zhengue and ensure he doesn't engage in any risky endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Linglong sighed softly. Once he decides to pursue something, we cannot stop him. Bai Xinrui lowered her head. Knowing this all too well, she simply sought some comfort. Chen Zhen pondered for a moment and offered reassuring words. No need to worry. I will only undertake endeavors I am confident in. Silence. They both chimed in unison. This is a conversation between women. You should not interrupt. Chen Zhen was taken aback. They were so in sync. Did I come at the wrong time? No, you came at just the right time. Not far away, Zhang Xiaoming and Xiao Go were conversing in exaggerated tones, leaning against each other in a rather greasy manner. The three of them immediately stood up. Bai Xinrui's face flushed crimson, so embarrassing that Qi Linglong shot a cold glance, walking over and linking arms with Bai Xinrui. Sister, let us go. Those two. Chen Zhen gritted his teeth, approaching with a stern expression. Is there something you need? Zhang Xiaoming grinned cheekily. Zhengue, you've just recovered from a serious illness. Your body is still weak, that we were worried you might be in a dilemma. So we came to help you out. Chen Zhen retorted fiercely. You truly are my good brother. Zhang Xiaoming hurriedly denied. No, it's not you. It's you all. The idea was Guzzi's. I'm just executing it that if you wish to thank someone. Thank him. Xiao Go covered his mouth with one hand, awkwardly clearing his throat. Whose idea it was? Zhengue knows in his heart. Let us go have a drink. Chen Zhen hooked his arms around their necks. You're heading to Yufeng City tomorrow. I'll treat you to a farewell drink. Xiao Go quickly chimed in. We came here just to drink. Before drinking, we must first attend to business. Zhang Xiaoming asked earnestly. Didn't Zhengue say someone was helping with that matter? Do you need me to run an errand first? Chen Zhen tightened his grip on their shoulders. You truly are my good brother. But running errands is unnecessary. I've already made arrangements. Zhang Xiaoming was astonished, then spoke in a teasing tone. So quick. I hope you're not as fast in other matters that you're insane. Chen Zhen laughed. I am quite healthy, no need for your concern. Bai Xinrui sat upright on the edge of the bed, rushing over to support him upon seeing him. Why haven't you slept yet? My mood was low during the day, affecting my treatment that I thought I'd give it another try. Perhaps it could restore your divine power. Then go ahead and try. Chen Zhen lay down, allowing that powerful energy to flow into him. After about 20 minutes of listening to the soul-calming bell, he asked, "Do you feel anything?" "Yes, I want to sleep." By Xin Rui, disappointed and self-reproachful, forced to smile, "I'll find a way to help you restore your divine power." The following afternoon, in the living room, a stranger was present, clad in dark attire from head to toe, with thick sunglasses obscuring even his eyes. "Allow me to introduce," Chen Zhen said, pointing at the man. "This is Ingzi, who will accompany you." Ingzi nodded slightly, indicating he had greeted them. Bai Xinrui smiled gently. "I hope we can collaborate harmoniously, that I will do my utmost to cooperate," Ingzi replied. His voice was aged, presenting a stark contrast to his upright posture. Externally, he appeared to be a young man in his 20s or 30s, yet his voice suggested he was at least 80, that the three stared in astonishment. Zhang Xiaoming cleared his throat and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaoming, the second in command of the Legion." Ingzi remained motionless, as if petrified. Zhang Xiaoming, undeterred, maintained a friendly smile. Ingzi, resigned, finally extended his hand and replied, "Hello." Zhang Xiaoming suddenly squeezed hard, yelping, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go, let go." Ingzi scoffed, "Boring." "Oh, you little rascal, quite strong, aren't you?" Zhang Xiaoming remarked, shaking his right hand in pain. "All right." Chen Zhen smiled faintly. "Let us get down to business. Once you arrive in Yufeng City, Xin Rui will first visit the Bai family to seek Bai Xinqi's assistance in helping you establish a foothold in Yufeng City. Whether purchasing or renting, we need a territory of our own. The Shadow is tasked with establishing the Lingyu Exchange, aptly named Shop Number 1. This exchange not only facilitates the conversion of Lingyu, but also provides secure and equitable services for its circulation. Upon hearing this, Xiaogou could not help but interject. Then the Shadow must demonstrate considerable influence. Chen Zhen nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, this is the crux of what I wish to convey. The Shadow is affiliated with a mysterious organization known as the Shadow Legion, which will reveal itself at an opportune moment. Remember, he is merely renting our territory for business. We have no ties with him, and we must not be involved in his affairs openly." Xiaogou squinted at the Shadow, feeling uneasy about entrusting such a significant matter to someone he had never met. He forced a smile, increasingly perplexed by Chen Zhen's intentions, and asked, "Will our own legion handle the transportation?" Chen Zhen shook his head and replied meaningfully, "For now, we have temporarily hired the Civil Engineering Legion. Later, we will let the Merchant Association take over, as they are the experts in this regard. It seems you have already mapped out the future." Xiaogou sighed, relieved to have such a leader. For one must always look ahead. Chen Zhen's lips curled into a smile. "Exactly. We must look towards profit." Zhang Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Zhen, how much budget do we have this time? How much do we currently possess?" Chen Zhen turned to Bai Xinrui. "All accounts combined, over 50 million, Bai Xinrui reported, checking her notes on her phone. In times of peace, this would be a substantial sum. However, in a world plagued by material scarcity, it seemed rather meager. "Take 40 million with you," Chen Zhen said after a moment of contemplation. "Brother Zhen is generous," Zhang Xiaoming praised, giving a thumbs up that no. Bai Xinrui stood up, her expression serious. "The Wangshan community has run out of food. We will need to spend money to purchase it from the Merchant Association, and many raw materials for the Development Bureau must also be procured from them. This money cannot be touched." However, after a long pause, Zhang Xiaoming managed to say, "But going to Yufeng City to buy land, renting land costs money, and hiring people to manage the store also requires funds. Without money, nothing can be done." "I have money," Bai Xinrui replied, casting a somewhat timid glance at Chen Zhen, a blush creeping on her cheeks. "My money is your money, and it is also the Legion's money that I almost forgot. My sister-in-law is indeed quite wealthy." Zhang Xiaoming teased playfully to know. Chen Zhen stood up, his voice low and firm, that if you spend your money, it will be considered a loan from the Legion, and it must be repaid, that it must be repaid. Otherwise it won't do. Zhang Xiaoming chimed in cheerfully. Xiaogou, observing the unfolding drama, remarked nonchalantly, "We should get moving." Zhang Xiaoming and Xiaogou, understanding the situation, left first. The Shadow remained frozen on the couch, motionless. Bai Xinrui furrowed her brows slightly. "Shadow, do you have something else to attend to?" "No." the shadow replied, momentarily dazed before suddenly realizing, "Oh, I do have something. I must take my leave." After the shadow departed, Bai Rui, like a clingy little cat, nestled into Chen Zhen's embrace and sweetly said, "You must call me every night. You are not allowed to sneak into Sister Chi's room." Chen Zhen, with an air of solemnity, admonished softly, "Do you take me for someone of lesser integrity? How could I sneak in? I would enter with the utmost propriety. Within the celestial palace, there is already a sufficient reservoir of faith power. There is no longer a need for stealthy endeavors." Bai Rui shot him a glare, playfully scolding, "Oh, you all seem to have lost your sense of secrecy. That I it because I spoiled your plans." Chen Zhen tightened his embrace around her, teasing, "If I were to visit her room, it would undoubtedly be for urgent discussions. Otherwise, I would not go." Bai Rui gently pinched Chen Zhen's ear, whispering, "A man's words are often deceiving." Then her crimson lips met his. Chapter 81. Xiao Ba's bath once lively, the house had grown desolate. Chen Zhen sat in the living room. Lost in thought, he wore a dejected expression. "Leader, perhaps we should change personnel tomorrow. This Annie seems tireless and runs swiftly. I have been dragged into the sewer by her several times, that if you can't endure it, who else can? Just hold on a little longer. It won't be long before Xiao Ba learns to forage on her own." Chen Zhen dismissed Gongzi, and upon seeing the filthy Xiao Ba, displayed a conflicted expression. "Xiao Ba, can you wash yourself?" Normally, it would be Qi Linglong who would assist her in by Rui's absence. However, since Chen Zhen had lost his divine power, the community needed to be refortified, causing Qi Linglong to be busy from early morning. That Washington Xiaoba nodded blankly. "Really?" Xiaoba sat cross-legged on the floor, staring intently at the television. Observing her solitary figure, Chen Zhen felt a pang of pity and sat beside her. "Washed at Washington." Washington Xiaoba emotionlessly repeated the words. Chen Zhen patiently replied, "After watching television, we will go wash at Washington." Washington Xiaoba seemed entranced, ignoring any other sounds. Chen Zhen, feeling helpless, chose not to engage further, thinking, "Let her be. After all, she doesn't know fatigue." Noticing that Chen Zhen had gone silent, Xiaoba suddenly grabbed his hand and began to drag him upstairs. "Xiaoba, wait!" Chen Zhen was pulled 2 meters before he awkwardly stood up. "That I no longer possess divine power. You cannot treat me so rudely." All right, you go wash," Chen Zhen conceded. The two ascended to the second-floor bathroom, where Chen Zhen repeatedly demonstrated, turning on the faucet, removing clothes, and washing the body. "That do you understand?" "Yes." Chen Zhen opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, and no matter how many questions he asked, Xiaoba would only respond with a yes. "Good. Then you wash by yourself." After half an hour had passed, the sound of water splashing from the neighboring bathroom had yet to cease. On the highest floor of the West District, the shadow remained motionless, like a statue in the wind. Only when a figure vanished from a house 1,000 meters away did the shadow slowly dissolve into the night sky. Can someone truly penetrate the defense array so silently? Chen Zhen lay in bed, muttering to himself. The Merchant Association has indeed recruited a considerable number of talents. He sat up, preparing to begin his practice. Suddenly, he noticed that the wooden floor had become soaked. Rushing to the bathroom door, he saw rippling shadows on the frosted glass. Upon initial assessment, it appeared to be at least 1 meter 50 or 60. "Is this a swimming pool?" Chen Zhen forcefully pushed open the bathroom door, and hot water cascaded out, flowing down the stairs to the first floor. The white steam blurred his vision, but did not hinder his search for a living person. However, the bathroom was empty. Stepping inside, he glanced at the bathtub, and his expression darkened. Xiaoba had vanished. A faint sound suddenly echoed. Chen Zhen's ears perked up, his gaze sharp and deadly, as he barked, "Who is it?" Another soft sound followed, and this time, Chen Zhen pinpointed its location. Focusing intently on a corner, that a small goldfish flipped onto its back, its tail tapping against the floor as it blew bubbles. "Xiaoba?" Chen Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, approaching to cradle the little fish in his hands. "What a mischievous little creature you are." Chen Zhen couldn't help but furrow his brow, that if one were to call Xiaoba foolish, she still knew to use a towel to block the door gap. If one were to say she was clever, who would engage in such antics? No more mischief. The scene was striking, filled with artistic beauty. Her delicate, smooth skin seemed as if it could be wrung out for water. His fingers sank into the flesh, yielding an astonishingly bouncy texture, as if devoid of bones. Chen Zhen calmly closed his eyes. placing Xiaoba down before stepping out of the bathroom to dry off and change into clean clothes. Before long, the door to the room swung open. Xiaoba entered, clad in nothing but a long, mis-buttoned shirt. "Put on your clothes." Hearing her voice, Chen Zhen's eyes widened in shock. Before him lay a pair of black lace underwear, embroidered with delicate patterns. "Xiaoba, can't you dress yourself?" Chen Zhen reclined backward, asking with exasperation. No, Xiaoba knelt on the bed and leaned closer. Chen Zhen wrapped a blanket around her body and instructed, "Put it on. Put it on." Xiaoba repeated the phrase like a mantra. Chen Zhen, overwhelmed, took the underwear and dressed her, rebuttoning her shirt, but he even found a pair of by Xinrui's jeans for her to wear. Chapter 82. Don't dismantle load-bearing walls in the military district of Tianlan City. A tunnel entrance, large enough for a well, abruptly appeared in the floor of the research institute. Within the various laboratories, masked figures lay in wait, some crouched and others peering through windows, though they had disguised themselves. The minor helmets and yarn gloves still betrayed their identities. "Brother Yong, did we misread the blueprints? How is there not even a patrol team in the military district?" Heisher crouched by the window, surveying the situation outside. Wang Yong scratched his miner's hat, scrutinizing the blueprints once more, ultimately concluding, "We are in the right place. The research institute marked on the blueprints is indeed here." "Brother Yong, the brothers have finished counting. There are a total of 23 floors, with 15 to 23 laboratories on each floor." That a man wearing a Zero Ultraman mask crawled on the ground, whispering his report. "Inform the brothers to begin the transfer." Wang Yong cast a glance at him, feeling uneasy and deliberately cautioned, "You must handle it with utmost care, as if you were treating your own woman. Do not let the equipment suffer any damage." "All right, I will now notify the leaders of each squad." The man crawled backward half a body length and then halted, chuckling. "Brother Yong, the guys have a question. Speak. Does the boss's order to empty the research institute include those office supplies?" Wang Yong was taken aback. He truly had not considered that. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Take everything that can be moved. For what cannot be moved, dismantle it and take it as well. In short, leave nothing behind except the walls." The man paused for 2 seconds before recalling another question. "If the walls can be dismantled, should they be taken too?" Wang Yong increasingly doubted his own competence. Such a question had never crossed his mind, and no wonder the boss constantly reminded him to think more critically. He looked at the man with gratitude. "Fortunately, you reminded me. I almost overlooked it. Tell the brothers not to dismantle the load-bearing walls." "All right, I will go now." As the morning sunlight streamed through the window, it illuminated the delicate side of Chen Zhen's face, casting a gentle halo around him. Chen Zhen was taken aback. Upon waking, Xiaoba was quietly kneeling and gazing down at him. Those round, bright eyes blinked unblinkingly. "Xiaoba, why are you in my room?" Last night, Chen Zhen had slept soundly, a rare occurrence for him, as if the fatigue of several people had been heaped upon him alone. "Xiao Ru, flavor." Xiaoba's lips parted slightly, seemingly engrossed in studying or pondering something. Chen Zhen's fleeting anger dissipated as he reached out to ruffle Xiaoba's hair. "There will be no more Xiao Ru. You must learn to be independent, to forage for yourself, to watch television alone. Do you understand?" "I don't understand." Xiaoba shook her head in confusion. Chen Zhen sighed softly. "You will understand." He sat up, and Xiaoba followed suit, her eyes still fixed intently upon him. "Did Yang see you come in?" Chen Zhen felt a twinge of guilt. That it would be one thing if Qi Linglong had seen. But if Bai Xinrui found out, she might jump to wild conclusions. "That I change," Xiaoba declared, transforming into a blue butterfly that danced gracefully in the morning light. She demonstrated how to slip through the crack of the door. As Chen Zhen descended the stairs, he found Xiao Hu sleeping soundly on the sofa. That Qi Linglong, wearing an apron, was busy in the kitchen. Her healthy figure appeared even more mature in her casual attire, exuding the essence of a homemaker. Chen Zhen sat at the dining table, faintly catching a whiff of something burnt, and he chuckled bitterly. "You could simply hire someone to cook. There's no need for you to do it yourself." Qi Linglong, with her head bowed, clumsily stirred the egg drop in the bowl, impulsively deciding to practice her skills. Chen Zhen was at a loss for words, realizing he was being treated like a guinea pig. When 7 plates of charred food were placed before him, his last shred of hope transformed into despair. To be honest, the only difference between these dishes and charcoal was that charcoal lacked a burnt taste. Qi Linglong sat across from him, maintaining a facade of calm, but her eyes betrayed her anticipation. The color may not be ideal, but it should be to your liking that I followed the recipe left by Mei meticulously. Chen Zhen picked up a piece of the burnt offering, politely smiling. You should have some too. How could he indulge in this culinary disaster alone? Qi Linglong opened her exquisite lunchbox, sneaking glances at Chen Zhen as she said, Someone brought me breakfast. Chen Zhen was left speechless. The fervent female fans in the regiment seemed genuinely attentive to her, frequently showering her with affection. Are you jealous? Qi Linglong's lips curled into a blissful smile. Chen Zhen, seeing his stiff expression, Qi Linglong felt a surge of joy and clarified. I meant that adding a bit of vinegar to the noodles would enhance the flavor. Noodles? Chen Zhen exclaimed, scrutinizing the dark clumps on his chopsticks that he had thought they were burnt bread slices, which had reassured him enough to pick them up. After all, there had to be a baseline for how inedible something could be. Just as Chen Zhen found himself in a predicament, a man outside called for him that he secretly sighed in relief and walked to the door. Chao Dan, half a head popped up from the ground, timidly asking, Is that stick here? Chen Zhen shook his head. Upon hearing this, Chao Dan leaped into the air, standing boldly at the entrance, hands on his hips, declaring with arrogance, Our president has instructed you to attend the alliance meeting at the military headquarters at 10 this morning. Chen Zhen scoffed, Your Chamber of Commerce is allied with Huang Shi. You're just running errands for him now? Chao Dan spat, What a mess, if you ask me. Who should I ask? Baldado, Chao Dan, panic. Chao Dan jumped into the hole, peeking cautiously. Once he saw Chen Zhen holding Xiao Ba's collar with one hand, he hurriedly finished his last words. The president said this alliance meeting is crucial, and he hopes you will definitely attend. Chen Zhen nodded calmly. I'll be there on time. Chao Dan quickly clasped his fists. Then I take my leave. Wait. Chen Zhen raised a hand, pointing at the hole. When you leave, seal it up. Chao Dan craned his neck, shooting a fierce glare. Chao Dan? Zhen, are you really going to attend? Qi Linglong approached from behind, concern etched on her face. Huang Shi is cunning. He likely already knows you've lost your powers and is waiting for you to walk into his trap. Chen Zhen's gaze softened. Don't worry. I am well aware that I must attend this alliance meeting. Otherwise, if they truly unite, the situation will become even more dire. Qi Linglong's expression turned serious. I know I cannot stop you, so just go ahead. I will take care of things at home, so don't worry. As she spoke, she suddenly dove into Chen Zhen's embrace. She was tall, nearly shoulder to shoulder with him. Chen Zhen's hand naturally rested on her waist, whispering in her ear, If an accident does occur, someone will take you away. You must go with them. Qi Linglong shivered slightly, holding on tighter. Yes, I will live well and avenge you. Chen Zhen was speechless. The kind of accident I meant is not this kind of accident. Chapter 83. The alliance meeting. The entrance of the Military Research Institute was blocked by soldiers. Hundreds of researchers clustered in the square before the gates. The scene was quite chaotic and noisy. Yet the theme remained singular. They demanded to continue working. They understood that once they lost their value, they would lose the military's protection and become refugees. An elderly man in his 80s, supported by young students, emerged from the crowd, trembling as he grasped a soldier's hand. The old man gratefully patted the soldier's hand. That's good. You young comrades have worked hard. The young man assisting the elder frowned and spat out. These local bandits are truly brutal. Chen Zhen, Gang Zi, and Wu Sei followed He Jiba through the crowd and entered the military political building. In the conference hall, 5 individuals were seated. Apart from the military's Huang Shi, there were the Chamber of Commerce's Mu Mingyong, Sangnon Gang's Hong Ji, the Civil Engineering Corps Zhaozheng, and Tian Kenhui's Lao Ai. These were all registered forces in Tianlan City. Huang Shi, sitting at the head of the table, wore a sullen expression. Today's gathering is at the directive of the capital, requiring the official forces of each city to unite and jointly eliminate the monsters in the urban area. The documents before you are sent from the capital. Please take a look. Chen Zhen casually flipped through the documents, pondering. Eliminating themselves? How intriguing. From the assassination of Huang Shi by the Malan team, it was evident that the capital must be aware of his betrayal. Yet, the news had yet to be made public, and for him to preside over such a meeting was indeed perplexing. Lao Ai was admiring the manicure he had done that morning and was the first to voice his opinion. I have no objections. His hands were indeed beautiful, pale as jade, with long fingers that could incite envy in any woman. Yet his appearance was rather unappealing, with a feminine demeanor that would make any straight man uncomfortable. Zhao Zheng, sitting beside him, subtly shifted his chair away. Humph. Lao AI shot him a disdainful glance and coldly huffed. Chen Zhen nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Hong Ji and Zhao Zheng also laid down their documents. Since they were forming an alliance, it was only natural to elect a leader to preside over matters. Huang Shi leaned back, crossing his legs. Let us recommend one another, and then we will vote among the 6 of us. The one with the most votes will be elected. How does that sound? This was clearly an attempt to use one faction as cannon fodder while sowing discord. Truly a two-pronged strategy. Chen Zhen exchanged a knowing smile with Mu Minjiang that in terms of strength, the Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly the strongest. While in terms of seniority, President Mu was the oldest. Lao AI analyzed the situation and concluded, it seems the position of alliance leader is destined for President Mu, seeing an opportunity to showcase himself. Hong Ji hastily chimed in, I wholeheartedly support this. The strength of Tianlan City's Chamber of Commerce ranks among the top 50 nationwide. Apart from President Mu, no one else could gain unanimous support. Zhao Zheng, adjusting his posture, covertly glanced at Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen maintained a blank expression, offering no hint whatsoever. Haha. Mu Mingyong waved his hand dismissively. I'm old. I wish to do more for humanity, but my strength is lacking. He then looked at Chen Zhen. Leader Chen's reputation is the greatest, and he is full of vigor, making him suitable for the position of alliance leader. Chen Zhen smiled wryly, knowing this old fellow would drag him into the fray. Lao AI clapped and praised, wearing an expression of someone who relished the spectacle. President Mu's words are indeed quite insightful. I shall cast my vote for Chen Zhen. Hong Ji was puzzled by the implication but could only helplessly echo. I agree. Huang Shi slowly raised his hand. I concur. Zhao Zheng fidgeted, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, with all eyes fixated upon his countenance. Allow me to summarize the perspectives of President Mu and President Lao. There are 3 conditions for becoming the leader of the alliance: strength, experience, and vigor. Unfortunately, I only satisfy the last criterion. Chen Zhen turned his gaze toward Huang Shi and remarked with a smile, General Huang, given your current physical condition, you must be no older than 20. Huang Shi straightened his posture, fixing his eyes on Chen Zhen, and replied slowly, Then let us proceed with the voting. You have already garnered for votes. Mu Mingyong's face turned awkward. He chuckled and said, I retract my vote. Chief Chen has articulated the situation well. Indeed, General Huang is the most suitable candidate for the leader of the alliance, that I too retract my vote in favor of General Huang. Hong Ji lowered his head. This marked his 3rd indecisive sway, rendering him devoid of opinions that as a leader of a faction. He felt quite embarrassed that I cast my vote for General Huang. Zhao Zheng exhaled lightly, leaning back in his chair while patting his rotund belly. 42. Congratulations to General Huang for becoming the leader of the alliance. Chen Zhen applauded in congratulation. Huang Shi remained composed, adjusting his military coat. Very well. I shall temporarily oversee the affairs of Tianlan City. But he glanced sideways at the soldier beside him. The soldier produced a folded map and, upon stretching it out, revealed it before the group. This was the map of Tianlan City, comprising 9 districts. Huang Shi rose, pointing at the map. Our alliance consists of 6 factions. So I propose we adopt a strategy of division of labor followed by cooperation to commence the city cleanup operation. Lao AI interjected impatiently. General Huang, just give the orders directly. There is no need to complicate matters. Chen Zhen furrowed his brow. How shall we divide the labor and cooperate? Please elaborate, Huang Shi explained. I will allocate the 9 districts among our 6 factions, with each faction responsible for eliminating the monsters within its jurisdiction. Once a district has been cleared, we will then provide support to other districts. Mu Mingyong affirmed, I concur. Hong Ji and Lao AI had no objections. Yet Chen Zhen hesitated, and he suddenly realized that Huang Shi had intended to become the leader all along, and Mu Mingyong seemed to have already understood his intentions. These 2 old foxes had performed a well-coordinated act. Huang Shi leaned over the conference table, gazing down at the 2 men like a hawk. Do Chief Chen and Boss Zhao have any objections? Chen Zhen responded calmly. Very well, I agree. Zhao Zhen cleared his throat, his plump face displaying a complex expression. I will go with the flow, no need to ask me. Subsequently, the allocation of districts proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Chen Zhen acquired jurisdiction over 2 districts, namely the Binxing district where Wangshan community is located and the industrial hub of Huansha district. The Huansha district is home to over 100 factories controlled by the Chamber of Commerce. The delineation of districts for the other factions similarly bore subtle implications. For instance, the Civil Engineering Corps obtained jurisdiction over the Xiaoxiang district, which happened to be the headquarters of the Songlong gang. Huang Shi's intentions were clear. Chen Zhen found himself quite satisfied with this distribution. Huang Shi was not so easily trusting of him, but deliberately instigated a conflict between him and the Chamber of Commerce to reap the benefits. At the very least, Chen Zhen need not worry about being attacked from both sides. Chapter 84. The god of killing Xiaoba felt hungry and ventured alone into the city to hunt monsters. She gazed up at the towering skyscrapers around her, swallowing her saliva. Sister Xiaoba, you cannot eat buildings. Father will be displeased. Sister Xiaoba, there are humans hiding inside the buildings. Their collapse would harm them. Sister Xiaoba, aside from monsters, do not harm other beings indiscriminately. Xiaoba could not comprehend, but was willing to comply. Before long, she had slain dozens of monsters, piling them up on the street. The habit of killing before feasting had been instilled in her by Xiao Ru. She grew to a colossal size, sitting cross-legged nearby and devouring her meal with gusto. Goodness, she resembles a giant savage. Devouring raw flesh without spitting out the bones, that is she a new type of monster. Captain, what should we do? Even if she is a monster, such large-scale slaughter is unacceptable that a dozen members of the Chamber of Commerce approached, mocking as they neared. When they were within 5 or 6 meters, a tattooed man raised his hand to signal them to stop. Crazy girl, can you even understand human language? Killing monsters is prohibited in Tianlan City unless you possess a hunting qualification certificate issued by our Chamber of Commerce. Haha, you truly are a talent. How did you come up with that? The members of the Chamber of Commerce erupted in laughter. Hey, my boss is asking you a question. If you can understand, shout once. If you can't, shout twice. Are you stupid? If she can't understand, how would she know what you're saying? Xiaoba saw them and heard their voices, but these were humans, not part of her food chain. A short man from the Chamber of Commerce picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it in his hand. Captain, before we kill her, should we let the brothers have some fun? How do you want to play? Whatever you want. It would be best if the brothers stripped her clothes off and see what's different about a giant. Haha, good. Let us stuff Chang's head inside. As the crowd grew increasingly raucous, their vulgar language became more unbearable, with later comments being particularly indecent. The tattooed man remained unsmiling, and under the encouragement of the crowd, he nodded in agreement that I'll go first. A man named Chang, tossing around the stone in his hand, stepped forward and swung it down toward Xiaoba. Pain warm, crimson liquid flowed from Xiaoba's forehead to her eyes, then down her cheeks. On her dazed face, it seemed as though blood tears were falling. Xiaoba paused her chewing, looking at them. Seeing the blood, the crowd became even more excited, all bending down to search for nearby stones. Within just a couple of minutes, Xiaoba's face transformed into a blood-drenched lantern. Yet her expression remained blank. When the assailants received no reaction from the victim, it became exceedingly dull. Humph, what a fool. She can't even feel pain. That's not enough pain. You puny bodies would struggle to kill a mouse, that a burly man dug his fingers into the earth, blue veins spreading from his palm like ropes ensnaring mud and stones. He then gently lifted, bringing forth thousands of pounds of concrete. What do you think? Can I crush her skull with this blow? Uzi, are you crazy? We haven't had enough fun yet. Exactly. It would be boring if she dies. Look at that idiot's face. Do you expect her to react? What is the difference between being alive or dead? Uzi held the mound of concrete, stepping beside the tattooed man. Boss, what do you say? The tattooed man scrutinized Xiaoba, his eyes filled with caution. She had slaughtered so many monsters, indicating she possessed considerable strength. It would be wise to test her. Good. I've been waiting for your word. Uzi took a step forward, his body leaning in, and propelled the concrete forward. Xiaoba tilted her head slightly, her blurred vision fixated on the massive object. In an instant, the sun's brilliance vanished. The heavens collapsed. With a whoosh, a giant axe flew through the air, striking the concrete with a thunderous bang, sending dust swirling. The members of the Chamber of Commerce were taken aback, all turning to look in the direction from which the axe had come. It's you, Uzi exclaimed in astonishment, his head already severed, yet the expression of fear remained on his face. The newcomer, donned in a ghostly mask and clad in crimson armor, moved with swift agility. Cleaving through the crowd as if slicing through vegetables, blood stained the ground, and severed limbs lay scattered. The tattooed man lay in a pool of blood, all his limbs severed, yet still clinging to a breath of life. Are you human or a false god? What grievances do you have with the Chamber of Commerce? The newcomer spoke in a coarse voice, heavy with murderous intent. Neither human nor false god. I have no enmity with the Chamber of Commerce. The tattooed man coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, forcing out his final breath. Then, why do you kill our people? The newcomer stepped over the severed limbs, slowly approaching. Because it pleases me. So, as long as you are pleased, you can indiscriminately slay the innocent. Chong, left with only half of his body, weakly uttered his final words. The newcomer hoisted the giant axe, speaking in a somewhat rigid tone. Killing you is indiscriminate slaughter, but when you kill others, it's survival of the fittest. That is quite amusing. At least we kill with purpose, with boundaries, but you do not. The tattooed man attempted to prop up his head to look at the man who called himself the god of killing, but after several failed attempts, he could only obediently lie down. Boundaries? Purpose? The god of killing pondered for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Very well. From this moment on, I shall exclusively hunt down members of your Chamber of Commerce. That should establish some boundaries. Right. Slaughtering you all clean can certainly count as a purpose. You. The tattooed man fell silent, closing his eyes to await death. The giant axe was relinquished, cleaving his head in two to why not resist. The god of killing slowly walked before Xiaoba, gazing up intently. Xiao Ru, do not kill. Xiaoba caught a whiff of a familiar scent, stirring within her an inexplicable sense of intimacy. You heard Xiao Ru's words. Will you listen to mine? The god of killing inquired. I will. Xiaoba nodded, shrinking down to her normal size. Very good. The god of killing removed a dagger from his waist and presented it before Xiaoba, saying, Take it. You shall use it to eliminate those who torment you. Can I eat? Xiaoba asked, bewildered as he accepted the dagger. The god of killing was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Yes, but it would be wise to wash it first, for humans are dirtier than monsters. I am not afraid, Xiaoba replied, shaking his head vigorously. The god of killing said nothing more and ruffled Xiaoba's hair, asking, Does it hurt? Yes. How pitiful it is for one who cannot even weep from pain. The ones who created you truly deserve condemnation. They do not. You know nothing. Had you any understanding of human affairs, you would not utter such words that I understand. The god of killing gazed at Xiaoba's expressionless face, and after a moment, nodded slightly. If you say you understand, then so be it. That he then retrieved 2 pills from his armor, one red and one green, and instructed, Consume these. Xiaoba exclaimed, his mouth agape. Chapter 85. After the meeting, Mu Mingyong called out to Chen Zhen, who was about to depart. The two discreetly moved aside. This is not a place for conversation, is it? Chen Zhen remarked, lifting a gourd from his waist to take a sip of wine. It's nothing serious, merely family matters, Mu Mingyong replied, smiling gently. Have you given it thought? Thought about what? Chen Zhen feigned ignorance to her. You are a clever man, so I shall be direct, Mu Mingyong said as he settled beside Chen Zhen. Speaking earnestly, human society is exceedingly complex. Possessing ability alone does not guarantee success. In fact, if you lack connections, your abilities may only lead to your detriment. Chen Zhen sensed a hint of goodwill and felt grateful. Thank you for the reminder. I shall keep it in mind. Merely remembering is of no use. One must also act. Mu Mingyong's expression turned serious. Regardless of how your relationship with Rui develops, it will bear no fruit, so it is best to abandon such notions early on. Abandoning such thoughts will allow you to accept Mu Qing and lean on the formidable tree of the Tianlan City Chamber of Commerce. Chen Zhen grasped the implication and countered, How can you be so certain that there will be no outcome between XA and me? Mu Mingyong's gaze was piercing, and he replied with a profound smile. The Bai family's appetite is vast, capable of swallowing the entirety of Longhua. Chen Zhen set down the wine gourd, speaking lightly. Is this common knowledge one can acquire without cost? It is merely a statement of fact. Not a secret, Mu Mingyong sighed. Without connections, your eyes and ears are bound to Tianlan City. Chen Zhen feigned a wretched appearance, so the Bai family has long regarded Ekme as a pawn for a prestigious marriage. Have they? It is likely more than that. Mu Mingyong curbed his impulse to elaborate further and shifted the topic, asking, So, have you considered my proposal? Chen Zhen felt apprehensive. More than that implied a greater conspiracy. I want to give it a try. You have no opportunity, not even a chance to try it if one does not attempt. How would one know there is no opportunity? Perhaps the Bai family will recognize my abilities. Mu Mingyong's expression stiffened, a complex swirl of emotions unraveling, ultimately leaving only a glint of murderous intent. Very well, that I am old and lack the youthful vigor you possess, that he sighed deeply, showing his weariness. Chen Zhen lifted the wine gourd to take a sip. If Chairman Mu has no further matters, I shall take my leave, though. There is one thing, Mu Mingyong said with a wry smile. Recently, the chamber's members have been unruly, deliberately creating friction. They should be disciplined. Do not hold back. Chen Zhen inquired cautiously, so you did not instruct me to go to Lingmu Mountain. Mu Mingyong was non-committal, expressing helplessness. As the group grows, the hearts of the people scatter. I am too old to manage. Chen Zhen suddenly chuckled coldly, his tone growing icier. So you intended to use my hand to eliminate traitors. No wonder you staged a marriage selection. Mu Mingyong waved dismissively. It is a genuine selection, but you are simply unwilling. And what of the compensation? Chen Zhen cut to the chase. I will not assist Mu Qing in clearing obstacles without conditions. That Mu Mingyong laughed heartily. Did not over 100 clothing and food processing factories fall under your jurisdiction? If you agree to help me, those factories shall be yours. After the calamity began, various chambers of commerce and military forces scoured for resources. The chambers sought to pressure the capital into relinquishing more power. Yet, what of those refugees? They have been stripped of even the most basic means of survival. Thus, the capital could only demand that various regions reconstruct factories to produce inexpensive goods for sale. However, at that moment, forces across the land sprang up like mushrooms after rain, seizing resources and claiming territory, further resisting the capital's control over local affairs. The chambers seized the opportunity to propose a division of resources with the capital as a condition to help control the situation. The capital, in need of support, agreed to compromise. The factories Mu Mingyong referred to arose from this context. Chen Zhen was fully aware of this and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, those factories involve the two largest powers, the capital and the Chamber of Commerce. Are you seeking to thrust me into the vortex? Mu Mingyong stated, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. You cannot possibly be unaware of this principle. Chen Zhen stood, fastening the wine gourd to his waist. I shall agree to your terms. With that, he turned to leave. I shall show you a clear path, Mu Mingyong called after him, a knowing smile upon his face. 30% of Longwa's grain is produced in the neighboring Tianqing city. Chen Zhen paused, turning back to him. Then do be a good Samaritan and help me establish a connection with the president of the Tianqing City Chamber of Commerce. Mu Mingyong shook his head helplessly. I do not possess such influence. You might seek out Lu Qiangbei from the Xiaoxiang district. His nephew was dispatched by the Chamber of Commerce Alliance to Tianqing City and has become the president there. Chen Zhen's heart leapt with joy. Though he maintained a facade of calm, I suspect that this Lu Qiangbei is under the control of the traitors you mentioned. Thankfully, with insightful eye, Chen Zhen could see through the facade of the old man before him. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered Wang Yong, whose stance appeared somewhat awkward. What's wrong? Chen Zhen inquired with amusement, still unable to locate the restroom. Wang Yong grasped Chen Zhen's wrist and led him aside. Lowering his voice, Boss Chen, I have a request. Chen Zhen's expression turned serious with surprise. Speak. Wang Yong glanced around furtively and lamented. Last night, we cleared out the building, yet the boss not only failed to reward the brothers but also raged at me and punished me. Chen Zhen struggled to suppress his amusement, adopting a stern expression. For how long? Wang Yong looked as though he might weep. A month. Chen Zhen surveyed the surroundings. Where is your boss? Wang Yong was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Boss Chen. You truly are a good person. After Chen Zhen relayed his instructions to Wuz, the two departed by vehicle. Gongzi, one of the men, remarked enviously, Leader, have the civil engineering corps clear a few roads for us as well. Walking all the time lacks a certain flair. Chen Zhen walked ahead, responding nonchalantly, such a day will come. Gongzi fell silent. Trailing closely behind, bored, he took down dozens of monsters along the way. As they passed Walking Street. Gongzi suddenly darted in front of Chen Zhen, adopting a sword-drawing stance. Leader, you should have brought more people today. Indeed. Chen Zhen sighed. It was unwise to let Wuz leave that on the rooftop of a shop. A girl of about 12 or 13 drew her bow at the two, declaring, Is it too late to regret now? The bow and arrow, white and translucent, emanated a chilling aura, forged from divine energy. Not at all. Chen Zhen replied that a hunched man emerged slowly from the alley, leaning on a wooden staff, with a lecherous grin. With Leader Chen's abilities, dealing with the three of us should be more than sufficient. However, I have heard that Leader Chen seems to have lost his divine power, that on the back of a fierce bird hovering in the air stood a plump woman, a large mole on her cheek accompanied by a thick, dark longevity hair. What a pity, she lamented. The hunched man's expression twisted into a snarl. Without divine power, you have lost your value as an alchemist. Who are you? Chen Zhen queried leisurely, removing the gourd to take a sip. Are you sent by the chamber or Huangshi? Leader Chen, you do not remember us? The plump woman cackled. Then again, how could we small fry possibly catch your eye? Everyone stood still. Whoever moves, I shall kill. The girl mimicked Chen Zhen's tone, scoffing, such bravado. So you are from the chamber. Chen Zhen nodded slightly, looking at the girl. You are still young. If you leave now, I can spare your life. The girl spat. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think that fool can handle the three of us? Oh no, Gongzi interjected. Waving a finger, I must disagree with the young lady's opinion. I admit I am quite large. But I am not foolish. How large? The plump woman wiped her mouth, smirking. Let me see for myself that as large as my mouth. Gongzi replied, drawing his broadsword, is as large as my weapon. Chapter 86. Very well. I like that. The plump woman grinned eagerly. The corpulent woman beckoned, and monsters surged forth from all directions. However, before any further interaction, it was imperative to settle the score for the demise of my beloved ones. The fierce birds of prey in the heavens and the ferocious beasts on the ground were eager to pounce. It turned out that your ability lay in controlling these wretches. Gongzi jested. Oh, I stand corrected. They are monsters. You seek death. The corpulent woman retorted angrily. Shaolin, help me turn him into a hive of wasps. The girl named Shaolin, her silver teeth clenched, spat die whoosh, an icy arrow shot forth. And Gongzi raised his bow to block it. With a resounding clang, the ice arrow shattered into two pieces, falling to the ground. The area within a 2-meter radius instantly froze, exuding a chilling aura. Gongzi felt his strength drain away, his arm weakening, causing the broadsword to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. The inexhaustible energy within him had vanished in an instant, leaving only an unrelenting fatigue. Whoosh! Another icy arrow came hurtling towards Chen Zhen's chest. Sensing the impending danger, Gongzi shielded Chen Zhen with his body. The armor absorbed the impact of the arrow, yet the tremendous force sent both of them sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhen leaned close to Gongzi's ear and whispered, "Get out of the frozen zone." That Gongzi's forehead throbbed with veins, and dragging Chen Zhen along with the broadsword, he leaped up like a fierce tiger. Just as they vacated their original position, another ice arrow plunged into the earth. Once outside the icy range, Gongzi's strength surged back. Without uttering a word, he hoisted Chen Zhen onto his shoulder and sprinted away, exclaiming, "Leader, bear with it. We shall soon be home. Be careful." Chen Zhen raised his head to warn that a glimmer of cold light flickered as the fourth arrow shot forth. Gongzi remained vigilant, pivoting to swing his broadsword and deflect the ice arrow. It landed, freezing the ground, its maximum range spanning 2 meters. That as long as one remained outside its silent domain, that arrow was but a child's toy. Gongzi thought this, yet the outcome was beyond his expectations. The force of this arrow sent him flying back 2 or 3 meters. He staggered several steps before barely regaining his footing. To Gongzi's astonishment turned to fury. Impossible. Have I not fully recovered my strength? Chen Zhen's eyes glimmered with golden light. Do not run. The further you go, the more powerful the ice arrows become. Gongzi cast a glance at the corpulent woman and the hunchback man. They appeared unfazed, harboring no intent to pursue him. Instead, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. If only Wu Cai were here, she could have approached and dealt with that yellow-haired girl. Shaolin knocked her bow and taunted. Why aren't you running? Gongzi positioned his broadsword before him, hands resting on the hilt, exuding an air of majesty and nonchalance, truly embodying a general's demeanor. That I've changed my mind. I have decided to eliminate you first. Though he spoke thus, he knew full well that he had no chance of closing the distance. Judging by Chen Zhen's recent performance, without divine power, he would likely struggle against even a wild dog. All he could do was buy time until reinforcements arrived. You think you can? Shaolin pulled back her bow, sneering mockingly. First, get close to your father before you talk big. Gongzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Father? Ah, indeed. A good son of your father. Shaolin replied cheerfully, laughing. Put down your weapon, and I shall spare your life. Gongzi shook his head vehemently. Uncultured wretch, shortly, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your father. The two exchanged barbs, trading insults. Chen Zhen took slow steps towards Gongzi's back. Do not mind me. Focus entirely on dealing with that girl. Upon hearing this, Gongzi felt a swell of gratitude, even in perilous times. The leader was still considering him. Chen Zhen gazed into the desolate district ahead, commanding, Enough chatter. This is an order. Gongzi nodded with great difficulty. As you command. Shaolin, do not delay any longer. The hunchback man thumped his staff against the ground, producing a resonant sound. Quick! Kill Chen Zhen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icy arrows were unleashed in rapid succession, falling like a spring rain, each glimmering with lethal coldness. Gongzi dared not take them head-on. Instead, he seized Chen Zhen and leapt into the air. This leap was swift and powerful, leaving remnants of broken ground in their wake as they soared a kilometer away. Refreshing, Gongzi bellowed. Chen Zhen, relieved, took a sip of liquor. Excellent. At least my spirit jade did not go to waste. Gongzi grinned broadly. Leader, I am off. Whoosh. An icy arrow followed closely, its cold light intensifying as it flew. Out of my way. Gongzi leaped, swinging his broadsword to deflect the incoming ice arrow. Even with his immense strength, the arrow was knocked off course, crashing down onto another street like a projectile. Shaolin smirked derisively, aiming her bow at Chen Zhen. Foolish dog die. The starlight appeared exceedingly feeble beneath the sun's brilliance. The relentless assault of the fierce birds and beasts came in waves. Gongzi was invigorated by the slaughter, yet remained vigilant against hidden arrows. Even the faintest glimmer of light was captured by his keen senses. He swung his broadsword and, with a powerful leap, charged towards the trajectory of the ice arrow. Chapter 87. The Power of Temporal Law. Leader Chen, you have indeed lost your divine power. Heh. Do not run. A mere mortal cannot escape the tiger beneath me. The hunchbacked man sat atop a massive tiger, grinning ominously. Chen Zhen gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground. Whatever benefits the Merchant Association offers you, I can match. The hunchback man extended his darkened claws, scraping them across the sores on his face, as a pale yellow pus trickled between his fingers. That he licked the pus, chuckling, Excellent. The Merchant Association provides me with an awakened one daily for alchemical purposes. How many can you offer? Chen Zhen, suppressing his discomfort, retorted, How many do you desire? The hunchback man extended 5 fingers, this number. Chen Zhen slapped his thigh and replied decisively, All right, deal. The hunchback man cackled, leaning on his staff. Limping closer to Chen Zhen, Leader Chen, words alone won't suffice. Chen Zhen glanced into the distance, his expression grave. Do you require a written agreement? No need for such trouble. Just drink this. The hunchbacked man extended a finger, a droplet of pale yellow pus resting within his darkened nail. Very well. Chen Zhen awaited his approach, yet his ears caught an unusual sound. Whoosh! A massive axe spun through the air from afar, cleaving through avian creatures, their feathers severed, plummeting to the ground. The corpulent woman hastily maneuvered her beast, tilting it to avoid the axe, which grazed past her face, the rushing wind leaving behind several bloody gashes. Hiss! She grimaced, wiping her face, her palms soaked in blood. The my beauty is ruined. Startled, she glanced around, seething. Which scoundrel dares to launch a sneak attack? The ground's beasts lifted their heads, hundreds of eyes searching for the hidden assailant. The corpulent woman commanded the fierce birds to circle, unable to halt, when suddenly her pupils constricted, her body trembling. Unbeknownst to her, a man clad in crimson armor had already appeared behind her. Kill, kill, kill the god of slaughter. No sooner had he spoken than his arm pierced through her chest, extracting her still-beating heart. You. The corpulent woman coughed blood, struggling to maintain her breath, reaching for her mask, as the icy touch of her fingertip reached her brain. Her rigid body could no longer bear the strain, collapsing to the ground. The monsters she had controlled regained their freedom, scattering in all directions. The god of slaughter stomped his foot, and the struggling fierce birds beneath him were instantly torn apart. Whoosh! The sound of the massive axe slicing through the air reached the hunchbacked man's ears. He remained unfazed, planting his staff into the ground, the top of the staff glowing with blue light. At that moment, the massive axe, the fleeing monsters, and the collapsing buildings all hovered in the air, as if a film had pressed the pause button, freezing the scene. Time has stopped. Leader Chen's reinforcements arrived swiftly. The hunchbacked man raised his staff high, slowly approaching Chen Zhen. Drink this, and we shall be friends that I wish to drink, but I do not seek friendship. The god of death stood a short distance away. Arms crossed, his ghastly mask grinning with menacing fangs, and his gaze fierce and intimidating. The hunchbacked man trembled, a purulent liquid oozing from beneath his nails and sizzling as it met the ground. The young man, surnamed Chen, seemed unworthy of partaking in your repugnant essence. The god of death rested his chin on one hand, a hint of amusement in his voice as he remarked, "At least the vile fluid still flows, does it not?" The hunchbacked man suddenly turned, casting a wary glance at the god of death. "What are you, man? Demon or deity?" The hunchback's eyes glimmered and he chuckled. "Your ability to escape the constraints of the laws indicates you are an ancient god. My inquiry was indeed unnecessary." The god of death paused, his tone sharp. "Oh, share what you know, and I may consider granting you a reprieve." "Is that true?" the hunchback exclaimed, seemingly relieved. The god of death barked angrily. "I have always kept my word. You have 5 seconds to articulate your thoughts. I will not tolerate any nonsense." The hunchback narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Approximately 13.7 billion years ago, the world existed in a state of chaos, devoid of heaven and earth, with no distinction of directions. After eons, a green lotus, along with countless primal spirits, gestated in the void. The lotus absorbed the yin and yang energies from the chaos, giving rise to the laws of power. Those muddled primal spirits, under the influence of these laws, developed various talents and abilities, fostering a ravenous desire for more power, leading them to consume one another. It was not until the green lotus bloomed, with 60 leaves, 12 leaves forming a unity, symbolizing the 5 sources of power, that 13 seeds emerged from its heart, representing 13 laws of power. Among them was Pangu, who wielded the law of power, and after millennia, he opened the heavens and the earth, proving his path through strength and ultimately becoming the mightiest of the ancient gods. The other 11 seeds collaborated with Pangu to create all things and establish order. The last seed inherited the law of demonic ways, which incited the primal spirits to devour one another, causing their ferocity to intensify. As the law of demonic power grew stronger, Pangu's vision of order did not encompass mutual slaughter. Thus, aiding the primal spirits to break free from the demonic law became an unavoidable path. Ultimately, Pangu sacrificed his corporeal form to vanquish the supreme demon, leaving behind the laws of power to permeate all existence. The hunchback concluded. He clenched his fist. "Our human power is but a fragment of the law of power." Once the primal spirits escaped the demonic influence, they ceased to devour one another and embarked on a journey of cultivation, with myriad methods, all aimed at enhancing their abilities. That is the origin of deities. The god of death remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Where did you acquire this information?" The hunchback's face turned pale. I cannot say. Revealing it would seal my fate." The god of death retorted coldly. "If you remain silent, do you not fear that I will kill you?" The hunchback's eyes turned icy, a bitter smile crossing his face. "In that case, I shall say nothing. Death is inevitable. At least the Old One has granted me the power of the laws. How can you ascertain that I am also an ancient god?" The god of death, having failed to intimidate, chose to ask one final question to break free from the constraints of the laws. "One must possess an even greater law of power. Your ability to move freely within my temporal laws indicates that, apart from ancient gods, ordinary deities and awakened beings cannot achieve such feats." The hunchback beamed with pride at the abilities he had acquired. "Very well. Now continue on your path with peace." The god of death stated flatly. The hunchback stood frozen, his teeth chattering in disbelief. "Did you not say you could grant me a reprieve? Is your word not your bond, consideration for your life?" The god of death nodded slowly. "I have pondered it, and I cannot allow you to live. You." The hunchback's face turned ashen with rage. "I will fight you." The wooden staff emanated a brilliant blue light, blindingly radiant. animating the stillness around. Flowers and grass withered, turning to ash, and even stones began to decay. The monsters fled in increasingly bizarre manners, their forms flickering until they escaped the area. Returning to normalcy only then. Time intermittently accelerated, warping the fabric of space. Chen Zhen's hair turned white, deep wrinkles creasing his face. The chaotic sensations barely allowed him to perceive the passage of life. His skin cracking. The god of death stepped forth, his figure blurring with speed, and with one foot, he crushed the hunchback's face. His strength was formidable, and the hunchback's cheek caved in, his skull fracturing. Tears streamed down the distorted face, and a wail of despair erupted from his gaping mouth. The god of death landed. He swung his axe, severing the hunchback's head, which rolled to the ground. Chen Zhen felt as though he had experienced a fleeting dream before awakening. The god of death wiped the blood from his massive axe, looking down upon Chen Zhen with an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Chen Zhen raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, appearing unfazed, then struggled to rise, brushing off the dust from his clothing as he bent to retrieve the wooden staff. The god of death snorted coldly, turning to depart. Chapter 88. Do you have any remaining wishes? Having lost the ferocious beast that served as her steed, Xiao Lin felt as though she had lost her legs with her speed. She was no different from a stationary target. Gongzi, confident of his victory, chuckled triumphantly. At your tender age, you should have learned better. When I catch you, I shall teach you a lesson for your foul mouth. Xiao Lin found herself at a disadvantage, yet she refused to yield verbally. A son strikes his father, and heaven's wrath shall be upon you. If you are unafraid of divine retribution, continue to pursue your father. While fleeing, she shot ice arrows sideways. Gongzi, wielding his broadsword, relentlessly chased after her, his teeth grinding in frustration. As the chase continued, time slipped away unnoticed, with a rain of ice arrows showering down once more. Gongzi finally awaited the cooldown of his leap skill. With a mighty bound, he evaded the hail of arrows, swiftly capturing Xiao Lin. Their forms arced through the air, Gongzi trapping Xiao Lin under his arm as they descended toward the ground. You smell like a skunk. It's absolutely foul. Xiao Lin pinched her nose and struggled mightily. I do not carry the stench of your putrid self. Gongzi lowered his gaze, sniffing. All he detected was a fragrant aroma. Nonsense. My scent is that of a man, while you little yellow-haired girl, understand nothing. Truly shameless, to liken skunk odor to manly scent, Xiao Lin retorted, gasping for air, which nearly induced her to gag. Gongzi landed steadily, crouching down to press Xiao Lin's face against the ground with her body over his knee. You wretched girl, with a mouth as foul as your stubbornness. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. What are you doing? Xiao Lin exclaimed in anger as rough hands violently unfastened her belt. Stop it, you. Gongzi had never before encountered such vile language. He had never imagined that tying a person to an animal could yield such a plethora of despicable curses. Smack. I will teach you to be unruly. Smack. I will teach you to be uncouth. Smack. 10 resounding slaps later, her tender backside glowed like a setting sun, a vivid red. Under the sunlight, it even bore a rosy hue. Xiao Lin fell silent, her lips bitten and bleeding, humiliation causing tears to dampen the ground. Have you finally learned to keep quiet? Then I shall spare you for now. Gongzi felt a swell of accomplishment. He had learned through personal experience that only violence could effectively discipline a rebellious child. Xiao Lin's lips moved silently, cursing profanely. I almost forgot there are still 2 pursuing the leader. Gongzi slapped himself in the face, reproaching himself for wasting precious rescue time. If anything were to happen to the leader, he would be the foremost sinner. With a mighty leap, a strange electric sound suddenly crackled in his ears. Z's body ascended. Every hair on his body stood on end, and a sharp pain pierced his arm as it clamped down on Xiao Lin. Gongzi cried out in alarm, his arm slackening uncontrollably, causing Xiao Lin to plummet. Then a swift figure swooped in, catching Xiao Lin and soaring over Gongzi, landing atop a distant rooftop. You dog of a son, I swear I shall avenge this, Xiao Lin shouted, cupping her hands to amplify her voice. Gongzi, preoccupied with thoughts of the leader's safety, paid no heed to her words, leaping away once more after landing. Seeing Chen Zhen unharmed, Gongzi finally felt at ease. Leader, you were not injured, were you? Gongzi glanced at the head covered in sores with a grimace. Let us get you back to your community. I worry there may be a second ambush. No need, I have other arrangements. In Wangshan community, Qi Linglong's heart finally settled. Did you encounter any of the colorless individuals sent to assist you? I did. I arranged for them to head to the Huangsha district. Chen Zhen succinctly summarized the contents of the alliance meeting. Huangsha seeks to utilize us to weaken the merchant guild's power, or perhaps to annihilate us through their hands, allowing him to rest easy. Qi Linglong looked worried. Who is to say who will use whom? The moment Chen Zhen had been waiting for had arrived. He smiled gently. I have arranged for someone to take you to a safe place. What do you know? Chen Zhen was taken aback. That Qi Linglong seemed to see through his thoughts, her expression a complex mix of determination, compassion, and anxiety, slowly unveiling itself. Tio, the place I am about to take you. Chen Zhen felt both joy and guilt. Before the woman before him, he made no effort to understand her, that a lack of understanding signifies neglect and estrangement. I shall not go, did Qi Linglong lower her head. Her aura softening considerably. When Bai Mimi is present, I am General Qi. In her absence, I can be Linglong or your elder sister Qi, that I wish to remain by your side, to weather this storm together. Her words were already quite clear, and Chen Zhen refrained from further persuasion. Internally, he was tumultuous, his emotions boiling over, coalescing into a single phrase. Thank you. Sister Qi. Qi Linglong settled beside Chen Zhen, leaning against his shoulder. A look of bliss radiating from her face that moment. His shoulder belonged solely to her. After a brief silence, Qi Linglong spoke. I am from the capital, and on the third day of the Crimson Fog. The capital contacted me. Chen Zhen closed his eyes and asked calmly, what is your mission? There are 3 tasks. That Qi Linglong's heart was conflicted, her words halting midway. She did not wish to betray her faith. Yet the dreams within the starlit mirror realm had revealed her true self, and she no longer wanted to deceive Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen, engulfed in despair. So, you are aware that Limu Mountain is a trap set for me? I know, that Qi Linglong replied with an air of calm. Whether she were to be killed or driven away, she would harbor no resentment. This was a punishment she ought to accept. Chen Zhen was overwhelmed with rage. The betrayal of those close to him was unbearable. After a long pause, he spoke, striving for a neutral tone. Do you have any remaining wishes? Chapter 89. The food crisis. That Qi Linglong fell silent. Shaking her head, the hot tears on her shoulders seeped through her clothing, sliding down her skin, growing smaller with time. Just as Chen Zhen's murderous intent ultimately dissipated, the eye of insight discerned the fundamental difference between her and Lin Shui. Genuine emotions are a rare and elusive treasure in this world. Do others know? No. Chen Zhen relaxed his tightly clenched fists, his expression softening. Then let us keep this from others. You shall continue to maintain normal contact with the capital. Qi Linglong's body tensed, her face pressed closely against Chen Zhen's shoulder, weeping silently. Chen Zhen grasped her hand, and once she gradually regained her composure, he continued, I require intelligence from the capital. Do your utmost to extract as much as you can. Qi Linglong wiped away her tears, nodding in agreement. Her eyes were slightly red from crying, her face flushed, and her gaze brimmed with tenderness. Enchanting Chen Zhen. Conquering an iceberg is a primal desire for every man. Once she was an iceberg, but now she was a furnace. Her soft, warm body was aflame. Her breath hurried, her bosom rising and falling. A pair of emerald green eyes suddenly obstructed Chen Zhen's view. The little fox leaped into Qi Linglong's embrace, tilting its head as if preparing to learn once more. Chen Zhen exhaled quietly, feeling considerably more alert. Thankfully, the little creature was present. Otherwise, he might have erred. That I will confine the little fox to the bedroom. That Qi Linglong, noticing Chen Zhen's change in expression, hastily interjected. That no. Chen Zhen adjusted his posture, taking the little fox to play with, as though nothing had transpired. Uncle Bai has been relocated. The Uncle Bai at the Research Institute has transformed into Little Ba, temporarily concealing the truth. Chen Zhen's smile froze. He had forgotten to arrange for someone to take Little Ba out to find food, uncertain if she had eaten enough on her own. Surely, the Research Institute would not be devoured by her. Chen Zhen hurriedly made his way to the Bai Meng research room, where Little Ba, transformed into Bai Meng, quietly gazed at a dagger on the table. Do you like it? Chen Zhen inquired, rubbing her head. He sighed. Does it hurt? Little Ba's previously vacant eyes sparkled with light as she tilted her head toward Chen Zhen. hesitantly responding. It hurts. Her face bore no expression, and her voice lacked emotion. Yet at that moment, Chen Zhen felt as if he were witnessing a little Ba who could be spoiled. He couldn't help but wonder, does she truly lack human emotions? Or is she akin to a robot, perpetually learning and evolving? Time for a bath. All right, let your second mother wash you to know, you wash me. Chen Zhen was rendered speechless. It was time to provide her with a lesson in biology. Acting swiftly, he retrieved his phone, unearthing a plethora of materials stored in the cloud. Videos and textual explanations filled the screen. Chen Zhen's throat grew dry, while little Ba remained in a daze. Ultimately, under the condition that she could enter Chen Zhen's room at night, she agreed to allow Qi Linglong to bathe her. After Rui's disappearance, little Ba became particularly dependent on Chen Zhen that a sparrow flitted out of the research institute, and Chen Zhen followed suit. Under the blazing sun, each ray pierced through his nerves like a needled Li Yurong, drenched in sweat, approached with a somewhat haggard demeanor. Despite being a small community with fewer than 1,000 residents, the myriad of affairs was beyond imagination. Where there are people, there are disputes, accompanied by diverse needs. The unwillingness to sleep in tents and the struggle for food had become the most unstable factors for the community's residents. In just 2 days, he had grown a considerable amount of white hair. How much food has been purchased? The management of supplies is overseen by the Internal Affairs Council, and Chen Zhen was not surprised by this outcome, stating, "Give the money to Wang Yong and ask him to procure 3 days' worth of food." He understood that this was not a long-term solution. Over time, the business association would take notice, potentially implicating the civil engineering corps as well. Addressing the food crisis was imperative that a single thread pulled could unravel the entire fabric. Chen Zhen had initially planned to wait to ascertain who within the business association might oppose him. Thus far, aside from Ko Huan from the Internal Affairs Council, no one else had stepped forward. Very well, I will arrange it immediately. No. Li Yurong, taken aback, waved his hands repeatedly. The leader has already given enough. I am very content that Li Yurong had been awaiting this affirmation, his blood surging with excitement. I am grateful for the leader's trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Well then, what do you plan to do next? Chen Zhen still had lingering doubts and seized the opportunity to test him. Li Yurong understood how to navigate human nature and had already formulated a plan in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "One who has never seen hell cannot appreciate the beauty of heaven. There are numerous places in the urban area where refugees have congregated. I will take a few of the most vocal dissenters to visit, and conveniently lose 2 of them. The surrounding area of the community has already been walled off. Though there is still a considerable distance to cover, it is sufficient to deter the average person. It is indeed cruel, but the method is effective to not let them die. Send them some food in secret each day." Chen Zhen spoke sternly to Li Yurong smiled. "Rest assured, leader, if they die, they will lose their value." Chen Zhen gazed deeply at him, his expression serious. "Henceforth, the management of the community will be entrusted to you. I, Li Yurong, am willing to repay the leader's kindness with my life." Li Yurong knelt, trembling with excitement, nearly shedding tears. Chen Zhen reached out to help him up, smiling. "I will not take your life. On the contrary, I will safeguard it. The Wangshan community shall serve as a platform for you to accumulate experience. And there are many more waiting for you to manage." It was a substantial opportunity, filling Li Yurong to the brim, leaving him speechless, merely nodding vigorously. The management of the community, factory oversight, and the subsequent administration of more refugees all required someone to take charge. Chen Zhen did not wish to expend the awakened individual's energy and time on ordinary matters, that he needed someone to step forward and share the burden, and Li Yurong had become his sole option. Chapter 90. The backdoor. In the stillness of the night, under the gentle moonlight, Chen Zhen conducted his daily video call with Bai Xinrui. The journey to Yufeng City was proceeding relatively smoothly. The Bai family had no objections to the anonymous corps conducting business there. It was merely a small endeavor that did not warrant their concern. Tomorrow, the Bai family would represent the alliance to report to the leader of the business association, as long as they passed this hurdle. Establishing a foothold in Yufeng City would be virtually assured. Suddenly, a figure clad in black entered the room through the window. His face was covered, but his head was unwrapped, revealing a faint swastika mark on his forehead. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head to report. "Leader, Kahuan has gone to Ishanjun, bringing a bottle of wine. He should not leave tonight. Good." Chen Zhen nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Anyone who has seen you must not be left alive. Understood. Chen Zhen stroked Little Ba's head and asked, Little Ba, do you remember Gongzi? The one who took you out to eat yesterday. Did I remember? Little Ba's eyes widened as if truly searching her memory. Then I have a task for you. Can you accomplish it? Though he was asking, Chen Zhen held no hopes, merely wishing to train Little Ba through simple tasks to accelerate her growth. Chen Zhen smiled in satisfaction. Now, go find Gongzi in the community and bring him downstairs. All right. After Little Ba agreed, she grasped her collar and inserted the dagger at her chest. Chen Zhen was taken aback, catching her just as she was about to transform. Reproaching her. Who told you to place the dagger there? It's convenient. Little Ba's eyes sparkled with pride. Chen Zhen glanced twice. It was indeed rather convenient. Releasing her, he took out his phone to time her. Go now. You have only 10 minutes. Exceeding that will count as a failed mission. All right. Little Ba transformed into a sparrow and flew out of the window. There were talismans in her pocket, allowing her to pass through any formation regardless of her shape. Time ticked away, and as the timer reached 8 minutes and 24 seconds, movement could be heard downstairs. Chen Zhen put on his shoes and slowly descended, arriving at the entrance at a glance. Only Xiao Ba stood there in a daze. Chen Zhen forced a bitter smile. Had he failed? Xiao Ba pointed towards a thicket corner with an expression devoid of emotion and said, That. Chen Zhen looked over, his face betraying a look of sympathy. A naked figure huddled in a ball, the scratches on his body indicating he had been forcibly dragged here. Chief, I can't face anyone anymore. Many brothers took photos of me while I was naked. Gongzi's face was bruised, tears welling in his eyes. Chen Zhen pressed his fist against his lips and cleared his throat. I will issue an order to have them deleted. Rest assured, I guarantee these photos will not circulate. Gongzi sniffed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Chief. Xiao Ba glanced at Gongzi, her eyes seemingly innocent. He wouldn't listen. This is unjust, Chief, Gongzi protested, leaning against the wall, shielding his groin with his hands. I was sound asleep when this Annie broke the window and barged in, dragging me outside without giving me a chance to get dressed. When I struggled, she hit me. Look what she did to my face. Chen Zhen pursed his lips, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. He approached and patted Gongzi's shoulder, offering comfort. You've endured much. I will teach Xiao Ba a lesson for you. Gongzi wiped his nose. Let us skip the lesson. This Annie is naturally silly, and I'm not unaware. Please tell her not to barge into my room anymore. It's quite inconvenient at times. Chen Zhen assured him, it will never happen again. Gongzi composed himself and inquired, Chief, what do you need from me? Come inside. I'll fetch you some clothes to wear, and we can discuss further. Chen Zhen produced a talisman and handed it to Gongzi. Gongzi accepted the talisman, blushing. Is General Qi not here? She is resting. Chen Zhen turned around, casting a cheerful glance at Xiao Ba. Taking her hand as they entered the house that a quarter of an hour later, Gongzi hurriedly exited. Once thriving affluent districts had crumbled into ruins. Lavish villas now exuded an eerie presence akin to haunted houses. Bones and decaying corpses were strewn about, a testament to the calamities that befell humanity, with no one able to evade the horrors. A thick red mist enveloped the land, rendering it terrifying and filled with vengeful spirits. Shadows flickered upon the remnants of walls, with at least 20 figures, each brandishing weapons, rushing toward the only beacon of light. In the spacious and well-lit living room, several young people were engrossed in video games, their laughter and cheers ringing incessantly. Tio, the elderly man nearby, the cacophony was driving him to the brink of madness. Clad in a dark red patterned robe, he wore only a pair of shorts, the waistband having surpassed his navel. His name was Lu Qiangbei, and he was deeply troubled, under the guise of protection. His villa had been forcibly occupied, with even his most cherished sofa marred by sweat stains. Sweat stains, indeed. Standing beside the sofa, he wore a grim expression, his lips pursed, feeling a humiliation akin to that of a man whose wife had been unfaithful. Uncle Lu, did you sleep well? Lu Qianqian, a member of the Internal Affairs Council, entered the villa with a lunchbox in hand. Sharing the same surname and being a lovely young lady, she was the only one capable of engaging in normal conversations with Lu Qiangbei. Lu Qiangbei, wearing flip-flops, walked into the dining room with a clatter. Lu Qianqian set the steaming dishes on the table. Glancing at Lu Qiangbei, who was sulking, she cheerfully asked, Who has upset you this time? I can report them to the council on your behalf. Lu Qiangbei twirled a walnut in his hand, placing one hand on his hip and turning his head away. Lu Qianqian looked him over. Covering her mouth, her smile deepening. Uncle Lu, your shorts are on inside out again. Lack of knowledge. Lu Qiangbei tapped the zippered pocket of his shorts, explaining with a scoff, this is a relic from the 80s. The pocket is right in the front, though. Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she slowly circled behind Lu Qiangbei, lifted his robe, and poked her finger through the fly of his shorts. Teasing. Then what is this? The back fly. Lu Qiangbei's face flushed with embarrassment, his lips pursed even higher. Ha! Lu Qianqian laughed so hard she could barely stand, stammering. Is the back fly for? No, Lu Qiangbei corrected her with a serious tone. It asks for expelling internal impurities. Reasonable. Chapter 91. Just like that Hitler fellow, Lu Qianqian ceased her teasing, giving a thumbs up to his explanation, well aware that if she continued, the stubborn old man would become angry. Ignorance, Lu Qiangbei chided softly, lifting his robe and sitting down to enjoy his late-night snack. Even while eating, he continued to crack walnuts that if the sofa was his woman, then these 2 walnuts were his sons. At that moment, a capable middle-aged man entered the dining room that he had a medium build, his black hair neatly combed, outlining his resolute features. His deep, bright eyes resembled a vast blue ocean, exuding determination and wisdom. His thick, elongated eyebrows always bore a hint of elegance, but his most distinctive feature was the small mustache on his upper lip, finely striped and reminiscent of brush strokes. Director, Lu Qianqian bowed respectfully. Ke, holding a bottle of wine, nodded and gestured for her to leave. Lu Qianqian stole a longing glance at him before bowing again and stepping outside. Lao Lu, is the food to your liking? Ke chuckled as he placed the wine on the dining table. Lu Qiangbei's face finally brightened. It was his favorite Malanchon. Chairman Lu said Lao Lu has 3 great loves: sleeping on the sofa, cracking walnuts, and drinking Malanchon, that I searched all over Tianlan City and only found this bottle. Okay, Yihuan took a seat opposite him. You need not trouble yourself further. I will not be leaving with you. Lu Qiangbei uncorked the wine bottle and took a hearty swig. The burning sensation was utterly delightful. It had been so long since he felt such exhilaration, as if all his sorrows were dissolving and digesting with the wine. Ke sighed with a wry smile. This place isn't safe. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Chairman Lu? If I die here, that's my fate. Lu Qiangbei replied, tilting his head back to drink, squinting sideways. After downing half the bottle, he exhaled a satisfied breath, continuing, I am not a tool. No one should try to use me. Yihuan straightened his posture, his expression serious. I have been entrusted by Chairman Lu to ensure your safety. I'm merely a bodyguard, not someone looking to exploit you. Don't play coy. With that stiff little mustache of yours, you hardly seem like a good person. Lu Qiangbei shot him a disdainful glance, coldly snorting, You make it sound like you are some fellow named Hitler. Yihuan's smile froze, the corners of his mouth twitching. Jealousy. It must be jealousy, he thought. His mustache was black, glossy, and smooth, requiring daily wax maintenance, making him the envy of all men. Only this old man, bald as a bullet, would dare to speak such words. As night deepened, even the bright moonlight could not pierce through the thick red mist enveloping the earth. It appeared as a deep crimson sea of blood, obscuring all scenery. On the roof of the villa, 2 members of the Internal Affairs Council, smoking, boasted about their exploits in the refugee district. Suddenly, a beast roared, and the air was filled with terrifying sounds, buildings collapsing in the darkness, with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled, and the villa shook. Despite being awakened, the 2 could not maintain their balance, tumbling several times on the ground. Once the tremor ceased, they stood up to see a colossal figure looming hundreds of meters high. Its body was adorned with golden scales, resembling a divine warrior clad in armor, exuding an imposing presence. The massive oxen head shot up into the clouds, 3 eyes, 2 closed and 1 open. The open vertical eye shone like a high-altitude searchlight, scanning for the sinner who dared to provoke it. The stone monster rampaged, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Amidst the collapsing structures, shadows darted out, engaging in fierce combat with the monster. They were members of the Merchant Guild, lying in ambush, numbering over 100. How could the Quinniu appear here? Ke stood at the villa's entrance, gazing up in astonishment. The guild members behind him displayed palpable fear, one urging, "Director, this place is too dangerous. For your safety, you must leave quickly, that if you don't leave, how can we escape?" Kehuan's eyes glinted mischievously as he stroked his mustache, laughing heartily. "The Quinyu has not awakened. Rather, it has been deliberately lured here to frighten us." The man urged anxiously, "Director, better safe than sorry. Please take cover while we brothers guard this place." "Who guards? Who is the grandson?" The Quinyu's mechanical movements showed no signs of independent thought, as if driven by some force compelling its primal instincts. Kehuan remained calm, unwavering in his hypothesis. "Finally, it has arrived," he declared loudly. "Do not mind the Quinyu. Go organize the brothers to eliminate the nearby monsters." "Understood." Several members departed to carry out their orders. Surrounding Chen, the peaks connected like a cradle bestowed by the heavens. One of the reasons this villa was once so valuable. The originally picturesque landscapes and orderly buildings were now engulfed in dust and flames. The strength of the monsters guarding the false deities only grew as their power increased. Hundreds of guild members found themselves in a bitter struggle within the ruins of the collapsed church. Flames raged, creating a sea of fire. The flames danced in the wind, scorching the corpses scattered on the ground. That I in the heart of the inferno, a fire-scaled crocodile, stretching 2 zhang in length, lay in wait. Its scarlet eyes glaring fiercely at the 2 representatives of the merchant guild before it. Whoosh, 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 the creature's tail swept across, sending burning debris and shattered stones flying in all directions. Surviving in such an environment revealed its remarkable strength, as it utilized its abilities to either seize the offensive or withstand the relentless assault. Among them was a towering man, 2 meters tall, with over 10 penetrating wounds across his thigh, blood gushing forth. Yet his movements remained unaffected. With a powerful leap, he soared into the flames, delivering a straight punch to the crown of the fire-scaled crocodile. Boom! Half of the creature's body sank into the ground, and its magma-like blood erupted from the gaps in its scales, splattering onto the man's arm. Hiss! The skin on his entire arm was eroded away, exposing flesh as red as a serpent, but ha-ha. The man let out a sinister laugh, as if the pain brought him endless pleasure, but he continued to rain down punches, each strike splattering over a meter high with the creature's molten blood. Soon, the skin on his thigh was also burned away, yet the sinewy muscle remained unscathed by the fierce flames that in mere seconds, a grotesque tableau of human musculature emerged amidst the inferno. The fire-scaled crocodile, now enraged from the relentless blows, swung its tail with all its might, striking the man's back and sending him flying over 10 meters. Crash! Dust swirled as the blood-stained gates of the underworld emerged from the ground. Upon the open gates were blue-faced demons with long horns, their eyes gleaming with malevolence, their expressions terrifying, instilling a chill in the bones. Such a tenacious beast. I shall send you to hell, to your demise. Another stepped forward, adopting a bowing stance, hands clasped together, as the 2 gates slammed shut with a resounding thud. The fire-scaled crocodile was trapped behind the gates, exhaling a torrent of flames that engulfed the entire entrance. The man sneered, "How can mortal flames burn the gates of the underworld? After all, it is but an unthinking beast." The crocodile, understanding the taunt, gathered its limbs, leaping over the gates to land before the man. Their gazes locking as if to say, "Try calling me a beast again." Indeed, it was a creature that dared to breach the gates of hell. The man grinned wickedly, as the gates slowly descended. An irresistible force began to drag the fire-scaled crocodile towards them. It then realized that 2 chains were embedded in its back, sealing its inner power. Even expelling flames to perish alongside the man was beyond its capability. As the gates sank completely into the earth, the fire-scaled crocodile was pulled down into the abyss. A group of individuals hiding beneath a rock formation watched this scene unfold, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Fortunately, our task was merely to lure the monster, not to confront it directly. Brother gang, what should we do next? Chapter 92. The urination escape. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Is it a curse? Gongzi kicked one of the 2 men who had inquired. Enough of this nonsense. Just do as instructed. The 2 chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, we wouldn't dare risk our lives on a whim. The group of over 10 individuals began to disperse in an orderly fashion. A frail young man, drenched in sweat, frantically chastised his manhood, always failing at critical moments. What use are you? Useless thing. What the hell are you doing? This isn't the time for that. The rock formation suddenly spoke, urging impatiently, get lost, I need to remove the illusion. Lamented, I can't urinate, you need to help me. Didn't you bring water? I lost my water bottle in the rush. Suddenly, the rock formation vanished, and a refined man appeared behind Ibn, kicking him in the rear. Don't let anyone know I helped you with this urination escape. I'd be embarrassed. Hurriedly assured, I won tea. Absolutely not. Funwa unzipped his pants, fumbling for a long time before finally revealing his diminutive second brother. After much preparation, he still felt no urge to relieve himself. Hush! Desperate, started shaking his body in an unusual manner to encourage him. Ma Funwa cursed, shut up! If you keep staring at me, how can I possibly go? Ma Funwa was nearly driven to the brink of madness by this imbecile, gritting his teeth, if I help you again. I'll be a dog. Sealed his lips, afraid to utter another word. Finally, the sound of flowing liquid reached Ibn's ears, more melodious than music. That I'm coming. He dove into the stream, disappearing from sight. Brother Ma, do you have diabetes? The smell is overwhelming. Shut up. Ma Fengwo was infuriated, stepping into the puddle. Gongzi's second leap landed him in a relatively safe location. Curiosity piqued, he jumped onto a peak, gazing down at the scene below. Thick smoke enveloped the air, and the heat was palpable. Only a few scattered houses remained untouched. Dozens of monsters had been slain under the onslaught of the Merchant Guild. But the guild had also suffered heavy casualties, with makeshift treatments occurring in various locations. Suddenly, shadows flickered, striking with precision and ferocity. Those who had managed to survive the battle against the monsters were all elite fighters. Yet they found themselves firmly suppressed by the cloaked figures. Where did these dark figures come from? Gongzi murmured to himself. From the abilities displayed, they are not members of our regiment. The puzzle in his mind finally unraveled. No wonder our mission tonight was merely to create chaos. The leader had other plans that a complete strategy formed in his mind. First, lure the monsters to reduce the Merchant Guild's numbers, then observe the abilities of the survivors that at the opportune moment they would strike, with a higher chance of success. Just as Gongzi was contemplating, a cloaked figure appeared behind him, arms outstretched, tracing a hollow circular pattern in the air, dazzling and magnificent, as if the solar eclipse had descended upon the earth. A burning sensation pierced Gongzi's back, and he quickly turned, drawing his sword in a defensive posture, bellowing, "Who goes there?" Not far away, a shadow grasped the hand of another cloaked figure, gazing intently at him. Stating, "You have not seen us tonight." Gongzi gaped, realizing he had committed a grave mistake, and hurriedly replied, "I was desperate to relieve myself and chose a random spot. I saw nothing." The shadow stepped forward, producing a green pill. "Take this that I no need, right?" Gongzi chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "I am unwaveringly loyal to the leader. I would never betray him." The shadow let out a cold laugh. Loyalty, yet defiance of his orders. How amusing. Gongzi fell silent, reaching for the pill and swallowing it whole. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "A man must face the consequences of his actions. Taking your poison is my deserved punishment, but please do not belittle my sincere loyalty to the leader." "Who said it was poison?" The shadow retorted, "Isn't it?" Gongzi exclaimed, startled. The bruises on his face quickly faded, and the lingering pain dissipated, that he exhaled a breath of relief, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. "But please, you must keep this a secret. My curiosity was merely a fleeting impulse, with no intention of betraying the leader." The shadow ignored him, vanishing into the forest along with the cloaked figures, above the villa. Kohuan gazed far and wide, taking in the battle that unfolded in the vicinity, yet he felt both astonished and delighted by the appearance of the cloaked figures. Who would have thought that Chen Zhen harbored such strength? His meticulous plotting had not been in vain. Tonight, he aimed to obliterate this elite group. Suddenly, intricate patterns emerged on the ground, glowing brilliantly and enveloping the villa in a radiant light that a chilling wind swept through the villa district, carrying an ominous aura. Haunting wails echoed in the air, rising and falling in a macabre chorus. As the wind brushed over the fallen corpses, they stirred to life, resembling the onset of a zombie crisis. Many bodies, twisted and contorted by flames, had their eyes dissolved, leaving behind charred sockets from which dark red liquid seeped. Some were even missing limbs. Yet, even in their mutilation, they retained an insatiable thirst for life. An uncontrollable battle fervor compelled them to charge at the nearest cloaked figures. The strength they displayed surpassed that of the living, nearing the pinnacle of the fourth rank. The sudden and ferocious attack caught the retreating cloaked figures off guard. At that moment, a resonant chant echoed through the air, dignified and solemn, as if it came from a distant celestial realm, imbued with a sense of compassion. The cloaked figures gazed with reverence, a faint golden glow emanating from the symbols subtly marked on their foreheads. An ancient voice intoned, "Compassion of the Buddha, clap." The sound of hands coming together rang out crisply, that a massive symbol formed 2 feet in front of the cloaked figures, radiating radiant light. The legion of undead zombies basked in the golden glow. Becoming tranquil and serene, Huan furrowed his brow, abruptly turning to face the man before him, adorned with a ghostly mask. His expression shifted from caution to surprise. Then he nodded. "You are the god of death? Your reputation has soared recently. Members of the merchant guild shudder at the mention of your name." The god of death, wielding a massive axe, spoke plainly. "And you, will you wait for death with open arms? Or will you fight back?" Huan's gaze burned with intensity, as if he could see through the mask, and he inquired with a smile, "Are you affiliated with Chen Zhen, the god of death?" Somewhat displeased, replied, "You overestimate that lad, Chen, that I do not belong to any faction." Huan stroked his small mustache and laughed heartily. "Then why are you at odds with me? Have I offended you in any way?" "Just because you haven't offended me doesn't mean I can't kill you," the god of death retorted, perplexed. "Does one need a reason to take a life?" Huan's forced smile lingered on his face as he calmly stated, "There is no need for justification. What reason is required to take a life? To kill is the prerogative of the strong, that in moments of joy, one may kill for amusement. In moments of rage, one may kill to vent their fury. And in moments of boredom, one may kill for entertainment. That as long as one possesses a plethora of perverse inclinations, there shall always be an abundance of weaklings to slay. Your response has greatly satisfied me, and I am inclined to regard you as a kindred spirit." The god of killing supported his chin with one hand, displaying a keen interest. Yuan shook his head resolutely, saying, "Chen Zhen, you may deceive others, but you cannot fool these discerning eyes of mine." Chapter 93. The Arbiter of Good and Evil. The god of killing's voice turned icier. "Pray tell, what makes your eyes so extraordinary?" Huan gazed intently at the god of killing, unhurried. "Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. My eyes can perceive the 3 souls of a person and discern their moral character." The god of killing, intrigued, lifted his massive axe and inquired slowly, "What are these 3 souls, and how do you discern good from evil?" Huan replied with calm confidence, "Are you attempting to extract information from me? Regardless, you will soon join the ranks of the deceased. Sharing this with you is of no consequence." The god of killing let out a cold chuckle, remaining silent, that he understood that Huan was merely stalling for time, believing they were expending divine energy in the struggle for control over the deceased. However, he had his own plans in reserve. Yet, he could never have anticipated the existence of a shadow, nor would he realize that the god of killing and the shadow were 2 independent entities. The key to victory tonight lay in intelligence, in the arrogance and complacency of the adversary. Yuan's voice was not unpleasant. It flowed with the melodious cadence of a Beijing accent, still resonating in the air. Humans possess 3 souls: the celestial soul, which ascends to the heavens for virtuous thoughts; the terrestrial soul, which descends to the underworld for malevolent thoughts; and the human soul, which returns to the grave for obsessions. In the distant ancient times, souls could absorb the spiritual energy of the universe and cultivate the Tao. With the celestial soul as the foundation, one could attain Buddhahood. With the terrestrial soul, one could become a demon. And with the human soul, one could achieve divinity. Alas, the 3 souls of mankind have, at some point, been obscured and can no longer draw in spiritual energy. As for why I can discern good from evil." Huan continued, unable to hide his smugness as he stroked his small mustache. "It is closely related to the powers I have awakened." The god of killing lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. "Chen Zhen, what transpired at Lingmu Mountain?" Huan's expression twisted with excitement. "How is it that you can separate the terrestrial soul from its body?" The god of killing suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp, It appears you can not only discern good from evil, but also perceive much more. The golden cicada separation technique divides the original body into 3 individuals with identical abilities and personalities. Since consuming the wine from the yin-yang purple gold gourd, the powers of annihilation and merit have fused, resulting in the emergence of 2 individuals with completely different personalities during the separation. They are inextricably linked to the original body, yet their abilities require allocation from the original. The shadow embodies benevolence and possesses a compassionate heart, to whom Chen Zhen has assigned the golden hoop curse. The god of killing harbors malevolent thoughts, overflowing with the desire for slaughter, to whom Chen Zhen has assigned the indestructible diamond. All of this, Chen Zhen has never disclosed to anyone, making it impossible for Ke Huan to acquire intelligence through infiltration. The essence of the arbiter of good and evil truly possesses remarkable abilities. Ke Huan's assumptions were validated, and a greedy joy spread across his face. If you are willing to share, I can set aside our past grievances and pledge my allegiance to you, assisting you in solidifying your position as the foremost power in Tianlan City. The god of killing scoffed disdainfully. I am but a harbinger of death. You have mistaken the negotiating party. With a sudden jolt, a resonating sound echoed, and crimson mist billowed around him as a brilliant golden light erupted from the crevices of his armor. Akin to a raging inferno, more than a dozen members of the Merchant Association, who had been covertly approaching, spat blood as they were flung several meters away. In a blur, the god of killing moved, and the 10 individuals screamed in agony. Their limbs scattered. Ke Huan glared furiously. You are truly ungrateful. As the axe blade swung towards him, it transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, ascending into the sky. Dark as ink and incessantly roiling. A maniacal laughter erupted from within the black mist, brimming with arrogance. Chen Zhen, you are guilty of murder, with irrefutable evidence that I hereby sentence you to the copper pillar hell to endure the tortures of the cauldron. Amidst the swirling black mist, Ke Huan's figure flickered in and out of visibility, adorned with a lofty crown and draped in a dark crimson robe. His ashen face betrayed no vitality, and his blood-red eyes cast a deathly gaze. Imbued with an oppressive air, with a flourish of his robe, a scroll unfurled slowly. Instantly, a chilling wind swept through, and a ghostly aura filled the air, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing in the night. Swish, swish, the ashen claws grasped the pen of judgment, fervently inscribing on the ledger of good and evil. The god of killing looked up, a hint of surprise on his face. He has actually reached the 2nd-tier strength. Finally, I have encountered a worthy opponent. The thrill emanating from within him was exhilarating. The god of killing leaped into the air, raising his colossal axe to cleave through the black mist, dazzling golden light illuminating the darkness like a sunset glow. The ghostly wail ceased abruptly, and the sinister energy dispersed. Just then, something coiled around the god of killing's waist, a tremendous force hurling him towards a distant villa. Pain coursed through Lu Qianqian's body, tears welling in her eyes as she emitted a pained moan. With the god of killing's retreat, the dark energy surged once more, the anguish cries of spirits echoing throughout the realm that I govern the ledger of good and evil. Virtue is rewarded, and vice punished. Within the black mist, Ke Huan's blood-red eyes turned towards Lu Qianqian, proclaiming loudly, Lu Qianqian, your loyalty in protecting your master is commendable. I shall reward you with a ferocious ghostly servant. Lu Qianqian's gaze brimmed with admiration as she stammered. Thank you, esteemed official. Soon, the pen of judgment inscribed a line on the ledger of good and evil. A wave of sinister energy brushed past Lu Qianqian, effortlessly extracting a wisp of soul. The soul merged with the pen, the tip turning crimson as a drop of blood oozed and fell onto the ledger. Suddenly, a grotesque, ghostly visage materialized, featuring a triangular pupil and sharp fangs. Lunging towards Lu Qianqian, the stench of blood assaulted her senses as she merged with the ghost. Her eyes dimmed, and a savage rage enveloped her like a surging tide. A beam of golden light ascended from afar, drawing near to Ke Huan within the black mist. Just as the axe within the golden light was poised to descend, Lu Qianqian's tongue darted forth, piercing into the golden light 100 meters away. The fiery golden light spread along her red tongue, akin to a burning fuse. The god of killing suddenly felt excruciating pain, accompanied by a numbing sensation, his limbs growing weak and powerless that he was astonished. It seemed she had acquired the ability of the vengeful ghost, siphoning the divine energy from within him. Lu Qianqian, too, experienced searing agony, her moans mingling with ghostly wails in an eerie symphony. The golden light enveloping the god of killing shifted from blazing flames to a hazy mist, eventually vanishing entirely. That moment, he resembled a human-shaped kite, devoid of the buoyancy of the wind, plummeting from 100 meters high. Boom! The ground trembled as the god of killing crashed down, disoriented, feeling as though all the bones in his body had shattered. Pain. This was the first time he had truly felt pain within himself. This sensation made him want to roar. What an exhilarating experience! A chilling wind brushed his face, a vague emptiness enveloping him. While another drop of blood coalesced at the tip of the pen of judgment, the acid dripped onto the ledger of good and evil. The world around the god of killing rushed by in a blur. He was falling, plummeting into an endless abyss. Silence engulfed everything, with only the sound of his heart beating, growing slower and slower, as the world faded into darkness. Chapter 94. The Fall of Wangshan Community. Chen Zhen coughed violently, even spitting blood from the corners of his mouth, that a sharp pain coursed through his entire being as he muttered to himself, "This is truly agonizing." Did Leader Chen indeed suffer grievous injuries at Lingmu Mountain? The middle-aged man seated opposite him revealed a glint of cold malice in his eyes. "It seems you have truly lost your divine power." This middle-aged man, with skin pale and smooth, possessed a long and pointed nose reminiscent of a serpent's fangs. His mouth, stretched to the back of his molars, formed a sinister upward curve, concealing a potent venom, and an odious aura of malevolence emanated from him. Qi Linglong, seated beside Chen Zhen, involuntarily trembled. It was only when Chen Zhen grasped her hand, a searing warmth flooding her, that she began to regain her composure and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You have been manipulated by Mu Mingyong. I have no desire to be his son-in-law." Chen Zhen stated plainly, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Another fit of violent coughing racked him, drenched in perspiration. As he rasped, "Why would you think I would willingly be used?" Duan Mu, he extended his long tongue to lick his lips. "You certainly do not appear to desire to be Mu Mingyong's son-in-law, for he never intended for you to be one. Yet you genuinely aspire to become the president of the Tianlan City Merchant Association." "Ha ha ha!" Chen Zhen curled up, laughing heartily, gasping for breath as he remarked, "You've uncovered my secret." Qi Linglong hurriedly patted Chen Zhen's back, assisting him in regaining his breath. Duan Mu, he fixed his gaze upon Chen Zhen, as if he intended to swallow him whole. "What Mu Mingyong truly values is Li Yufeng." Yufeng, can you guess his relationship with Yufeng City?" He suddenly sighed. "We have never entertained the idea of usurping power. Yet he does not trust us, for we are the overseers sent by the Merchant Association Alliance, that he seeks to eliminate us hidden threats through your hands, while you wish to seize this opportunity to weaken the Merchant Association's strength." Chen Zhen retrieved the wine gourd from his waist, took a sip, and nodded with a smile. "Then you should have acted sooner. You should not have afforded me such an extensive period to develop. However, it is not too late now." That he stretched his neck, fixing his gaze upon Chen Zhen. "Mu Mingyong has ultimately overestimated you. Even if you have secretly developed a faction, it is merely the light of a firefly, destined to be extinguished tonight at Ishan, that a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. This is a classic saying of great men." Chen Zhen once again took a sip of strong liquor, convinced that tonight would bring validation. The words sounded familiar. The last time he had spoken of crushing ants, he himself had become one. Listen, outside, the wails of morning echoed like a dirge. After downing a third gulp, Chen Zhen's complexion regained its color as he pointed to his chest. "Here, after tonight, you shall understand why Mu Mingyong is the president and not you. Of course, you won't survive the night." Within the community, a stream ran crimson with blood that he'd been emerged from the water, his eyes gazing upon a world that felt utterly alien. The barren land bore no vegetation, littered with corpses. The sounds of fierce combat tore through the air, flooding his ears as if he were amidst a battlefield of clashing armies. His mind fell into a void as he scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for even a hint of familiarity. Blades gleamed, the earth convulsed, flames flickered, and lightning flashed. A chaotic tableau unfolded before him. Did I arrive at the wrong place?" He struggled to accept the reality before him. The very sanctuary he had deemed safest had fallen into chaos. A sudden urge to relieve himself surged forth, staining the red stream with a hint of yellow. "You useless thing," He'd cried through tears. "You hold it in when you should relieve yourself. Yet now, when I need you to fight, you can't even do that. I swear I shall chop you up. You cowardly wretch." He felt fear, yet yearned to bravely defend his home. Last time, he had cowered like a turtle, hiding in the water, only to be tormented by guilt afterward. I end his remorse. He sought out Qi Ling Long, voluntarily accepting punishment, hoping to alleviate his guilt. Yet, Qi Ling Long did not chastise him, although they possessed extraordinary abilities. They remained ordinary individuals. Those who had never faced the battlefield could not comprehend the terror of death looming at any moment. Confronting death was not frightening. What terrified him was its unpredictability, the uncertainty of its arrival. Coward, 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 he berated himself in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, a massive hand formed from the stream beside him, poised to crush him. A gunshot rang out, and the person by the stream fell lifelessly. He'd been snapped back to reality. Having narrowly escaped death, he looked up to see a four-eyed figure with wings circling above, with a delicate girl perched upon its back. The girl aimed her gun at him and shouted, "What are you dawdling for? If you wish to live, go kill the enemy." T-Ben nodded dumbly, rushing out of the stream, shouting as he charged towards the battlefield. "How exhilarating! A punch! Stay put, and it will be easier for us. Zhang Wei, don't follow me. Go find Chen Zhen." The Ma Lan team arrived to take control of the battlefield. Chapter 95. The Judge of Life and Death. The world finally regained color and sound. The magma gurgled ominously, and the god of death's back was scorched by the intense heat, shedding a layer of skin. The red glow filled the entire space. Bang! The god of death landed on the ground, as if it had been torn apart by magma, resembling charred wood or the body of a fire demon. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Aside from a slight lack of cumin, the scent was exactly like that of a barbecue shop. The armor worn by the god of death was scorched a fiery red. Before he could savor the pain, an invisible force propelled him towards a steaming copper pillar. Upon contact, his armor melted. His skin ruptured, and his blood evaporated. Just before the bones completely melted, a flicker of black and yellow flames ignited in the center. Zing! That peculiar flame blazed fiercely, growing from a spark to a conflagration. The skeletal structure, veins intertwining, muscle tissue, and skin gradually emerged. Delightful! The god of death let out a long howl, golden light enveloping him once more. At a glance, the tongue wrapped him like a meat dumpling, the tip pressing against his throat. Throughout this ordeal, his body remained unmoved. The so-called copper pillar, hell was merely a psychological torment. How could this be? Kahuan, shrouded in black mist, ceased his theatrics, astonished and enraged. "How did you escape the judgment of my book of good and evil?" Impossible! This had far surpassed his understanding. He believed himself to be the one most akin to divinity in the Tianlan City Chamber of Commerce. Boasting an integration level of 82, he fancied himself the most likely candidate to transcend the veils of soul vision and become a true deity. He waved the judge's pen repeatedly, as the ominous wind transformed from formless to tangible, enveloping the god of death like black clouds. Yet, 5 meters from the god of death, it vanished without a trace. The brilliance of his golden form repelled all evil decay. Yihuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the god of death. "You, at most, possess second-tier strength. Is your integration level truly higher than mine?" Impossible, impossible! He refused to accept the reality, descending into hysteria, the scroll in his hand rising and falling like turbulent waves. The ominous wind brushed past Lu Qianqian, who was coughing blood, and the tip of the judge's pen collected more blood droplets. "Lu Qianqian, I grant you another chance. You wicked spirit decay." Yihuan's eyes burned with fury as he waved his robe. The triangular, four-eyed ghost mask opened its eyes wide, and with a ghostly wail, it charged towards Lu Qianqian. Merging with her, blood streamed from Lu Qianqian's chin as she bowed repeatedly. Suddenly, she collapsed, enduring excruciating pain that felt worse than death. Two piercing, ghostly cries erupted simultaneously from her mouth. Soon after, 2 spirits burst forth from her body, rampaging towards the god of death. Their instinctual desire drove them to covet his powerful form. Yet upon entering the golden light's radius, The two spirits disintegrated instantly. Useless wretches. Not even two ghosts can withstand it. Kahuan cursed angrily, then ominously declared, Chen Zhen, I cannot harm you, nor can you kill me in my judge form. Let us wait and see whose divine power will deplete first. The god of death sneered, the judge of good and evil cannot determine life and death. But the judge of life and death can. With that, he hurled the giant axe into the air. Suddenly, a blood-red giant eye opened in its center, and the strange transformations continued, with two withered hands sprouting from the axe handle. One hand held a scroll, while the other gripped a pen. The giant axe emitted an ancient, mournful sound, its judge's pen remaining motionless for a long time as it gazed at Kahuan. What was your name again? Kahuan's heart sank. He sensed the chill of death closing in, and no one understood this feeling better than he did. Even the black mist trembled in response that no, we can negotiate. I am willing to unconditionally surrender and join your ranks. Well, no name is no matter. Merely another rootless wraith, the giant axe muttered, inscribing the death information in the book of life and death. Name, nameless. Date, July 9, 2024, lunar calendar 3:54:32 a.m. Location, Longhua, Heilong Province, Tianlan City, Xiaoxiang District, Yishanjun. Cause, offending the god of death Chen Zhen. Method, choked to death by saliva. K. E. Huan, still desperately struggling, attempted to summon the ghost within the ominous wind to attack the giant axe. However, all those spirits were absorbed by the book of life and death. With a sweeping motion, the giant axe dispelled the black mist surrounding Kahuan, and a droplet of blood fell from the pen's tip. Kahuan, drenched in sweat, swallowed hard, the lump in his throat feeling like a stone. After a moment of struggle, his eyes rolled back, and he died just like that, when he fell to the ground. He had reverted to his original form, Lu Qianqian, like a woman throwing a tantrum, rushed forward, disheveled and wailing. The one-eyed giant axe coughed lightly. No need, but I must keep track of how many people I helped you kill for future reckoning. The god of death coldly inquired. Looking for me? The one-eyed figure rasped. I seek Chen Zhen, that he did not grant me a proper body, yet made me into an axe. This debt shall be settled in due time. The god of death nodded. If you require assistance, just let me know. I relish in killing. The one-eyed figure closed its eyes, transforming into an axe devoid of life. You truly are the god of death. When angered, you would even chop yourself. I am not him. The god of death retorted sharply that he is like a shadow, indecisive and lacking in decisiveness. As he approached Lu Qianqian, Lu Qiangbei stumbled out of the villa, hastily interjecting, I don't care which faction you're from. Let her go. Simultaneously, he swung the giant axe down, severing Lu Qianqian's head from her body. Lu Qiangbei, furious, pointed an accusatory finger at the god of death. Before he could utter a curse, he saw the giant axe swing towards his head. Lu Qiangbei gasped, collapsing to the ground. The axe halted just a centimeter from his head, a wave of warmth spreading beneath him. The bald old man instantaneously transformed into a middle-aged man with panda eyes. His hair was disheveled, exuding an oily odor. His face was lined with the weariness of age, resembling a tired programmer who had been working overtime for a month. He was He Tao, one of the 5 executive directors of the Tianlan City Chamber of Commerce. Transformation technique. The god of death hesitated, intrigued by his abilities. No, it was an imitation technique, perfectly mirroring the original. He Tao brushed aside the bangs obstructing his vision, gasping for breath as he added, it replicates appearance, personality, mannerisms, and so on, all identical to the original. The god of death nodded, swinging the giant axe towards his head. Spare me. I am also being coerced. I beg you, please. Consider yourself fortunate this time. You won't be so lucky next time. The god of death glared at the black-clad figure nearby. The shadow restrained the struggling He Tao, remarking coldly, he can still be of use. I was referring to you. The god of death scoffed, shouldering the giant axe as he strode away. In the depths of the forest, a figure clad in black, wielding a radiant sun disk, executed the last member of the merchant guild and ventured into a cave. Lu Qiangbei, his face adorned with a haughty expression, inquired, which faction do you belong to? The black-clad figure replied, the Shadow Legion. Nodding, the figure stated, I apologize for the offense. Startled, Lu Qiangbei's hand trembled, causing a wine bottle to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the ground with a resounding crack. Why are you so different from other factions? Acting outside the norm? The black-clad individual stepped forward, his tone steady. Forgive me, I do not persuade others. Pressing his back against the stone wall, Lu Qiangbei spoke softly. Why do you lack patience, young one? A simple suggestion would suffice. Such as, come with me, we shall depart at dawn. The shadowy figure bowed his head, hesitating briefly before echoing, come with me, we shall depart at dawn. Lu Qiangbei adjusted his robe and cleared his throat, stating, since you have requested so earnestly, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Lead the way. The black-clad figure moved behind Lu Qiangbei, saying, you need not walk, Ditto. There is a vehicle. Lu Qiangbei was taken aback, intrigued by the notion of transportation amidst the mountains. Approaching the cave entrance, he scanned his surroundings and asked, where is it? The black figure quietly muttered an apology, and Lu Qiangbei felt a sudden stiffness at the nape of his neck before losing consciousness. The black-clad individual hoisted Lu Qiangbei over his shoulder as they traversed the forest, the sound of snapping twigs echoing in the air. That a figure named Yushun, also clad in black, respectfully nodded as he lifted the unconscious He Tao, affirming, yes. Chapter 96. The Tides of Water, Duan Mui, with his pale yellow vertical pupils reflecting Chen Zhen's actions as he pointed to his chest, expressed mild surprise. Could it be that you anticipated my ambush on Wangshan community? A bird chirped melodiously to Ke Yihuan, uninterested in power, sought only enlightenment and immortality. Thus he had allies behind him. Regardless of who they were, Chen Zhen needed to be thoroughly prepared before taking any action. Ha! Duan Mui laughed coldly, his neck twisting as if accompanied by a chilling soundscape. What does it matter if you are well prepared? A mere ant cannot shake a great tree. With those words, he opened his mouth wide, revealing 4 sharp fangs glistening with a deep green sheen as he lunged for Chen Zhen's neck. Chen Zhen's golden eyes flickered as he shattered the wall behind him with a punch, simultaneously pushing Qi Linglong away. As Duan Muyi's fangs neared Chen Zhen's neck, he indeed redirected his attack toward the fleeing Qi Linglong. Despicable. Chen Zhen shouted angrily, seizing the serpent-like neck and leaping into the air. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as a silver dragon ascended, appearing as an exquisite, lifeless work of art. Its scintillating scales resembled crystal, and as it moved swiftly, it captivated the onlookers. Liu Qingbing, the former deputy director of the Development Bureau, was momentarily stunned by this imposing presence. A traitor. His objective was simple and clear, to find a powerful ally for survival. Had he known of Chen Zhen's formidable prowess, he would not have betrayed him. Now, it was too late for regret. Regaining his senses, he lunged towards the fallen Qi Linglong. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared with incredible speed in his path. Glimmers of ghostly green blades flickered. Liu Qingbing was taken aback. Swiftly tearing open a rift in the air with his hands, he vanished within it, and the shadow followed without hesitation as the rift closed. Second sister, Fly, the transformed Diao, with its massive claws grasping Qi Linglong's arm, soared into the sky. Chen Zhen instructed her that the battle would not cease, and she could not afford to stop. High above, the silver dragon danced and spiraled, Duan Muyi's neck, soft and pliable, coiled around Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen secretly unleashed the water-controlled true art, his body becoming liquid and merging with the silver dragon. The dragon's eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils. Dozens of water serpents sprouted from the dragon's back. Standing upright and unleashing torrents of water projectiles, Duan Mu cackled, his body resembling a boneless creature as he slithered along the dragon's back, wielding a sword with his long tongue, slicing through the water serpents, severing limbs and heads alike. The water serpents, devoid of flesh and life, melted upon contact with the dragon's back, only to regenerate anew. From a distance, it appeared as though the silver dragon was covered in moss and trees. Something unknown wriggled upon his hunched back. With a ripping sound, his clothing tore, and a pair of wings sprouted. His back was covered in dense fur, his legs transformed into a serpentine tail, while his head remained unchanged. Neither human, nor snake, nor bird, nor beast, his form was a bewildering amalgamation that astonished those watching from afar. That a human face atop a wolf's body, bird wings with a serpentine form. This was the metamorphosis of a snake. The silver dragon's body surged and fell like tumultuous waves as Chen Zhen's voice resonated from its jaws. Then tell me, What is the greatest difference? Duan Mu, he looked down contemptuously at the fleeing residents. Sneering, the guild does not concern itself with the lives of mortals. As he spoke, he raised his sword-wielding right arm high, his left hand forming a seal. The narrow stream, less than 2 meters wide, roiled violently, as if a great beast stirred beneath the earth. With a thunderous roar, the stream within the community collapsed, and moments later, a towering wave surged forth from the deep chasm. The sight was at least several dozen meters high, causing both awakened fighters and fleeing civilians to pall, rushing toward the nearest city wall. Chen Zhen let out a furious roar, his dragon's cry reverberating in all directions. The enormous silver dragon expanded once more, its spiraling form akin to a snow-capped peak piercing the heavens. The towering waves followed suit, spiraling upward. The surface of the water column writhed as if alive, resembling a frenzy of carp leaping toward the dragon gate. A scene of unparalleled excitement. As it traversed the spiraling dragon's form, it surged higher into the sky. The water column connected heaven and earth, resembling a galaxy cascading from the heavens. A breathtaking spectacle that left all in Tianlan City utterly awestruck. Until Chen Zhen is vanquished, my heart shall remain unsettled that on the rooftop of a skyscraper. Mu Mingyong sighed deeply. Grandfather, and Mu Qing clung to Mu Mingyong's arm, playfully imploring, "Can you not set aside your prejudices and coexist peacefully with him?" Mu Mingyong smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You are still young and do not comprehend the struggles of power. There has never been peaceful coexistence in this world, only conquest and submission." Leading toward, Mu Qing withdrew her hand in frustration, asserting, "Excuses. You fear that Chen Zhen threatens your position, and thus you seek to eliminate him at every turn." Mu Mingyong's demeanor grew stern, emanating an authoritative presence as he admonished softly. "Qing, I will tell you this for the last time. Only the mediocre in human society desire peace. As you were set to inherit the family business, you must not entertain such thoughts." Mu Qing pouted, gazing down at her toes. As a young woman, she could not fathom the ambitions of men, nor did she wish to. She adored the elegance of Hanfu and aspired to live freely as a gambler. The so-called responsibilities were merely imposed upon her. Did she truly have a choice? Once, she had questioned her grandfather on this matter, to which he retorted, "In this world, who truly has a choice?" Mu Mingyong sighed softly, his expression softening. "Qing, I know you harbor feelings for Chen Zhen, but he is not one of us. If you do not sever those thoughts early on, you will suffer greatly because of him." Mu Qing stomped her foot in defiance. Who has feelings for him? Aside from his decent physique, his looks barely score a 6. He does not captivate me in the least. Mu Mingyong chuckled. "Ah, you have always been clear in your likes and dislikes, without a hint of guile. How could you deceive your grandfather?" Suddenly, Mu Qing laughed brightly, linking her arm with Mu Mingyong's as they continued to watch the unfolding battle. Chapter 97. The struggle for water control. I concur. The god of killing, wielding a colossal axe, stood atop the city wall, coldly observing the silver dragon, that if you cannot kill Chen Zhen, you may seek my assistance. He had conducted thorough investigations into this inexplicable figure, but had gleaned no useful information. "Fear not. I am not here to kill you today," the god of killing proclaimed loudly. Not far above, the giant eagle continued its aimless flight, pursued by a flock of fierce birds. The god of killing finally spotted her silhouette and hurled his massive axe into the sky. Following suit, Qi Linglong suddenly caught a whiff of blood and the cries of birds. "Little Ba, be cautious of what's behind you," she whispered. The transformed Little Ba blinked and replied, "Good person." Thus, they soared through the skies of the city, one leading and the other following. What? The god of killing is not merely a machine of slaughter. He possesses emotions. The one-eyed giant questioned with its blood-red eye wide open. The god of killing remained silent, gazing at the silhouette of the giant eagled to eliminate Chen Zhen. He needed to discover his true form. From their earlier skirmish, he realized that the dragon was merely a manifestation of pure water, and Chen Zhen must be concealed somewhere. Given that both wielded water control techniques, it would ultimately come down to a test of raw strength. Chen Zhen needed to manipulate the water column, depleting his divine power while being restricted in his movements that he had already gained a distinct advantage. Suddenly, the wings behind him flapped fiercely, propelling him skyward like an arrow released from a bow. Amidst the swirling clouds, the wind howled, causing the water column connecting heaven and earth to sway precariously. Duan Mu-yi danced in the tempest, fingers forming sword seals as he chanted incantations. Two colossal waves descended from above. Their roars akin to the cries of primordial beasts, shaking the very earth. The tumultuous waves surged, crashing violently, reminiscent of a tsunami from an apocalyptic film. Chen Zhen, within the dragon's head, was inebriated with drink. The god of killing, the shadow has consumed too much divine power, and controlling such vast waves has left him overwhelmed that I must act recklessly, utilizing the yin-yang purple gold gourd to convert Qi Linglong's belief power, the power of laws, within me into divine power. Seeking a swift resolution. Upon hearing a tremendous roar, a golden glimmer flickered in his dazed eyes. Chen Zhen gently slapped his cheeks, attempting to awaken his senses. The colossal waves, divided into two, slowly rose like hands. And their immense force reduced countless buildings to ruins. Subsequently, they surged upward, merging into a towering column of water that shot skyward. Chen Zhen shook his head again, and the water column swayed in response. To the onlookers in the distance, it appeared as a ribbon descended from the heavens. Duan Mu-yi, filled with both fury and disbelief, could not fathom how he, the embodiment of the flood, could falter in his water control technique. He raised his treasured sword, fingers forming a sword seal, chanting incantations. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds rolled in, and the sounds of thunder exploded in the sky. A continuous roar echoing through the deities was akin to the low growls of an ancient dragon. Resonating from the distant heavens, crack, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the world as brightly as day, only to be engulfed again by inky darkness. Torrential rain poured down. Duan Mu-yi bled from all 7 orifices, the overwhelming pressure causing his veins to bulge, and he let out a roar through clenched teeth. With a downward swing of his sword, the water column dispersed instantly, forming a vast expanse of water in the air. It resembled an invisible glass wall, creating an eerie spectacle. Viewed from above, it resembled a swimming pool filled with water. The vast water domain was serene and crystal clear. Duan Mu-yi wiped the blood from his lips, diving toward the water's surface with his sword in hand. Suddenly, the water surged violently, leaping hundreds of meters high, resembling a shark with its mouth agape. Chen Zhen stood upon the water's surface, calmly observing the monstrous waves that threatened to engulf him. With a gentle tap of his sword's tip, hundreds of spiraling water columns erupted from within the waves, surging towards him with ferocious intensity that a refreshing sensation enveloped Chen